Chapter 1. The Era of the Three Kingdoms. The recruitment of Zhao Yun begins. Oh dear my head! Qin Zihan pressed one hand to his forehead while the other reached out to explore the object. He had collided with a smooth surface interspersed with rough wooden textures. Wincing from the pain, Qin Zihan opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a flagpole planted at the general's platform, with his name, Qin Zihan, boldly emblazoned upon the banner. Beneath the platform stood two war drums and a series of fire pits arranged in order. The sky was painted with the hues of dusk, the sun barely a half-circle above the horizon, while the city walls were adorned with a scattering of weeds, reminiscent of a forsaken stronghold left behind after a recent migration. Where am I? Am I dreaming that I am on a set of a period drama in Hongdian? Qin Zihan rubbed his head, recalling that just a moment ago, he had been at the cafeteria, hastily purchasing a rice bowl, eager to return to his dormitory for a few rounds of the game, Three Kingdoms Kill. How had he ended up in this desolate place? Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. Lord of the city, please recruit your first general at the tavern. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. What tavern? What do you mean by recruiting generals? What is happening? Just as he pondered the source of the voice, a mechanical tone surged into his consciousness. A sharp pain pierced through his mind. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, and the reality of his situation dawned upon him. He was no longer in his previous world. He had traversed into another realm. Moreover, he was not alone in this transition. Billions around the globe had been summoned alongside him. From the hints in his mind, Qin Zihan learned that he had been transported to the perilous yet exhilarating realm of the Era of the Three Kingdoms. In this land, everyone became a commander facing the yellow turbans, battling heroes, nurturing civil and military officials, and seizing territories, with endless possibilities at their disposal. However, within this world, every individual was bound to adhere to the absolute iron laws that governed it. According to these absolute laws, one must navigate development and combat amidst countless cities. As for the absolute laws, Qin Zihan raised his head, and at that moment, the absolute laws were inscribed in the sky, vividly reminding the billions of lords in this world. Absolute laws. 1. Every faction possesses its own main city, initial general selection rights, and a 20-mile radius of land nearby for your command. 2. The level of any faction's generals cannot exceed that of their initial general. 3. Each general possesses their own troop type, with renowned generals commanding powerful units. The capacity and strength of these units increase with the general's level and capabilities. 4. If the main city is captured or the faction leader dies under any circumstances, that faction is immediately declared annihilated, losing all chances in the Three Kingdoms realm. If all allied forces within the city are defeated, the city is considered captured. 5. Within 7 days, the Yellow Turban Rebellion will commence. Prior to that, no lord may engage other faction leaders as targets for expedition. Qin Zihan glanced at the numbers ticking away in the upper left corner. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Recalling the initial prompt, he realized this was the countdown to the first instance of the Era of the Three Kingdoms. This instance would be none other than the world-shaking Yellow Turban Uprising. When this series of numbers turned to 0, waves of chaotic bandits would follow. To survive in this tumultuous era, there was but one path to tread. To grow stronger, recruit generals, command thousands of troops, reign supreme over the world, sweep across all realms. In that instant, Qin Zihan comprehended the gravity of the situation, feeling a surge of urgency. A thrill of excitement coursed through him, though he faced the unknown terrors ahead. It also represented an once-in-a-lifetime experience for a fan of the Three Kingdoms. Without hesitation, Qin Zihan straightened his back and strode purposefully towards the tavern. I must swiftly recruit. My initial general time is of the essence. Soon, Qin Zihan entered the tavern. From the prior hints, he understood that this place, imbued with an ancient charm and adorned with a recruitment clock, was the initial site for recruitment. A virtual information template then materialized before his eyes. Recruitment for generals has commenced. Please select the general you wish to recruit from the list. While there was no time limit for recruitment at the tavern, should an unexpected event arise, a closing countdown would commence. Closing countdown. 0 hours, 32 minutes, and 45 seconds. Qin Zihan paused, pondering the closing time. Could it be that his first recruitment would indeed yield an unexpected event? His gaze quickly focused on the recruitment page. Leveraging his knowledge of the three kingdoms, he swiftly recognized all the generals within the tavern. However, renowned figures such as Gan Ning, Su Shu, and Zhang Liao were conspicuously absent. It was crucial to note that in the era of the three kingdoms, a war game where everyone waged battle, failure to develop adequately could lead to ruin and devastation. With the impending Yellow Turban Rebellion, the choice of an initial general was of utmost importance. Furthermore, Qin Zihan speculated that in this world, each general might develop skills or unique bonds at certain stages. Could it be akin to the gathering of Shu generals or the bond bonuses of the five Tiger generals? What about the skills triggered by Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, such as the Bittermeat strategy? What synergy would arise from the pairing of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, triggering the righteousness of brothers? Through tactical maneuvers, could their potential be fully realized? If skills and bonds were indeed present, the disparities in power between generals would not merely exist in different dimensions in the later stages. As a lord, Qin Zihan had a singular opportunity to refresh the tavern. Yet if he chose not to, he could still acquire a certain amount of material rewards after the game's commencement. I surmise that if an unexpected event occurs, no one would opt for extra materials after all. Possessing a renowned general early on would significantly ease subsequent material gathering. Qin Zihan glanced once more at the detailed description of the unexpected event at the tavern. A remarkable figure had arrived at the tavern, having vanquished a dozen foul-mouthed bandit leaders, declaring his unwillingness to associate with them. He spoke in cryptic terms, suggesting that should anyone be willing to offer him a peach, he would repay the kindness in kind. Qin Zihan suddenly comprehended. The peach here must pertain to my refresh attempts. At this moment, he hesitated no longer as a traveler. He understood the importance of caution. Given the reasonable speculation regarding an unexpected event at the tavern, how could he possibly refrain from taking a chance? Qin Zihan utilized his sole tavern attempt. Refresh successful. Then, Qin Zihan froze, his pupils narrowing as he was captivated by an avatar labeled White Horse General. The figure depicted a remarkably handsome young general. As Qin Zihan's gaze lingered, the detailed information template of the general expanded before him. Appearance: 8 feet tall, with thick brows and large eyes, a fair face devoid of a beard, a broad visage, and a stout build, riding a white horse. Origin: from Changshan, Zhending. Personality: bold yet meticulous. Ambition: to become an undefeated general. Qin Zihan gazed at this figure. Clenching his fists, there was no doubt. This was his unexpected fortune. In the realm of the three kingdoms, who did not know his name? With a long spear and a white horse, he conquered the world. His initial general was none other than Changshan Zhao Zilong. Chapter 2. Tremble. The entire three kingdoms realm. Qin Zihan fixed his determined gaze upon the White Horse General. Shall I recruit the White Horse General? Yes, indubitably. Recruit him at once. Qin Zihan replied urgently. In an instant, a silvery light enveloped Qin Zihan, and as the light faded, it revealed the imposing figure of the White Horse General, clad in gleaming silver armor, with a long spear in his right hand. Qin Zihan gazed up at him in awe, his pupils widening in amazement, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. A surge of intense warmth flooded Qin Zihan's heart, and memories of his past aspirations cascaded through his mind like crashing waves. Changshan Zhao Zilong was here. On Changban's slope, Zhao Zilong carried a doe on his chest, wielding a green sword in his left hand and a mighty spear in his right, dashing in and out of the 5,000 tiger and leopard riders amidst the tempest, soaring like a dragon. A true tiger general? Dispatch the order. No arrows shall be loose. Capture Zhao Yun alive. With 1 man, 1 spear, and 1 horse, he slew over 50 renowned generals of Chao's camp. Qin Zihan vividly recalled that tearful night, watching the drama where the aging General Zhao Yun was besieged by 100,000 Wei troops atop Fengming Mountain. Zhao Yun reflected upon the blood and thunder of warfare, the laughter and sorrows shared among soldiers she had aged. Blood stained his scales, and the dragon fell from the heavens. This was the singular defeat of the ever-victorious General Zhao Yun, who had crossed 60 years. This was the Zhao Zilong whom Qin Zihan had longed to meet in his dreams. Then, a new information template for the White Horse General appeared. Name: Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong. Weapon: Pear Blossom Spear LV1, increases combat power by 1. Defeating enemies can swiftly elevate weapon level. Renowned weapons possess 3 stages, each comprising 20 levels. Loyalty: 100, utterly loyal and devoted. General's attributes: Martial Power 100, Command 98, Internal Affairs 40, Intelligence 81. The initial maximum values for attributes stand at 100, with potential for enhancement thereafter. Martial Power directly influences the outcomes of duels and the potency of special attacks. Command affects the maximum troop capacity and training speed. Internal Affairs impacts city management and the construction and upgrade times of buildings, as well as the efficiency of administrative tasks. Intelligence governs verbal confrontations and diplomatic endeavors. General's trait: Unbeaten General. Growth level: Novice stage. P.S. Each general undergoes a minimum of 4 major growth phases. Novice: Notable, Prominent, and Talented Minister. Renowned generals possess an additional 2 exclusive breakthroughs. Each major phase is divided into 3 minor stages: Initial, Intermediate, and Advanced, with breakthroughs in major phases requiring significantly more experience. Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. He realized that the Zhao Yun he had recruited was indeed a top-tier powerhouse on the Three Kingdoms continent. After all, throughout the vast expanse of the Three Kingdoms, few generals could withstand even a few exchanges with Zhao Yun, a fact that Qin Zihan, a devoted admirer of Zhao Yun, was acutely aware of. A wave of dizziness washed over Qin Zihan despite Zhao Yun now standing before him. He could scarcely believe that he was the lord of Zhao Yun. Shaking his head to dispel the disbelief, Qin Zihan recalled a point mentioned during the introduction of the Absolute Iron Law. That is, the growth levels of generals from various factions cannot exceed that of the initial generals of their respective forces. Qin Zihan understood that if this were indeed the case, and if the initial general were the legendary Zhao Zilong of true romance of the Three Kingdoms, it would signify a future brimming with promise and immense potential. Moreover, there was an even more alarming implication. If the initial general were merely a bandit of no renown, would it not suggest that this faction's potential for growth had reached its limits? Recalling the options presented in the selection panel: Black Mountain Brutes, Desert Archers, and Beiping Thieves, Qin Zihan wiped the sweat from his brow. A sense of trepidation enveloped him, however. The veracity of his concerns would soon be confirmed once he accessed the chat system of the Three Kingdoms continent and reviewed the dialogue in the World Channel. Furthermore, Qin Zihan remained oblivious to a critical fact: whether other faction leaders had discerned the hidden possibilities when selecting their initial generals, as he had. Qin Zihan's passion for the Three Kingdoms surpassed that of the average person. Iconic moments from the era, such as how Cao Cao, during the Battle of Guandu, executed a surprise attack on Wu Chao, defeating Yuan Shao against overwhelming odds, or how Zhuge Kongming's brilliant empty city stratagem repelled Sima Zhongda, leaving Sima empty-handed, fueled his enthusiasm. If he could become a sovereign lord, he would undoubtedly excel in recognizing talent and maximizing the potential of his generals. Excitement surged within Qin Zihan, for he did not perceive surviving the Yellow Turban Rebellion as the end. This was the Three Kingdoms continent. It indicated that in the future, through the recruitment and growth of generals, the enhancement of weaponry, and the bolstering of military forces, he would rise. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, there would surely be a clash among the lords of various factions. Suddenly, Qin Zihan's heart raced. This meant that he stood a significant chance of conquering the entire Three Kingdoms and unifying the realm. Suppressing the tumult within, he recognized that starting with the indomitable Zhao Zilong of Changshan was akin to wielding an unbeatable trump card. With Qin Zihan's understanding of the generals of the Three Kingdoms and his strategic acumen, his development would undoubtedly outpace all other factions by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Then a question struck him. According to the Absolute Iron Law, every general possessed their own unique troop type. What would be Zhao Yun's troop type? Qin Zihan clicked on the troop type for Zhao Yun within the general's information panel. Troop name: White Horse Zone. Accompanying forces: 100,100 individuals. Characteristics. The troops are uniformly mounted on white steeds. Type. Proficient in cavalry archery, guerrilla tactics, and flanking maneuvers. Trop morale. 100. Unique. P.S. The maximum conventional increase for troop morale is 100 morale decreases during retreats, defeats, shortages of supplies, and through tactical failures, while defeating enemy forces boosts morale. Gazing at the information template for the White Horse Zone, Qin Zihan felt the journey into the realms of the 9 domains was about to commence. Chapter 3. The Recruitment of Sun Yu. The premier human resource of the 3 kingdoms. While others may be unfamiliar with the famed White Horse Cavalry, Qin Zihan, an ardent admirer of the 3 kingdoms, is acutely aware of its significance. It is noteworthy that during the 3 kingdoms era, cavalry units predominantly comprised light cavalry, and even the renowned tiger and leopard cavalry fell into this category. However, the White Horse Cavalry is heralded as the foremost light cavalry of the late Eastern Han period, had it not been for the arrogance and self-serving nature of Gongsun Zan, who, unable to confront his own failures, tragically resorted to the murder of his own family before ultimately perishing in flames. This distinguished unit would not have exited the annals of history so prematurely. Qin Zihan understands all too well that he must not follow in Gongsun Zan's misguided footsteps. He is determined to elevate Zhao Yun and the White Horse Cavalry to unprecedented heights. He feels an immense sense of fortune for having discovered such a remarkable talent amid a sea of mediocrity. Consider the alternative. Had he chosen the band of thieves from Beiping, he would have commenced his journey with a band of ruffians, with his followers addressing him not as lord, but rather as chief. His adversary would still be the illustrious Zhao Yun, leading the White Horse Cavalry. No matter how adept Qin Zihan might be at recognizing talent, when faced with Zhao Yun charging forth on his white steed, proclaiming himself as Zhao Zilong of Changshan, the ensuing despair would be palpable. Qin Zihan quickly refocused his thoughts and proceeded to assess the status of his city. City Governor. Qin Zihan City Level. Basic County. Upgrade requirements. Attain 9th rank. 500 units of gold, 1,000 units of grain, 100 units of timber. Possess buildings, barracks, market, and farmlands. Defending troops. Qin Zihan's forces. Zhao Yun's forces. City defense value. 1,000 city population. 10,000 available population. 1,000 vacant land count. 20 city status. Qin Zihan's main city. P.S. In the turbulent late Eastern Han period, plagues ravaged the land, earthquakes were frequent, and bandits roamed unchecked. Venturing outside the city would inevitably lead to encounters with robbers. The leader of the faction reviewed the news within the city, focusing on technological advancements and the development of his power. Qin Zihan nodded in acknowledgement, for he was well aware, from his memories, that bandits were ubiquitous during this tumultuous time, constantly threatening the security and civilization of cities, compelling their growth. Following the directives of the city system, Qin Zihan made his way to the conference hall. Upon arriving at the center of the hall, he perceived that the system had prioritized the review of city news for a significant reason. In such chaotic times, Qin Zihan was acutely aware that opportunities must be seized rather than awaited. He gazed at the Zetonwood table as the city wall guards reported. A scholar is surrounded by a band of robbers outside the city. Despite their insults and ridicule, the scholar remains resolute, standing tall amidst the bandits, eyes shut tight, unmoved by their taunts. Newly constructed irrigation. The water channel to the west of the city has been completed. City grain stock, 2,000 units, sufficient for residents and soldiers for approximately 20 days. Soldiers consume twice the usual amount during campaigns and must carry at least 1 day's worth of rations. Qin Zihan pondered the guard's report. Given the underdeveloped paper-making technology of the 3 Kingdoms period, commoners had little access to books. This man must be of noble lineage. His ability to remain unperturbed in the face of calamity tells Qin Zihan that he must recruit him. Filled with excitement, Qin Zihan recognized this as monumental news. Given the circumstances, this individual was undoubtedly a strategist, perhaps even a renowned general. Without further ado, he proceeded to the general's platform to issue a command for an expedition. Zhao Yun, heed my command. Your humble servant is here. Immediately venture forth from the city to rescue the scholar and annihilate the bandits. Yes. Zhao Yun responded with unwavering determination. Outside the city gates, the bandit leader spat at the scholar and raised his blade to strike. Yet, in an instant, Zhao Yun brandished his silver spear, a glint of cold light preceding his strike, and with a flourish, he unleashed his weapon. The bandit leader was lifted off the ground by Zhao Yun's spear. Witnessing this, the other bandits instinctively reverted to a primal state, retreating on their posteriors, scrambling away in fear. In the blink of an eye, the bandit group was annihilated. Defeated bandit leader LV5, experience 25, reputation 1. Gold 5 units. Defeated bandit LV1, experience 5. That defeated bandit LV1, experience 5. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. The manner in which the bandits were dispatched and the completion of the task seemed to yield experience points. He had not anticipated Zhao Yun's prowess to be at such a staggering level. While he knew Zhao Yun was newly emerged and capable of dispatching a band of robbers with ease, the speed with which he did so was astonishing. Truly, he was a legendary warrior of unparalleled renown. At this moment, Qin Zihan reflected on the experience points accrued from defeating the bandit leader and the numerous small bandits. A total of 315 experience points would flow into his own being. With his prior understanding, he could not fathom such a sensation. However, it indicated one critical insight: as long as his soldiers vanquished enemies, he, as the leader of the faction, could also share in the achievements, elevating his own level. This was indeed a boon for any ruler. Recognizing this, Qin Zihan did not linger in contemplation, but he understood that civil and military officials were his indispensable safeguard against the unimaginable challenges of the lordly world. Thus, he promptly made his way to the city gates, his mind racing with curiosity about the identity of the scholar possessing the scrolls. Surely, Zhao Yun would have returned with him by now. As Qin Zihan awaited at the city gates, his heart raced with anticipation. The gates swung open, revealing Zhao Yun, who gracefully dismounted, leading a horse on which sat the very scholar who had been besieged by bandits. Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. The scholar exuded an extraordinary aura, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if perpetually engaged in profound thought. Furthermore, his striking appearance and noble demeanor suggested that he was no ordinary individual. Connecting these two observations, a name surged forth in Qin Zihan's mind. Could it be? Zhao Yun extended a hand to assist the scholar dismount. Qin Zihan hurried forward to inquire, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "Sir, what brings you to be pursued by a band of robbers at the city gates?" The scholar dismounted, seemingly oblivious to the first part of Qin Zihan's inquiry, but nonetheless responded respectfully, "I, Wen Ruan, have left my homeland in search of a worthy lord. Prior to this, I visited 2 locations, but none would open their gates to accept me. While journeying to other regions, I fortuitously encountered this band of robbers." Upon hearing the scholar's name, Qin Zihan's mind went blank in an instant. Wen Ruan, those 2 characters echoed in his thoughts, as if they were colliding with one another, for as the name faded, 2 other characters surfaced in his mind. Sun Yu? Indeed. This was none other than the illustrious Sun Yu, who served Cao Cao in pacifying the North, a paragon of loyalty throughout his life. To think that after recruiting the unparalleled warrior Zhao Yun, he would encounter this historical luminary. Qin Zihan was overwhelmed with astonishment and then elation, as he could hardly fathom encountering such a monumental figure at the outset of his journey. Not only did he begin with the legendary General Zhao Yun, but he now had the opportunity to recruit the sagacious and far-sighted Sun Yu, renowned for his vast reservoir of talent. While others might remain oblivious, Qin Zihan comprehended the magnitude of Sun Yu's importance to Chao Wei, akin to that of Kong Ming to Shu Han. The true significance of Sun Yu lay not just in his formidable administrative capabilities, but also in his later establishment of an entire bureaucratic system for Chao Wei. The cunning strategist Guo Jia, the statesman Shen Kun, the adaptable Sima Yi, along with Sun Yu, Hua Exing, Zhong Yao, Wang Lang, and countless others, his legacy was unparalleled. In the realm of universal lords, the value of nurturing such a historical figure was immeasurable. With potential that seemed boundless, Qin Zihan gazed at the spirited Sun Yu before him. A smile emerged on his face. Did this future renowned figure have any inkling of his destined fate? At the twilight of his years, would he reflect upon the poisoned wine presented by Cao Cao, seeing in its depths the echoes of their first encounter? What words marked their initial exchange? Perhaps Sun Yu had long since forgotten, and Chao Wei Man had also faded from memory, that as for the hurried people of the world, they would hardly take notice. Yet, when Sun Yu drained his cup of poisoned wine, His final words would echo through the ages. They were so magnanimous, so liberating that it is possible that, as Sun Yu reflected upon the past, he bore no regrets for following Cao Cao. However, in this moment, they were destined to become strangers. Thus, he resolutely embraced the poison, softly bidding farewell, after 2 decades of servitude, with the words, "Your servant takes his leave." And so, the curtain fell on the last loyal minister of the Han dynasty. At this moment, Qin Zihan raised his gaze, silently observing him. Sun Yu, in turn, gazed at Qin Zihan, and upon realizing he was indeed the lord of Zhao Yun, he suddenly felt a tinge of restraint. Yet his eyes still sparkled with an innate depth. He bowed and said, "Wen Ruo, as a scholar, harbors the greatest ambition of finding a sovereign to serve, assisting him in bringing an end to this chaotic era." Chapter 4. In martial prowess, there is Zilong. In literary talent, there is Wen Ruo. Hearing this, Qin Zihan looked at Sun Yu, who was clad in simple attire with a white inner garment, draped in a gray-blue robe, secured with a deep blue sash, and wearing black boots, and he instinctively helped him to his feet. Although Qin Zihan had somewhat anticipated this encounter and even speculated about his identity, the moment he confirmed Sun Yu's true self, his expression shifted dramatically. As Sun Yu finished speaking, a notification template immediately appeared. "Would you like to recruit Sun Yu?" "Yes, of course I want to recruit him." Naturally, Qin Zihan selected the first option. Immediately after making his choice, Sun Yu's general interface appeared on his information panel. Then Sun Yu's voice resonated. "My lord." At this moment, Sun Yu approached Qin Zihan with his hands bent, fingers half-clasping the tablet. His face sincere and infused with a hint of excitement. Qin Zihan understood that now, as he had become Sun Yu's sovereign, his status in Sun Yu's heart mirrored that of Cao Cao, akin to a guiding beacon for his journey. After Zhao Yun, could it be Sun Yu? Moreover, one addressed him as my lord while the other called him illustrious lord. Well, it was all the same. Qin Zihan accepted Sun Yu's designation while simultaneously noticing an information template on Sun Yu's operation panel. Naturally, he was eager to open it. Upon doing so, his smile grew increasingly pronounced. Indeed, a renowned general was nothing short of extraordinary. Name: Sun Yu, courtesy name Wen Ruo weapon, bamboo tablet LV1, increases internal affairs value by 1. Handling internal affairs can rapidly enhance weapon level, loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, general attributes, martial prowess 11, leadership 87, internal affairs 109, intelligence 98, general trait, talent for assisting kings, growth level. Newly emerged novice seeing this, Qin Zihan was filled with immense joy, and upon noticing Sun Yu's internal affairs attribute, he was utterly astounded. Am I seeing things? Sun Yu's internal affairs have surpassed 100, reaching 109. Normally, a general's initial attribute cannot exceed 100. How did he achieve this? Is it a bug? As a transmigrator, I haven't even activated cheats, yet Sun Yu seems to have. In his astonishment, Qin Zihan also noticed a previously unseen attribute, the general trait. What is this? Could it be a unique skill for generals? Does Zhao Yun have one? I didn't notice back then. Qin Zihan paused for a moment, and then indeed, a line of information appeared. Talent for assisting kings. Forces led by the General Sun Yu will experience a 50 increase in city and building upgrade construction speed. And all generals' internal affairs will be enhanced by 10, including himself. Then in an instant, Qin Zihan grasped the implications. Indeed, it was a skill, and the effects of this talent for assisting King's skill would grant all generals a 10 boost to internal affairs. Qin Zihan was immediately struck with amazement. This meant that all the generals under his command would enjoy a 10 enhancement, and furthermore, with Sun Yu as the leader, the speed of city upgrades would accelerate. This was truly terrifying. Qin Zihan was consequently astounded that he realized that with the support of the talent for assisting kings, the development of their cities would undoubtedly reach an astonishing pace. At this moment, Qin Zihan abruptly opened Zhao Yun's panel, and indeed, he discovered that Zhao Yun possessed a characteristic skill as well. That a line of information appeared. Unbeaten general. Zhao Yun's team gains a 100 increase in experience. And team morale cannot decrease. This also boosts experience. Moreover, the implication that morale cannot decrease means that Zhao Yun's team would not need to deliberately maintain morale. It is well known that in the world of lords, various factors can influence team morale, such as lack of supplies or defeat. When team morale hits zero, the team disbands on the spot. Thus, morale is of utmost importance, and Zhao Yun's unbeaten general skill, which ensures morale will not diminish, is nothing short of miraculous. With these two skills, the early development of the city is undoubtedly secure. Qin Zihan was also filled with fighting spirit, but at this moment, he suddenly recalled another matter. Right, Sun Yu is a renowned general and should possess his own unique unit, given his impressive leadership value. Qin Zihan felt a tinge of greed. After all, in the early stages, resources are always in high demand. The more armies one possesses, the more labor force one has. He promptly began to look. What unfolded next brought Qin Zihan great delight. Upon opening the army panel, he indeed discovered a troop type called War Eagle Cavalry Scouts. Troop name, War Eagle Cavalry Scouts. Accompanying personnel, 1010 characteristics. Agile scouts ride on horseback. Controlling the trained War Eagles in the skies. Type, well-trained reconnaissance corps. Troop morale, 100. Remarkably, Qin Zihan had never heard of this troop type before, but upon seeing the War Eagle Cavalry Scouts, he understood that in the era of lords during the Three Kingdoms, a unit capable of gathering intelligence was of utmost importance. Chapter 5. The warriors sent out are like water cast away. They may return, or they may not. At this moment, Qin Zihan also proceeded into the city, planning to survey the terrain before engaging in monster hunting for experience. Simultaneously, he wished to ascertain the situation of other lords that if any critical information arose, it could prove beneficial. Qin Zihan then navigated to the menu bar, where a series of channels appeared: personal information, friend information, world chat channel, military rewards and punishments, remote trading platform. Initially, Qin Zihan intended to click on the world chat channel, but upon seeing personal information, he paused in surprise. He had thought that his troop camp and city constituted his primary panel, but it turned out he had an independent panel as well. Qin Zihan promptly clicked on personal information, and a series of details subsequently appeared. Qin Zihan, sovereign of the realm. Wealth, 1,000 units. Food, 2,000 units. Wood, 0 steel, 0 prestige. 101. To become emperor, one must reach 10,000 prestige. Growth level. Initial stage of celestial virtue. Sovereigns possess a separate growth system divided into 4 major stages. Celestial virtue. Supreme clarity, ruling the world, and gazing down upon all. Each stage is further divided into 5 minor stages. Initial stage, lower stage, middle stage, upper stage, and advanced stage. Official title, Bandit Eradicator, Leadership 1. The higher the rank of military officials, the greater the salary they can receive, and the more troops they can command. The higher the rank of civil officials, the greater the salary they can receive, enabling faster handling of administrative affairs. Attribute values, martial prowess 40, leadership 41, internal affairs 44, intelligence 40. Host attributes can be enhanced through personal training, promotion in official rank, and growth level increases. Special ability, absolute monarch within the realm. You are the highest commander of the Qin Zihan faction. Number of faction cities, 1. Faction monarch trait. While the main city exists, the host lives forever. Relocating the main city requires substantial food and gold. Equipment, none. Treasures, none. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback, commenting, "Oh, is this my growth level? And my existence is intertwined with the main city. How fascinating." Additionally, reaching a prestige of 10,000 allows one to become emperor. Previously, Zhao Yun annihilated a bandit group and earned 1 prestige. Thus, to become emperor, would I need to slay 10,000 bandit groups? As Qin Zihan pondered, he understood that if he wished to tread the path to ultimate sovereignty, his means of gaining prestige would not solely rely on slaying bandits. Surely, there would be duels with other renowned generals in his future. Just as Qin Zihan was deep in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! There are countless ways to earn prestige. Here are a few for your reference. 1. Annihilating wild groups. Enemy forces, etc. can yield prestige. Prestige value depends on the level and troop strength of the annihilated group. Point 2. Capturing enemy faction cities can yield substantial prestige. Point 3. That destroying factions may yield treasures. For that the world of lords is filled with countless adventures and opportunities. Exploration is encouraged. After Qin Zihan finished reading, he nodded in understanding. So it is. This matter is evidently far from simple. Reputation, it seems, will undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed in the future. Just moments ago, he was delighted to possess 2 armies. But now it appears that two are woefully insufficient. What a pity. Why can't the Lord himself command an army? Taking a deep breath, Qin Zihan realized that this was clearly an encouragement for the leaders of various factions to engage in desperate battles, seize territories, and embark on the path of supremacy. Moreover, Qin Zihan discovered that he also possessed attributes, though in comparison to Zhao Zilong, the disparity was quite substantial. However, Qin Zihan understood that his physical prowess could not possibly be compared to theirs. At present, Qin Zihan's abilities were that of an utterly ordinary individual, with an overall capability of 40, thanks to the assistance of Sun Yu's exceptional talent in governance. His internal affairs score reached 44. Suddenly, Qin Zihan froze. Wait, if I have attributes, does that mean I also possess my own troops? Stunned, he immediately checked his information template. The next instant, he was overwhelmed with joy. Troop name, Shadow Guard Accompanying Forces. 2020 personnel characteristics. All members of the troop share nearly identical height and demeanor. Uniformly clad in bright silver light armor trimmed with black fabric, with a dagger entwined in shadow branded on their arms. Type, a direct force that moves like a shadow, often undetectable, poised to deliver a lethal strike at the opportune moment. Troop morale. 100. Qin Zihan was immensely thrilled. This enigmatic troop could only be an assassination corps. He pondered whether every faction leader had their own shadow guard, given the absence of a unique identifier. However, this was of little concern, for it was the troops under a ruler that provided him with strength. Yet, Qin Zihan remained oblivious to the reason his troop lacked a unique identifier. Could it be that the troops he commanded were even more formidable? Not paying attention, he continued to explore. His official rank was the most junior of lieutenants, and to upgrade the main city to a mid-level county, he needed to reach the next rank. Advancing in rank required an increase in reputation. It appeared imperative to enhance his reputation. Otherwise, trouble, or even calamity, would inevitably follow. Nonetheless, looking at Zhao Yun and Sun Yu by his side, Qin Zihan felt considerably reassured. With them around, problems were unlikely to arise. At this moment, Qin Zihan also comprehended his information clearly. Next, he wished to discern how he differed from others, so he promptly opened the World Chat channel. Indeed, many were engaged in conversation. However, they appeared to lack the fortuitous beginnings he had experienced. World Chat channel description. This is a space for communication among the leaders of various factions across the Three Kingdoms continent, where you will develop your own groups, cultivate your warriors, and expand your cities. You are eternal beings. You will strategize, unite, and once you overcome all challenges, you shall acquire everything you desire. Three Kingdoms continent. I wish to understand why I have arrived at this place. Countless leaders, besieged by chaos and banditry. Are you jesting with me? I am still on this desolate platform, and you tell me how to recruit initial generals? This place is so barren, there is not a soul in sight. What am I to do? I beg you to send me back. What are your initial generals? My tavern is filled with nothing but bandit leaders, and I can only muster the courage to recruit the female mountain bandit group. Only to discover that the leader weighs 200 pounds, with attributes of strength 38, command 10, internal affairs 3, and intelligence 5, that this 200-pound female bandit leader even proposed marriage, asking me to be her husband. I am truly at my wit's end. What the for initial attributes? This is somewhat acceptable, yet I recruited a Mountain U general with initial attributes of strength 54, command 51, internal affairs 8, and intelligence 6. But he is simply too dim-witted that I assigned him internal affairs, and the progress bar is yet to budge. I fear my early development may falter. Why are the generals you recruit ones I have never even heard of? I mistakenly recruited the renowned General Li Dian of Wei, with attributes of strength 77, command 78, internal affairs 72, intelligence 78, that he even has a unique troop type, Wei Infantry, with 200 soldiers and 2 exclusive general breakthroughs, totaling 6 growth levels. What the heck? Your general's 4 attributes are astonishing, both literate and martial, and he is a celebrated general. What luck you have. Meanwhile, I have the northern bandits who, at night, collectively venture out to steal wealth. Yet all the riches within the city belong to me. They are stealing from their own coffers. Does anyone know what I should do? To the one who possesses Li Dian, you must have had a dream-like start. I am envious. How did you select Li Dian? I recall he wasn't tea in the tavern. Huh. It seems not everyone has such fortuitous encounters. My initial general is Yan Liang, with an astonishing initial strength of 91. And he possesses 6 growth levels. Moreover, his troop type is Hebei Guards, and even more frightening is his general trait, Overbearing, which can directly lower the morale of opposing forces. By the way, I secretly tell you that when I dispatched Yan Liang on a mission, I discovered the option to recall my brother, and I directly brought back someone else's Wen Chou. Haha. This is simply unfair, bro. You are practically cheating. Starting with 2 generals is one thing, but acquiring 2 renowned generals is just too much. Please stop adding me as a friend. My friend requests are about to explode. I can't help it. I was born to be a king, but don't be too disheartened. Wen Chou ICT a renowned general. I have seen the information template. He only has 4 ordinary breakthroughs. Please, someone add me as a friend. Upon seeing this, Qin Zihan cast a meaningful glance at Sun Yu beside him, and he contemplated that the relationships and bonds between generals indeed exist in this world. For instance, the above-mentioned Yan Liang was able to recruit other generals not aligned with his faction through brotherhood bonds, which he had considered before. However, this complete confirmation made him more confident. After all, this meant that the talents recommended by Sun Yu to Cao Cao would also become his own. With this thought, Qin Zihan nearly embraced Sun Yu, showering him with kisses on the face. For the cunning Guijia and the resourceful Sima, you were both esteemed figures Qin Zihan had longed to meet. At that moment, a chat message captured Qin Zihan's attention. Brothers and sisters, please do not leave the city gates. The world outside is perilous. Beyond the main city, all manner of bandits roam freely that I went out with good intentions to rescue a scholar, but the general I dispatched, Niu Fu, returned with the information militia accompanying forces 050. Now I can't even build facilities like barracks to supply soldiers, damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? My Mountain Yu general was sent out to gather wood and was just trampled into ashes by a barbarian elephant. Huh. The council chamber's task says to investigate the surroundings of the city. Should I go out? Everyone, do not go near the water. There are water bandits, and my soldiers were dragged into the water and vanished without a trace. There are 1,000 black mountain bandits at my city gate. I am but a delicate maiden. Could any brave brother come to my aid? Damn it. Li Jian has eliminated several waves of bandit troops of around 100. Yet my forces have dwindled to 56100, and after retreating, morale plummeted. What the heck is this, bro? Please do not go out. You will genuinely die. Outside are all sorts of bandit soldiers. Chapter 6. Longhu Zhai. What is the deal with this fellow named Zhao Zilo? You all are still better off. I'm starting next to Black Mountain Stronghold, directly neighboring them. Will I never have to gather materials in my lifetime? Will I be conquered by Black Mountain Stronghold before the Yellow Turban Army even arrives in 7 days? Oh, brother, we are indeed kindred spirits. I'm just across a river from Taishan Bandit Stronghold, and they have just come to our city gate, boasting that I, Yu Wenza, have made a military pledge before the king to seize this city within a month. As Qin Zihan perused these chat records, he fell into deep contemplation. There are water bandits near the water. They sound rather capable. It seems I must seek out these water bandits. Qin Zihan had already formulated a plan in his heart. He knew that during the Three Kingdoms era, water bandits were few, but those who emerged as renowned generals from among them were numerous. Representative figures included Gan Ning and Zhou Tai from Eastern Wu. Wait a moment. This fellow named Yu Wenza cannot be mistaken. I refuse to believe there are 2 Wenzes in this world. This must be Eugene, one of the 5 great generals. I, Eugene, am willing to plunge into fire and water for the Chao family for generations. Each time Qin Zihan heard this line, he became excited. Why Eugene? Huh. I wonder what troop type and general traits you possess, as well as what bonds you have. Qin Zihan immediately became somewhat serious, although he learned from the chat logs that the scene beyond the city gate was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It posed no challenge to him that he turned his gaze toward Zhao Yun, who was nearby, effortlessly rotating and brandishing the pear blossom spear with one hand, then with both, as if he were already prepared to confront anything that lay ahead. Qin Zihan spoke up, Zilong, we have just annihilated a band of mountain bandits. Was it not exhilarating? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun, filled with excitement, replied, My lord, are there any more brigands that require my cleansing? I shall lead the charge. Qin Zihan responded, Indeed. I need you to patrol the vacant lands outside the city and gather some materials. That he glanced over the necessary materials for constructing the barracks. Barracks construction materials. Unique gold. 200 units wood. 50 units food, 1,000 units population, 200 individuals required facility. Primary county town through the chat channel. Qin Zihan understood that without barracks, he would be unable to replenish his troops, as troop losses were inevitable. Fortunately, Zilong commanded the cavalry adept at archery, the White Horse Companions, which would likely experience far lesser attrition than other troop types. Qin Zihan felt relieved. Zhao Zilong then declared, "My lord, merely state what materials are required, and I shall not fail your expectations." Qin Zihan nodded, equally thrilled, and promptly informed Zhao Yun of the required quantity of wood. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun mounted his horse, erupting forth with an astonishing speed, leading his troops directly towards the city outskirts. Watching this valiant figure, Qin Zihan was filled with a premonition. If Zhao Yun were to reach his utmost potential, he would undoubtedly become immensely formidable. At that moment, outside the city gate, a band of mountain bandits swaggered about on patrol, only to suddenly spot a figure soaring into their view at an astonishing speed. These bandits from Longhuzhai had never before encountered this warrior named Zhao Yun. Little did they know the harrowing ordeal that awaited them. Outside the city, the expressions of the bandits shifted. One of them remarked, "He does not resemble a passing scholar or an ordinary commoner. I have never seen this fellow before." However, being individuals of a chaotic era, they quickly speculated, perhaps he is another bandit attempting to raid our stronghold. I wonder how many men he has brought. Yet they thought, regardless of how many he brings, today we shall ensure he returns empty-handed, allowing them to witness the might of Longhuzhai. With that, dozens of bandits began to disperse and form a formation, encircling Zhao Yun in their midst. Yet, Zhao Yun, standing in the center of their formation, merely raised a spear and pointed it toward the bandit horde, declaring with imposing authority, "Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here." Thus, the great battle was poised to commence. Chapter 7. 100 soldiers decisively defeat 500. The leader of Longhuzhai is left dumbfounded. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun standing alone with a spear, the surrounding bandits' expressions shifted dramatically. Did he look down upon them? They immediately charged at Zhao Yun. However, their combat prowess was utterly incomparable to his. In an instant, Zhao Yun darted through the throng, dispatching over 20 bandits until only one remained. Facing this last bandit, Zhao Yun addressed him, "My forces have arrived. Summon all your comrades from Longhuzhai, or you shall all perish." The last remaining bandit was utterly stunned. He had barely comprehended what had transpired before all his companions fell around him. How powerful was this individual? And he had troops as well. He fled in a daze. Zhao Yun, understanding that this individual would undoubtedly return to Longhuzhai to rally their forces, was biding his time to catch the bigger fish. He knew that facing the entire Longhuzhai was beyond his solitary capacity. He promptly summoned his cavalry, the White Horse Companions, who formed a formation around him. When the mountain bandits of Longhuzhai finally appeared, the sight of Zhao Yun's regiment was etched into their minds. A well-trained 100-man cavalry, mounted on white steeds, standing resolutely before Longhuzhai. At the center of this formidable unit stood the gallant Zhao Zilong. In stark contrast to the disciplined White Horse Companions, the bandits of Longhuzhai appeared disorganized. The disparity in their quality was glaringly evident as Zhao Yun beheld the soldiers of Longhuzhai emerging onto the battlefield. His countenance radiated exhilaration. Was the battle finally about to begin? In response to Zhao Yun's formation, the bandit leader scoffed, addressing his men, "Do not let them swell with pride. They are but 100. We have faced far greater challenges, brothers. We shall take their heads as tribute for our fallen comrades." The bandits, seasoned in warfare, knew they had the advantage in numbers and glared fiercely at Zhao Yun. Indeed, what was so remarkable about these foes? They were merely putting on a facade, entirely ignorant of the peril they courted by daring to confront a band of 500 with a mere 100 soldiers. Their anger boiled, each vowing to strip these arrogant and oblivious adversaries of their armor and force them to surrender. At that moment, the third in command of Longhuzhai drew his blade and roared, "Brothers, when we first ventured forth to establish Longhuzhai, we never feared any adversary. Such arrogant fools shall be slain without mercy. Charge!" The bandit leader echoed, unsheathing his sword and rushing toward Zhao Yun's troops. "Scatter!" Zhao Yun commanded, and the White Horse Companions immediately spread out. The third in command of Longhuzhai, witnessing this, sneered derisively. These fools had already sealed their fate. What sort of formation was this? He was almost impressed by their cowardice, but soon realized it was nothing to fear. Beside the third in command stood the chief consort, laughing heartily. Have they lost their wits? How could they scatter before our arrival? Even if they had 1,000 men, it would be futile. The surrounding bandits joined in the laughter. Yet, in the next instant, they were all left dumbfounded. Zhao Yun's dispersal was not a sign of disarray, but a tactical maneuver to utilize the high mobility of his cavalry, forming an archery formation that would rain arrows upon them. Leaving no escape, the storm of arrows soared. Moments ago, the mountain bandits had been brimming with confidence. Now they were filled with dread, their eyes wide as they beheld a deluge of arrows raining down upon them. "Retreat," they shouted, but the chance had slipped away. One bandit fell, and then another. One bandit attempted to use the corpse of his fallen comrade as a shield, only to feel the sharp sting of an arrow piercing his chest. In an instant, he too was slain. The battlefield erupted in cries of despair, the only sounds being the pleas for mercy and the whistling of arrows. Every bandit gasped for breath, eyes darting around in panic as they fled, their legs propelling them backward. The once mighty force of 500 was now in utter disarray. "Kill them!" Zhao Yun bellowed, and once more, a torrent of arrows surged forth. This moment, one arrow flew straight towards the charging bandit leader. Only he remained capable of withstanding the onslaught. As he saw the arrow approaching, the bandit leader's pupils constricted, and he raised his sword to deflect the projectile. Yet, to his utter astonishment, trailing behind the arrow was none other than a white horse general. Zhao Zilong surged forward, matching the speed of the arrow, and in an instant, he was upon the bandit leader. With a resounding thud, the white steed leapt, and Zhao Yun's pear blossom spear pierced through the bandit leader's chest. The third in command of Longhu Zhai, witnessing this scene, despite his keen analytical skills, was left aghast. The combat capability and mobility of this cavalry unit far exceeded his comprehension. Analysis, such a warrior, such an army. This was beyond his capacity to analyze. The two forces were not even within the same league in terms of discipline, physical prowess, and combat ability. In an instant, the bandit ranks plummeted. For 50, then 510, 381, then 510, 210, then 510. Seeing this, the third in command of Longhu Zhai mounted his horse and turned tail, fleeing back to Longhu Zhai. Simultaneously, he reported the dire news, and soon the leader of Longhu Zhai received urgent word. His troops had been completely annihilated. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 8. Constructing barracks to supply Zhao Yun with troops. But it only cost one soldier? As Zhao Yun charged forth, accompanied by the skilled archers of the White Horse Brotherhood, the bandit force of 500 was reduced to a mere fraction of less than 100. Meanwhile, within the city, Qin Zihan was inundated with a flurry of notifications. Killed bandit LV1, experience 5, killed bandit LV2, experience 10, killed bandit LV1, experience 5, killed bandit captain LV10, experience 50, gold 10 units, prestige 2. What on earth was happening? The efficiency was simply astounding. In such a brief span, had 300 bandits truly vanished into thin air? Qin Zihan scrutinized the reports, continually analyzing the situation. Even with the renowned General Li Dian leading formidable troops, facing 100 bandit warriors had been an overwhelming challenge. However, Qin Zihan recognized that his Zilong was undoubtedly stronger than Li Dian, though losses were an inevitability in battle. That moment, Zhao Yun's combat prowess continued unabated. The bandits gathered atop the hill were struck with disbelief. Hey, are these bandits truly so weak? Those who had encountered these marauders understood the true terror of their might, particularly their leader, who effortlessly maneuvered through the chaos of battle, even beheading enemy commanders with a single thrust. It was not that the bandit force was feeble. Rather, the White Horse Brotherhood was simply extraordinary. Yet what unfolded next was even more astonishing. Zhao Yun raised his spear skyward, and the scattered White Horse Brotherhood swiftly regrouped behind him, forming a diamond formation. As they sheathed their bows, they astonishingly drew forth long spears from their backs. All soldiers, heed my command. The enemy's defeat is evident. Let not a single one escape. Charge with me. With that proclamation, the warriors surged into the fray, and the fleeing bandits were utterly annihilated by the White Horse Brotherhood. The brigands atop the hill hastily retreated, fearing they might be detected. The display of strength Zhao Yun exhibited was nothing short of breathtaking, sending shockwaves through the entire Longhu village. However, Zhao Yun had no intention of completely annihilating the disorganized bandits. As he was a champion of justice, committed to supporting the weak against oppression, Qin Zihan foresaw the outcome and informed Zhao Yun, "These are malevolent brigands who have committed countless atrocities. You need only to fight and slay." This directive imbued Zhao Yun with a newfound decisiveness in his actions. Killed Bandit LV3, experience 15, gold 3 units. Killed Bandit LV5, experience 25, prestige 1. Killed Bandit LV6, experience 30, gold 6 units, prestige 1. Annihilated a medium-sized bandit force. Prestige 10, gold 100 units. Qin Zihan's expression brightened with excitement that it was likely that the bandits had yet to hear of the legendary Zhao Zilong. However, that would soon change, and this was merely the beginning. It was essential to note that the characteristics of the ever-victorious general would allow Zhao Yun to achieve results with half the effort. Qin Zihan believed that it would not be long before the bandit forces within a 20-mile radius of his stronghold were swept away by Zhao Yun, restoring order to the surrounding wilderness. Once Zhao Yun reached the lumber-rich forest, collecting just 50 units of wood would suffice to construct a barracks. Presently, the most urgent building needed to upgrade the main city was indeed the barracks. After all, collecting materials would inevitably involve venturing out and incurring troop losses. Once the barracks were built, concerns over troop attrition would dissipate. Following the resolution of troop supply issues, attention could then shift to gathering resources for farmland and markets. Qin Zihan was filled with anticipation for the future of his faction. However, the barracks would not automatically generate soldiers. The training time for soldiers was directly related to the commanding general's administrative abilities. The higher the commanding officer's leadership value, the faster the reserve soldiers would be produced. Yet, Qin Zihan had no cause for concern, as Zhao Yun's initial leadership value was an impressive 98.at that moment. The World Chat channel erupted with lively discussions. The channel remained as bustling as ever. Although each faction leader could only send 10 messages per day, the sheer number of faction leaders, amounting to billions, made for a cacophony of chatter. "Have you all renamed your cities? You can only change it once, so don't be reckless. I thought it was a casual renaming, so I just picked a random name, and now my main city is called I Won't Change the City, which is infuriating. You up there trying to make me laugh to death. Just lighten up. With that name, I doubt anyone will want to attack your city. Not at all. Newly acquired cities can be renamed again." Qin Zihan silently observed the chat messages. "Now that I think about it, I haven't named my own city, yet he promptly opened the city information panel and glanced at the blank city name field. Would you like to change the city name? Yes, no, please enter the new city name." After some contemplation, Qin Zihan decided, "My favorite general from the Three Kingdoms is Zhao Zilong. He is my flying general. Therefore, I shall name this city Longcheng, which also carries the connotation of a palace." That he then changed the city name to Longcheng at that moment. Zhao Yun returned with a White Horse Brotherhood after gathering the wood. Qin Zihan was about to close the city panel when he unexpectedly noticed a previously overlooked notification. Would increase by 200. Qin Zihan paused for a moment, then realized that as the leader of the faction, he possessed a unique trait. Resources dropped by his soldiers after defeating enemies or gathering materials would automatically be added to Qin Zihan's inventory. However, treasures claimed by his soldiers would be allocated to Qin Zihan's corresponding treasure vault. Subsequently, Qin Zihan dispatched Sun Yu to promptly arrange for the construction of the barracks. "Would you like to build the barracks? Constructing the barracks requires appointing a general to draft a plan, supervise, and execute. The completion time of the barracks depends on the general's administrative abilities. Would you like to proceed? Of course, with one ruah here, we have no worries about achieving dominance." The countdown for the barracks construction was set for 2 days. At that moment, Qin Zihan realized just how arduous the lives of other faction leaders must be. Considering that Sun Yu's administrative value stood at 109, even he required 2 days to complete the construction. If it were another faction leader, they might possess the wood, but would not survive to see the barracks completed. Through observation, Qin Zihan discerned that the development of a faction was far more complex than merely achieving victories in battle. Nevertheless, Qin Zihan remained exceedingly confident, for he had resolved the wood issue. He refocused his attention, now eager to ascertain Zhao Yun's troop loss situation. Qin Zihan immediately opened Zhao Yun's attributes panel regarding the troops. Troop name: White Horse Brotherhood. Current troop strength: 99,200 characteristics. The unit is composed entirely of white steeds. Type: proficient in cavalry, archery, guerrilla tactics, and flanking. Troop morale: 100. Chapter 9. A single expedition. Ascending to intermediate level. The charisma of Zhao Zilong from Qinghai IT was a force of 500 troops. How could it be that not a single soldier had been lost? Qin Zihan exclaimed in astonishment. I was negligent. Had I taken a more cautious approach and engaged the bandit force a while longer without allowing my soldiers to switch to long spears and pursue the enemy, I could have prevented that brother's sacrifice. Please, punish me, my lord. Only then did Qin Zihan realize that, for him, every soldier lost was merely a cost of battle, whereas for Zhao Yun, each soldier was a comrade who had fought alongside him in life and death. Zilong, do not blame yourself. The brothers we have lost willingly gave their lives to restore peace in this chaotic world, but if you feel guilt for those who have perished, I shall impose a penalty of training 500 new recruits in the barracks 2 days hence. Qin Zihan understood that allowing Zhao Yun to shoulder the punishment was the best course of action for him at that moment. Thank you, my lord. Zhao Yun, renowned as Zilong, was indeed a man worthy of being called a god of war by future generations. His acclaim stemmed not only from his formidable martial prowess, but also from his unwavering integrity. Qin Zihan's admiration for Zhao Yun deepened significantly. Just as Qin Zihan was about to close the troop panel, he suddenly noticed changes in the general's attributes panel. Name: Zhao Yun, style name: Zilong weapon, Pear Blossom Spear LV5, martial value 5, loyalty, 100 unwavering loyalty, general's attributes, martial value 114, leadership 108, administrative ability 45, intelligence 89, general special trait, ever victorious general growth level, newly emerged intermediate level. No wonder the troop capacity had increased from 100 to 200. The general's attributes had indeed improved. However, this enhancement was astonishingly rapid. After all, it was merely a single battle. Yet it was understandable, considering the scale of the victory over 5 times their number in bandits, coupled with the benefits of the ever-victorious general trait. As Qin Zihan pondered this, he suddenly recalled something amiss in Zhao Yun's earlier statement about switching to long spears to pursue the enemy. Isn't the White Horse Brotherhood proficient in archery? Qin Zihan noted the word proficient, implying that archery was merely a specialization of this unit. Rather than their sole capability, it appeared that the Three Kingdoms continent harbored many hidden details yet to be uncovered. Qin Zihan turned to Zhao Yun and inquired, Zilong, what discoveries did you make during this expedition? My lord, after exiting the city, proceed straight ahead for approximately 10 miles, and you shall encounter a stronghold known as Longhuzhai. They occupy an advantageous position atop the mountain, making it a formidable fortress that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. I have observed that this stronghold is home to thousands of bandits. Zhao Yun promptly replied, No matter. You shall patrol the vicinity just outside the city and simultaneously gather more timber while eliminating the nearby bandit forces that we will deliberate on the matter of Longhuzhai at a later time. Qin Zihan, contemplating, responded thoughtfully. Zhao Yun resolutely declared, Indeed, I shall set forth at once. At this moment, Qin Zihan was acutely aware that they lacked the strength to annihilate Longhuzhai. Moreover, should Longhuzhai be vanquished, it would inadvertently diminish the experience required for Zhao Yun's advancement, as he presently needed a steady influx of bandits to hone his skills. Subsequently, Qin Zihan reopened the world chat channel to peruse the messages, hoping to discover any noteworthy details. Oh my, I just realized that I too possess my own troop type. Mine is Jiangdong Water Bandits. You all must have the same troop type as well. Is that true? Let me see. Indeed it is, however, my troop type is militia. Thankfully, I have a considerable force, with 200 men, that I will take a look as well. Thank you for the guidance, my friend. Brothers, we seem to be quite fated. Let us become friends, as I am also a militia. After reading through all the chat records, Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. This meant that the troop types of each faction's leader were randomized. Furthermore, he had not encountered anyone with the same troop type as a Shadow Guard. Qin Zihan discovered this unexpected delight and could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 10. Finally. Someone has listed timber. Less than an hour after Zhao Yun exited the city, the information broadcast resumed its flood of notifications. Killed Bandit LV2, Experience 6, Money 6. Killed Bandit LV5, Experience 15, Gold 15. Killed Black Mountain Bandit LV8. Experience 80, Gold 16. Occasionally, notifications of increased prestige and timber also appeared. Thus, a continuous stream of experience flowed into Qin Zihan. In an instant, He felt an exhilarating sensation, as if the gravitational pull of this world had vanished, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of oh, why did I ask this? Could it be that I have leveled up? Qin Zihan clenched his fists, genuinely feeling the enhancement of his abilities. There was no doubt. He had indeed advanced. Qin Zihan believed that it would not be long before Zhao Yun's growth level would surpass the next significant tier, especially considering Zhao Yun's characteristic as an undefeated general, which would allow him to progress much faster than anyone else. At that point, the fate of Longhu Zhai would inevitably reach its conclusion. However, on the other hand, could it be that Sun Yu also possessed considerable martial prowess and commendable leadership skills, thus enabling him to quickly gain experience through battles? Yet, Sun Yu's initial martial value was merely 11, and his troop type was not suited for combat. Qin Zihan found this puzzling, but began contemplating whether sending Zhao Yun alongside Sun Yu on expeditions might resolve this issue. In his leisure, Qin Zihan directed his gaze toward the World Chat channel. After observing for a while, Qin Zihan discovered that many faction leaders were seeking to purchase timber. Most were offering substantial sums of gold and grain in exchange for wood, while a few were buying grain with money. Qin Zihan was not surprised at all. After all, at the onset, the construction of fundamental buildings such as barracks, farms, and markets relied heavily on timber, especially since the initial timber supply did not provide a single unit. Consequently, Qin Zihan decided to open the remote trading platform. 5 units of gold for 1 unit of timber, 50 units of grain for 1 unit of timber, 7 units of gold for 1 unit of timber. Upon noticing that no one had listed timber for exchange, Qin Zihan specifically searched for it, and no one has listed this item. Qin Zihan was taken aback. There were billions of faction leaders, yet not a single one had brought forth timber for trade. Realization struck Qin Zihan. The reason was quite simple. Gathering timber inevitably involved encountering bandit forces of various scales, and only a very limited number of teams could manage to reach the timber-gathering forests. The remaining forces would be scant, and the quantity of timber that could be collected would also be minimal. Moreover, any timber painstakingly gathered had to be allocated for constructing barracks, if insufficient for that purpose. They would have no choice but to resort to exchanging timber for exorbitantly high prices, as observed in the chat channel. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to profit from the exchange of other resources. Qin Zihan concluded that, as time progressed, a subsequent shortage of gold and grain would inevitably arise. After analyzing the World Chat channel, he set the price of timber slightly above the average demand, akin to the sensation of being both stung and irritated by a flea. For he fully understood that at present, no one was offering timber, and he effectively dictated the market price, should no one purchase. He could always lower the price later. 1 unit of timber for 10 units of gold, or 100 units of grain, or 1 unit of steel. Quantity of timber listed, 100 units. The trading information had just been released when the World Chat channel erupted. Hey look, someone has finally listed timber. What are you still doing here sending messages? Hurry and grab it, damn, this is typical price gouging. How outrageous. I would rather die than accept such inflated prices. Chapter 11. You are the one cursing the merchant. Yet you are the one desperately seeking my sale. Is there some sort of mistake? Did you not just arrive in this world? Why is there already someone with 100 units of timber? A rather alarming statistic has emerged. 50% of faction leaders have yet to open their city gates, let alone venture forth to slay bandits for experience and timber collection. That it cannot be entirely blamed on their cowardice. Many faction leaders have not even begun at the starting line. With their initial generals and troop types, even if they had the courage to open the gates for expeditions, it would be akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. The faction leaders capable of exterminating the various bandit groups outside the city and successfully gathering timber are undoubtedly a rare breed, truly the Armée de la Armée. Should such leaders appear in the chat channel, they would undoubtedly attract immense attention and envy. However, at this moment, in the World Chat channel, Qin Zihan found himself undeniably in the spotlight, albeit not for the right reasons. When goods are listed, the names of the faction leaders accompany the items on the platform. Yet now, the attention Qin Zihan received was not ordinary. It was met with a chorus of condemnation. Almost every faction leader was vociferously denouncing him, and had it not been for the channel's restrictions on daily message limits, Qin Zihan would likely be remembered with infamy for eternity. The reason was simple. They believed Qin Zihan was profiting from the misfortunes of others, maliciously inflating market prices, When listing timber, gold, and grain, the system's default exchange offered was 1 unit of steel for 2 units of timber, 10 units of gold for 100 units of grain. However, Qin Zihan had listed his timber at double the market price. It is easy to see why the World Chat channel was filled with accusations branding Qin Zihan as a merchant of ill repute. Yet, Qin Zihan paid no heed to the uproar. He understood that this was a world governed by the survival of the fittest. There would be many faction leaders in need of his timber, as the pressure for troop replenishment was exceedingly high. Especially with the majority of faction leaders lacking a capable civil general at the outset, time was running short for them to construct barracks and elevate their generals' levels before being besieged by bandit forces. Exchange 1 unit of timber for 10 units of gold. Exchange 1 unit of timber for 100 units of grain. Exchange 5 units of timber for 50 units of gold. Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. Had the 100 units of timber already been delisted? The label read "sold out." You lot are truly a bunch of fools. I merely wish to see if anyone else would list their timber. And it was snatched away instantly. One can easily deduce that with so many leaders vying for limited resources, while you hesitated, others had already seized the opportunity. Isn't Qin Zihan here? Let us connect as friends. And we can negotiate a price. Are you serious? I recall you were the one who cursed me the most just now. Your change of tone is astonishing. Qin Zihan, I am quite intrigued by your initial general, who seems capable of venturing outside the city to combat bandits. How have you managed to ensure that 100 units of would safely reach the gathering point? I implore you to share your methods. The chat channel, once filled with scornful insults directed at unscrupulous merchants, has completely transformed. Everyone is now speculating about the identity of Qin Zihan's initial general and the type of troops he commands. Some even claim to be friends of Qin Zihan, offering resources in exchange for facilitating his acceptance of their friend requests. However, in reality, Qin Zihan has never even opened his friend request panel, as he is acutely aware of the path that lies ahead of him, a solitary king's journey, treading the road of sovereign power. Chapter 12. I, Qin Zihan, one day, I too shall gallop across the battlefield. The next batch of wood will be available in 2 hours, at the same exchange rate as before. Those in need should keep an eye on the remote trading channel. Supplies are limited and will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis. Goodness, this must be the real deal. Previously, there were far too many imposters posing as Qin Zihan's friends, tricking others out of resources that I never expected to see the genuine Qin Zihan appear in the global chat channel. Qin Zihan, could you possibly offer more supplies? If I miss out again, I fear my barracks won't be ready in time for the impending chaos. I long to observe the master up close. Brother Qin Zihan, might you sell me some wood at a discount? My food and gold reserves are dwindling. As a girl navigating this tumultuous world, it's rather challenging. Brother, your speech reeks of foot odor. If you wish to masquerade as a girl, then refrain from adding friends. My friend list already reveals your true gender. Qin Zihan had not anticipated that becoming friends would allow access to certain information about his acquaintances. At this moment, he felt grateful for not having accepted any friend requests. However, following this exchange, the number of new friend requests for Qin Zihan skyrocketed, flashing a staggering 99. In truth, the number of applicants had exceeded 1,000,000. Bah, scoundrels! On a hill somewhere in the land of the Three Kingdoms, a petite girl clad entirely in animal skins revealed a tiger tooth and spoke. Beside her stood a rugged man adorned in a feathered iron helmet, pure gold earrings dangling from his ears, a lush beard gracing his chin, and dressed in exotic attire. This moment, Qin Zihan intended to open his personal information panel to assess his resources after the trade. Lord of Qin Zihan's faction. Qin Zihan Gold. 2,845 units food. 2,900 units wood. 350 steel. 0 reputation. 243. To become emperor requires 10,000 reputation, and one can be appointed to the 9th rank at 1,000 reputation. Growth level. Lower phase of celestial authority. The faction leader possesses a unique growth system, divided into 4 major phases: celestial authority, supreme wisdom, sovereign dominance, and overbearing supremacy, with each major phase further subdivided into 5 minor stages: initial, lower, middle, upper, and higher. Official position: bandit exterminating captain. The higher the military rank, the greater the salary and commandable troop capacity. Likewise, the higher the civil official rank, the greater the salary and efficiency in managing state affairs. Attribute values: martial power 50, Leadership 51, Internal Affairs 55, Intelligence 50. These values can be enhanced through personal training, rank elevation, and growth level advancement. Special ability, Absolute Monarch of the faction. You are the supreme commander of the Qin Zi Han faction. Number of faction cities. 1 faction monarch traits. As long as the main city exists. The host enjoys immortality. Relocating the main city requires significant food and gold. Equipment. None treasures. None as Qin Zi Han had anticipated. Both his gold and food reserves had significantly increased. Moreover, since Zhao Yun's expedition only required the allocation of the minimum daily army rations, the adverse effects of food scarcity on morale would not apply in Zhao Yun's case, making him the easiest general to sustain. Indeed, that ethereal feeling of elevation was the sensation of advancement. Qin Zi Han was astonished to discover a marked improvement in his attributes. At this moment, a thought blossomed in Qin Zi Han's mind. Could he one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yun and other generals, cleaving through adversaries on the battlefield? After all, which man has not harbored dreams of galloping across the field of war? No, it is certainly possible. With Qin Zi Han's current momentum, not only could he join Zhao Yun in battle, but even alone, he would already be formidable enough to defeat a portion of the initial general teams of other faction leaders. Chapter 13. Recruiting Qingyu. He is even more formidable than I am. Upon learning that he had ascended from the initial phase of celestial authority to the lower phase, Qin Zi Han was immensely pleased, though his attribute values still lagged behind those of renowned generals. He had at least secured a mid-tier strength among non-famous figures. Qin Zi Han noted that his food supplies were dwindling due to the construction of the barracks, yet he had never experienced hunger thus far. He surmised that in this land of the 3 kingdoms, there was no need for eating, drinking, or other bodily functions. Food seemed to function merely as a nutrient that would be deducted daily based on the population within the city, as long as there was stock available. Contemplating the resources at his disposal, Qin Zi Han considered the construction of farmland and markets that he promptly examined the materials required for their construction. Farmland construction materials. Gold. 50 units wood. 10 units food. 200 units population. 5 people required facility. Primary county town market construction materials. Gold. 200 units wood. 10 units food. 500 units population. 20 people required facility. Primary county town PS. Once farmland is completed, it provides 50 units of food daily. Once the market is completed, it provides 1 unit of gold daily. Qin Zi Han was momentarily stunned that I expend such a vast amount of materials, yet the daily yield is so meager. No, while it may seem insignificant upon closer reflection, the farmland would recoup its costs in less than a month, while the market would do so in approximately 1 month. However, at this rate, it would be far quicker to embark on expeditions. Suddenly, Qin Zi Han realized that these buildings bore no unique identifiers. In contrast, the barracks had a unique marker during their construction. This indicated that as long as there was available space and materials, one could construct indefinitely. That if Qin Zi Han's assumptions were correct, then what he truly lacked at this moment were generals. For every construction project required a general to draft plans, supervise, and execute, that he wondered how the barracks were progressing. Qin Zi Han knew that there was still 1 day remaining until the barracks completion, yet he felt compelled to confirm the progress in person. Thus, Qin Zi Han arrived at the site designated for the barracks construction. "My lord, you arrived just in time. A friend of mine contacted me, inquiring if I could recommend him for service. This friend possesses remarkable strategic prowess, and if my lord could secure his services, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. I am confident he will not disappoint you." Sun Yu, who was directing the construction, looked at Qin Zi Han with eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Zi Han was momentarily taken aback. Numerous names swirled in his mind that he knew that anyone Sun Yu could recommend must be a person of great intellect. "Only one who knows me. We are indeed in a critical period for recruitment, and finding someone worthy of Sun Yu's recommendation would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack," Qin Zi Han exclaimed excitedly, clapping Sun Yu on the shoulder. Immediately, the recruitment information appeared. "Do you wish to recruit Qingyu? Is this Qingyu?" Qin Zi Han stammered, trembling with excitement. This man is among the 5 great strategists of Chao Wei, alongside talents like Su Yu and Guijia. It is remarkable to stand out among such a sea of talent in Chao Wei. With no time to deliberate, he responded as if completing an answer. Yes, indeed, and in an instant, a sea of purple light enveloped Sun Yu, and Qin Zihan felt an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of Zhao Yun's previous arrival. The difference was that the light then had been silver-white, while now it was a deep purpled. As the purple light faded, a figure clad in blue-purple robes, holding a bamboo slip, appeared, sporting a finely groomed beard. With hair elegantly gathered into a top knot, standing tall at 8 feet. Sun Yu, Guijia, Cheng Yu, each a strategist of profound wisdom, and even the likes of Xiao He and Chun Ping pale in comparison. When Xiaomida faced the sharp-tongued critic and eye hung in the court, he retorted in defense of Chao Wei. It is essential to note that during the chaos in Yenzhou, had it not been for Cheng Yu's vigilance in guarding Wanqing, Xiaomida would have returned from battle to find nothing left. Following this, Cheng Yu's information panel emerged. Name: Cheng Yu, courtesy name Zhongda weapon. Bamboo slip LV, 1 loyalty. 100, absolute loyalty. General attribute values. Martial power 68. Leadership 89. Intelligence 92. Internal affairs 101. Endowed with the qualities of a sage. General trait. Courage of the brave, growth level. Newly emerged initial phase, Qin Zihan gazed in awe at the general's attribute values. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly astonished. How could a strategist, and one of the 5 great strategists of Chao Wei, possess such high martial and leadership values? The average person may not comprehend the depths of this matter. But for Qin Zihan, who has been enamored with the 3 kingdoms since childhood, secretly reading supplementary books about it in his bed, there is no hint of astonishment. Rather, he finds it only fitting. Who could have imagined that among Cao Cao's foreign generals, the first to attain the title of commander was neither the formidable Zhang Liao, who struck fear at Zai Yijin, nor the steadfast Eugene, who fought alongside Cao Cao for 30 years, nor even the illustrious Su Huang, who bore the demeanor of the famed Zhou Yafu. It was, in fact, the relatively obscure Cheng Yu. Qin Zihan understands this. For throughout the annals of history, it was Cheng Yu who, at critical junctures, provided invaluable counsel to Cao Cao, aiding him in securing pivotal victories, thus shaping the image of a frail strategist. Yet few are aware that Cheng Yu bravely defended Wanqing against Elbu. Throughout his life, Cheng Yu held significant military positions, commanding troops independently, overseeing regions, and even posthumously being granted the title of General of Chariots and Cavalry by the grief-stricken Chao Zihuan. Chapter 14. Menghua. It was merely a matter of traversing a few more rounds that my lord. Although I, Zhongda, may be lacking in talent, I desire to contribute to your grand ambitions. Cheng Yu stepped forward from behind Sun Yu and addressed Qin Zihan. I am truly delighted that Zhongda wishes to accompany me. There is indeed a matter that requires your attention, and only with you can I feel at ease. Thus, Qin Zihan promptly dispatched Cheng Yu to construct 2 fields. Should we build the fields? It requires the appointment of a military commander to devise a plan, supervise, and execute the construction, with completion time contingent upon the commander's administrative capabilities. Cheng Yu resolutely replied, I shall not fail the trust placed in me by my lord. The fields would be completed within 12 hours. Suddenly, Qin Zihan appeared astonished as he gazed at Cheng Yu's loyalty rating on the information panel. 100 absolute loyalty. It was indeed peculiar. Despite possessing formidable martial prowess and commanding abilities, Qin Zihan found himself rendered speechless by the seemingly mundane loyalty rating. When I recruited Sun Yu, I sensed something amiss. Why is it that while both have a loyalty rating of 100, Zhao Yun is described as steadfastly loyal, yet Sun Yu is classified as absolutely loyal? Initially, Qin Zihan believed that the titles for each military commander's 100 loyalty rating were distinct, but it now seemed that only Zhao Yun's title differed. As Qin Zihan pondered this, he narrowed the possibilities down to 3. First, all initial commanders possess the same loyalty titles. Second, civil and military officials have differing loyalty titles. Or third, only Zhao Yun's loyalty title is unique. The first possibility was dismissed, for some initial commanders had already betrayed him. All would become clear with the passage of time. After sending Cheng Yu on his way, Qin Zihan observed the world chat channel, which was already in a state of chaos. Qin Zihan, please, do not toy with me. It has been 3 hours. Could you please expedite the process? Did this person meet their demise while gathering wood? It must be so. Gathering wood is fraught with danger, and one misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. They have been excessively greedy. Then I am doomed. Who will provide some wood? I am just 10 units short of constructing the barracks. The troops that reach the gathering point are limited, and they must return before food runs scarce. What are we to do? Goodness, you managed to reach the wood-gathering site. My entire contingent was sent out and promptly repelled. Seeing this, Qin Zihan hastily listed 150 units of wood, for he did not wish to be perceived as untrustworthy. The exchange rate for resources remained unchanged. 1 unit of wood for 10 units of gold. Or 100 units of grain, or 1 unit of steel. Wood listed. 150 units to AT this moment. Qin Zihan could envision the anguish of other faction leaders, for the consumption of food during expeditions doubled. And should food run low, morale would inevitably wane, leading to defeat or disbandment. This also meant that Qin Zihan could continuously exchange wood for other resources at a premium. How many years have you all been single? I am utterly flabbergasted. 150 units of wood vanished before I even laid eyes on them. I am in tears. Wasn't it promised that they would be available in 2 hours? I thought they were gone. Yet suddenly, they appeared. Qin Zihan, I demand an explanation. Why was it only listed now? My eyes were glued to the screen, and just as I took a brief respite, you listed them. Why does the loyalty of a military commander decrease if their troops die without resupply? Qin Zihan, and is there no more wood? Please list some additional units. Did you also lose your troops? My loyalty has already plummeted to 40. This 200-pound female mountain bandit leader is glaring at me malevolently. And I suspect she might attempt to overthrow me. You better think of a way to avoid being crushed by her. Does anyone know what Qin Zihan's initial commanders are? I am truly curious. Qin Zihan, why not enlighten us? After all, no one can match your prowess. Knowing it will change nothing. I suspect it is Yin Liang. Didn't a faction leader previously acquire Yin Liang and subsequently gain both when Shou as starting commanders? Moreover, I heard someone recruited Meng Hua. That person must be in the barbarian territory that I believe Qin Zihan's commanders, even if not Yin Liang and Wen Shou, must possess initial commanders and troops that rival Yin Liang. The analysis from the chat was truly impressive. Qin Zihan felt a tinge of surprise, for he had not anticipated anyone possessing the renowned General Meng. He could surmise that Meng Hua's troops were indeed elite warriors riding elephants. Indeed, amidst the multitude of faction leaders, fortune favored more than just him. Yet, Qin Zihan did not let it trouble him, for in the grand scheme of things, this merely meant that Zhao Yun would have to navigate a few more rounds. Chapter 15. The conference at Longhuzhai. With just 100 troops, he believes he can extinguish us. After the 150 units of wood were completely snatched away, Qin Zihan checked his current resources for 1,212 units of gold, 6,100 units of grain, and 530 units of wood. Zhao Yun's efficiency remained astonishingly formidable. At this juncture, Qin Zihan contemplated whether the first individual to complete a city upgrade would receive a reward. Given his current resources, he was nearly poised to meet the conditions for upgrading the city, save for the requirement of reaching the 9th rank and the ongoing construction of the barracks, fields, and market. Just then, a striking announcement appeared before Qin Zihan's eyes. World announcement. Special reminder, bold red, starting today, with the arrival of nightfall, the wolves and tigers feast, and marching becomes arduous. The strength of bandits will sweep across the entire 3 kingdoms, entering a frenzied state that doubles their damage while reducing the rewards for defeating them by half. Upon the announcement, the world chat lit up with discussions. Bandit damage doubled. Surely you jest? But it seems it won't significantly affect me, as I cannot defeat them anyway. It means you cannot engage in the nefarious 996. You must take a moment to rest. Haha, can I also join the bandits? Everyone, wash up and sleep. Good night, Makabaka. May I timidly inquire if Qin Zihan has any wood left? What about the subsequent news? Same question. Qin Zihan paid little heed to the fervent discussions among the faction leaders in the world chat. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the sky. The heavens appeared nearly identical to the first day he beheld them. With only half a sun remaining at dusk, at this moment, Qin Zihan, compared to the individual he was on the first day, exhibited a newfound composure. Merely doubling the damage does not warrant rewards rising in tandem. In fact, they may even diminish, rendering it unnecessary for Zilong to continue enhancing his strength and gathering resources at this time. Qin Zihan promptly summoned Zhao Yun back, for the threat of doubled martial prowess was not to be underestimated. My lord! Zhao Yun leapt from his horse and approached Qin Zihan. Qin Zihan nodded with a smile. You have worked hard, Zilong. please take a rest, and we shall venture forth again at dawn." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Qin Zihan noticed that Zhao Yun's armor appeared even more imposing, and he could sense an increased aura of valor emanating from him. "Zilong, have you grown stronger?" "Indeed, my lord. During the campaign, I led my soldiers to vanquish evil. Initially, everything proceeded normally, but later, I was enveloped by a silver-white light. Once the radiance faded, I could distinctly feel my body had become more robust and powerful." Zhao Yun exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with respect for Qin Zihan. "It is thanks to you, my lord, that I have been able to train and grow stronger." Qin Zihan regarded Zhao Yun, his admiration evident. Immediately, Zhao Yun's information panel popped up. Name: Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong weapon. Pear Blossom Spear LV-18, martial value 18, loyalty 100, steadfastly loyal, commander attributes. Martial value 239, leadership 218, internal affairs 53. Intelligence 132, commander traits. Ever victorious general growth level. Notable reputation. Initial stage. Qin Zihan rubbed his arms as goosebumps spread across his skin. He could hardly believe, nor dare to accept, that Zhao Yun had ascended an entire tier in but a single day. "Zilong, you have astonished and delighted me. What shall I do now?" Qin Zihan, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "You must understand that Zhao Yun's growth level signifies the pinnacle of our faction's strength." He began to rub his hands in anticipation, never imagining that the downfall of Longhu Zhai would come so swiftly. Just as Qin Zihan was plotting the annihilation of Longhu Zhai for the following day, the chieftain of Longhu Zhai, situated 10 miles away, convened a meeting of bandit leaders at this moment. The head of the bandits had yet to recover from the events of the previous day, when Zhao Yun had decimated his force of 500 soldiers. The third in command, who had witnessed the devastation firsthand, insisted that they must locate and eliminate this formidable foe. Otherwise, they would face endless repercussions. The second in command, however, scoffed, "Brother, you and the third brother are merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. With just a mere 100 soldiers, how could he possibly create a tempest? You did not witness the events of that day. If we do not eliminate him, our lives will be in grave danger." The third in command replied, shaken, "What nonsense! Do you believe our band has no strength? Why must we bolster another's confidence while diminishing our own?" The second in command retorted disdainfully, "Enough of your bickering. I am determined to avenge the loss of our 500 brothers. We must immediately send more men to investigate the origins of this force." Chapter 16. Affordable lumber hits the market. Uploaded by Wu Batiana, but Zhao Yun currently lacks the means to replenish his troops. "I cannot possibly send 100 soldiers to lay waste to Longhu Zhai." Although Qin Zihan was acutely aware of Zhao Yun's formidable prowess, he recognized that numbers mattered. He could not allow Zhao Yun to face any peril. With that, Qin Zihan turned his gaze to Zhao Yun's troop composition. White Horse Yitzhong, 98,640 characteristics. The entire unit is composed of white steeds, uniformly clad in gleaming silver light armor. Type: expert in cavalry, archery, and guerrilla tactics. Troop morale: 100. While Qin Zihan had anticipated minimal casualties, he was astonished to find that not a single soldier had perished, despite the fact that this expedition had lasted an entire day. "What is this?" Qin Zihan marveled, discovering discrepancies in the troop characteristics that he had not noticed before. After some contemplation, he realized that the uniform silver armor was indeed a new addition. It dawned on him that troop characteristics could evolve alongside the generals. After all, Zhao Yun had undergone a significant advancement. During the previous night's rest, Qin Zihan had gleaned much information regarding generals from Zhao Yun. Upon a general's promotion, each unit could accompany a vice general into battle, allowing the vice general to fight alongside the main general as part of the same troop. This was splendid news for Qin Zihan, who had initially contemplated sending Sun Yu along with Zhao Yun on the next campaign. Now, it appeared that it was indeed feasible to have a vice general accompany Zhao Yun. Furthermore, considering they would be regarded as part of the same troop, this was a terrifying prospect for Qin Zihan. Zhao Yun's unique trait, Invincible General, enabled his troops to gain a 100% increase in experience. This meant that if a general needed to quickly ascend in rank, they could simply accompany Zhao Yun as a vice general and enter a rapid leveling path. With excitement coursing through him, Qin Zihan felt an overwhelming urge to dispatch Sun Yu alongside Zhao Yun immediately. Just then, a prominent notification caught his eye. The barracks have been completed. Overjoyed, Qin Zihan hurriedly made his way to inspect the newly constructed barracks. Building name: Barracks Current Level: Basic Barracks. Barracks Instructor: None. Building Purpose: Used for training reserve soldiers, capable of replenishing troop strength. The number of soldiers trained daily depends on the instructor's command value. The basic barracks can train a number of reserve soldiers equal to the instructor's command value. Current replenishable soldier count: 200. At that moment, Qin Zihan received a piece of advice from Sun Yu. Last night, I discovered traces left by the bandits from Longhuzhai while scouting in the northeast direction outside the city gates that I fear they may be plotting against our faction, Sun Yu said urgently as he approached Qin Zihan. My Warhawk scouts reported that there are signs of bandit activity near the city gates. Qin Zihan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Longhuzhai would initiate an offensive. He had previously believed them to be a mere rabble, a bandit faction without cunning. Now, however, he recognized that even these wild brigands possess their own intelligence. That if that is the case, what should we do now? Qin Zihan inquired, knowing that Sun Yu was a man of great strategy. In my opinion, the most pressing matter is to bolster General Zilong's forces so that he can contend with the several thousand bandits of Longhuzhai. Furthermore, based on General Zilong's previous intelligence, the terrain of Longhuzhai is treacherous and difficult to assault. That I believe it would be prudent to convene with Zhongde and discuss our strategy in the assembly hall. Sun Yu replied earnestly. Immediately, Qin Zihan dispatched Zhao Yun to the barracks to train soldiers. That he had intended to summon Cheng Yu and Sun Yu to join him, but recalling that Cheng Yu's farmland was only an hour away from completion, he scheduled the meeting for 1 hour later. During this hour, Qin Zihan decided to open the World Chat channel to see what intriguing developments awaited him. That he noticed that the world announcement had changed. Daylight had returned, and the powers of the wild factions had normalized, no longer inflicting double damage. All factions could now stretch their legs. May good fortune bless all, Qin Zihan thought, relieved that he would no longer have to pay exorbitant prices for lumber. The heartwarming event brought a smile to his face. That I never expected that Wu Batian would show such benevolence. Affordable lumber awaits me this very morning. Surely this is no dream. The uploader was none other than the illustrious Wu Batian. But is she truly a woman? This name seems far too imposing for a lady, Qin Zihan mused. This is simply astonishing. Yet her presence and name compel me to exclaim, you are truly a remarkable woman. Wu Batian, the Queen of Might, radiated an aura of power and grandeur. It seemed that this world still had its fair share of good souls. That we welcomed the arrival of the magnificent Wu Batian. We are all your loyal subjects. Thank you, O Great One. By the way, let us resist all unscrupulous merchants. Almost all the leaders of various factions regarded Wu Batian as a rough-and-tumble figure, but her noble deeds left little room for criticism, and any dissenting voices were quickly drowned out. So soon. Realizing this, Qin Zihan understood that competition was inevitable, that he aimed to seize the current windfall in this evidently oversaturated market. However, the emergence of competitors was faster than he had anticipated. Who exactly was this Wu Batian, who had managed to catch up so quickly and at affordable prices? Qin Zihan had thought he could enjoy the benefits for a few more days. But clearly, plans were no match for change. He immediately accessed the interstellar trading platform, where he spotted the competitor herself, none other than the frequently mentioned Wu Batian. This leader of Wu Batian had astonishingly uploaded 300 units of lumber this morning, with a price that was half of what Qin Zihan had said. Qin Zihan realized that this woman was no ordinary figure. Her ability to list such a large quantity demonstrated her considerable strength. What truly astounded Qin Zihan was her pricing strategy. She could easily have set her prices to match his, or even at 1.5 times the market rate, which would have surely sold out in an instant. Thus, he concluded that Wu Batian's primary objective was not merely to exchange resources. That if not for resources, what then was her intent? Surely, she sought the support of the majority of faction leaders. This must be her strategy, to lay a foundation for future diplomacy. Qin Zihan mused. Aside from Wu Batian, a handful of other faction leaders began to list lumber as well. The demand in the market was immense, and as soon as the lumber was made available, it was swiftly snatched up. It was evident that some faction leaders, who had previously struggled, had now attained the strength to reach lumber gathering sites with minimal losses. Among these leaders, Wu Batian stood out. as her willingness to release such a considerable amount of lumber at the lowest price on the platform garnered her much admiration and praise. She had even formed a fan club. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan paid little heed to the ongoing criticisms of unscrupulous merchants, for he understood that even the formidable Cao Cao had endured slander as a traitor, yet he remained undeterred. Qin Zihan's foremost concern has always been the development of his own power. He believes that as long as his strength is sufficiently formidable, the infamous title of crooked merchant will soon be forgotten. At that moment, Qin Zihan noticed that the incessantly flashing friend requests had finally ceased. Now he could effortlessly reject them all in one go, sparing himself from the hassle of repeated refusals. However, just as he clicked to decline one request, another one arrived. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sender was none other than the illustrious Queen Wu Batian. As Qin Zihan focused his attention, the details of the friend request materialized before him. Leader of Wu Batian's faction. Wu Batian growth level. Lower tier of Heavenly Dao prestige official position. Bandit suppression commander number of strongholds. 1 initial champion. Ma Yinlu. There could be no mistake. She was rumored to be the sister of Ma Mengqi from Xiliang and the lawful spouse of Zhao Zilong. Although Qin Zihan could not access specific information about Ma Yinlu, he was acutely aware of her martial prowess, honed since childhood. She was indeed a paragon among women, possessing exceptional skills in spear combat. This must be the renowned Wu Batian herself. Yet the capability to amass 300 units of timber in one breath could not solely rely on Ma Yinlu. Unless, of course, she possessed extraordinary traits befitting a legendary commander. Qin Zihan speculated that, if his assumptions were correct, the formidable Ma Chao of Xiliang was likely serving under Wu Batian alongside his sister. After all, to rise among the ranks of various faction leaders, it would make perfect sense if he had the illustrious Ma Chao at his side. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Zihan ultimately chose to decline the friend request. In his view, the only rule to survive in this ruthless world was to empower oneself. Unless someone could offer genuine substantial assistance, as time passed, a notification finally emerged. The construction of the farmland had been completed. Immediately, Qin Zihan issued a summons calling for Sun Yu and Cheng Yu to convene in the council hall. Zhongde, it is as follows. When Ruo discovered traces of the Longhuzhai bandits probing from the northeast of the city gate yesterday. What is your perspective on this matter? Qin Zihan inquired of Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu replied, I believe this is a preparation by Longhuzhai for an assault against us, according to the intelligence brought back by General Zhao Zilong. A frontal attack against Longhuzhai would be ill-advised. Such an approach would not only lead to significant casualties, but may not guarantee the capture of their stronghold. The best strategy would be to use deception, forcing Longhuzhai to abandon their advantageous terrain and confront us directly. Qin Zihan asked Cheng Yu, what method do you propose to lure them in a battle, since they have already scouted our faction's position? It stands to reason that their motivation stems from General Zilong's previous victory over 500 of their forces, inciting their wrath. If I am not mistaken, Longhuzhai will soon take action. At that point, we simply need to set a trap on the route from Longhuzhai to Longcheng and wait for the enemy to deliver themselves to us. Cheng Yu confidently responded, Excellent, splendid. Zhongde is indeed a remarkable strategist. Qin Zihan exclaimed, patting Cheng Yu on the shoulder. You flatter me, my lord, and I know you have already devised a plan and were merely seeking my thoughts to test my abilities, Cheng Yu replied. Casting an admiring glance at Qin Zihan, by the way, when Ruo, how did you detect the bandits' reconnaissance outside the city gate? Qin Zihan quickly turned to Sun Yu. It was through my Warhawk scouts. At the time, I was implementing the Barak construction plan, and the scouts, trained with the Warhawks, detected the bandits surveying our stronghold, Sun Yu explained. Qin Zihan was somewhat astonished. This implied that units need not follow their commanders to act independently. In other words, commanders could issue commands to their units individually. Qin Zihan had initially thought his shadow warriors had no immediate role to play, as leading them in a battle would expose him to danger. Should he perish, it would signify his elimination. Upon learning this good news, Qin Zihan promptly summoned his shadow warriors. Suddenly, shadows began to emerge from behind him, seamlessly gliding in and out of the darkness as if born from the very shadows themselves. Chapter 18. The Longhuzhai gathers 5,000 troops for a night assault on Longcheng. My lord, we must make a swift decision. Longhuzhai is bound to make a move in the coming days. If they are cunning enough, They will choose to strike under the cover of night. My concern is that if they attack tonight while General Zilong is still preparing his troops, we would find ourselves in dire straits. Cheng Yu expressed his worries. Sun Yu calmly replied, Zhongde, do not be anxious. Instead, let us do this. You should lead a contingent outside the city to set an ambush while we wait for General Zilong to complete his preparations. If the bandits indeed launch an attack tonight, I am confident you will find a way to stall their advance. Cheng Yu conceded, we have no choice but to proceed as you suggest. My lord, that I shall set the ambush at once. Then I shall rely on you, Zhongde. Qin Zihan answered, his expression one of surprise. His astonishment stemmed from a sudden realization of Cheng Yu's exceptional military acumen. By the way, what is your unit, Cheng Yu? Qin Zihan thought, having been preoccupied with establishing farmlands and upgrading the main city, he had neglected to review Cheng Yu's detailed information. He quickly accessed Cheng Yu's panel to examine the previously overlooked details. Bravery of Benyu. When Cheng Yu's troop numbers are fewer than those of the opposing force, the morale of the entire army temporarily increases to 200. Qin Zihan was taken aback. Morale increases to 200? Isn't the maximum morale supposed to be 100? This means that if the enemy outnumbers Cheng Yu, his troops' overall strength would effectively double. This is truly a stroke of fortune. It made sense during the Battle of Guandu. Cheng Yu had valiantly defended Wancheng with a mere 700 men against Yuan Shao's overwhelming force of 100,000. Afterward, Cao Cao's assessment of Cheng Yu was that he was overly brave. Qin Zihan continued to review Cheng Yu's unit details. Unit name: Wei Imperial Guards troop count: 200,200 characteristics. Uniformly clad in black heavy armor, wielding long spears over 2 meters in length type. Slow-moving heavy infantry troop morale: 100. What had initially concerned Qin Zihan now filled him with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, within Longhuzhai, brother, since we have discerned Zhao Zilong's factional position, we should mobilize our forces to crush Longchen. As long as Zhao Zilong remains, I shall find no peace. Every time I close my eyes, I see his figure wielding that long spear, and I can bear it no longer. The third chief exclaimed, covering his face in terror. The second chief retorted dismissively, Third brother, you have weathered storms alongside us. How can you allow one man to frighten you into such a state? I propose we gather 1,000 brothers in a few days and directly assault Longchen. When the time comes, I shall have that Zhao fellow fed to the dogs. If he is handsome, I shall capture him alive for my own enjoyment. The second chief licked the back of his hand, grinning. The third chief, nearly in tears, pleaded, Second brother, please help me. Let us gather around 4,000 brothers from Longhuzhai tonight to stealthily attack Longchen. Afterward, you can do as you wish. The first chief slammed his hand on the table, declaring, Let us heed the third brother's suggestion. You know him well. Even when we were defeated by the Jin Fan bandits, he never displayed such cowardice. Brother, why must you bring up the past? We were weak then, but we are strong now. If we were to face them again, we would surely prevail. Since you have spoken, let us proceed as you suggest. The second chief crossed his arms, resigned by the command of the chieftain. Gather swiftly. We shall attack Longchen tonight. The proclamation echoed as Longhuzhai's forces began to assemble in large numbers. Before long, 4,000 troops had gathered outside the stronghold, led by the three chiefs of Longhuzhai. At that moment, Cheng Yu had already received the order to exit the city, his head bowed deep in thought. Cheng Yu pondered how he would defend against Longhuzhai's formidable army if they indeed chose to strike under the cover of night. However, as he traversed the narrow mountain path and entered the forest, he realized that the terrain was slowing their advance. While waiting for the rear troops, a sudden realization struck him. Of course, this is the perfect location to hold off Longhuzhai. He recognized that the narrow mountain path could only accommodate 5 individuals at a time. If his heavy infantry could hold this position, they would certainly have an opportunity to delay the enemy until Zhao Zilong was fully prepared. Having spoken, Cheng Yu commanded the soldiers to conceal themselves in the dense forest outside the narrow path, awaiting the impending assault of the bandits. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, Qin Zihan entrusted all matters of internal governance to Sun Yu. Qin Zihan also intended to exchange a portion of timber at the same rate as before. Since he had already been labeled a profiteer by others, he felt compelled to fulfill the obligations of such a title, and surprisingly, he rather enjoyed this moniker. After all, Qin Zihan was keenly aware that although the number of timber buyers had diminished and the number of power-holding factions had increased, the market still exhibited a clear demand exceeding supply. It was crucial to understand that to foster development, one must construct barracks, markets, and farmland. Any attempt to gather resources would inevitably deplete manpower, especially considering the multitude of power holders numbering in the billions. Thus, many power holders still required timber, and Qin Zihan recognized that this was the prime period for maximizing resource exchanges involving wood. Indeed, the 150 units of timber Qin Zihan had just listed were swiftly snatched up. The power holders who managed to procure the timber were vociferously denouncing Qin Zihan as a profiteer in the World Chat channel. "This profiteer. His prices remain twice as high," exclaimed one. Could it be that Qin Zihan has finally emerged as a major player? Why can't he learn from our revered Queen Wu Batian and staunchly oppose such unscrupulous practices? Yet, I still exchange for it, with tears uncried. At that moment, before the gates of Longhu village, a cohort of 4,000 mountain bandits awaited the onset of nightfall. The AS news spread. The arrival of night brought forth the warning. With darkness comes the ravenous wolves and tigers. Marching becomes arduous. The bandits' combat prowess doubles, and the rewards for slaying them are halved. Brothers, we are born in a chaotic times. Through the unfairness of fate, we have gathered here. Those present, like me, have witnessed our families fall prey to illness, starvation, and chaos. We have struggled to improve our lives through our efforts. Yet now there are those who wish to deprive us of our hard-won peace. What do you think we should do, brothers? Should we await our demise or rise in rebellion? Bellowed the chieftain. Slay them, slay them, slay them. The bandit throng echoed in unison. Haha, the elder brother remains as adept as ever at stirring the hearts of men. Only we know he is an orphan, whispered the second-in-command to the third. Following the fervent battle cries, the morale of the bandit army surged, their arms seemingly strengthened. Chapter 19. The 4,000 bandits of Longhu village found themselves encircled by 200 soldiers. Positioned in the highlands of the northwestern region of the Three Kingdoms continent, Wu Batian, commanding from the General S platform in Batian City, suddenly exhibited a look of astonishment and displeasure. She had never anticipated that her friend's request would be denied. It was well known that she was a power holder of the highest caliber, renowned for her benevolent actions in the trade platform, and countless individuals sought to befriend her. Her requests were typically accepted instantaneously. Yet this individual, Qin Zihan, had brazenly rejected her. However, Wu Batian quickly recalled the friend system's option to decline all requests, realizing that with Qin Zihan's widespread notoriety, he must have been inundated with friend requests. This explained everything. Otherwise, how could he have rejected my request so swiftly? With this thought, Wu Batian's frown dissipated, and she donned a smile, revealing two small dimples. Those who had never seen her in person might envision her as either a brutish man or a stunning beauty. However, in reality, Wu Batian donned a striking red battle robe, layered with a light vest. Her fair complexion and gentle facial features belied her fierce name, exuding an ethereal aura. Her large, sparkling eyes and slender waist presented a graceful figure. Wu Batian's frequent smiles were not mere facades. They were a part of her nature, endowing her with a remarkable charm since childhood. Yet, she was also fiercely competitive, since her arrival in this world. Nearly all her endeavors had been directed towards establishing a formidable power. Her disdain for Qin Zihan's profiteering was palpable. In her eyes, these trivial gains were inconsequential, that a truly great leader required a majestic and honorable image to garner the loyalty of other power holders and swiftly expand their influence. In fact, her intention in adding Qin Zihan was to offer guidance, advising him not to tarnish his reputation for fleeting gains. After all, Wu Batian still wished to befriend Qin Zihan, even if he could not support her. Having friends was certainly preferable to having enemies. Qin Zihan was undoubtedly a formidable general. Should he become an adversary, he would possess the capability to challenge her. Although Wu Batian disapproved of some of Qin Zihan's actions, she held a deep respect for his strength. Meanwhile, at the exit of a valley path outside Longcheng, Chengyu was leading his troops back to the entrance of the narrow passage. He believed that the key to this conflict lay there. Leveraging the terrain would surely cause the bandits of Longhu village to suffer. All soldiers, heed my command. Conceal yourselves in the surrounding foliage. No sound shall escape without my permission. upon arriving at the starting point of the path. Cheng Yu promptly deployed his Wei guards throughout the flanking woods, the forest coming alive with movement as leaves rustled. Crouched in the underbrush, Cheng Yu pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently. As anticipated, the bandits were advancing with their forces towards Longcheng. Hearken to my call, soldiers. This battle allows no failure, only victory. Cheng Yu and his Wei guards stood motionless in the foliage like statues. At this moment within Longcheng, Qin Zihan, having reviewed Cheng Yu's military characteristics and troop types, found his mood remarkably tranquil. Having entrusted all matters of internal governance to Sun Yu, he was afforded rare moments of leisure. Coupled with the absolute peace enforced by strict regulations, Qin Zihan stifled a yawn. However, delegating internal governance to Sun Yu was not an act of laziness. Since Sun Yu took charge, his administrative skills had reached level 6. And his efficiency had markedly increased, promptly reporting any significant matters to Qin Zihan. Outside the city gates, the 5,000 bandits of Longhu village had arrived at the valley path. This path is too narrow. Do not fall behind. Proceed in groups of 5. It was rumored that within Longcheng, many beautiful women awaited. If they could conquer it before dawn, he would reward each of them. The chieftain believed that capturing Longcheng was merely a matter of time. Even if Zhao Yun could withstand 100 soldiers against 500, he could not possibly withstand this grand army of 4,000. Long live the king! Long live the king! Soon, the Longhu village contingent reached the other end of the valley path. As the bandits began to emerge from the gorge, the 3 chieftains riding at the rear suddenly noticed a halt in movement ahead. What is going on up there? Continue forward. Yet at that moment, as the bandits exited the gorge, they slowly formed ranks, and from his concealed position at the back of the line, Cheng Yu's voice thundered, "Ambush the bandits." Instantly, hundreds of 2-meter-long spears erupted from the flanking woods. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the bandits, who had just been exhilarated at the prospect of encountering women, began to fall one by one. This scene sent the remaining bandits in the gorge into a frenzy. Retreating hastily, the already cramped path descended into chaos. The 3 chieftains at the rear finally comprehended the situation. Maintain formation and advance. Those who retreat shall face execution. With that, the chieftain swiftly executed a bandit who had been shoved back. Having ambushed the exiting bandits, Cheng Yu seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to command his troops to execute the plan. The Wei guards surged forth from the woods, arranging themselves in a bow formation, encircling the entrance of the valley path, awaiting the bandits' emergence. Initially in disarray, the bandits began to push forward again due to the chieftain's show of force. However, those advancing were systematically encircled and slaughtered by Cheng Yu's 200 Wei guards. How is this possible? They have but 200 men. How can they possibly impede us, especially at night? It's utterly inconceivable. You useless fools! Break through the encirclement. The chieftain of Longhu village could hardly fathom that a mere 200 troops could obstruct his path. Despite the night granting the bandits enhanced strength, Cheng Yu's military characteristic, courage in battle, elevated morale to 200 when outnumbered, effectively doubling their combat prowess. What chance did any bandit stand against such formidable Wei guards? My dear brother, a direct assault at this moment is ill-advised. The enemy holds an absolute advantage in terrain, allowing them to outnumber us infinitely, that if we continue on this path, even if we manage to break through by sheer force of numbers, the losses in manpower and time would be incalculable. The third in command is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, within the barracks of the city, Zhao Yun is diligently training the troops. Fully cognizant that outside, Mr. Zhongde is striving to fend off the enemy forces, that he must hasten to prepare the soldiers for the impending rescue of Mr. Zhongde, who is valiantly battling against overwhelming odds. Chapter 20. It is the head of the second in command. However, the true struggle is not solely faced by Cheng Yu's force of 200 men. Rather, it is the mighty army of 4,000 from Longhu Zhai. Brother, do not underestimate the enemy. They are merely 200 in number. If our 4,000 are repelled by this scant force today, how shall Longhu Zhai maintain its standing in the world henceforth? Listen to me. I do not advocate retreat. I merely contend that the current circumstances do not permit a frontal breakthrough, that I have conceived a plan that will allow us to breach this defense with minimal sacrifice to our brothers. The third in command's lips curled into a slight smile, The eldest brother, anxious, implored quickly, "What is your strategy for the breakout?" "It is as follows, dear brother. You will allocate 1,000 troops to me, that I shall lead this contingent to circumvent the right side of the valley floor, while you and the second-in-command draw the enemy's attention at the front. When the time is ripe, we shall execute a pincer attack, catching the way guards off guard." "Very well. Then, you shall set off immediately with your 1,000 men." The eldest brother acquiesced. With that, the third-in-command led his band of 1,000 brigands out of the narrow path of the valley, heading toward the right side of its floor. Meanwhile, within Longsheng, Qin Zi Han strolled leisurely, contemplating a visit to the barracks to ascertain how many soldiers Zhao Yun had trained for reinforcement. Upon arriving before the barracks, just as he intended to check the current supply of soldiers, an arrow shot forth from within the barracks like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Qin Zi Han. He had no time to react. The arrow pierced through his forehead in a flash. Qin Zi Han collapsed, stunned, as his mind raced with vivid images. In the grand hall, presiding over a picturesque realm, Qin Zi Han's sleeves billowed as ministers of both civil and military ranks knelt in reverence outside the capital. He raised the Etian sword, commanding 1,000,000 strong, gazing down upon the heroes of the world. "My lord, are you unscathed?" Zhao Yun urgently inquired. Qin Zi Han, sprawled upon the ground, was lost in thought, lamenting the unfulfilled ambitions of his life, pondering his demise before achieving any of his aspirations. "Please awaken, my lord," Zhao Yun called out desperately, shaking Qin Zi Han to him. "Am I still alive?" Qin Zi Han suddenly regained his senses, probing his forehead with trembling hands in search of the wound left by the arrow, only to find his forehead unblemished and shining. Though incredulous, he felt undeniably alive. Shaking his head, he began to ponder why he had emerged unscathed. That arrow had indeed traversed my head. Could it be that the sovereign of this realm is invulnerable? Quickly, Qin Zi Han dismissed this notion, for if the sovereign truly possessed invincibility, the immediate declaration of the annihilation of any sovereign upon their death would render such a rule utterly moot. That I understand now. "Zilong, shoot an arrow at the hooves of your white horse." Qin Zi Han did not wish to become a test subject for two reasons. First, it would more effectively eliminate possibilities. If the horse suffered no injury, it would suggest that he was not the sole invincible entity. The second reason was simple. Qin Zi Han had no desire to risk himself. Should this indeed be a mere illusion, it would equate to self-harm. Without hesitation, Zhao Yun drew his bow and aimed for the hooves. That he anticipated, the arrow passed through the hooves unscathed. Just as I suspected, the reason that arrow passed through my head without harm is that in this world, allies cannot harm one another. Enlightened, Qin Zi Han realized he had uncovered new information about this realm, information that undoubtedly would prove beneficial in the future. That I've lost track of the matter at hand. Qin Zi Han muttered to himself, promptly inspecting the barracks. Building name, barracks current level. Basic barracks instructor. Zhao Yun current supply of soldiers, 314, truly commendable for Zilong, whose commanding value is an impressive 218. In just half a day, he has trained 114 replenishable soldiers. At this rate, with another day's training, Zilong's White Horse Brigade will nearly be at full capacity. That I wonder how Zhondo is faring. Through shared experience, along with accrued wealth and prestige, Qin Zi Han understood that while Cheng Yu was indeed fighting valiantly on the front lines, it remained uncertain whether he had encountered the enemy or the forces of Long Huzhai. At that moment, an icon depicting a mailbox appeared in Qin Zi Han's field of vision, flashing brightly, labeled Dove Messenger. As he examined the message, his brow furrowed. He promptly ordered Zhao Yun to halt the training and set off to support Cheng Yu. Zhao Yun responded with vigor. Each expedition ignited a spark in his eyes. Yet this particular mission bore a different weight, for he understood that Mr. Zhonda was in dire need of him. Hours later, outside the narrow path of the valley, Cheng Yu maintained a crescent formation, methodically dispatching the brigands emerging from the valley. With every fallen enemy from the front line, the rear quickly filled their ranks. However, the marching speed of the Long Huzhai forces had noticeably slowed compared to the beginning. The eldest and second-in-command within the valley were like ants on a hot stove, anxiously awaiting the third-in-command's ambush. Once the third brother's surprise attack succeeds, we shall charge forth and rend those long spear-wielding brutes to pieces. Listen well, brothers. Tonight we shall seize Longsheng, and all the maidens and treasures within will be yours. Given the distance, It was about time the third brother had circumvented the valley. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupted from the mouth of the valley, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The eldest and second-in-command were elated. They understood that their third brother's ambush had succeeded. Charge! Leave not a single survivor! As the Longhu Zhai forces surged forward, an object hurtled from the opposite end of the valley path, landing directly before the eldest brother. Whose head is this? One brigand picked up the severed head. It belongs to the third-in-command. The brigand, upon grasping the head, was so startled that he dropped it, collapsing to the ground in shock. This cannot be. He was supposed to be leading the ambush. What transpired ahead? Chief, it is dire. All our brothers who emerged from the valley have perished. The fallen spearmen suddenly rose, revealing their ruse. Chaos erupted among the brigands within the valley, leaving the eldest brother in stunned disbelief that he staggered off his horse, resembling a soulless husk, and approached the severed head of his third brother. Brother, who has slain you? I shall ensure they pay in blood. The eldest brother, in a fit of rage, dispatched several disoriented brigands, commanding everyone to break through the front lines. Brother, the third brother is dead. Do you wish to lead us all to our doom in his stead? I say, he brought this upon himself with his foolish scheme of encirclement. Had we forced a breakout earlier, we might have been celebrating by now. We should retreat and devise a longer-term strategy. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. The eldest brother slammed his left hand against the wall in frustration. But the vengeance for my brother, now is not the time for impetuousness. With that, the Longhu Zhai forces began their retreat toward the stronghold. Just as they reached the mouth of the valley, a resounding voice echoed forth. Zhao Zilong of Changshan stands here. Chapter 21. Annihilation of Longhu Zhai. All sovereigns stood agape. Hours prior, Chengyu had sensed the brigands' marching speed had significantly decreased. Their intentions were unmistakable. It was clear they did not plan a frontal assault, but rather aimed to circumvent the valley for a surprise attack on the rear of his forces. Unexpectedly, the brigands were not merely brutes. Chengyu immediately dispatched a dove messenger to the Lord. Qin Zihan promptly reviewed the message. Mr. Zhongda is currently holding the narrow path of the valley. The brigands are cunningly planning to divide their forces, launching a surprise attack on our rear to execute a pincer maneuver that I request General Zilong to set off immediately, circumventing the right side of the valley until reaching the other end of the narrow path. Should he encounter the brigand forces, he is to annihilate them entirely. That if victorious, I advise General Zilong to lie in wait at the narrow path, ready to ambush. Though Qin Zihan found it peculiar that the path lay to the right of the valley rather than to the left, he dispatched Zhao Yun into battle without a moment's hesitation, driven purely by his unwavering trust in Cheng Yun truth. Cheng Yu's certainty about the right side stemmed from his prior reconnaissance of the terrain. He understood that circumventing the valley via the right would be far less arduous than taking the left route. The bandits, eager to claim the mountains as their dominion, would undoubtedly be aware of this. Thus they would surely attempt to bypass the valley from the right. As anticipated, the third chief, racing at full speed along the right side of the valley, spotted the approaching cavalry of the White Horse Brigade in the distance. Ever since witnessing Zhao Yun's prowess in battle, the third chief had become particularly sensitive to the sight of white horses, often waking from nightmares, a condition that could be aptly described as a phobia of white steeds. Not possible. They cannot know I am here, he murmured, slapping his cheeks in an effort to dispel the illusion of the white horse. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. This proclamation echoed in the ears of the third chief like thunder. The third chief was so startled that he tumbled from his mount. Before he could rise, the radiant white steed had already galloped to his side, and upon it was none other than the source of his nightmares. Zhao Zilong. In a flash of silver light, the third chief was cleaved in two. The bandit crew, frozen in disbelief, could hardly comprehend the events that had transpired in mere minutes. Then, a rain of arrows arced gracefully through the air, causing the bandit ranks to scatter in a panic that in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The 1,000-strong bandit force was completely annihilated by the White Horse Brigade. Zhao Yun, clutching the severed head of the third chief, urged his steed toward the valley entrance leading to the Longhu stronghold. Now, it was Zhao Yun who blocked the escape route of the Longhu bandits. The situation had shifted dramatically. It was not Cheng Yu who found himself besieged, but rather the bandit forces of Longhu's stronghold. You are indeed Zhao Zilong of Changshan. You tread the path of heaven while willingly approaching the gates of hell. The second chief, who had previously scorned Zhao Yun out of fear of the third chief, charged forth, intent on claiming Zhao Yun's head. However, Zhao Yun merely waved his spear casually, severing the second chief's left arm. Blood gushing forth. The once arrogant second chief now knelt, crawling toward his fallen limb. My hand. General Zhao Zilong. I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. Spare my life, and I shall serve you faithfully. I possess a wealth of gold and silver. The second chief implored as he crawled to Zhao Yun's horse. In an instant, a concealed dart was shot from the second chief's mouth, aimed straight at Zhao Yun's face. Zhao Yun simply leaned slightly to the left, effortlessly dodging the dart while simultaneously thrusting his spear through the second chief's torso. Zhao Yun, the actions of these bandits, whose combat prowess barely exceeded 50, appeared to move in slow motion. Then, with a commanding shout, Zhao Yun ordered his soldiers to rain arrows upon the narrow path of the valley without pause. The chief was still reeling from the death of the third chief when, before him, the second chief met a similar fate. Zhao Zilong, I shall claim your head to appease the spirits of my two fallen brothers. Brothers charge. Most of the bandits fell before they could reach Zhao Yun, while those who managed to close the distance were swiftly dispatched by him. With their leaders perishing and retreat orders being issued, the morale of the bandits plummeted. Soon, the remaining forces of Longhu's stronghold, once numbering over 2,000, were decimated. The chief brandished his triple-ring blade, charging at Zhao Yun. The neutral faction of Longhu's stronghold had been obliterated by the forces of Qin Zihan. Neutral faction Longhu stronghold eradicated. Experience 10,000, Gold 1,000, Reputation 100, Steel 100. As the news of the Longhu stronghold's destruction spread among the leaders of various factions, shock rippled through their ranks. In a flurry, the World Chat channel erupted with discussions about the event. No way. It's only been a few days, and I've barely managed to annihilate a small bandit group with great effort. Yet Qin Zihan is already wiping out factions? This is ridiculous. The rewards for obliterating factions must be substantial. I can't wait to see what treasures and reputation drops will be available on the trading platform. Does anyone know the strength of Longhu's stronghold? Are these neutral factions really that weak? I just wiped out a 100-strong bandit group. Perhaps I could try my luck too. I advise you to save your strength. You might end up losing both men and resources that I've observed the nearby neutral factions. And the weakest have at least 1,000 troops. 1,000 troops? How on earth did Qin Zihan achieve that? His generals must have forces exceeding 1,000. Most of us can barely manage to defeat small-scale bandit groups. Yet Qin Zihan has accomplished this with a 1,000-strong army. At this moment, Qin Zihan felt an unusual lightness in his step. Indeed, after this battle, he had successfully ascended to the intermediate level of the heavenly path. It seemed something had been added to his inventory. Previously, as he had never received treasures, only basic resources. No one had paid attention to the existence of his inventory. All dropped treasures and items were automatically recorded in the inventory of the faction leader. Upon inspecting his inventory, Qin Zihan discovered 15 items, known as advancement pills. These advancement pills were used to enhance the cultivation of his generals and could aid them in their ascension. This is a valuable find. I'll give one to Zilong to test it out when he returns. Chapter 22, Auctioning Advancement Pills. The bidding goes wild. The gates of Longqing swung wide to welcome the triumphant return of Chengyu, who had valiantly defended against 4,000 bandits with just 200 men, alongside Zhao Yun, who had swiftly dispatched the 3 chiefs of Longhu's stronghold. Qin Zihan had already been awaiting the 2 generals' return within the city gates, eager to host a grand feast in their honor. Although hosting a banquet required expenditure, it significantly enhanced the loyalty of the generals and the morale of the troops, proving to be a worthwhile investment. Qin Zihan understood well the importance of maintaining the loyalty of his generals and the morale of his soldiers. This expenditure was indeed necessary. Zilong, come here. Qin Zihan called Zhao Yun aside, extending his right hand. Palm open, revealing a glowing green pill nestled within. Before administering the advancement pill to Zhao Yun, Qin Zihan checked his current growth level. Take this pill. Zhao Yun accepted the pill, which melted into his hand. Subsequently, Qin Zihan assessed Zhao Yun's growth level. Growth level. Notable reputation. High-tier disappointment flickered across Qin Zihan's face as he realized there had been no change in Zhao Yun's growth level compared to before consuming the pill. He had anticipated that perhaps it would elevate Zhao Yun to a level of brilliance. That it was worth noting that when Zhao Yun had advanced from obscurity to notable reputation, his attributes had experienced a qualitative leap. Qin Zihan quickly speculated that perhaps the quantity of pills was insufficient, that he promptly retrieved 3 more advancement pills and handed them to Zhao Yun to consume. After Zhao Yun absorbed all 3 pills, Qin Zihan eagerly inquired, "Zilong, how do you feel? Do you sense a newfound lightness in your body?" Zhao Yun shook his head and replied, "I feel nothing, my lord. Nothing compares to the exhilaration of slaying foes on the battlefield." Qin Zihan was taken aback. Despite Zhao Yun's prowess as an undefeated general, the experience gained from the pills was quite limited. Although the advancement pills did not yield significant results for Zhao Yun at the notable reputation stage, they would likely provide substantial benefits for those just starting out. Qin Zihan immediately thought of the remote trading platform, preparing to list all 10 advancement pills that as the strength of various faction leaders continued to rise. The availability of advancement pills in the market would increase, leading to a decrease in their price. Qin Zihan was well aware of the principle that rarity drives value. Upon accessing the remote trading platform, Qin Zihan found the auction options for the advancement pills were distinctly different from those for previous materials. Please select an auction method: fixed price auction or bid auction. Qin Zihan fell into deep thought. What is the market price for these advancement pills? During previous listings, a default exchange price was automatically provided, which he had modified to double the market price. However, the advancement pills did not come with a default price, indicating that they were priceless in this era. He chose to conduct a bid auction, opting to list the 10 pills individually rather than all at once. This strategy was likely unique to him, showcasing his shrewdness in business. Qin Zihan is acutely aware that materials during this period are not particularly abundant. The final auction price for 10 items sold together may not differ significantly from that of a single item. Moreover, Qin Zihan is indifferent to the title of a shrewd merchant. In fact, he somewhat relishes it. What could be more suitable for auction than something of immense value, yet scarce in the market? The starting bid for 1 advancement pill is set at the exchange of 10 units of currency, or 2 units of timber, or 100 units of grain, with a bidding duration of 4 hours. Qin Zihan has truly maximized the essence of a shrewd merchant. This minimal exchange price is bound to attract a multitude of bidders, without affecting the final auction price, for this is indeed a unique offering in the market, complemented by its alluring effects. Once these 10 advancement pills are listed, it is no surprise that word spreads rapidly among the leaders of various factions, akin to a drop of blood in a shark-infested sea. Discussions regarding these 10 advancement pills flood the global chat channel. Wow, isn't this akin to an experience book? Where did Qin Zihan acquire such treasures? I beseech the master to elaborate on its origins. I believe this must be connected to the recent annihilation of the Longhu Zhai faction. I see the starting price is 10 units of gold, or 2 units of timber, or 100 units of grain. Yet how has the bidding already escalated to dozens of times the starting price? Wait, does that mean my bid of 20 units of gold has already been outbid? I suggest you give up. Do you think you can snag a bargain? It's evident that countless eyes are fixated on this item. Why is Qin Zihan listing them one by one? Can't he auction them all at once? Otherwise, how could he be deemed a shrewd merchant? Forget it. I suppose advancement pills are beyond my reach now. The 100 units of timber have already been outbid. Brother Qin Zihan, could you perhaps give me one? I promise to repay you well. Goodness, where did that roasted chicken come from? What kind of repayment are you envisioning? I suspect it involves fixing pipes for Qin Zihan. The timber market has now become nearly saturated. However, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of advancement pills? The price for the 10 advancement pills has surged to 100 times the starting bid, although the rate of increase has slowed considerably. There are still 2 hours remaining until the auction concludes. Throughout this time, Qin Zihan has not cast a single glance at the bidding situation. He is confident that the final price will not disappoint him. Before long, the auction is nearing its climax. The countdown of 10 seconds is the most nerve-wracking moment for the bidders. Each participant fears that in the final seconds, someone might stealthily raise the starting bid, thereby snatching the advancement pills from them. Their concerns are justified. As the bidding has reached a fevered pitch, substantial price increases are becoming increasingly rare, and no one wishes to see their hard-earned advancement pills slip away. Finally, the auction time has elapsed. Congratulations to Zhang Yun for successfully bidding on an advancement pill, bringing him one step closer to unifying the continent. Wow, this person is genuinely wealthy, a rich individual indeed. Congratulations to Lu Xingyu for successfully bidding on an advancement pill, moving closer to unifying the continent. Meteor Shower seems to be doing well. Congratulations to Wu Batian for successfully bidding on an advancement pill, drawing nearer to the unification of the continent. Hail the Queen of Batian! The Queen of Batian certainly does not miss such grand occasions. Those who ultimately secure the advancement pills are undoubtedly formidable figures. I can only imagine the immense profit Qin Zihan stands to gain. I fear he may end up purchasing the entire continent. My goodness. The ability to view the final bidder's information. Chapter 23. Rank elevated to Chief Clerk. It is time to upgrade the main city. The global chat channel resembles a grand feast, overflowing with animated discussions. The revelation that one can view the final bidder's information undoubtedly elevates this feast to its zenith. It turns out that the initial general of the Queen of Batian is Ma Yunlu, embodying the regal aura of a queen. Can the Queen of Batian command your Ma Yunlu to ravage me? This Zhang Yun is no ordinary individual. His initial general is Mi Zhu. I recall that Mi Zhu was a wealthy merchant during the Three Kingdoms era, a titan of wealth. Thus, his general's traits must pertain to monetary matters. Did you see that Lu Xingyu's general is Zhu Yi? I haven't heard of him. He's quite the character. You may not have heard of him, but you must have heard of his troops. The Xian Deng Deadly Warriors. Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan was taken aback. He is well aware of the implications. During the Battle of the Bridge, Zhu Yi led 800 Xian Deng Deadly Warriors to decisively defeat Gongsun Zan's 10,000 White Horse Cavalry. This unit is particularly effective against cavalry, arguably their nemesis. Qin Zihan speculates that while Zhu Yi may not be a renowned general, his unit, the Xian Deng Deadly Warriors, is undoubtedly formidable. Soon, Qin Zihan regains his composure, that he believes his White Horse Cavalry cannot be compared to Gongsun Zan's forces, and he is confident that Zhu Yi stands no chance against Zhao Yun. Subsequently, Qin Zihan checks his auction earnings. The 10 advancement pills surprisingly sold for over 10,000 units of currency, along with over 2,000 units of timber and more than 20,000 units of grain. Qin Zihan's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Although he anticipated a significant profit, this outcome exceeded his expectations. With these resources, Qin Zihan is poised to develop his city on a prosperous path. He promptly examines the conditions for upgrading the main city to a mid-level county. Everything is in place. The only requirement remaining is the rank. Once his prestige reaches 1,000, he can ascend to the 9th rank. Following the annihilation of the Longhu Zhai, his prestige has already increased considerably. Adding to that are the 4,000 mountain bandits and the 3 leaders from Longhu Zhai. Logically, his prestige should now exceed 1,000. He quickly checks his prestige level. Prestige. 1024. Qin Zihan pauses momentarily. He has clearly met the requirements for promotion, yet he still holds the title of Eliminator of Bandits. Just then, Sun Yu approaches leisurely. My lord, the city gate guards report that an official wishes to meet with you. I presume this must be an official recognition of my contributions against Longhu Zhai, here to convey the promotion edict. Very well. Open the city gates immediately. The official walks calmly before Qin Zihan and begins to read the imperial decree. With a flash of golden light, Qin Zihan distinctly feels a surge of joy enveloping him. His rank has now ascended to chief clerk, with an increase of 1 in intelligence and 1 in domestic affairs, as well as an additional capacity of 1,000 soldiers. Upon receiving this notification, Qin Zihan stands in a dazed an increase of 1,000 in the capacity for soldiers. He grips his clammy hands, his excitement spilling over. He immediately checks his troop information. Troop name: Shadow Guards accompanying troops. 2020 characteristics. All members of the troop exhibit similar height and demeanor, uniformly clad in bright silver light armor trimmed with black fabric, each adorned with a black eagle entwined dagger on their arms. Type: a direct troop that moves like shadows, typically undetectable, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Troop morale: 100. This accompanying troop count has remained unchanged. Qin Zihan is perplexed as to why the maximum accompanying troop capacity of his shadow guards remains unaffected. This implies that the maximum troop capacity is not influenced by his rank. This doesn't seem right. Logically, my command value has increased significantly, so the maximum troop capacity should also rise. This suggests that the Shadow Guards maintain a stable maximum of 20 soldiers. Realizing this, Qin Zihan feels a twinge of disappointment, but soon considers that this may not be a negative aspect. It precisely highlights the uniqueness of this troop. Now, all conditions for upgrading the main city have been satisfied. He can finally glimpse the mid-level county. However, Qin Zihan suddenly recalls that he has yet to construct a market. That he remembers that during the last upgrade of the main city, a farm and a market were required. While the farm has been completed, the market has not yet been arranged. However, the requirements have now been met. Qin Zihan gazes thoughtfully at Sun Yu, his appointed Minister of Domestic Affairs. Sun Yu seems to possess a kind of mind-reading ability. Literature. My purpose in approaching you today is not solely to report the official matters at IT, is primarily to inform you of the critical administrative affairs dealt with yesterday. Sun Yu hands a report to Qin Zihan. Qin Zihan is momentarily stunned. The market has already been built. Sun Yu replies, the market was completed yesterday. This revelation brings immense joy to Qin Zihan, and his admiration for Sun Yu swells. If it were not for the distinction of Lord and Minister, he would have embraced Sun Yu fervently. After all, it is thanks to Sun Yu that Qin Zihan can act as a hands-off manager, delegating all the complex affairs of launching to him. Yet, Qin Zihan does not wish Sun Yu to perceive him as frivolous, so he maintains a calm demeanor and states, "Good. I trust your work." Oh, by the way, having handled so many domestic affairs, what rank should Wenruo be at now? Qin Zihan checks Sun Yu's information. Name: Sun Yu, courtesy name Wenruo weapon. Bamboo tablet LV4 loyalty. 100 absolute loyalty. General ability values. Martial power 13, command 98, domestic affairs 146, intelligence 124 general trait, talent for governance growth level, emerging high tier indeed. As Qin Zihan suspected, having constructed the barracks and market, along with managing domestic affairs, all contribute to Sun Yu's experience. Should this momentum continue, the future of Qin Zihan's faction appears promising. Qin Zihan excitedly surveys launching, ready to welcome an even better launching. Suddenly, a prompt box appears. Would you like to upgrade the city? Upgrading the city necessitates the appointment of a general to devise a plan, supervise, and execute it, with the completion time hinging on the administrative capabilities of the appointed general. The decision to upgrade is entrusted to you, Lord Sun. In an instant, the city is enveloped in a golden radiance. Intermediate county incomplete. City upgrade countdown. 18 hours at this moment. Qin Zihan is beset by myriad thoughts. The stringent conditions for upgrading the city undoubtedly promise substantial benefits. An increase in both the city's defense value and its maximum population capacity is inevitable. Simultaneously, Qin Zihan contemplates whether the upgrade will unlock new buildings and whether the existing structures will themselves be enhanced as a result of the upgrade. Moreover, he is most concerned with the question of whether the first individual to successfully upgrade a city will receive a reward. All these queries shall be revealed in 18 hours. Chapter 24. Slaying General Tiangong. Acquire the celestial manuscript of Taiping. At the southernmost reaches of the Three Kingdoms continent, amidst treacherous terrain, lies the barbaric lands. Here, the conditions for development are exceedingly harsh, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to establish a foothold. Yet, within Tiger, a little girl known as Hu Hushingwai is not only thriving, but surpassing the majority of the local lords in her development. This success is largely attributed to her initial general, Meng Huo. At this moment, she is addressing Meng Hua, saying, "Grandpa Meng Hua, could you assist me in gathering some more timber?" Meng Hua shakes his head in response, exclaiming, "My little ancestor, please refrain from calling me Grandpa. You are my sovereign. Addressing me as Grandpa at every turn is quite taxing." Hu Hushingwai reveals a tiny tiger tooth, giggling adorably in stark contrast to the playful atmosphere of Tiger. The relationship between the monarch and subjects is notably strict in Batian, where the valiant Batian queen, accompanied by Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao, is engaged in the annihilation of a band of approximately 300 Shiliang horse bandits. It is no wonder that Ma Chao is renowned for his bravery. This band of Shiliang bandits is shattered under the charge of Ma Chao's elite cavalry. Through relentless battles, both Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao have ascended to higher tiers of prowess. In her ambition to surpass Qin Zihan, Wu Batian even dispatches Ma Chao on perilous night missions to eliminate smaller brigands, believing that sooner Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao will achieve renown. In her view, this rapid pace of development ranks among the top in the realm. At this rate, within a few years, she is certain to realize her dream of becoming the queen of the three kingdoms, unifying the land. However, just moments ago, after successfully acquiring an advancement elixir, Wu Batian felt no joy. This elixir was made available following Qin Zihan's annihilation of the neutral faction, Long Huzhai, and it is undoubtedly his spoils. The fact that Wu Batian purchased this advancement elixir serves as a constant reminder that she is yet again a step behind Qin Zihan, that Wu Batian is fully aware of the Xiliang bandit stronghold and has even assessed their combat capabilities. After careful consideration, she concludes that her current strength is insufficient to eradicate the Xiliang bandit faction. Once either Ma Yunlu or Ma Chao achieves prominence, they will be ready for battle. Yet, Qin Zihan has already amassed the strength necessary to obliterate neutral factions. This realization leaves Wu Batian in awe. Who could Qin Zihan's initial general possibly be? Is there a general with attributes surpassing those of my esteemed Ma Chao? How did he manage to ascend to prominence in just a few days? It must be some underhanded tactic that I have risked nighttime expeditions to expedite my rise. How could anyone be faster than me? Wu Batian acknowledges that Qin Zihan's strength is indeed formidable, but to elevate a general to prominence in such a short span must involve some undisclosed method. Yet, Qin Zihan's initial general, Zhao Yun, has now reached the advanced stage of prominence, mere steps away from shining brightly. Had Wu Batian known the true circumstances, she would likely abandon her thoughts of surpassing Qin Zihan. For his current strength is leagues ahead of hers. Regardless of the clandestine means by which Qin Zihan obliterated Long Huzhai, there is no need to regard him as an adversary. Perhaps he could even become a significant ally in my quest to unify the continent. After meticulous analysis, Wu Batian once again extends a friend request to Qin Zihan. To her surprise, the friend request was immediately met with a notification. Your friend request was not received by the other party. Please try again later. Wu Batian, her expression darkening, began to kick a tree with her slender left leg. She understood that this notification was the default message sent after a friend request was declined. And, just like last time, it was an instant rejection. As dusk fell, Wu Batian resolved to eliminate more bandits that day, intending to vent her frustrations upon them. At that moment, the announcement of nightfall was promptly broadcast in the World Chat channel. However, this evening's announcement was noticeably longer than usual, not only cautioning lords against venturing out at night, but also adding a segment that read, 3 days and 7 hours remain until the Yellow Turban Rebellion and the arrival of chaotic bandits. Find a way to survive. All factions that endure post-Yellow Turban Rebellion will receive rewards. Those who slay General Tiangong Zhangjiao, General Digong Zhangbao, and General Rengong Zhangliang will be richly rewarded. Rumor has it that General Tiangong Zhangjiao possesses a celestial manuscript, Taiping Yaoshu. Upon hearing this news, the World Chat channel erupted into a fervent discussion. Is this the legendary event preview? What are we waiting for, brothers? Let us get to it. So many rewards. Let's do this. What is this Taiping Yaoshu? Does anyone know? I heard it was passed down to Zhang Jiao by an ancient sage from South China, and he used it to deceive the masses and propagate his Taiping Dao. I've heard a different version. Zhang Jiao was named General Tiangong because he could summon winds and rains after acquiring this book. Controlling thunder and lightning. Can he really control lightning? How can we possibly defeat him? I certainly don't want to be struck dead. Are you a coward? No one is asking you to confront him head-on. You can ambush him. The person above is right. I'm in. This could be our chance to turn the tide. Should we just sleep on it? In dreams, anything is possible. Really, you should focus on surviving the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The rewards for slaying the leaders are not for us to consider. This guy is truly enlightened. Trust me, focus on surviving. Anything is possible when alive. Killing the leaders is the business of the likes of Qin Zihan and Wu Batian. You could swoop in at the last moment. Don't resign yourself to fate. What if General Tiangong is on the brink of defeat when I strike him down? Then I wield the Taiping Yaoshu and command the lightning. It must be said that this event will directly impact the fate of every faction leader. Even Qin Zihan, upon reading the announcement, felt his blood surge with excitement that if the rumored celestial manuscript truly exists, and if Zhang Jiao can command thunder and lightning, does it not imply that a general's potential extends beyond mere growth levels? Is it possible for generals to transcend their physical forms and attain divinity? Regardless, the Taiping Yaoshu cannot be overlooked. It holds boundless possibilities. Qin Zihan gazed up at the pitch-black sky, resolutely declaring, "I shall secure the Taiping Yaoshu." Chapter 25. Recruiting Shi Jizai. Monopolizing grain while Qin Zihan was preoccupied with the countdown to the city's upgrade completion. He suddenly noticed a flickering exclamation mark in his field of vision, startling him. The report from Sun Yu promptly appeared before him. Qin Zihan paused for a moment, but soon comprehended that, as the Lord, it was customary for Sun Yu and others to submit reports. Qin Zihan needed to further adapt to his identity as a sovereign, that he also pondered what form of communication his future consorts would employ should they seek him in the dead of night. However, he set aside such musings, feeling that since Sun Yu had submitted a report for the first time, it might pertain to something of significance. He immediately delved into the contents of the report, and his expression soon became animated. The report was succinct, primarily advising that Zhao Yun should continue his campaigns to eliminate nearby threats and assess which neutral factions within 100 miles warrant attention. Furthermore, it suggested that Cheng Yu serve as an instructor in the barracks for a few days to train more soldiers. However, the most significant aspect lay at the conclusion of the report. Indeed, at the end of the report, Sun Yu expressed a personal request to recommend a talented individual, hoping to discuss it with him in person. Upon reading the report, Qin Zihan promptly decided to accept the recommendation. He mused, indeed, Sun Yu is worthy of his reputation as one of the greatest talent reservoirs of the Wei Kingdom. This individual is truly resourceful, bringing forth a reservoir of talent in line with historical developments. It is important to note that in the realm of lords, a talented individual signifies more than just a civil servant. They often represent an entire army. And what can an army accomplish? There is no need for further elaboration. In the midst of the Lord's War, as chaos reigns, the presence of a formidable army significantly enhances one's combat capabilities. Moreover, even in times of peace, such a force would serve as a robust guard for one's harem, undoubtedly more fragrant than having none. Indeed, at that juncture, figures such as Jiao Chan, De Qiao, and Xiao Qiao would certainly attract the attention of many, including the astute Xiao Qiao. However, Qin Zihan merely uses him as an example. A man of integrity, such as he would never harbor such thoughts, he simply laments the fortune of having recruited Sun Yu, feeling immensely enriched by this acquisition, that at the same time, Qin Zihan reflects with trepidation. Had Sun Yu previously allied himself with any of the other lords who sought his assistance, how different might his own situation be now? As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Sun Yu arrived. Observing Sun Yu, who appeared somewhat tense, Qin Zihan spoke. Sun Lingjun, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. The esteemed historical figure, Sun Yu, slightly bowing, replied, Due to personal ties with Wenra, I am unable to disclose this matter in formal reports that I hope you will not take offense. Qin Zihan responded, Between us, we are both lord and minister as well as friends. There is no need for such formalities. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu expressed his gratitude. To receive such esteem from you, Minggong, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Sun Yu then proceeded to articulate the purpose of his visit. It is as follows, Esteemed sir, I have a fellow villager from Yingchuan who wishes to assist you alongside me. Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan was elated. Could it possibly be? The mention of Yingchuan immediately conjured an image in his mind that if it truly was him, it would be nothing short of a monumental stroke of fortune. Qin Zihan could hardly contain his excitement, urging that the person be brought to Longcheng without delay. Sun Yu, seeing Qin Zihan's enthusiasm, added, He is within the city. I have instructed him to await news at my residence. Shortly thereafter, Sun Yu returned, accompanied by another individual. As this new figure entered, a recruitment notification emerged before Qin Zihan. Upon reading the name on the recruitment notice, it was indeed as he had anticipated. This individual from Yingchuan was none other than the illustrious talent whose prowess rivaled that of Zhuge Liang, Shi Jizai. Will you recruit Shi Jizai? Qin Zihan was instantly filled with excitement. For other lords, learning that it was Shi Jizai might not elicit any significant reaction, as they were largely unfamiliar with him and did not perceive him as a renowned general. However, for Qin Zihan, a fan of the Three Kingdoms, the lack of fame surrounding Shi Jizai was merely a result of fate's jealousy, which had cruelly claimed the life of such a remarkable figure too soon. Had he not passed away prematurely, Would Chao Wei still boast 5 great strategists? This was not mere speculation. The phrase had long been whispered through the ages. If Guojia does not perish, then the crouching dragon shall not emerge. Yet few recall the preceding line. If Shi Jizai does not perish, Guojia shall not emerge. Following Shi Jizai's untimely death, Cao Cao even lamented that after she's passing, there was no one left to record events. This clearly illustrates Cao Cao's high regard for Shi Jizai. Immediately recruit him. Before Qin Zihan stood a handsome man clad in deep blue robes, holding a painted folding fan, who addressed him. Your fortune is also my fortune. Soon after, Shi Jizai's information panel materialized. Name, Shi Jizai weapon. Folding fan LV1 loyalty. 100 absolute loyalty. General attributes. Martial skill 12. Leadership 42. Intelligence 96. Internal affairs 89. Enhanced by Wanzhou talent. General trait. A genius burdened by convention growth level. Novice stage note. There are 4 major growth stages. Qin Zihan paused momentarily. Typically, recruitment prompts include additional details, and renowned generals boast 2 extra breakthroughs. Yet this time, none were present. The implication was clear, and Qin Zihan quickly grasped it. Though not a renowned general, Shi Jizai's exceptional intellect and administrative prowess made him an invaluable asset. This was my first non-renowned general. I wonder what other differences exist beyond growth stages. Qin Zihan's curiosity piqued as he examined Shi Jizai's traits and troop type. Genius burdened by convention. Shi Jizai's intelligence increases by 5%. Troop type. Wei infantry accompanying forces. 5,050 troops characteristics. Well-trained, all clad in light armor. Type. Infantry. It became evident to Qin Zihan how the circumstances of other lords differed. The traits and troop types of non-renowned generals were far inferior to those of their renowned counterparts. As the strength of various lords gradually increased, the sale of wood on the distant trading platform dwindled, while the demand for grain surged. Reflecting on this, it became clear. Previously, the most pressing need among all lords was wood, leading many to exchange gold and grain, resulting in a scarcity of both. Yet gold could be acquired through the annihilation of bandit groups, whereas grain relied solely on farmland. Gradually, as the city's population consumed grain and the military's supply during deployments doubled, grain inevitably became scarce. Pondering these developments, Qin Zihan opened the distant trading platform to examine the number of grain sellers and quantities available. Indeed, the number of those with surplus grain was exceedingly low. Currently, wood listed at 1.5 times the market price was struggling to sell. At this juncture, selling grain would yield the highest profits. However, although grain was limited on the distant trading platform, most were priced at 1.2 times the market rate. Qin Zihan's attempt to sell at 1.5 times the market price would likely find no takers. Nonetheless, he had already profited handsomely from the wood boom. An idea struck Qin Zihan. If he were to purchase all the grain available and subsequently sell it at a unified price, creating a market monopoly, surely the numerous lords would be compelled to buy. He quickly checked his resource inventory. Gold. 32,151 units wood. 2,131 units grain. 24,534 units. To monopolize the market's grain would require just over 10,000 units of gold. Resolutely, Qin Zihan acquired all the grain and listed an additional 50,000 units for sale. Instantly, the world chat channel erupted in discontent. I thought my grain could last a while longer. I wanted to wait and see if the prices would drop. How did it suddenly skyrocket to 1.5 times? What happened to all the grain for sale? Just an hour ago, I saw some. But now only Qin Zihan's 50,000 units remain. In an instant, all the grain is gone, and suddenly a wave of overpriced grain has appeared. Just consider it. Qin Zihan is truly a business mogul. Is there no monopoly law to address this? Sob. But isn't it customary for Qin Zihan to list at twice the market price? In truth, Qin Zihan did not wish to sell at double the market price. He simply understood that such pricing would not attract buyers. The reason wood could be sold at twice the market price was due to its scarcity and high demand. Chapter 26. The bandit leader known as Gan Ning, although the grain Qin Zihan listed was not snatched up immediately. It sold at an observable pace. However, this move inevitably drew the ire of many other lords, who voiced their grievances against him. Qin Zihan remained unfazed, his focus solely on the countdown to the completion of Longqing's upgrade. City upgrade completion countdown. 2 minutes. As the countdown reached 0, The golden light enveloping the city gradually dimmed and vanished entirely. The upgraded walls of Longsheng were now significantly more imposing than before, having expanded outward considerably. The city, Longsheng, has successfully upgraded to a mid-level county town, increasing the available space within the city to 40. The defense value has doubled. The maximum population capacity has also doubled. New buildings unlocked. Basic blacksmith shop, level 2 farmland, level 2 market, mid-level barracks, recruitment center. Basic general training camp. Due to the expansion of the city, many neutral forces have taken note of your stronghold. As Qin Zihan gazed upon the upgraded Longsheng, a wave of joy surged within him. Witnessing his city transform from a desolate beginner's county town into a vibrant settlement brought forth a sense of accomplishment that surpassed anything he had experienced in previous games of the Three Kingdoms. The scenes before him felt remarkably real. What purpose does the blacksmith shop serve? And what is the function of the recruitment center? Though Qin Zihan wore a puzzled expression, it was evident that this was a delightful dilemma. Suddenly, Qin Zihan perused the information regarding the blacksmith shop. The construction materials for a novice blacksmith shop were as follows. Currency: 500 units, timber, 100 units, steel, 50 units, food, 3,000 units, and a population of 100 individuals. Required facilities: a mid-level county town. PS. The blacksmith shop is capable of forging various items. Hoe blades, consumables, used to enhance grain yield in farmlands. Chisel blades, consumables, used to accelerate timber collection. Training knives, consumables, used to hasten soldier training, and hammers, consumables which reduce construction time by 1 day. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. The functionality of the blacksmith shop far surpassed his expectations. Not only could it augment food production and expedite timber collection, but it could also enhance the speed of soldier training. However, what piqued Qin Zihan's interest most was the capability to forge equipment. At present, Qin Zihan did not possess a single weapon of his own, and he had long pondered why all generals wielded their own weapons while the leader of the faction remained unarmed. Moreover, he wondered whether the forged equipment was exclusive to the faction leader or if it could be utilized by generals and even soldiers. Having gained a general understanding of the blacksmith shop, Qin Zihan continued to examine the recruitment office. The construction materials for the recruitment office were as follows. Currency: 1,000 units, timber, 100 units. Food: 1,000 units, required facilities: a mid-level county town, and a tavern. PS. The recruitment office can issue a recruitment decree, appealing to all heroes across the realm. The effectiveness of the recruitment is directly influenced by the faction leader's prestige and the general who issues the decree. Qin Zihan had always been curious about the tavern. After recruiting the initial generals, it seemed merely decorative. It turned out that it was intended to upgrade to a recruitment office once the town reached mid-level status. He assumed that the general training camp would serve its literal purpose, enhancing the attributes of the generals. Qin Zihan promptly accessed the information regarding the general training camp. The construction materials for a novice general training camp were as follows. Currency: 1,000 units. Timber: 100 units. Food: 2,000 units, and a population of 200 individuals. Required facilities: a mid-level county town. PS. The general training camp can train generals, allowing them to unlock skills or tactics through training, which consumes a substantial amount of currency. Qin Zihan was taken aback. Does this mean that each general, apart from their previously acquired passive skills, may also awaken a new skill? This revelation ignited a flurry of imaginative possibilities in Qin Zihan's mind. He first considered that if Zhao Yun could unlock the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear and employ it in battle, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the outcome of the conflict. Furthermore, he contemplated whether the tactics of various generals could synergize or if there were potential combinations between the general's skills and tactics. Undoubtedly, in future battles, skills and tactics would play a pivotal role in determining the course of events. After comprehensively understanding all the unlockable buildings, Qin Zihan quickly contemplated the order of construction. With less than 3 days remaining until the Yellow Turban Rebellion, it was clearly impractical to complete all new buildings within this time frame. However, if he were to construct the blacksmith shop first, then utilize the hammers forged there to expedite the construction of other buildings, there would undoubtedly be a chance. If everything unfolded as Qin Zihan envisioned, it would astound all other faction leaders. It should be noted that even at present, some faction leaders had yet to complete their barracks, that if someone were to claim they could construct 3 buildings within 3 days, they would surely be met with ridicule. dismissed as either boastful or delusional. Nonetheless, Qin Zihan was confident in this plan, with the success hinging on the forging conditions of the hammer. Qin Zihan surmised that the primary material required for hammer forging would be steel. Currently, he possessed 100 units of steel, of which 50 units would be consumed in constructing the blacksmith shop, leaving him with 50 units. The number of hammers he could forge would only be determined once the blacksmith shop was completed. However, Qin Zihan sensed that steel resources were inherently scarce, with limited acquisition methods. And since constructing the blacksmith shop consumed 50 units of steel, the steel required for hammer forging should not be excessively high. By the way, many neutral factions have taken notice of what my town is up to. How many more neutral factions like the Longhuzhai are there in the vicinity with the town's upgrade? The influence and reputation of Longsheng have naturally risen. This was evidently not good news for Qin Zihan, although these neutral factions could be seen as walking sources of experience and resources. If any of them were more formidable than Longhuzhai and chose to interfere, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for Qin Zihan, who was wholly focused on development. Just then, Zhao Yun, who had been out surveying, returned. Zilong, did you glean any insights from this expedition? Zilong reported that he had annihilated a substantial number of bandit forces, and among them, the only one of notable strength was the Jin Fan Bandits. I learned from a small bandit captured during the skirmish that the Jin Fan Bandits came specifically to collect protection fees from Longhuzhai. Their base is situated approximately 50 li from Longsheng, by the riverside. The leader appears to hold considerable influence in the area, and everyone refers to him as Xing Bagud, and I have wiped out a debt-collecting squad of theirs consisting of several dozen men. Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan was initially taken aback, then inexplicably began to chuckle. This is the renowned General Gan Ning, known as Gan Xingba from Eastern Wu. Chapter 27. The Jin Fan Bandits joined forces with the pirates to assault Longsheng on the riverside. 50 li from Longsheng, a man clad in a greenish outfit, with a red scarf atop his head and wielding dual tridents, glared angrily at his reporting subordinate. You mean to say all my debt-collecting brothers are dead? Yes, Xingbago, they are all dead. Witnesses claim it was a group of riders on white horses who did it. Quickly, summon all the brothers and initiate a search. I want to see who dares to oppose me. Gan Xingba, I will personally pay a visit to Longhuzhai. I refuse to believe anyone can obstruct my collection of dues. Xingbago, it has been reported that Longhuzhai has been annihilated. What did you say? With the strength of Longhuzhai, even I would require several days and nights to conquer it. Moreover, I only contacted them a few days ago, and everything was prepared. Who annihilated them? It was also a unit composed of white horse cavalry. When did we acquire such formidable individuals? I am familiar with Longhuzhai. Their leader is quite capable. Their third-in-command is sharp-minded, but I have my reservations about their second-in-command. I prefer my own second-in-command. To eliminate Longhuzhai in just a few days is no small feat. Xingbago, I heard it was done overnight. Gan Ning was left in shock. He understood that Longhuzhai boasted 4,000 brothers. And they were certainly not easy prey. Report. The pirate leader Guancheng seeks an audience outside. Oh, what brings him here today? Quickly, let him in. Guancheng hurriedly approached Gan Ning, his expression anxious. Brother Guancheng, what brings you here today? Isn't it to visit my esteemed brother Xingba? I simply missed you. Come now. Speak plainly, brother Guancheng. You wouldn't come without a purpose. Guancheng rubbed his lower lip and replied. Then I shall get straight to the point. Have you heard about Longsheng recently? Is that the thriving town that has emerged in recent days? Indeed. I've heard their leader, Qin Zihan, commands a valiant cavalry unit. All mounted on white horses, and they have been gaining momentum lately. All mounted on white horses. That's convenient. It saves me the trouble of searching for him. What do you mean by that, brother Xingba? They annihilated Longhuzhai, and since I have collected protection fees from Longhuzhai, I must take vengeance on their behalf. I came to discuss a joint assault on Longsheng, with a formidable enemy before us. We should unite against them. You have a clever mind. Tell me how we should attack, and once we conquer, how shall we divide the spoils? Guancheng thoughtfully replied, Brother Xingba, your bravery is unparalleled. You should lead the frontal assault and try to make a grand show of it, that I will take my men around to the back of Longsheng and scale the walls with grappling hooks, catching them off guard. Once we conquer it, you take 60 and I take 40, given that you led the frontal assault and should rightfully receive the foremost credit. Gan Ning shot Guancheng a cold glance and stated, I take 70. You take 30 that there is no room for negotiation, that if you agree, we proceed. If not, I will handle it myself. Within Longsheng, upon learning of the whereabouts of the renowned General Gan Ning, Qin Zihan was filled with elation. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to recruit Gan Ning under his banner, for in his eyes, Gan Ning was a consummate general. Though he had already secured 4 generals, 3 of them were civil officials, future developments were becoming increasingly intriguing. After all, Qin Zihan had never faced a renowned general in battle, nor had he ever attempted to recruit an opposing general. Just as Qin Zihan intended to check the remote trading platform, an arrow suddenly struck the city gate from the outside. Zhao Yun immediately urged his horse towards the city gate. That my lord, the arrow bore a note. Qin Zihan took the note and read it. The Jin Fan bandits intend to ally with the pirates to assault Longsheng. The Jin Fan bandits will launch a frontal attack while the pirates plan to scale the walls from behind for a surprise assault. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback, pondering who could have tipped him off and what motive lay behind such an act, as well as the benefits it could yield for that individual at that moment. A friend request caught his attention. Due to the monopolization of grain, Qin Zihan had become a public enemy to the power holders, resulting in a considerable lapse of time since he last received a friend request, with previous ones promptly rejected at the touch of a button. The verification message accompanying this new request read, "The arrow just now was shot by me." These few simple words were enough to make her his first friend. Upon accepting the request, the other party promptly sent a private message. "Brother Qin Zihan, the intelligence I possess is genuine, obtained through the initial military officer Fa Zheng's troops and spies, that I share this information with you primarily to curry favor." "Ah, thank you. By the way, Brother Qin Zihan, could you spare me some grain? I'll send you 2,000 units as a token of gratitude for your intelligence." "Sounds good." Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned upon realizing from the request information that the other party was female. However, her unmistakable northeastern accent nearly made him burst into laughter. This person was rather straightforward and quite amusing in these chaotic times, openly revealing her initial military officer and troop information without concealing her intentions, caused Qin Zihan to feel a sense of fondness towards her. He promptly summoned all military officers to the council hall to discuss strategies for countering the enemy. "Let us go, Zilong. We shall head to the council hall together." "Yes." Just as Qin Zihan turned around, he noticed that Zhao Yun's spear appeared different than before. "When did you change your spear, Zilong? This one looks even more impressive than the previous one." "I do not have a habit of changing weapons. It was only during the return from this expedition that I discovered my weapon had altered. However, I am certain that this spear is indeed mine." Qin Zihan immediately checked Zhao Yun's weapon information. Weapon: Longdan Spear LV2, martial value 42. As expected, the previously known Pear Blossom Spear had been upgraded to the current Longdan Spear. The weapon alone has increased the martial value by 42. Qin Zihan could scarcely believe his eyes. It was worth noting that his own martial value was just slightly higher than that of this spear. When he first arrived on this continent, his martial value was merely 40, while this spear had already augmented its martial value by 42. In the council hall, Qin Zihan gathered Sun Yu, Shi Jitsai, Cheng Yu, and Zhao Yun for a joint discussion. The pirate alliance with the Jin Fan Band is advancing aggressively. Does anyone have effective strategies to counter them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun responded, "As far as I know, while these water bandits may collaborate with one another, they are also in competition. Their actions are undoubtedly driven by mutual interests." Inspired by Zhao Yun's words, Qin Zihan immediately conceived a strategy that could both repel the enemy and potentially recruit Gan Ning into his ranks. "Then let us consider this. If we communicate secretly with the water bandits through letters, urging them to seize the Jin Fan Band as stronghold while Gan Ning is deployed and their base is vulnerable, we would then restrain the Jin Fan Band on the surface." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yu praised, "Your plan is indeed brilliant, my lord, that if Wanral believes it feasible, I suspect you have other intentions behind this scheme." Qin Zihan nodded. "You know me well. If Gan Ning loses his stronghold and becomes homeless, I intend to recruit him." Shi Jitsai waved his folding fan and commented, "This plan of yours is truly ingenious, my lord, but the water bandits will not easily heed our words. We require an additional step." Chapter 28. The success of the counterintelligence scheme. The duel among the masters is about to commence. Qin Zihan's counterintelligence scheme is indeed a clever way to thwart the current alliance between the pirates and the Jin fan band. The fact that Qin Zihan could devise such a plan in an instant was attributed to his fondness for strategy games, often imagining how he would respond in similar predicaments. This very counterintelligence scheme garnered praise from Sun Yu and Cheng Yu, while Shi Jizai discerned its inherent instability, revealing his meticulous thoughts that Shi Jizai remarked, although there was no true camaraderie between the pirates and the Jin fan band, their cooperation was entirely motivated by shared interests. However, betraying the Jin fan band and seizing their main camp might not yield greater rewards than taking Dragon City. Thus, to truly sow discord between the pirates and the Jin fan band, an additional step was indeed necessary to solidify this counterintelligence scheme. Jizai, quickly tell me what that additional step is. Shi Jizai shook his fan and replied, "My lord, this scheme is exceptionally exquisite, but if we overlook this step, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. I believe that the letter sent to the pirates should contain more details. Merely stating that we will restrain the Jin fan band will only leave the choice of attacking either Dragon City or the Jin fan band's main camp in their hands. I suggest we specify the methods by which the Jin fan band will attack us and emphasize that they should launch a surprise assault on us from behind Dragon City using grappling hooks. We must inform them that the Jin fan band has secretly conspired with us, allowing us to ambush them from behind Dragon City, thus annihilating their forces in one fell swoop. However, we must make it clear that the Jin fan band merely intends to exploit us and seize your camp." Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan was greatly astonished, marveling at Shi Jizai's brilliance, that he exclaimed, "Excellent! Jizai, you truly possess unparalleled foresight. It is my fortune to have your assistance." At that moment, Sun Yu added, "What Jizai says is entirely correct. I believe the letter should also include a proposal that once the pirates capture the Jin fan band's main camp, we will divide the spoils equally with them." That Shi Jizai chuckled. "Your wisdom, Sun Lingjun, is rare in this world. I find myself unworthy." Seeing Shi Jizai and Sun Yu engaging in mutual flattery, Qin Zihan nodded, making a mental note to include Jizai in future discussions. "All right, Jizai, you shall draft this letter. Time is of the essence. Everyone should return to your tasks. For Winro, please stay behind." Sun Yu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "My lord, is there something you require of Winro?" "Indeed, while it is imperative to defend against the Jin fan band and the pirates, the development of Dragon City is also of utmost importance." Just as Qin Zihan was about to discuss the construction of the blacksmith shop, he noticed Sun Yu smile knowingly. "My lord wishes for me to prepare the plans for the blacksmith shop's construction?" Qin Zihan couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "You truly understand me." When Sun Yu, slightly bowing, replied, "My lord, there is no need to worry about the blacksmith shop. After completing the expansion of Dragon City, I immediately began work on the blacksmith shop. I only paused to attend to this important matter." Qin Zihan was taken aback. Appointing Sun Yu as the Minister of Internal Affairs was undoubtedly a wise decision. That it was evident that Chao Wei was indeed founded by Cao Cao and Sun Yu. Qin Zihan then checked the completion time for the blacksmith shop. Countdown to completion: 5 hours and 32 minutes. Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. Why had the construction speed increased so significantly? He then examined Sun Yu's growth level and ability values. Growth level: notable beginner. Officer ability values: martial value 25, leadership 145, internal affairs 262, intelligence 221, as expected. Sun Yu's ability values had nearly doubled due to the advancement in growth level. This meant that the construction speed of Qin Zihan's barracks would be greatly accelerated. Qin Zihan was elated. These civil and military officials possessed attributes that were not mere numbers, but reflected their true capabilities. At the outset, he might not have differed greatly from other lords of the Three Kingdoms, but he would undoubtedly forge a terrifying gap as time progressed. Qin Zihan now awaited Sun Yu to fully develop all the buildings. Moreover, he was also preparing to rest, as there were still 6 days remaining until the 7-day mark, with tomorrow demanding diligent efforts to level up to that moment. Within the enemy's pirate camp, Guancheng, who was wandering outside, noticed an eagle circling overhead. This eagle was trained by Sun Yu's troop of war eagles, tasked with delivering a letter to Guancheng. Upon seeing the eagle circling above, Guancheng was about to instruct his subordinates to fetch a bow and arrow to showcase his archery skills. Just as he squinted to aim at the eagle, a scroll of correspondence fell from the sky, landing squarely on Guancheng's head. The surrounding pirates initially thought it was merely an eagle's droppings that had landed on Guan Cheng's head, and they couldn't help but laugh. Who dares to laugh? Do you believe I won't shoot you with an arrow? Guan Cheng snatched the letter from his head and began to read. This letter was indeed crafted by Sun Yu, Shi Jitsai, and others, containing detailed information about their pirate camp, including their combat strategies and tactics laid out clearly. If it were not for Gan Ning selling out intelligence, who could possibly acquire such detailed data? In reality, Guan Cheng remained utterly oblivious to the fact that the intelligence he received was procured by the keen-eyed scouts of Sun Yu, whose meticulous nature would undoubtedly lead him to conduct thorough reconnaissance. Although the information appeared to be detailed, it ultimately only scratched the surface of the true circumstances, yet it was sufficient to cause a rift between Gan Ning and Guan Cheng. Witnessing the unfolding events, Guan Cheng exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn it! Can it be true that this old scoundrel Gan Ning has truly betrayed me? I've been more than accommodating, agreeing to his demand of a 70-30 split." The relationship between Guan Cheng and Gan Ning had always been one of mutual interest, devoid of any genuine camaraderie that a fiery urge to eliminate Gan Ning ignited within him, and he was quickly swept away by his fury, declaring, "This infuriates me. It is imperative that he understands that I am not one to be trifled with. Inform all brothers that the planned ambush on launching is off. Instead, we shall assault the Jin Fan bandits' stronghold in 1 hour." Meanwhile, outside the Jin Fan stronghold, thousands of bandits were lined up, approximately 3,000 in number. Gan Ning, at the forefront, remained unaware of Guan Cheng's manipulation. Eagerly rubbing his fists, he proclaimed, "At long last, we can engage in battle. It has been far too long since my last skirmish, and my hands are itching for action. This time, we should finally have a worthy opponent," the captain of the Jin Fan bandits remarked. No one has ever lasted more than 10 exchanges under the command of Xingba. This so-called White Horse General, is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest, or merely a figure of empty renown? We shall see if he can withstand 10 rounds against Xingba. Enough of your flattery. Focus, everyone. Today's adversary is unlike any we have faced before. The one who could annihilate the Longhu stronghold overnight is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Do not underestimate them. Within launching, Zhao Yun, in preparation for battle, was filled with excitement, sensing that he might finally encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength. Chapter 29. What? Gan Ning was defeated in just a few exchanges? The third day had arrived, and Qin Zihan had awakened. Intending not to confront the 3,000 Jin Fan bandits directly, that he understood that the objective was not to annihilate them, but to exploit their full deployment. Allowing the pirates to seize the Jin Fan stronghold, this would provide an opportunity to recruit the renowned General Gan Ning. Thus, Qin Zihan commanded everyone to refrain from engaging in battle outside the city. Stealing a glance at the remote trading platform, Qin Zihan noted that the 50,000 units of grain he had listed had dwindled to less than 10,000 following his discovery of the new blacksmith shop. Qin Zihan had adjusted the market price for steel to 0.8 times its market value, hoping someone might trade steel for grain. However, no one had taken him up on this offer. It was no surprise, as the only report of neutral forces being destroyed was his own annihilation of the Longhu stronghold. He was the only lord capable of such feats. As for steel, the only known method of acquiring it was through the rewards for destroying enemy factions. Before long, Gan Ning and his vast army of Jin Fan bandits arrived at the gates of Qin Zihan City. When they saw that Qin Zihan did not intend to emerge for battle, they began to shout boisterously at the gates. Gan Ning, being astute, realized that since the enemy was unwilling to confront him directly, there was no need for him to launch a full-scale assault. He merely needed to draw Qin Zihan's attention to the front line, waiting for the pirates to strike from the rear. Qin Zihan recognized that Gan Ning still believed the pirates would attack launching from behind. By applying pressure to the front, he aimed to divert all attention away from the rear, leaving launching vulnerable. Qin Zihan, wishing to offer a word of caution, said, "Gan Ning, I suggest you conserve your energy. I have heard that the pirate forces are headed towards your stronghold." At this moment, Gan Ning, unaware of Guan Cheng's treachery, retorted with a derisive smile, "How utterly laughable! Do you think your words alone can sow discord and compel me to withdraw my forces? Bring forth your Zhao Zilong from Changshan, and let us engage in a duel." Qin Zihan turned to Zhao Yun, who, with an expression of calm determination, clearly showed no fear of Gan Ning's provocation. After all, Zhao Yun was well aware of Qin Zihan's plan, that if Qin Zihan could indeed recruit Gan Ning, it would not be too late for him to engage in combat with Gan Ning afterward. Qin Zihan clapped Zhao Yun on the shoulder and asked, "Zilong, how do you measure up against Gan Ning?" Zhao Yun, with hands clasped in salute, replied, "My lord, matters of valor transcend life and death, that I do not concern myself with who is stronger or weaker. However, when it comes to charging in a battle to support my lord, none can compare to me, Zhao Zilong of Changshan." "Well said. Indeed, you are the foremost general of Longqing." Qin Zihan bellowed from the city walls towards Gan Ning. "Gan Xingba, do you dare to wager with me? I bet that you will not last 10 exchanges under my general Zhao Zilong." The Jin Fan bandits erupted into uproarious laughter at this declaration. Gan Ning, with a scornful smile, replied, "This must be the best joke I've heard all year. I, Gan Xingba, accept this wager." Immediately, a prompt appeared in Qin Zihan's view. The enemy has initiated a duel challenge. The challenger is Gan Ning. Will you accept? Accepting the duel will reduce the morale of the defeated party by 50. Qin Zihan was taken aback by the unexpected duel challenge. "Zilong, it is your time to shine." He tossed the dragon spear, which he had leaned against the wall, to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun caught it deftly, wielding it with skill. "Yes, my lord." At that moment, the city gates swung open and the drawbridge lowered. Before it was fully lowered, Zhao Yun mounted his white horse and leapt down. After Longqing reached the status of a mid-tier county, a moat and drawbridge had been added outside the city gates. With a flick of the reins, Zhao Yun urged his steed forward, charging towards Gan Ning, who brandished a spear and galloped to meet him. The clash of titans was imminent at that moment, Qin Zihan silently observed, his blood surging with excitement. After all, this was the first time he had witnessed such a battle, a pinnacle clash between renowned generals. The duel between Zhao Yun and Gan Ning was a confrontation not recorded in any films or literature. Zhao Yun swung his spear, aiming a strike at Gan Ning's head, only for Gan Ning to cross his twin spears defensively beneath him. The impact left Gan Ning momentarily stunned, feeling a tingling sensation in his hands from merely blocking Zhao Yun's blow with his weapons. Gan Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "The destruction of Longhu's stronghold is well-deserved at your hands." Once again, both combatants charged at each other, their steeds racing in a flash. Zhao Yun's dragon spear clashed with Gan Ning's twin spears. "I retract my earlier words. You possess the strength to engage me, Zhao Zilong," Gan Ning conceded. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yun did not thrust his spear, but instead drove it downwards, swiftly dislodging it from Gan Ning's grasp. "You are formidable, but still far from enough." With a quick turn, Zhao Yun used the butt of his spear to send Gan Ning flying 2 meters away. The morale of Gan Ning's forces plummeted by 50. All of the Jin Fan bandits stood in shock, their hair standing on end at the sight before them. The captain of the Jin Fan bandits, who had previously doubted Zhao Yun's reputation, collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Xingba has been defeated in just a few exchanges. Is there truly such a monster in this world? At this point, Zhao Yun's strength was nothing short of monstrous. Only Qin Zihan perceived that Zhao Yun had held back. Due to his earlier remark about being gentle, Zhao Yun had not unleashed his full power. Had he done so, the scene of Zhao Yun using the spears but to strike an opponent would have been a gruesome sight indeed. Meanwhile, the fallen Gan Ning pondered, wondering why the pirates had yet to launch their ambush. Far exceeding the expected time frame, that in the distance, a Jin Fan bandit, sprawled on horseback, approached from the direction of the stronghold, collapsing before reaching Gan Ning. "Xingba, the stronghold has been overrun by pirates," the bandit uttered, and with that he perished. "What did you say? Wake up and clarify." Qin Zihan shouted from the city walls. "The time has come." "Zilong!" In an instant, all the cavalry of the White Horse Brigade surged out from the city gates, surrounding Gan Ning. "Gan Xingba, you have fallen into the pirates' trap. They used cunning to lure you and your brothers away from the stronghold." Seizing the opportunity to attack, "That fellow, Guan Cheng, informed me of your impending arrival long ago. Now, you have 2 paths before you. One is to submit to me, and together we shall avenge your fallen brothers. The other is to perish here with your comrades, allowing that scoundrel to have the last laugh." Gan Ning struck the ground with his right hand, declaring, "I may consider submitting to you, but I have 2 conditions. First, spare all my brothers. Second, I must lead the campaign against Guan Cheng, for I wish to personally take his head." Will you recruit Gan Ning? Chapter 30. Only my Zhao Yun is utterly loyal to Qin Zihan. Of course, I shall recruit him at once. At that moment, Qin Zihan was overwhelmed with joy, for Gan Ning was renowned as the mightiest general of Eastern Wu. This title was not mere flattery. During the Battle of Hefei, he had terrified Cao Cao into a state of alarm with a night raid led by merely 100 warriors, proving that Wu's generals were indeed valiant. My lord, from this day forth, I, Gan Xingba, shall fight alongside you for dominion over this world. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. He found it quite difficult to adapt to being called boss. Indeed, Gan Ning was just as he had perceived, an audacious and roguish warrior. At that moment, Zhao Yun, standing nearby, suddenly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Gan Ning's head, admonishing him, "Enough of this nonsense, you little rascal, address him as lord." Gan Ning promptly responded with utmost respect. Yes, Brother Zilong, Qin Zihan was left in astonishment. Who would have anticipated that the brash Gan Ning would exhibit such courtesy toward Zhao Yun? However, it was understandable. Following their previous duel, Gan Ning had been thoroughly bested by Zhao Yun, and anyone who had been unseated from their horse in a matter of mere exchanges would certainly concede in admiration. Furthermore, Zhao Yun had intentionally employed the butt of his spear, allowing Gan Ning to recognize the leniency extended to him. This overwhelming prowess, coupled with the grace of sparing his life, naturally transformed the initial moniker of Zizhong into the more respectful Brother Zilong. Subsequently, Gan Ning's information template materialized, revealing name: Gan Ning, courtesy name Xingba weapon, refined dual halberds LV11, increases martial prowess by 11. Defeating enemies rapidly enhances weapon level. This famed weapon possesses 3 stages, each comprising 20 levels. Loyalty 95, absolute loyalty. Commanders with loyalty below 90 may switch allegiances. General attributes: martial prowess 136. Command 117, intelligence 81. Politics 16. General traits: night raid and counterattack growth level. Novice high tier. Qin Zihan paused. He recollected that, besides Zhao Yun and Sun Yu, no other generals had displayed such famed weaponry. This implied that certain generals, like Zhao Yun and Sun Yu, came equipped with their own distinguished weapons. Immediately, Qin Zihan scrutinized the specifics of Gan Ning's weapon, refined dual halberds LV11, that upon reaching level 20, contingent upon the number of foes slain, it could evolve into the Overlord's dual halberds, with its ultimate form being the Sea Overlord's dual halberds. However, he pondered, why had Xingba's weapon already attained level 11 upon recruitment? And how was his growth level classified as novice high tier? Could it be that Gan Ning had annihilated numerous foes prior to joining his ranks, thereby elevating both his growth level and weapon? In contrast, Sun Yu, Chung Yu, and Shi Jizai had not managed any political affairs or slain adversaries before joining him. Thus, commencing from ground zero, Qin Zihan also noted with intrigue that Gan Ning's loyalty stood at a mere 95. Previously, all recruited generals had boasted unwavering loyalty of 100. He had assumed that newly joined commanders would invariably start with full loyalty, yet this was evidently not the case. This discrepancy likely stemmed from the manner in which he had recruited them. He recalled that Zhao Yun was an initial general, while Sun Yu had come to pledge allegiance and had been saved by him. Chung Yu and Shi Jizai had joined through Sun Yu's recommendation, whereas only Gan Ning had been won over through conquest. This thought amused Qin Zihan. If Gan Ning were to learn that he had orchestrated his loss of base, his loyalty might plummet even further. Given that previous generals had all maintained full loyalty, there had been no prompts regarding loyalty falling below 90 and the potential for allegiance shifts. Yet, Qin Zihan remained unperturbed. Although Gan Ning's loyalty was not at the maximum, it still stood at 95. Even if it dipped below 90, the prompt merely indicated a possibility of shifting allegiances, not a certainty of betrayal. With this realization, Qin Zihan's spirits were considerably buoyed. His elation stemmed from the fact that with Gan Ning, he now commanded 5 generals, all of whom were absolutely loyal and unlikely to revolt. Previously, he had gleaned from the global chat channel that the lord of a faction possessing the general, Yin Liang, had poached Wenqiu from another faction, causing him some concern that his own generals might similarly be lured away due to bond relations. However, it appeared that such worries were unfounded. Possessing 5 generals was an unimaginable feat for any lord. And who could have predicted that within a mere 5 days of descending into the 3 kingdoms, one could amass 5 generals, 4 of whom were renowned. Qin Zihan casually examined the final form of Zhao Yun's weapon, Dragon Spear LV2. Upon reaching level 20 and fulfilling the requisite number of foes slain, it could evolve into the ultimate form, the magnificent Dragon Spear. Indeed, Zilong's loyalty was aptly characterized as unyielding loyalty. As he contemplated Zhao Yun's weapon, Qin Zihan was struck by a thought regarding the loyalty titles that had long eluded him. At that moment, he had analyzed 3 possibilities. First, that all initial generals shared the same loyalty title. Second, that loyalty titles differed between civil and military leaders. And third, that only Zhao Yun possessed a unique loyalty title. Now that he had acquired a second general, Gan Ning, the second possibility could be dismissed, leaving only 2 conjectures. How could he ascertain whether all initial generals bore the title unyielding loyalty? No, the possibility that all initial generals had unyielding loyalty could be disregarded, as Wenqiu was also an initial general. Surely, it could not be that regardless of loyalty levels, their title remained unyielding loyalty. Shaking his head at the absurdity of the thought, he was interrupted by a private message from Zheng Wenwan. Zheng Wenwan, dear brother Qin Zihan, I possess exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. Should you require any intelligence gathering, do not hesitate to call upon me. Upon reading this message, Qin Zihan felt a surge of clarity that, of course, he could directly inquire about her initial general's loyalty title. Qin Zihan, I shan't hold back. You are rather courteous. What brings you to me? Speak plainly. Zheng Wenwan. Brother Qin Zihan, your forthrightness is refreshing. Although my reconnaissance skills are formidable, my combat prowess is rather lackluster. I was hoping to borrow some timber. Qin Zihan, 200 units of timber dispatched, and I have a query. What loyalty title does your Fa Zheng display? Zheng Wenwan. My Fa Zheng is indeed loyal, exhibiting absolute loyalty. Perhaps it is due to my exceptional merit as his lord. Qin Zihan. Indeed. This confirms that only Zhao Yun possesses the loyalty title of unyielding loyalty. By its very definition, this should not be a negative attribute. Unyielding loyalty is indeed a unique state possessed solely by Zhao Yun. And this distinctive quality will undoubtedly prove invaluable to Qin Zihan during pivotal moments in the future. Chapter 31. All 10 beginner equipments now available for auction. The global chat channel erupted with excitement. In Wenwan City, merely 50 miles from Longcheng, Zheng Wenwan was dispatching Fa Zheng to gather intelligence that Fa Zheng, possessing the military unit of military spies from the Shu Kingdom, boasted formidable infiltration and reconnaissance capabilities. This was precisely why she had obtained the top-secret information regarding the joint assault on Longcheng by the pirates and the Jin Fan bandits. Zheng Wenwan, clad in a light blue dress, possessed a personality that starkly contrasted with her name, boisterous and carefree. Nevertheless, her exterior aligned with her name, exuding an air of intellectual grace even while seated. Her adeptness in leveraging her advantages for intelligence gathering had earned her the distinction of being Qin Zihan's first friend, and her ability to exchange information for resources to compensate for her lackluster combat skills demonstrated her wisdom. On the walls of Longcheng, having reviewed Gan Ning's information, Qin Zihan contemplated the remaining time until the completion of the blacksmith shop when a cacophony of voices erupted from outside the walls. Wherever Brother Xingba goes, we shall follow. Please accept us. In an instant, a prompt appeared. Would you like to recruit the Jin Fan bandit group? Quantity, 3,000 at yes or no? Qin Zihan stood frozen in place. What would happen if I accepted? He then saw Gan Ning kneel on one knee, clasping his fists, and imploring, My lord, please accept them. They are now all homeless. Rest assured, Xingba, I shall recruit them. The barracks could now supply an additional 3,000 soldiers. So it was. Qin Zihan rejoiced, for this was an unexpected boon that greatly assisted him. After all, due to insufficient supplies, Zhao Yun, who could have commanded over 1,000 white horse Yitzhong, only had around 500 troops. Simultaneously, Qingyu had suffered losses of several Wei imperial guards during the previous conflict at Longhuzhai, which had yet to be replenished. Qin Zihan's strategy of deception had yielded perfect results. Had he not employed this tactic, he would likely still be holding steadfast at Longcheng, facing the direct threat of 3,000 bandits, while also guarding against pirate incursions from behind. Now, however, he had not lost a single soldier. Instead, he had gained the renowned General Gan Ning and the reinforcements of 3,000 Jin Fan bandits. This made Qin Zihan reflect on the ancient wisdom that to capture a city is to conquer the land. But to win hearts is to achieve greater victory. The construction of the beginner blacksmith shop has been completed. Upon receiving the delightful news, Qin Zihan promptly made his way to the blacksmith's workshop to inspect the establishment. Building name: Blacksmith's Workshop. Current level: Basic Blacksmith's Workshop function. Capable of forging hoe blades, chisels, training knives, hammers, and equipping soldiers. Currently, the barracks can only produce basic weapons. Qin Zihan immediately reviewed the forging list to ascertain the requirements for each item. Materials required for forging a hoe blade: wood, 20 units; steel, 10 units. Function of the hoe blade: used to enhance the yield of farmland. Applicable to a single plot. Upon use, the selected farmland's daily yield increases by 100 units of grain. While an increase of 100 units of grain is enticing, the necessity of steel makes it less appealing. Perhaps it would be wiser to construct additional farmland. It is entirely reasonable for Qin Zihan to think this way. In the early stages, steel is the most scarce resource for every faction. Whereas unoccupied land is plentiful, constrained only by construction time and the availability of other basic materials. However, as time progresses, the empty land will eventually reach its capacity, and at that juncture, if one wishes to augment grain production, the sole option will be to utilize the hoe blade. Materials required for forging a chisel: wood, 20 units; steel, 20 units. Function of the chisel: used to increase the speed at which a team gathers wood. Applicable to a single unit. Upon use, the selected general and their troops will experience a 20 increase in gathering speed. Indeed, both items require steel, and the chisel demands a full double of what the hoe blade needs. Nevertheless, Qin Zihan believes the effect is exceptionally beneficial, as it allows a single troop to double their wood-gathering speed, which, with the potential increase in troop numbers, could result in a significant quantity of wood collected in a day. Clearly, given the current scarcity of steel, Qin Zihan would not opt to forge the hoe blade. Materials required for forging training knives: wood, 10 units; steel, 20 units. Function of the training knife: used to enhance the training speed of the barracks, resulting in a 10 increase in training speed upon use, that if it were not for the need to recruit the Jinfan bandits, Qin Zihan might have contemplated crafting training knives, although not as severely impacted by troop losses as other faction leaders. The rapid growth in Zhao Yun's maximum troop capacity necessitates a prompt replenishment of forces. Materials required for forging a hammer: steel, 10 units. Function of the hammer: used to reduce construction time. Upon use, select a building that is under upgrade or construction, resulting in a reduction of 1 day's construction time. Splendid. It only requires 10 units of steel. That a smile spread across Qin Zihan's face. With just 10 units of steel, he could forge 5 hammers, sufficient to expedite the construction of 5 buildings instantaneously. He promptly chose to forge 2 hammers, as his immediate need was to swiftly complete the construction of the recruitment center and the basic general training camp. Should he require additional buildings, he could return to forge more. Finally, he turned his attention to the forging of equipment. Materials required for forging basic equipment: wood, 2 units; steel, 1 unit. Description: forging yields random basic items such as basic bows, crossbows, spears, knives, swords, axes, and halberds. To forge a specified basic item, an additional 10 units of currency is required, available for use by troops or generals. Qin Zihan paused momentarily, initially believing that equipment would demand the most steel. Yet it only required a single unit. With 30 units of steel remaining, what should he forge? At this moment, Qin Zihan contemplated whether to utilize all his steel for forging basic equipment or to forge 10 basic items, and then use the remaining 20 units for chisels. Qin Zihan intended the forged equipment not for personal use, as he understood that basic equipment would not significantly enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, with Gan Ning now in his ranks, the modest increase in strength would be inconsequential. He planned to auction off all the items instead. Never mind, I shall forge 10 basic pieces of equipment and put them up for auction, evaluating the outcome thereafter. Without delay, Qin Zihan forged 10 basic items and subsequently listed each one for auction. The moment the equipment was made available, it immediately caused a sensation in the World Chat channel. Chapter 32. Zheng Wenwan's Furious Retort. Starting bid: 10 units of currency, or 2 units of wood, or 100 units of grain, or 1 unit of steel. Staying true to his mercantile nature, Qin Zihan set the starting price at the minimum, just as before, to attract more bidders. Auction duration: 1 hour. Qin Zihan did not set the time to the previous 4 hours. The earlier 4-hour duration was intended to ensure all faction leaders could witness the auction. However, it now seemed that news traveled swiftly through the World Channel. In 1 hour would suffice for all faction leaders to participate. In total, Qin Zihan forged 10 basic items, comprising of 2 basic bows, 2 crossbows, 1 spear, 1 knife, 1 axe, 2 swords, and 1 halberd. Qin Zihan speculated that the auction price for the spear would be the highest, as it is often hailed as the king of cold weapons. Nevertheless, he refrained from exclusively forging spears, as the ultimate outcome would ultimately be determined by the market. In the World Chat channel, various faction leaders began to discuss the newly listed equipment. Wow, here we go again. Where did Qin Zihan get these from? Is this equipment from the Annihilation faction? Yesterday, I audaciously attempted to assault a neutral faction stronghold, only to be met by a force of 2,000 troops that sent me fleeing. No risk, no reward. I wish you safe travels. With these 10 pieces of equipment, Qin Zihan will undoubtedly profit immensely. Still, no one knows about Qin Zihan's generals, right? Just know that he is undoubtedly among the most formidable of the tens of billions of faction leaders. Qin Zihan, please accept my humble admiration. At that moment, a few who disapproved of Qin Zihan's mercantile success began to sway the conversation. Why are these items only basic? Are they even usable? These look so worn out. Surely no one would buy them. I certainly won't. Whoever buys them will be fooled. Suddenly, someone chimed in with a remark that shifted the tide once more. Hey everyone, take a look at whose vinegar jar has been broken. How sour. Qin Zihan isn't forcing anyone to buy, is he? Look at how worked up you all are. This Northeastern brother speaks plainly, but wisely. I just want to know if anyone is like me without weapons. If I had the money, I would definitely buy. To be honest, I am truly envious of that basic bow. I adore the basic sword. Qin Zihan found the Northeastern dialect familiar, and upon focusing, recognized it was Zhao Yun. While he paid little mind to the opinions of others, he was aware that among the tens of billions of faction leaders, his basic equipment would undoubtedly fetch a reasonable price. However, Zhang Wenwan's defense of him brought a sense of warmth amidst the chaos. And she could easily exchange information about Qin Zihan for numerous resources, as she was the only one among them to hold him as a friend and knew his initial general's information. In the northwestern region of the Three Kingdoms continent, on a vast grassland, Wu Batian was leading her team, composed of Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu, in a campaign against bandits. She firmly believed that by tomorrow at the latest, her Ma Yunlu would achieve a certain level of fame. Soon, she would possess the capability to eradicate the bandit stronghold, and by then, her prestige would likely be sufficient to elevate her to the rank of 9th tier. Just you wait, Qin Zihan. I will soon surpass you. Wu Batian had not given up on outshining Qin Zihan. She believed that once she eliminated the bandit stronghold and upgraded her main city, she would swiftly accomplish her goal of surpassing him. Not only Wu Batian, but many other faction leaders across the Three Kingdoms continent were convinced that they would eventually surpass Qin Zihan and emerge victorious. For in the realm of dramas, the initially powerful figures like Dong Zhuo and Yuan Shao ultimately met with failure. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His mind was solely focused on the profits from the 10 basic pieces of equipment. He opened the remote trading platform to examine the situation. Qin Zihan remarked, "As it stands, if I intend to forge equipment for auction in the future, I could simply choose from basic bows, basic crossbows, or basic spears." Qin Zihan noticed that the auction prices for basic bows, basic crossbows, and basic spears were significantly higher than those for other equipment. With only a few minutes remaining until the auction concluded, these final moments were the most volatile for price fluctuations. Drawing from his previous auction experience, Qin Zihan closed the remote trading platform. He was not avoiding the excitement for surprise, but simply found the rapid changes in numbers too overwhelming to focus on. In the brief interlude, Qin Zihan intended to check whether the levels of his generals had improved. However, upon observing Gan Ning, he suddenly realized he was still unaware of the effects of Gan Ning's general trait, Night Attack, that he promptly sought to investigate. Night Attack. Gan Ning's troops are unhindered while marching at night and move at an accelerated pace. During nighttime battles, they reduce the enemy's morale by 30. Qin Zihan mused, "This truly makes him a night owl." Although Gan Ning's general trait is somewhat peculiar, it aligns perfectly with Qin Zihan's aspirations, and he believes this unique trait will yield remarkable results in future conquests. Before long, the bidding came to a close. Qin Zihan accessed the remote trading platform to ascertain the final bidding prices to his astonishment. In the waning minutes, the bids for the primary crossbow and primary bow had surged dramatically, surpassing the third bid for the primary gun by a considerable margin. Even more striking was the fact that the highest bid for the primary crossbow was a full double that of the lowest bid for the primary axe. Qin Zihan gasped. Indeed, it must be the primary crossbow and primary, but he immediately recalled that, like the sovereign of that particular faction, who was similarly averse to peril, many preferred the safety of ranged weapons such as crossbows and bows to safeguard their lives. After all, in the heat of battle, a moment's carelessness could lead to the demise of a faction leader, bringing everything to a catastrophic end. Qin Zihan tallied the 10 pieces of primary equipment, which collectively fetched a sum of 12,380 units of money and 2,151 units of timber. Most faction leaders resorted to monetary exchanges, with none opting to trade foodstuffs, which was hardly surprising given the current period of food scarcity, not to mention the looming requirement of vast amounts of gold for unlocking general skills. Undoubtedly, Qin Zihan had reaped substantial rewards, as the intrinsic value of these primary items was but a fraction of their auction prices. However, the buyers were not foolish. Today marked their 5th day in this world. And with only 2 days remaining until the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the primary equipment could bolster their chances of survival significantly. After all, survival was synonymous with hope. Those who perished had little concern for the quantity of resources they possessed. Chapter 33. Zhao Yun unlocks the skill Desperate Dragon's Valor. Having garnered a substantial amount of money from the remote trading platform, Qin Zihan contemplated how to utilize the remaining 20 units of steel for forging. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to employ the 2 iron hammers he had forged, and he promptly inquired about the construction of the primary general training camp from Sun Yu.as expected. Sun Yu had already commenced the construction of the camp, prompting Qin Zihan to immediately decide to use one of the iron hammers. The construction of the primary general training camp was now complete. The iron hammer had reduced the construction time by 1 day, although this particular use only trimmed 6 hours from the total. While it may appear somewhat wasteful, for Qin Zihan, it was far from so. In this extraordinary period, every minute held immense significance. Much like the blacksmith's shop, Qin Zihan had become the first to take the plunge, successfully enjoying the associated benefits. Just as he intended to use an iron hammer for the construction of the recruitment hall, he discovered that it was not possible. Cannot be used consecutively. Please try again in 5 hours. Qin Zihan was taken aback. Had he known this item had a cooldown period, he would have forged only one, which would have sufficed. It seemed the recruitment hall would have to wait 6 hours longer. Approaching the newly completed primary general training camp, he noted the following details. Building name. General training camp current level. Primary general training camp function. Can unlock the first skill or tactic of a general. Without hesitation, Qin Zihan selected Zhao Yun from the list of generals. Would you like to unlock Zhao Yun's first skill? Note: unlocking the first skill requires a cost of 5,000 units of money. Although Qin Zihan had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback that it was important to remember that upon first arriving in this land, each faction leader possessed only 1,000 units of money. Yet now, unlocking a single skill for a general demanded as much as 5,000 units. This indicated that the number of faction leaders capable of unlocking a skill before the onslaught of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan resolved to have all his generals unlock their skills. Though it seemed audacious, he was confident in his ability to do so. Unlock. Zhao Yun's first skill, Desperate Dragon's Valor, was activated when there are no friendly units within 1,000 meters. Zhao Yun's ability value is enhanced by 300%. Qin Zihan stood frozen, his body bristling with astonishment. A 300% increase meant that even now, should Zhao Yun unleash Desperate Dragon's Valor, his combat prowess could surpass 1,000. Who could withstand such power? At that moment, while Qin Zihan marveled at the sheer might of Desperate Dragon's Valor, he harbored a deep-seated hope that Zhao Yun would never find himself in a position to activate this skill. After all, to trigger this ability, Zhao Yun would need to be genuinely cornered. If possible, Qin Zihan wished that the expenditure of 5,000 units of money would be rendered meaningless. Yet in the not-so-distant future, Zhao Yun would indeed trigger Desperate Dragon's Valor amidst despair. Unlocking merely the first skill necessitated 5,000 units of money, leading Qin Zihan to speculate that when the blacksmith shop upgrades to an intermediate level, the cost for unlocking the second skill would be even more exorbitant. With this thought in mind, Qin Zihan immediately forged 20 primary crossbows at the blacksmith shop. The 20 primary crossbows were naturally listed for auction in 20 separate instances, with the starting price and bidding duration set identically to before. Once they were made available, it was no surprise that the World Chat channel erupted once more with excitement. Wow, what is going on? Is Qin Zihan attempting to carve a path to glory through weapon sales? After the recent auction of 10 pieces of primary equipment, it seemed this was merely a warm-up, as he had now produced 20 items. Moreover, all 20 were primary crossbows. Were they not supposed to be random drops? Clearly, these were crafted items. The first attempt was merely to test which sold best, and evidently, the primary crossbow was a hot item. Hey, can you make one for me? Qin Zihan, I'll craft a heart for you in return. The above comment was met with a chorus of approval that don't underestimate their utility. I've taken down plenty of bandits with crossbows. Long live Qin Zihan. In the channels for equipment and treasure listings, no one aside from Qin Zihan had yet put anything up for auction to AT this juncture. It was evident that Qin Zihan was the mightiest faction leader. Some faction leaders, unable to tolerate Qin Zihan's dominance, joined the bidding that I'm determined to win this round of primary crossbows. Oh, aren't you the one who said you wouldn't buy anything? What audacity you have to bid now. I recall you disparaging them as worthless. The outcome remained uncertain, with fortunes yet to be decided. Thanks to the prior buyer's 5-star reviews, the remote trading platform experienced an unprecedented surge in bidding fervor. The faction leaders participating in the bidding were largely those lacking confidence in facing the Yellow Turban Rebellion. They had long ceased to place their hopes on unifying the continent and instead focused solely on the imminent chaos. Thus displaying no competitive spirit against Qin Zihan, it was not that they lacked ambition or determination. They had merely come to terms with reality. Yet those faction leaders still oblivious to the situation, reluctant to acknowledge the widening gap between themselves and Qin Zihan, would inevitably find themselves eliminated for missing out on these primary equipment opportunities that as the bidding time drew to a close. Qin Zihan reviewed the status information of his 5 generals. Zhao Yun's growth level had reached a remarkable pinnacle. His combat prowess surged to 687, while his leadership soared to 621. Qin Zihan could not help but marvel at the exponential growth that accompanied each major breakthrough. Gan Ning and Cheng Yu had both attained the level of somewhat notable. Surprisingly, Sun Yu had elevated to the higher tier of somewhat notable. Why was Wen Ruo's improvement so extraordinary? Could it be because previously, when constructing the blacksmith shop, Qin Zihan had already witnessed Sun Yu's sudden rise to somewhat notable, during the period when Sun Yu advanced from the newcomer high tier to somewhat notable low tier. The primary task he undertook was upgrading the main city. Qin Zihan surmised that generals engaged in building or upgrading structures could amass significant experience, likely correlating with the level of the building. This would explain how Sun Yu managed to leap 2 minor tiers within a mere day. It was noteworthy that, within this single day, Sun Yu had completed the construction of both the blacksmith shop and the general training camp. Shi Jitsai's growth level also progressed to the intermediate tier of newcomer. The overall strength of Qin Zihan's faction surged dramatically. At this stage, he could be aptly described as invincible. Chapter 34. Gan Ning leads 600 cavalry in a night raid on the bandit camp. All faction leaders were aware of Qin Zihan's formidable strength. Yet fortunately, most remained unaware that the gulf between them and him was even greater than they imagined. Nonetheless, Qin Zihan would not halt his progress. He understood that his lead was merely temporary, that if he allowed himself to bask in complacency and stagnate, the faction leaders eyeing him from behind would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to trample him beneath their feet. What is happening? Why has Gan Ning's loyalty dropped to 94? I distinctly recall it being 95 at the start. Qin Zihan, momentarily lost in the joy of his faction's overall strength increase, was taken aback upon witnessing Gan Ning's loyalty. He rubbed his eyes, momentarily convinced he was seeing things. Yet it was evident that his eyes were not deceiving him. Gan Ning's loyalty had indeed diminished. Had something transpired with Gan Ning? Qin Zihan sought to uncover clues from his memories of Gan Ning. With no leads in sight, Qin Zihan resolved to directly inquire with Gan Ning, which clearly was the right course of action. After all, Given Gan Ning's temperament, he would not intentionally conceal his discontent. When Qin Zihan approached Gan Ning, he noticed the latter's visibly gloomy countenance and was about to speak when Gan Ning preempted him, exclaiming, "My lord, do you still remember the promise you made to me?" Qin Zihan resolutely replied, "I would never forget. Then when shall we strike against the pirates? As long as that beast Guan Cheng lives, my heart's resentment cannot be quelled. My lord, grant me a specific time to attack the pirates. Otherwise, I find everything done by Xing Ba utterly vexing. Tonight, you will lead the vanguard. It has long been decided." Upon hearing this, Gan Ning was instantly elated, his spirit invigorated. "Haha, my lord, I bow to you, Xing Ba, for underestimating your noble intentions. Please forgive me." "Ah, it matters not. I bear you no ill will, Xing Ba." Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback by the rapid shift in Gan Ning's demeanor. Such was Gan Ning's nature. His emotions and attitudes were always transparently displayed. Simultaneously, Qin Zihan noticed that Gan Ning's loyalty had surged to a remarkable 9.6. It must be said that Gan Ning's emotions were as fleeting as they were intense. Learning that he would be able to slay the man named Guan Cheng that very night filled Gan Ning with exhilaration. At that moment, the auction for 20 sets of basic crossbow arrows had come to a close. Qin Zihan conducted a cursory review of the bidding returns, discovering that the 20 sets had amassed approximately 40,000 units of currency, almost double the previous earnings for such basic equipment. However, this was understandable, as in just a couple of days, the Yellow Turban Rebellion would erupt, unleashing wave after wave of chaotic bandits upon the entire continent. This was the first trial of the Three Kingdoms realm. Only those who passed this trial would tread the path of kings, while those who failed would be eliminated, vanishing from this world forever. The acquisition of these basic armaments clearly demonstrated an enhancement in his combat prowess, which was indispensable for surviving the turmoil of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Coupled with this substantial revenue, Qin Zihan's wealth was on the verge of surpassing 100,000 units. Not only could he unlock the skills of 5 generals, but even if he were to acquire 5 more, his financial resources were exceedingly ample. Qin Zihan then proceeded to the general training camp, selecting Gan Ning from the list of generals. Shall I unlock Gan Ning's first skill? Yes, note. Unlocking the first skill requires an expenditure of 5,000 units of currency. Unlock immediately. Gan Ning has unlocked his first skill, Jin Fan Rogue. When Gan Ning and his troops engage in battle near water, their morale is increased by 100%. Qin Zihan marveled, what fortuitous timing. This skill is tailor-made for our impending campaign against the pirates. Meanwhile, at the former camp of the Jin Fan bandits, Guan Cheng reclined upon his chair, relishing the tribute submitted by nearby bandit factions. Previously, these factions were only required to pay protection fees to the Jin Fan bandits once a year, and the Jin Fan's reputation among bandit forces had always been relatively favorable, as their fees were not exorbitant. However, since the Jin Fan had been supplanted by pirates, the latter had immediately plundered numerous valuables from the surrounding bandit factions. There's still no word of the Jin Fan bandits. Guan Cheng inquired angrily of his subordinates. None, my lord. A bunch of useless fools. Get out. After seizing the Jin Fan camp, Guan Cheng had prepared to defend against any potential retaliation, knowing well that Gan Ning's temperament would not allow him to swallow this insult silently. Yet, as the hours passed without any news from the Jin Fan bandits, he grew increasingly impatient. My lord, a thief reported seeing Gan Ning in Longcheng, where he was slain on the spot by Zhao Zilong. Ha, good. That young rascal Gan Ning, believing himself invincible, failed to regard me with due respect. Were it not for my magnanimity in not lowering myself to his level, he would not have lived to see this day. What a splendid turn of events. Let it be known, tonight we shall host a grand feast. All brothers shall drink to their heart's content. Unbeknownst to him, Gan Ning had already allied with Qin Zihan and was preparing to launch a surprise attack that very night. At this moment, Qin Zihan began to strategize the details of the assault on the pirates. Xing Ba, at midnight, you shall lead your... Qin Zihan hesitated, suddenly recalling that he had yet to ascertain the type of troops Gan Ning commanded. Troop name, rating cavalry troop strength, 670 strong, special traits. Trained exclusively as Jin Fan bandits, they excel in naval warfare. Unlike other cavalry, they wield large sabers. Type, high morale, highly mobile cavalry troop morale, 100 without a doubt. This is the very unit that will raid Chao's camp. Xing Ba, At midnight, you shall lead your raiding cavalry to stealthily infiltrate the captured Jin fan camp, wreaking havoc within at will, slashing down anyone who crosses your path. Gan Ning was immediately elated. Leave it to me, my lord. I am quite adept at the art of indiscriminate slaughter. Qin Zihan learned from the information template that Gan Ning's raiding cavalry differed from traditional cavalry. They wielded sabers rather than lances, boasting exceptional dismounting combat capabilities and excelling in close quarters. Zilong, take command of your White Horse Company and set an ambush along the route from the pirate camp to the Jin fan camp. Once the opportunity arises, proceed to support Xingba. Make haste and conclude the battle swiftly. Understood. Qin Zihan surmised that since Guansheng had just captured the Jin fan camp, he would not yet have solidified his defenses. Gan Ning's surprise attack would undoubtedly throw him into disarray. A disoriented Guansheng would likely retreat to the pirate camp or summon reinforcements from there. Regardless of his choice, Zhao Yun, lying in ambush along the inevitable route, would annihilate any pirate forces that passed by. Chapter 35. Gan Ning storms Guansheng's camp, causing him to wed himself in the northwestern highlands of the Three Kingdoms realm. Wu Batian, clad in a crimson battle robe and mounted on a black steed, stood atop a valley, surveying the stronghold of the Shiliang horse bandits below. Today marked the day for the annihilation of this bandit camp. I shall soon catch up to you. Qin Zihan, with a slight exertion of his ankles. He spurred his steed forward, the black horse galloping into motion. The Wu Batian's slender legs, already fair-skinned, appeared to glow in the contrast against the horse's dark coat. The Wu Batian prepared to return to Batian City for resupply. As twilight descended, he planned to lead Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao to quell this bandit stronghold at dawn. Today, his steed, Ma Yunlu, had finally reached the initial stage of minor renown, with Ma Chao swiftly following suit. This moment had been long awaited. He now possessed the strength to eradicate the bandit stronghold. If all went as planned, the destruction of this camp would elevate Wu Batian's reputation to the 9th rank, enabling him to upgrade the main city to a mid-level county. That Wu Batian was brimming with confidence. At his current rate of growth, he would undoubtedly catch up to Qin Zihan. However, at this very moment, the gates of Longqing swung wide open, and the drawbridge lowered to reveal Zhao Yun leading 2,780 White Horse Company soldiers, accompanied by Gan Ning and his 670 raiding cavalry. Brother Zilong, I yearn to charge in at once and rend that dog Guansheng to pieces. Xingba, do not be hasty. You must temper your temperament. Do not act impulsively. Heed the commands of our Lord and wait until midnight to make your move. That I shall scout the route, identifying the path from the Jin fan camp to the pirate camp. I am familiar with it, Brother Zilong. Follow the direction I indicate. There is a small grove which is the necessary route. Very well, I shall proceed. Xingba, exercise patience. Yes, Brother Zilong, rest assured. As the drawbridge fully descended, Zhao Yun and the White Horse Company surged forward, resolutely heading westward toward the Jin fan camp. Although Zhao Yun's troops would experience a reduction in marching speed during the night, they had ample time to spare. Meanwhile, Gan Ning, benefiting from his unique trait of night raid, moved with the swiftness of a panther, making him extremely suited for a midnight assault. Not only that, but Gan Ning's familiarity with the Jin fan camp enabled him to identify an alternative route that would allow them to bypass the camp's front and infiltrate their stronghold directly. While Gan Ning held the enemy's combat capabilities in contempt, believing that a frontal assault with their strength would suffice to scatter the enemy, he also recognized that true might was not solely about reckless charges. Had he remained at the Jin fan camp, encountering a lord like Qin Zihan alongside Zhao Yun and his White Horse Company, he understood that no matter how valiant he might be, he would undoubtedly fall short against them. In that moment, Gan Ning's admiration for Qin Zihan deepened, but he even thought that if he followed him, his future prospects would surely grow tenfold or even 100-fold compared to his current standing. Choosing to serve a wise sovereign holds true merit. It must be said that Gan Ning's heart now surged with fervor. Before long, the skies had completely darkened, and Gan Ning understood that this was the moment to lead his troops forward. Drawing upon his intimate knowledge of the terrain, he successfully infiltrated the encampment of the Jin fan bandits from the flanks. That instant, Gan Ning's gaze turned icy. The atmosphere remained eerily tranquil. Yet in mere moments, the air would be filled with the clash of blades and the neighing of war horses, transforming the scene into a battlefield. Without delay, Gan Ning dispatched soldiers to survey their surroundings. their attention razor-sharp. As he was now brimming with martial fervor, he swiftly searched for Guan Cheng within the camp, determined to ensure that this scoundrel would be torn to shreds. Meanwhile, within the Jin-fanned bandits' camp, Guan Cheng sat amidst his men, when suddenly his expression sharpened, sensing an inexplicable unease in the distance. Had he indulged too much in drink? Yet the beauty nestled in his embrace poured him another cup of wine. General Guan, what captures your gaze? Are you troubled by the affairs of the realm? Fear not, with your talents. Any obstacles here shall soon be cleared, and this territory will undoubtedly belong to you. Upon hearing these words, Guan Cheng's spirits lifted immensely, as he gazed upon the exquisite beauty akin to jade in his arms. His inner heroism surged anew. Indeed, what strength could those who dared to oppose him possibly possess? Guan Cheng's mood transformed, particularly with such a beauty at his side, prompting him to showcase his grand ambitions. With a slightly inebriated demeanor and a look of disdain towards the other commanders, Guan Cheng laughed heartily, declaring, "Your words are misguided. What is there to contend with these fools? They are far too naive. This world is not as simple as it appears. Defeating them is merely a matter of time." The beauty in his arms nodded in agreement, flattering him with her wine, her voice dripping with sycophancy. "Indeed, it was a misstep on my part. They lack the qualifications to vie with the general. After all, if your true prowess were fully revealed, these rascals would surely be thrown into a panic." Guan Cheng, buoyed by her words, burst into laughter. "You speak true. What is your name? When did we gain such an astute woman in our camp?" He continued, "Bring more wine. For tonight we shall drink until we are inebriated." That moment, Guan Cheng was exceedingly pleased, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Gan Ning had already led a band of marauders deep into the camp. "Lord Trouble Brews, open the door!" a voice exclaimed in alarm. "What is all this fuss? If you frighten my fair maiden, I shall have you executed on the spot." A pirate burst through the door, scrambling towards Guan Cheng. "Master, Gan Ning has stormed the camp. Have you lost your wits, shouting such nonsense in my presence? Seize him and take him away." Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder. "Guan Cheng, prepare to meet your end." Still wrapped in the embrace of a woman, Guan Cheng fell to the ground, an unmentionable liquid escaping him. Chapter 36. The Pirate's Utter Retreat. Surely it is a vengeful spirit. Guan Cheng, the notorious pirate leader, was rendered helpless by a mere utterance, his terror causing him to lose control. To him, Gan Ning had long been a dead man. However, the sudden thunderous voice was unforgettable, unmistakably belonging to Gan Ning. This led him to believe that Gan Ning had returned as a ghost to claim his life, sending him scurrying in fright. Just a moment ago, he had been cradling a beauty, yet now he found himself cowering behind her. Guan Cheng stammered in disbelief. "Are you certain it is Gan Ning? The boss cannot be mistaken. He approaches with an army and has been shouting about tearing you apart." Guan Cheng, still in disbelief, trembled as he protested, "Impossible, impossible." As he cautiously lifted a portion of the tent flaps, one eye peering outside, he was met with a scene ablaze. The camp had transformed into an entirely different realm. To Ian's sheer terror, he recoiled, his mind reeling. How did he infiltrate the camp? It must be a ghost. Quickly, have my brothers escort me back to the pirate's stronghold. With the aid of several pirates, Guan Cheng, along with the two women, stealthily exited the tent, fearful of making the slightest sound lest they attract the ghosts. Meanwhile, Gan Ning and his marauders unleashed a merciless slaughter within the camp, hacking at anyone in their path, their eyes bloodshot with fury. "Guan Cheng, today you shall meet your demise," he bellowed, along with a barrage of menacing threats. The pirates within the camp were paralyzed with dread, convinced that they faced a vengeful spirit. As they witnessed their comrades falling around them, they were powerless against Gan Ning and his marauders. It is worth noting that at this moment, Gan Ning and his band, empowered by the unlocked warrior skill Gene Fan Ranger, experienced a 100 morale boost and doubled their strength. In contrast, the entire pirate crew suffered a 30 morale decrease due to Gan Ning's unique warrior trait, Night Raid. Under such circumstances, Gan Ning truly appeared as a god of death to them. By order of the king, all personnel retreat to the main camp. At this command, the pirates felt as if they had been granted salvation, fleeing with all their might. Gan Ning, upon hearing this, began to search for Guan Cheng, knowing he would have made a hasty retreat, especially with two women in tow making him exceedingly conspicuous. spotting Guan Cheng amidst the fleeing pirates. Gan Ning taunted Guan Cheng. "I have come to reminisce." The quaking Guan Cheng, tiptoeing in fear, turned to see the specter of Gan Ning locking eyes with him. Paralyzing him with terror, he shouted, "Where are the horses? Bring me my horse." Gan Ning's voice rang out, "Brothers kill." Frightened, Guan Cheng hastily stepped onto the stirrup, but misstepped and fell. Gan Ning, invigorated by the chase, leaped towards Guan Cheng. "Stop him! Don't let him near me!" The pirates surged forward. But they were no match for Gan Ning, who dispatched them one by one. Seizing a short spear from a fallen pirate, he hurled it at Guan Cheng. In a desperate reaction, Guan Cheng grabbed the hand of one of the women, pulling her in front of him as a shield, the spear piercing her. Guan Cheng quickly mounted his horse, cracking the whip harshly against its flank. The other woman, witnessing this horror, was rendered speechless. What a beastly creature! Using a woman as a shield, Gan Ning's face twisted in revulsion. "All riders, pursue that scoundrel Guan Cheng." Simultaneously, within Long City, Qin Zihan was bombarded with notifications of kills. Kill Pirate LV6, experience 30, money 6 units. Kill Pirate LV8, experience 40. Kill Pirate Squad Leader LV15, experience 100, money 20 units. Qin Zihan, observing the notifications, couldn't help but exclaim, "Xingba truly cleaves through foes." The speed of these notifications is simply outrageous. The recruitment hall has been completed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan was filled with excitement, for recruiting warriors was one of his greatest joys. The recruitment hall was undoubtedly intended for enlisting more warriors. He quickly made his way to the recruitment hall. Building name, Recruitment Hall function, to issue recruitment orders to heroes and legends across the land. The effectiveness of the recruitment order is directly related to the faction's reputation and the warrior issuing the order. Without hesitation, Qin Zihan chose to issue a recruitment order and selected Sun Yu for the warriors. After waiting for a considerable time, he noticed nothing was happening, leaving him somewhat perplexed. That he murmured to himself, "What now? I should be the first to have constructed the recruitment hall. Only I can issue recruitment orders. Shouldn't countless warriors be flocking here?" However, it is not the case. The recruitment edict is indeed aimed at heroes across the realm. Yet given the current reputation of Qin Zihan, it is evidently implausible to expect distant generals from the far side of the continent to traverse thousands of miles to seek allegiance. Furthermore, certain generals who are not on good terms with Sun Yu would not be swayed by his call for talents. Within a mere day, Qin Zihan had completed the construction of all newly unlocked buildings and suddenly pondered whether he had fulfilled the requirements for upgrading his main city once again. He promptly checked the conditions for the upgrade. City level, intermediate county, requirements for upgrade. Official rank of 8th grade, 5,000 units of gold, 10,000 units of grain, 1,000 units of wood, 100 units of steel. Possession of a Level 1 blacksmith shop, Level 1 general training camp, recruitment office, Level 2 farmland, Level 2 market, Level 2 barracks. Astonishingly, the conditions for advancing from Level 1 to Level 2 had increased by more than tenfold. Qin Zihan could not help but envision what new buildings would be unlocked after upgrading the main city once more. Based on his experience from the last upgrade, both the blacksmith shop and the general training camp should unlock at an intermediate level, while the farmland and market would undoubtedly reach Level 3, and what was most crucial would be entirely new structures. At this moment, outside the camp of the Jin Fan bandits, Guan Cheng was leading his brothers in a frantic escape, as he certainly did not wish to be haunted by vengeful spirits. Hot on the heels of the pirate crew was none other than the fearsome Gan Ning and his raiding cavalry. Chapter 37. Zhao Yun exclaimed, "Let him run for a while." Time passed swiftly, and on the early morning of the 6th day, before dawn had broken, Wu Batian was exhilarated and had not slept a wink. This day belonged solely to her. Today marked the day of assault against the Western Liang bandit stronghold, and she had readied her troops, deploying Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao, preparing to strike as soon as daylight emerged. Had it not been for the neutral forces during the night providing double damage bonuses, she would have launched a full-scale attack the previous evening. After 3 rounds of bidding by Qin Zihan, Wu Batian's confidence had suffered a considerable blow. That in disbelief, she remarked, what could possibly be the reason? How can his development speed be so astonishing? What is the extent of his power? Wu Batian felt a deep-seated frustration at always being one step behind Qin Zihan. Once I annihilate the bandit stronghold and upgrade my main city, I will surely catch up to him. Moreover, it is only the 6th day. The future is long. and I have many opportunities ahead. Though Wu Baishan's strength indeed paled in comparison to Qin Zihan's, she remained a prominent figure across the entire Three Kingdoms continent, bolstered by the presence of renowned General Ma Chao, which further fueled her belief that she could surpass Qin Zihan. As soon as dawn breaks, I will seize the western Liang bandit stronghold. Time is of the essence. Only one more day remains before the Yellow Turban Rebellion strikes that Wu Batian aimed to upgrade her main city before the uprising and defeat the generals Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang, thereby establishing a significant lead over all factions and laying the foundation for unification of the Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, outside the Jin Fan bandit camp, Gan Ning was relentlessly pursuing Guancheng. Just as he was about to catch up to him near a small grove, Guancheng suddenly halted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Did I guess it that a mere drop of saliva could cause you to sprout? You do not truly believe yourself to be a ghost, do you? Guancheng burst into laughter. Gan Ning, tightening his grip on the reins, was utterly baffled by Guancheng's antics. Guancheng, are you sure it is just saliva? For I see your trousers are rather damp. Is that not urine? Gan Ning's talent for mockery was second to none, and upon hearing this, Guancheng erupted in curses. You little scoundrel, Gan Ning. Unaware of your impending doom, were it not for your subordinates, I would have thought you had transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking revenge. Fortunately, I kept my wits about me, that I lured you here. Do you comprehend the implication? I positioned my brothers from the main camp in ambush here, that a team I command, your head will surely fall. At that moment, Gan Ning was immensely grateful that his lord was Qin Zihan. Despite the serendipitous turn of events, the pirates ambushed by Guancheng would undoubtedly be vanquished by Zhao Yun. Had this expedition consisted solely of his own forces, he would have undoubtedly fallen into Guancheng's trap. There was no water near the grove. Hence, his Jin Fan rangers were of no use here, and now that day had broken, his general's trade of night raids had similarly lost its efficacy. Guancheng's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, his expression that of a petty man reveling in his moment of triumph. Kneel down now and bow to me 3 times. No, 30 times? I shall consider adopting you as my sworn son. The pirates erupted in raucous cheers. Bow. Become a sworn son? Bow. Become a sworn son. Gan Ning, doubling over with laughter, retorted, Are you saying that this place belongs to you? Then let your hidden troops emerge. As soon as they do, I shall bow to you 300 times. However, if they do not emerge, how about you bow to me just once? But I have one condition. You must not kneel. Thus, the only option left is for your head to roll from your neck, so that you may bow to me. Guancheng, upon hearing this, nearly turned away in fury. That I have offered you an opportunity. Gan Ning, this is of your own making. With that, Guancheng lightly clapped his hands. Silence enveloped the scene. That he clapped again, twice more. What are you doing? Your subordinates seem rather disobedient. Are you ready to bow now? Guancheng began to panic, clapping his hands more vigorously. What is happening? Are you sure they are hiding here? Yes, my lord. It cannot be wrong. Our brothers are lying in ambush here. Could they be asleep? Yet, Gan Ning's expression suddenly turned serious. It seems you do not know how to clap. Allow me to teach you. With that, Gan Ning tucked his dual halberds under his arms and slowly clapped his hands. Suddenly, a general on a white horse leaped forth, sunlight glinting off his silver armor, shimmering brilliantly. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. Guancheng and his pirate crew's pupils dilated in shock. You are the Zhao Zilong of Chang? At that moment, Gan Ning slowly raised his right hand. Zhao Yun, riding his white steed, galloped past Guancheng and approached Gan Ning, exchanging a slap with his left hand against Gan Ning's right. Are you claiming that you alone have slaughtered my 2,000 troops lying in ambush here? Zhao Yun shook his head. Earlier, Zhao Yun had been lying in wait within the grove, immobile as he awaited the enemy forces. Yet he had only encountered a pirate riding towards the pirate camp, which he surmised was a sign that Gan Ning had stirred up sufficient trouble and was seeking reinforcements. Hence he did not make a move. Sure enough, shortly after, the pirate army arrived. However, to Zhao Yun's astonishment, the pirate forces intended to ambush within the grove as well. Zhao Yun and his white steed cavalry naturally took the opportunity to eliminate all the pirates. Eagerly anticipating a thrilling spectacle, Guancheng, what say you? You promised to bow once, and then I would spare you. How does that sound? Fortunately, Qin Zihan had not fallen to Gan Ning's hands. Otherwise, with Gan Ning's capacity for humiliation, death would have been a more honorable choice. Upon realizing that only Zhao Yun stood before him, Guanqing quickly regained his composure. "Humph, your white steed cavalry will perish alongside my 2,000 troops. It seems the rumors about you are indeed true. Ahead lies my main camp. You just passed by me, and that was your sole opportunity to kill me. You will come to regret it." With that, Guanqing turned his horse's head and raced towards the main camp. Gan Ning, witnessing this, was about to pursue when he was halted by Zhao Yun. "There is no need to chase. Let him run for a while." Zhao Yun raised his hand, and in an instant, a hail of arrows filled the air. The neutral pirate forces had been annihilated by Qin Zihan's faction. Accompanying this news was another. The neutral Western Liang bandits had been obliterated by Wu Baishan's forces. Meanwhile, within Longcheng, Qin Zihan suddenly felt a lightness enveloping his body, followed by an unusual sense of elation. As these sensations faded, a surge of power coursed through him. This feeling was slightly different from his previous promotion. It was Qin Zihan checked his growth level, initial stage of supreme sage and enlightenment. Overcome with joy, Qin Zihan immediately examined his attribute values, ability values, martial strength 250, command 250, internal affairs 250, intelligence 250. This amounts to precisely 250. At that moment, Sun Yu suddenly reported that outside the city, a formidable giant wielding dual halberds was knocking at the city gate, presumably drawn by the recruitment edict in hopes of allegiance. The image of a fearsome giant wielding dual halberds could only lead me to one conclusion: Dianwei. Chapter 38. Recruitment of Dianwei. In the northwestern highlands of the Three Kingdoms continent, Wu Batian remained clad in her crimson battle robe, the vest beneath it evidently constricting, accentuating her remarkable figure. At this moment, Wu Batian was directing the Shiliang Iron Cavalry led by Ma Chao and the Shiliang Cavalry commanded by Ma Yunlu in a relentless assault on the bandit stronghold. With the martial prowess of Ma Chao's unique ability, a hero among thousands, interwoven with Ma Yunlu's characteristic riding together, they managed to capture the stronghold after a grueling struggle. The stronghold fell. Wu Batian gazed skyward, yearning for the announcement of her triumph over the Shiliang bandits to appear in the World Channel, a revelation that would astonish all. She wished for every lord of the factions to recognize that there were many formidable warriors on this continent, not merely Qin Zihan alone. Yet, the one she most desired to see this was Qin Zihan, for after he had twice unceremoniously rejected her friendship, she longed to demonstrate the folly of his choices. She wished for Qin Zihan to understand that she, Wu Batian, was rapidly closing the gap between them. If only she could witness Qin Zihan's expression upon seeing the announcement. At that moment, the World Chat channel indeed erupted with news. And it was not merely a single report. The neutral faction of pirates had been annihilated by Qin Zihan's forces, and the neutral faction of Shiliang bandits had been eradicated by Wu Baishan's might. Wu Batian was momentarily taken aback. Why is he always a step ahead of me? How infuriating! Under the sunlight, her fair and delicate face flushed crimson, a blend of anger and embarrassment as she realized that despite her efforts, she was still lagging behind Qin Zihan. The world chat was ablaze with excitement due to the simultaneous announcements. Goodness, this is astounding. Front row for the show. Qin Zihan has already taken down his second neutral faction. The title of first faction is truly deserved. If the prior victory was deemed fortunate, then what of this? Wu Batian, my queen, I adore you. Permit me to serve as your humble servant. The two of them capturing simultaneously. Could it be a prearranged agreement? Absolutely not. How could Queen Wu Batian ever ally with a rogue? She is divine. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan was entirely oblivious to Wu Baishan's conquest of the Shiliang bandits. His thoughts were solely occupied with the visitors knocking at the city gate. He dashed towards the entrance. The gate swung wide open. He was met with a towering figure wielding dual halberds, nearly 9 feet tall, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's strength, donned in partial shoulder armor. The left arm exposed was as robust as Qin Zihan's thigh. General, you must be here in response to the recruitment decree. Indeed, I was cast out by my family for my excessive appetite, and they urged me to seek employment. Upon seeing your recruitment announcement, I decided to try my luck. Though I may eat a lot, I possess great strength and can protect my lord well. I implore you to accept me. Will you recruit Dianwei? Could it truly be Dian Wei? Qin Zihan was instantly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Dian Wei was renowned as a fierce warrior, a veritable god of war. "Do not harm my lord." In Zhang Xiu's camp, Dian Wei escorted Cao Cao onto his horse, single-handedly obstructing Zhang Xiu's forces, slaying 2 men with his bare hands and using their corpses to crush several of Zhang Xiu's soldiers, inciting terror among them. This was the very embodiment of a fierce deity. Yet, what moved Qin Zihan most was that even after Dian Wei had fallen to a hail of arrows, Zhang Xiu's soldiers dared not advance until he had bled out. Only then pursuing Cao Cao present, Dian Wei regarded Qin Zihan with a fearsome expression, not out of animosity, but simply because that was his demeanor when devoid of emotion. "My lord, please accept me. I shall eat less." Qin Zihan finally regained his composure. "Eat as you wish." Immediately, Dian Wei's information template appeared. Name: Dian Wei weapon. Short halberd LV1. Increases martial power by 1. Defeating enemies can rapidly elevate weapon level. Legendary weapons possess 3 stages, each comprising 20 levels. Loyalty 100, absolute loyalty. General attributes: martial power 99, command 76, internal affairs 15, intelligence 28. General trait: ancient evil growth level. Novice. Upon seeing this, Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. The initial martial power was merely a fraction lower than Zhao Yun's. However, the intelligence was somewhat concerning. Qin Zihan promptly examined the weapon level information and the general trait. Short halberd LV1. Upon reaching level 20 and fulfilling the requisite kill count, could evolve into a fine steel heavy halberd, with the ultimate form being a bullhead heavy halberd. Ancient evil. The damage inflicted by Dian Wei while wielding dual halberds is increased by 50%. Upon losing the dual halberds, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Qin Zihan shook his head. This skill? What sort of nonsense is it that involves discarding a weapon and running into blows? He found it perplexing, but he quickly speculated whether it might relate to his own skills. Without delay, Qin Zihan unlocked Dian Wei's skill in the training camp. General Dian Wei unlocked his first skill, halberd toss. Dian Wei hurls his dual halberds forward with all his might. The skill's power is influenced by martial power and weapon level, actively used skill. Qin Zihan was taken aback. Until now, all general skills have been passive state types, yet there were indeed skills that could be actively employed. With this skill, Dian Wei's general traits suddenly became dynamic. Qin Zihan could even envision Dian Wei piercing through enemy ranks to slay the opposing general amidst a sea of foes. Continuing to investigate Dian Wei's accompanying troop, he found troop name, Tiger Guard accompanying forces, 5,050 men. Characteristics: the unit comprises robust warriors, uniformly equipped with long spears. Troop type: their offensive might is as swift and fierce as a tiger, descending a mountain. Troop morale: 100. Qin Zihan was utterly astonished. He was well aware of this formidable unit, renowned as the mightiest attacking infantry of Wei. This troop had a storied history of glorious victories and had repeatedly saved Cao Cao from peril. At that moment, Zhao Yun and Gan Ning returned triumphantly from their campaign against the pirates. Gan Ning cast a distant glance at Dian Wei, as if ignited by some fervor. Chapter 39. Dian Wei's cross-stage duel with Gan Ning after the obliteration of the pirate faction. Gan Ning and Zhao Yun returned to Long City, laughing and chatting. "Brother Zilong, what kind of horse is this? Why is it so fast? You looked incredibly impressive as you flew past Guancheng. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think what might have transpired." "All right, enough with the flattery. You've been singing my praises all the way back, Xingba." Upon entering Long City, Gan Ning's gaze fell upon Dian Wei, who also wielded dual halberds. This sight ignited Gan Ning's combative spirit in an instant. He fixed his gaze intently on Dian Wei, as if to say, "I aim to surpass you. Care to see whose halberds are superior?" Noticing that Dian Wei was equally regarding him with fierce intensity, Gan Ning could no longer restrain himself. He leaped off his horse and approached Dian Wei. "What are you staring at? You look like you want to kill me." "You are welcome to test whether you possess the capability." Qin Zihan hurriedly interjected. "Xingba, cease this. You are both comrades on the same front, my left and right arms." Qin Zihan was acutely aware that Dian Wei was merely a novice. While Gan Ning had gained some renown as a beginner, and likely had advanced to a mid-tier status since their encounter with the pirates, should they truly spar, it would undoubtedly be Gan Ning who emerged victorious. "My lord, he was the one who glared at me first. Look, he is still staring." "All right, Xingba, Dian Wei harbors no ill intent towards you. That is simply his expression. Unexpectedly, Dian Wei interjected, if you wish to fight. I shall oblige. Qin Zihan momentarily forgot that Dian Wei was also a fiercely combative individual, igniting the flames of conflict between them. Just as he was about to command Gan Ning and Dian Wei to gather materials outside, he suddenly recalled that allies could not inflict harm on one another, which piqued his interest. After all, this was a duel between renowned generals, a spectacle one could not witness even with a ticket before. Especially between Gan Ning and Dian Wei, that if you insist on determining superiority, then let it be so. You have 10 rounds. Should there be no victor within those 10 rounds, it shall be deemed a draw. Both Gan Ning and Dian Wei responded eagerly. Thank you, my lord, for your permission. Thereafter, a template emerged, announcing, General Duel is about to commence. The appearance of this template astonished Qin Zihan, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. My permission has initiated their general duel. Qin Zihan quickly regained his composure. Given that it was a duel between warriors, it was unlikely to result in fatal injuries. He observed Gan Ning swiftly advance, his twin halberd slicing down towards Dian Wei. The latter struggled to parry the blows, retreating repeatedly. With all his strength, Dian Wei managed to deflect the halberds, causing Gan Ning to be momentarily repelled. Dian Wei raised his elbows to his ears, and just as the halberds were about to strike his back, he suddenly hurled them. The halberds spun gracefully through the air, heading straight for Gan Ning, who had no choice but to intercept them, resulting in him being forced back several meters to AT that moment. Gan Ning disregarded the halberds thrown by Dian Wei and took bold strides forward. As he approached Dian Wei, he leapt into the air, his body curving as he swung downwards. Qin Zihan's eyes widened in astonishment. The duel between the warriors had clearly reached a climax that if it had not concluded, it seemed likely that Qin Zihan's heart would have ceased to beat. Brother Dian Wei, that move was incredibly powerful. How did you manage that? I nearly couldn't withstand it, he exclaimed. Brother Gan Ning, you are truly formidable. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of countering my attacks. Remarkably, the two men, who had initially been adversaries, suddenly appeared to become quite familiar with one another, still immersed in the aftermath of their recent confrontation. Qin Zihan noted that Dian Wei was merely a novice, just beginning his journey, and his weapon was still at a basic level. Yet, the power exhibited in his halberd throw was already formidable. If he were to grow in strength and equip a weapon akin to Zhao Yun's, such a move would surely allow him to contend with 100 foes single-handedly. Regaining his focus, Qin Zihan swiftly began to assess the rewards obtained from the recent annihilation of the pirates, but he opened the rewards panel, which had previously been inundated with notifications, and checked the final entries. Annihilation of neutral faction pirates. Experience 15. 000. Money 1. 500. Prestige 150. Steel 150. That the total rewards were astonishingly higher than those received from the previous conquest of Longhu village by a margin of 50%, suggesting that the strength of the annihilated faction directly influenced the rewards. Suddenly, Qin Zihan recalled the treasures that could randomly drop upon the destruction of factions and promptly opened his inventory for confirmation. To his delight, he discovered 20 advanced war drums, specifically designed for pirates. These advanced war drums could instantly elevate a team's morale to a full 100 upon seeing the advanced war drums. Qin Zihan couldn't help but acknowledge the exaggerated effectiveness of these items. It was well known that ordinary faction leaders typically lacked high-ranking generals to lead their teams. Thus, they refrained from taking bold actions to ensure their soldiers' morale remained intact. After all, a defeat could severely impact morale. The morale of a team held immense importance, as a level of 100 was required to unleash the full potential of an entire army, and should morale fall to 0, the team would disband instantly. Consequently, many faction leaders, in order to fully prepare for the impending battle in 7 days, dared not take risks that might diminish their morale. Such morale-restoring items as the advanced war drums were currently non-existent. Now, with Qin Zihan acquiring 20 of them all at once, if other leaders were to learn of this, it would truly be described as nothing short of madness. As time progressed, the significance of team morale began to reveal itself to all. For a faction leader possessing advanced war drums as a safety net, it would undoubtedly be a critical assurance. With advanced war drums bolstering their morale, they could achieve effects far beyond mere morale enhancement. They would dare to challenge numerous potential teams, significantly accelerating their development. However, in the past, if even the slightest mistake had occurred that affected their morale, those faction leaders would likely have contemplated self-harm before the 7 days had elapsed. Qin Zihan was instantly elated that if he were to list the advanced war drums on the distant trading platform for mid-tier and high-tier faction leaders seeking development, his name would become akin to that of a deity. After all, for someone like Qin Zihan, who commanded powerful generals such as Zhao Yun and Gan Ning, the advanced war drums were appealing enough to retain 5 for personal use while selling the rest to exchange for materials. Qin Zihan was keenly aware of the allure his advanced war drums held for others. Therefore, he resolved to auction off all 15 advanced war drums, that he couldn't help but wonder how other faction leaders would react. With a smile, he mused, if they label me a shrewd merchant, why not embrace that reputation fully? He proceeded to list the 15 advanced war drums one by one at the auction house. Little did Qin Zihan know that the scene he was about to witness would be nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, the moment he uploaded the advanced war drums to the distant trading platform, the entire Three Kingdoms continent erupted in excitement. Chapter 40. Zhao Yun leads Jianwei into battle. Shared invincible general double experience. The news of Qin Zihan's advanced war drums spread rapidly through the world chat channel. The importance of morale in the Three Kingdoms was self-evident, as it directly represented the state of a team, including both generals and troops. Even if Zhao Yun faced off against other faction leaders, if his morale were to drop to a mere 10, it would mean that the 700-strength Zhao Yun could only exhibit a mere 70 strength. Fortunately, such a scenario would never occur with Zhao Yun, given his unique trait as an invincible general, ensuring his morale would never falter. This was a reality that other faction leaders could scarcely fathom, and when they eventually discovered Zhao Yun's trait, they would lament the inherent unfairness of the world. Thus, the presence of several advanced war drums in the world chat channel sparked such a tumultuous uproar. What? Advanced war drums? I had no idea such items existed that could restore morale instantly. Qin Zihan's products are guaranteed to be top-notch. This must be a treasure obtained from annihilating the pirates. Brothers, please let me have this. I truly need it. Yesterday, I challenged a mid-sized team and annihilated the first group of mountain bandits, thinking I could easily defeat all mid-sized teams. However, when I faced the Heishan bandits, I nearly faced total annihilation and had to retreat, causing my morale to plummet by 40. That who hasn't faced such struggles? We all seek to gain as much experience as possible before the Yellow Turban Rebellion arrives. That I ask for you up there, brother. It's not that I'm criticizing you, but losing 40 morale is still manageable, as you can find smaller teams to secure victories and boost morale. That I have only 20 left and thought I was doomed, but thanks to Qin Zihan's timely assistance. Long live Qin Zihan. These advanced war drums are indeed remarkable, but I suspect the price will skyrocket. By the way, I remember Wu Batian also annihilated a neutral faction. Why hasn't she listed anything yet? On the high plateau of the northwestern region of the Three Kingdoms continent. After Wu Batian had annihilated the Western Liang bandit forces, he found himself in possession of 15 advanced elixirs. However, Wu Batian chose to distribute all 15 advanced elixirs to Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao on the spot. At that moment, she was solely driven by an urgent desire to catch up with Qin Zihan, entirely neglecting the competition for resources. Yet, these advanced elixirs did not elevate Ma Yunlu and Ma Chao's ranks, leaving her with a tinge of regret that by this time, she had already been promoted to the 9th grade official rank. Upon upgrading her main city, she discovered the substantial monetary cost required to unlock generals. Deepening her regret, it is worth noting that during this particular period, the value of these advanced elixirs, along with other treasures and equipment, surpassed that of any other time. Furthermore, as time progressed, the availability of advanced elixirs in the market would increase significantly, with even more effective elixirs likely to emerge. Nevertheless, Wu Batian would not dwell on this matter for long, as her main city was set to complete its upgrade the following day. With this thought, she promptly tucked her scattered hair behind her ears with her delicate, well-moistened hands, revealing her luminous cheeks that flushed with a hint of rosy warmth, gradually forming shallow dimples, while her pupils regained their clarity and brightness. Within Longcheng, Qin Zihan was also engaged in the upgrade of a high-level county. Sun Yu had already arranged for Shi Zhicai and Cheng Yu to upgrade the construction of secondary farmlands and secondary markets, while Sun Yu himself was focused on building an intermediate barracks. Qin Zihan set up the high-level war drums, He specifically designated 5 of them to accept only steel for bidding. Shortly after the announcements of Qin Zihan and Wu Baishan's annihilation of forces were broadcasted, reports of neutral forces being eradicated began to appear in the World Channel. Qin Zihan was aware that a portion of the elite within the Three Kingdoms continent had already acquired the capability to wipe out neutral forces. The owners of steel across the continent were gradually increasing, yet they remained oblivious to the specific utility of steel. Once they all upgraded their main cities, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to exchange steel. Qin Zihan's objective was to exploit this information gap and reap a harvest of steel. After all, the materials required to upgrade the main city to a high-level county now included a demand for steel. Qin Zihan was almost certain that the buildings unlocked by high-tier main cities, as well as the subsequent upgrades of barracks, farmlands, and markets, would also necessitate steel that, of course, money and wood were not to be disregarded. As their subsequent requirements were escalating at a frightening pace, it is important to note that the amount of money and wood needed to upgrade an intermediate county was merely 1/10 of what was currently required. However, after several rounds of bidding, Qin Zihan's finances, wood, and food would not face shortages in the near term. Furthermore, in this land of conquest, resource competition was of paramount importance. Everyone's ultimate goal would invariably be the unification of the continent. As expected, it wasn't long before bids began to emerge for the 5 high-level war drums that accepted only steel. The combat prowess of these faction leaders was not to be underestimated. However, the time of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was drawing ever closer. Everyone was experiencing such events for the first time. No one knew the extent of the strength of the bandits in chaotic times. Should a single misstep lead to failure, it could dampen morale and trigger a chain reaction resulting in elimination that wouldn't evoke profound regret. At that moment, possessing the high-level war drums could prevent such unforeseen circumstances, significantly enhancing the margin for error. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Zihan retained 5 high-level war drums. Naturally, Qin Zihan held great confidence in his own abilities. If even he, the strongest combatant at present, were to fall to the Yellow Turban Rebellion, then all the faction leaders in this world could simply raise the white flag and await their demise. As Sun Yu dispatched Sheng Yu and Shi Jizai, Qin Zihan sent out 3 great generals, Gan Ning, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei, to eliminate nearby bandit groups. The purpose of this expedition was straightforward. The first goal was to gain prestige. After eliminating Guancheng, the several thousand pirate crews, combined with a reward of 150 prestige for their eradication, propelled his prestige to 1703. He was merely 300 prestige points away from upgrading his main city. The second objective was to promote Dian Wei to this end. Qin Zihan specifically appointed Dian Wei as Zhao Yun's deputy commander for the mission, ensuring that Dian Wei could benefit from Zhao Yun's general traits, which would yield double experience from victories, as the current growth level of Dian Wei was too low to stand independently during the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The third aim was to continue scouting the surrounding neutral forces. Thus, Gan Ning was not made Zhao Yun's deputy. Instead, he was assigned a separate squad, which would effectively double the scouting speed of their operations. Chapter 41. Shadows Emerge. It is the Shadow Guards. Not long after Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei set forth, the reward announcements began. Kill a level 3 mountain bandit, experience 15. Killed a level 10 bandit captain, experience 50, money 10 units, prestige 2. Killed a level 5 thief, experience 10, money 6 units. As Qin Zihan observed the experience flowing into him, a thought suddenly struck him. Indeed, my growth stage has now reached the level of supreme wisdom. Although I lack weapons, my ability values have already surpassed 200. Could I perhaps give it a try? Qin Zihan was instantly filled with excitement. To be prudent, he decided to seek out a small-scale group within 100 meters of Longcheng. It wouldn't be accurate to say Qin Zihan was overly timid. Thus far, almost all faction leaders had never killed a single bandit. Even among those who had ventured out alongside generals, they were few and far between. After all, according to the absolute iron law, should a faction leader perish, their faction would be declared extinct. Why would anyone willingly embrace such a risk when they could choose a safer alternative? After all, faction leaders could share in the experience gained by their generals. Qin Zihan was among the minority of faction leaders, longing for the thrill of battle. Most faction leaders were indifferent to the battlefield, preferring the feeling of operating from the shadows. Qin Zihan, too, relished the art of strategy and the taste of decisive victory. But this did not preclude him from simultaneously enjoying the exhilaration of galloping across the battlefield, seeking revenge. This moment, the city gates swung wide open, and the drawbridge was lowered slowly. Qin Zihan's hands began to perspire, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He was at the pinnacle of exhilaration. This was his first foray beyond the city gates, his inaugural attempt at slaying enemies. That was a scene he had envisioned countless times. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon stepping outside the city gates, Qin Zihan was struck by the reality before him. Contrary to what he had anticipated upon arriving in this world, there were no bandits rampaging about. His gaze swept across the area, and he could not discern a single neutral group in sight. Qin Zihan immediately recalled that Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei had only recently embarked on their expedition, so it was only natural that no bandit groups would be present here. Just then, a small bandit group appeared before Qin Zihan's eyes that he couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this possible? Can I really do this? The mountain bandit group noticed Qin Zihan. One bandit exclaimed to his leader, "Boss, do you see that? This little brat seems lost and I want to show him the way. Just watch me." This bandit, clearly perceiving the youthful naivety and insecurity that adorned Qin Zihan's face during his first foray into battle, sought to impress his leader and comrades with a grand display. "Hey there, little brother. Are you lost? Let me show you the way, a path straight to the underworld." The bandit charged toward Qin Zihan, his face betraying a mischievous grin. "What should I do? I haven't practiced martial arts, nor do I know taekwondo or any combat techniques." As the bandit reached Qin Zihan, pulling out a dagger to strike, Qin Zihan's mind went blank, and he shut his eyes tightly. All he heard was a faint cry, "Killed a level 3 mountain bandit, experience 15, money 1 unit." Qin Zihan opened his eyes to find that the bandit had met his demise. Having received a devastating kick that shattered his leg and rendered him lifeless on the spot, the bandit captain and his comrades, who had been anticipating a spectacle, were left in shock. What, did the second-in-command just get killed in one kick? All the bandits could hardly believe what had transpired before their eyes. Who is this person? How could the second-in-command be slain in such a manner? Although Qin Zihan could not hide his embarrassment, he could only attribute his actions to a fluke. However, he was not surprised that the bandit had succumbed to his kick. After all, his current combat prowess had reached an impressive 250, while the little mountain bandit's strength, though unknown, was likely around 10, judging by the earlier encounter. Such a stark disparity in combat strength was sufficient to ensure a swift victory. The bandit captain sensed trouble and immediately commanded everyone to charge forth together. Do not underestimate him. This little brat is not simple. In a moment's notice, 51 bandits gathered their strength and surged forward. However, at that instant, Qin Zihan, having gained confidence from a recent kick, seized one of the bandits and hurled him aside. As he ran and fought simultaneously, Qin Zihan swiftly dispatched the small bandit group with remarkable efficiency. With his fists clenched tightly, he felt an exhilarating surge of combat spirit, possessing a combat power of 250. He moved as if endowed with divine strength, accomplishing feats he had previously only imagined. Just then, a medium-sized bandit group of over 200 appeared before him, and Qin Zihan sensed danger, and he immediately turned and sprinted toward the city. Aware that facing such a multitude alone posed a grave threat to his life, but he had to escape, and he had to run with urgency. The leader of the medium-sized bandit group, upon noticing him, drew his bow and aimed an arrow directly at Qin Zihan's head. The arrow flew with deadly precision, aimed unerringly at the back of his skull. Suddenly, a shadow leaped forth, intercepting the arrow, which struck the shadow in the chest. Qin Zihan turned at the sound to see 2 figures collapse simultaneously. The shadow struck by the arrow and the bandit leader who had loosed it. Kill the bandit leader, LV-10. Experience 50, reputation 2. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Yet he quickly noticed the shadow on the ground, its arm marked by a dagger entwined in darkness. His own unit. The shadow guard AT that moment. It was not only Qin Zihan who was stunned. All the bandits were equally shocked. They could hardly believe their eyes. Their leader had inexplicably fallen right before them. In the next heartbeat, one bandit fell, then another, and the size of their group began to dwindle. 189-211, 171211, 154211. The remaining bandits, now pale with fear, witnessed their comrades collapsing around them, uncertain of when their turn would come. They instinctively knelt, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan observed several shadows moving with extraordinary speed, efficiently dispatching the bandits with lethal precision. Their motions were mechanical, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Before long, only one bandit remained. Chapter 42, an unexpected encounter with other faction leaders at that moment. Dozens of shadows emerged, encircling the last remaining bandit. It dawned on Qin Zihan that he had been fighting alone since leaving the city gates. Despite possessing his own units, the truth became clear. His shadows had been present all along. This enigmatic unit, lacking any unique insignia, yet appearing singular in nature, had not been mentioned by any other faction leaders in the World Chat channel. Most faction leaders possessed units such as light infantry, cavalry, or militia, with a few claiming to have Wu archers or Wei guards. One leader, boasting Wei guards, even fancied himself a paragon of destiny. Believing he would achieve great dominion and sought to rally others to establish a Wei state on the Three Kingdoms continent. Qin Zihan found this notion laughable, realizing that his own Chengyu commanded Wei guards. The bandit, now surrounded by the shadow guards, trembled as he raised his great sword. Qin Zihan was surprised to see that this bandit still possessed some semblance of courage, willing to fight to the death even at this juncture. Yet, in a shocking turn, the bandit chose to take his own life. Annihilated a small-scale bandit group, reputation 10, gold 10 units. Instantly, the shadow guards gathered before Qin Zihan, kneeling on one knee with hands clasped in salute. "We have eliminated those who threatened your excellency's safety." Qin Zihan surveyed the scene, counting 39 shadow guards that he was taken aback. He distinctly remembered his shadows numbering only 20. How had their numbers increased? The count of shadow guards did not rise with his leadership value. What could be the explanation? Comparing to previous instances, he realized the only notable difference was his recent advancement from Tao of Heaven's authority to most sacred and enlightened. Could it be that the number of shadow guards is linked to my advancement level? Perhaps with each significant promotion, the number of accompanying shadow units increases. Incredibly, 40 shadow guards had managed to annihilate a bandit group of over 200 in less than an hour. Their strength far surpassed Qin Zihan's expectations. Moreover, he noticed that these shadow guards not only shared similar heights, but also executed their lethal maneuvers with alarming uniformity. Faced with the loss of their comrades, they exhibited no emotional response. Their actions were as precise and terrifying as machines, as if they were cold-blooded weapons solely driven by Qin Zihan's will, determined to return to the city for reinforcements and to replenish the lone, lost shadow guard. Qin Zihan reflected on the substantial rewards from this battle, not merely in terms of resources, but in the growth of his own battlefield acumen and valor. He had also come to understand the formidable nature of the shadow guards. Upon replenishing his forces at the barracks, Qin Zihan discovered that the auction time had concluded. He promptly accessed the remote trading platform to confirm the proceeds from the sale of 15 high-grade war drums. The results left him astounded. The allure of the high-grade war drums was indeed considerable. The auction for 10 high-grade war drums had yielded nearly double the amount garnered from the previous auction of advancement pills. The 5 high-grade war drums auctioned separately had brought in a staggering 260 units of steel. This revelation filled Qin Zihan with delight, knowing that those who acquired steel to purchase the superior war drums undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, including Wu Batian of Batian City. Indeed, Wu Batian had even spent over 3,000 units of gold to secure one of the high-grade war drums. Many familiar figures, such as Zhang Yuqian and Lu Xingyu, were also in attendance. This sparked a wave of discontent among faction leaders in the World Chat channel. The Queen of Batian single-handedly auctioned 2 high-grade war drums. How enviable! The wealthy truly differ from the rest. Why is Qin Zihan so fixated on steel? I don't even have the qualifications to bid on the 5 remaining high-grade war drums. At this moment, Qin Zihan found himself in possession of a total of 410 units of steel, alleviating his concerns regarding the construction of buildings post-upgrade of the main city. Just then, Sun Yu reported that an envoy had arrived from outside the city, prompting Qin Zihan to realize that his reputation had indeed reached 2,000. This was a sign that he would receive a promotion. As anticipated, Qin Zihan was elevated to the rank of 8th grade, yet this new title was that of a military official, the General for Suppressing Rebels. His rank as General for Suppressing Rebels granted him 5 combat power, 5 leadership, and an increase of 1,000 to maximum accompanying forces. Qin Zihan immediately checked the accompanying force of his shadow guards. Only to find that it had not increased, he felt no disappointment, for he had previously noted this during his last promotion. This was sufficient to facilitate the upgrade of the main city. Shall we upgrade the city? Upgrading the city requires appointing a general to draft a plan, oversee, and execute the upgrade. The completion time depends on the general's administrative capabilities. Shall we proceed? Of course. I leave it in your capable hands. Sun Ling Jun, in an instant, the city was enveloped in a golden radiance that high-level county. Incomplete. Completion countdown. 8 hours. Wait. Why has my reputation surged so rapidly? Qin Zihan pondered, realizing he still needed nearly 300 more points of reputation. Although he had annihilated a medium-sized bandit group, and Zhao Yun and Gan Ning had been consistently reporting rewards, it should not have escalated so quickly. Meanwhile, within Wenwan City, Zheng Wenwan, clad in a light blue dress, was preparing for a bath. Just as she stepped into the tub, she received a report from Fa Zheng. She sprang up, hastily dressing, her long neck and glistening legs exposed. Your Excellency, Gan Ning from Qin Zihan's faction and Pan Feng from Zhang San's faction have engaged in combat over resources. Is Gan Ning unharmed? Pan Feng's forces were defeated and are fleeing towards Zhang San City. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wenwan promptly sent a private message to Qin Zihan. Brother Qin, it seems your Gan Ning has clashed with another faction leader. What exactly transpired? It appears to have been a dispute over a bandit group, which escalated into a confrontation. Qin Zihan opened the reward notifications and indeed found that his reputation had increased by over 100 points. Upon further investigation, he realized that he had not defeated a bandit group but had instead routed Pan Feng's forces. Qin Zihan was well aware of Pan Feng's reputation as a formidable general. He was no match for Gan Ning. After all, Pan Feng had fallen to Hua Xiong without even lasting a single round. By the way, it seems Gan Ning did not let him off easily and has been pursuing Pan Feng relentlessly. All right, I understand that I will keep an eye on the situation. By the way, the Yellow Turban Rebellion is just around the corner. If your initial generals lack combat prowess and you need assistance, feel free to message me. I still have capable generals at my disposal. Don't underestimate my abilities. Should the need arise, I will call for help, and you'd better act quickly. Do you have any formidable generals capable of combat? Indeed, when I first arrived in this world, I had none. However, a few days ago, a man named Wang Shuang pledged allegiance to me. Fa Zheng advised me against opening the door, warning of potential dangers. But I had little choice in the matter. By the way, your Gan Ning is already pursuing the enemy to their city gates. Chapter 43. The Lord of Forces seeks to unite against Gan Ning an hour ago. Gan Ning, ever the warrior, advanced from Longcheng and slaughtered his way across the plains, approximately several dozen li from the city. His keen eye quickly spotted a band of over 400 mountain bandits. Charge, brothers, without a moment's hesitation. Gan Ning led his raiding cavalry into the fray. However, a distant group was observing the situation. Before long, the bandit horde was nearly vanquished by Gan Ning's forces at that moment. The watching group suddenly surged forward. Gan Ning, my brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. This bandit group was my discovery. Kindly step aside. Gan Ning was taken aback, hardly expecting someone to claim his prey. What? Are you saying this bandit group is yours? Then is this land also yours? And what about the air I just breathed? My dear Gan Ning, I advise you not to provoke me. This mighty axe of mine is not something your slight frame can withstand. With that, Pan Feng deliberately swung his hefty axe, cleaving a small tree in two, which fell to the ground with a crash. Good heavens! Such valor from the general. I must be blind to not recognize your might. Pan Feng beamed with pride. You have some sense, I see. Now be swift and vanish from my sight. General, I believe you are more suited to lumberjacking, flower admiring, and grass trimming. Laughter erupted from Gan Ning and his raiding cavalry. Furious, Pan Feng's countenance turned grotesque as he swung his axe towards Gan Ning. In response, Gan Ning deftly blocked the blow with his left hand while his right arm sliced across Pan Feng's chest. In an instant, Gan Ning's cavalry charged towards Pan Feng's forces with a deafening roar. Wounded, Pan Feng turned his mount to flee, realizing that Gan Ning had effortlessly parried his axe with a single hand. He quickly understood the disparity in their strengths and began a hasty retreat. All troops, fall back. Head towards the city. Within, he pondered deeply about this Gan Ning fellow, wondering who he truly was. Gan Ning, meanwhile, was focused on his lord's mission. Trailing Pan Feng would surely lead him to the location of his main camp, allowing him to relay this vital information back to his lord. Before long, Pan Feng and his contingent entered Zhongshan City. Once Gan Ning witnessed their entry, he promptly returned to annihilate the remaining bandits. However, by the time he retraced his steps, the bandit group had already fled. Cursed luck! I was so close to complete annihilation. Within Longsheng, Qin Zihan, having just concluded a private conversation with Zheng Wenwan, summoned both Zhao Yun's forces and Gan Ning's. Night was approaching, and the marching speed of Zhao Yun's troops would be hampered in the dark. Moreover, the damage inflicted by bandits during the night would double, rendering such an endeavor fruitless. It was far more prudent to rest and set out again at dawn. Summoning Gan Ning was not due to any failure on his part. Conflicts between factions on the Three Kingdoms continent were inevitable. Gan Ning had merely engaged in battle a tad earlier. The primary reason for recalling Gan Ning was to gather detailed information. While awaiting their return, Qin Zihan took stock of the status of each general. After several hours of combat, Din Wei had risen to a high level of early prowess, while Zhao Yun, following his skirmish with pirates, had elevated to a mid-level of remarkable brilliance after a few more hours of fighting. The experience required for advancement at this level was substantial, especially considering Zhao Yun's considerable experience boosts. Gan Ning had also reached a higher level of modest renown, while Shi Jizai had similarly climbed to a high level of early prowess, and Qin Yu had attained a mid-level of modest renown. Only Sun Yu's level remained unchanged, still at the high level of modest renown. While this surprised Qin Zihan, he understood that significant breakthroughs required ample experience, that he firmly believed that upon the city's elevation to a high-level county, Sun Yu's level would surely ascend to remarkable brilliance. Before long, both Zhao Yun's and Gan Ning's forces returned. Have you uncovered any neutral factions? Gan Ning eagerly replied, My lord, I discovered the Zhongshan faction in a certain location. I am aware that they are not a neutral faction. Gan Ning gazed at him with admiration. How did you know, my lord? I have long suspected you possess extraordinary abilities, perhaps even a divine eye. Enough of your flattery. Speak plainly about the circumstances. After Gan Ning recounted the events to Qin Zihan, the latter's fury erupted. What insolence! They wished to reap the rewards of others' toil. Qin Zihan understood that Pan Feng intended to wait for Gan Ning and the bandits to exhaust each other, only to swoop in and seize the spoils. However, upon realizing that Gan Ning's forces were evidently superior, he contemplated whether he could intimidate Gan Ning into retreating and then capitalize on the situation with minimal forces to annihilate the bandits. At that moment, a message in the global chat channel sparked fervent discussion. Brothers, my General Pan Feng was out leveling when he encountered Gan Ning's forces. Gan Ning truly lives up to his reputation. Decisively defeating my Pan Feng. What a splendid opportunity. Such a rare chance to recruit the renowned General Gan Ning. Indeed, but our capabilities are limited. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What a shame. Add me as a friend and send me the location. I wish to give it a try. Are you sure about this? You have no idea of the enemy's strength. I believe we should at least attempt it. Gan Ning's forces aren't overwhelming, that I nearly succeeded. Anyone interested can send a friend request. I will approve and share the location that I've added you. Send me the coordinates so I can gauge the distance, that if it's too far, we cannot proceed, as our supplies are limited. This individual was nothing short of a scoundrel, inciting the lords of factions to collectively target Gan Ning. Indeed, not all generals are virtuous, nor are all faction leaders. Qin Zihan's teeth ground together in anger. This person must be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 44. World Announcement. After today, the Yellow Turban Rebellion begins. The entire continent is plunged into panic. Xingba, do you still recall the location of Zhongshan City? Gan Ning eagerly chimed in, his eyes alight with anticipation. Hoping for praise from Qin Zihan, that of course, my lord. With the strength of Pan Feng's forces, had I wished, he would not have escaped at all. I deliberately allowed him to flee to ascertain the location of their main camp. Very well. When the time is ripe, we shall march to raise Zhongshan City. Qin Zihan discerned from Gan Ning's expression that he was quite sharp-witted. Who would have thought, Xingba, that your mind would be so agile? Gan Ning beamed with delight. However, they could not target other faction leaders as their current mission. Should the opportunity arise, Qin Zihan would never tolerate those who sought to exploit others for recruitment. At that moment, doubt arose in the global chat. Are you certain that is a neutral faction? What if it belongs to some powerful figure? Are you suggesting we become their enemies? Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Gan Ning is a renowned general. He could very well be an initial general of some formidable figure. If Gan Ning is indeed the initial general of Qin Shi Han, and we offend him, we would be doomed. Thank you all for the warning. I was planning to charge over tomorrow, as it is merely a few dozen li away. People's hearts are treacherous. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. If what he claims is true, he almost succeeded. Then he must be returning to bolster his forces and recruit this renowned general himself. But what could be his motive? I suspect he aims to weaken Gan Ning's forces through our hands and then seize the opportunity himself. I have him as a friend, and I know where this scoundrel is. Once the time is right, we shall eliminate this villain together. Curse it! He has blocked me. In an instant, Zhang San became the target of collective ire. He had intentionally claimed he was close to success to entice other faction leaders into diminishing Gan Ning's strength, intending to profit from the situation by recruiting the general after the battle. Now that his scheme had failed, Zhang San fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Pan Feng, berating him for his incompetence. Consequently, Pan Feng's loyalty took a significant hit due to the previous defeat and retreat inflicted by Gan Ning. Morale has been significantly undermined. After tonight, tomorrow marks the final day before the onset of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. IT remains uncertain whether he can survive the onslaught of the marauding forces during these chaotic times. Upon witnessing the events unfolding in the World Chat channel, Qin Shi Han felt a considerable sense of relief. Upon closer inspection, the individual raising doubts was indeed Zheng Wenwan. Zheng Wenwan's actions can be seen as a shield for Qin Shi Han, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Although Qin Shi Han's current strength is undeniably the most formidable among all the leaders of various factions, should he be besieged by numerous top-tier powers, he would find himself in perilous circumstances. Contemplating this, Qin Shi Han decided to privately express his gratitude to Zheng Wenwan. Qin Shi Han, thank you. Zheng Wenwan, it was merely a trivial effort. I simply spoke the truth. Qin Shi Han, by the way, do you know of any neutral factions nearby? Zheng Wenwan, certainly, I'll send you a location. There's one of the Black Mountain Bandits camps here. Qin Shi Han, why do you say one of? Does that imply there are multiple camps for this faction? Zheng Wenwan, who knows how many there might be? From what I know, there are at least 3 that I'll send you details of the nearest one. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Han prepared to dispatch Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Jian Wei for an expedition at dawn. Time swiftly passed, and the previously dark sky brightened with the rising sun in the east. Today marks the 7th day since the arrival of the myriad leaders upon the Three Kingdoms continent. An announcement was made in the World Chat channel at dawn. The world announcement boldly emphasized, in bold red, today is the 7th day since all leaders have descended upon the Three Kingdoms continent. After midnight tonight, the restrictions preventing you from targeting other leaders for conquest will be lifted. You are free to showcase your talents, realize your ambitions, and commence your territorial expansion. Concurrently, the marauding forces will launch wave after wave of relentless attacks. Although the inhabitants of the Three Kingdoms continent have been mentally prepared for this moment, the reality of it has left them in sheer terror. World Chat channel. Who can tell me this isn't real? Time has flown by too swiftly. Honestly, I cannot accept this. I am so anxious. Me too. 10086 after today. I wonder if I will still be here, that if I am gone, please remember me. My name is Li Si. I haven't even opened my city gates once. They've been shut tight. They shouldn't be able to breach them, right? Bro, you've made it to your grandmother's house. Safe travels. This marauding force is perhaps merely the first test of this world. But who knows how many leaders will fall in this wave, possibly including you and me. I truly do not wish to die. Does anyone have sleeping pills for sale? I am certain I will be sleepless tonight. I want to peacefully leave this world. Let's not be so pessimistic. With a little effort, I believe we can all survive, even if we cannot compete for rewards like Qin Shi Han, Wu Batian, Lu Xingyu, and others. Just give me one more day. My main city will successfully upgrade. I feel a bit out of place. Almost all leaders appear exceedingly restless at the arrival of this day. After all, once today passes, they will face not only the marauding forces, but also the terrifying human instincts within this chaotic world. No one can guarantee that other leaders will not take advantage of your vulnerabilities. The days of peace and stability are now less than a day away. After today, all leaders will confront the brutal law of the jungle in this world. Some leaders have yet to open their city gates. and their inner turmoil has nearly reached a breaking point. Some are cursing this world, while others have simply resigned themselves to despair. However, to survive, one must take action to secure their existence and progress. Those who remain stagnant will inevitably be forsaken by this world. Chapter 45. Recruiting Guojia. Unlocking battle tactics today. The world channels seem to be perpetually noisy to avoid the negative energy affecting him. Qin Zihan decided to mute the world chat channel. The news of today being the final day weighed heavily on him. His mood was somewhat anxious, akin to facing an important examination, with no one knowing the difficulty of the test. Even if he is the simulated test champion of the world, he fears a mishap. After all, beyond today, there are not only the marauding forces to contend with, but also other scheming leaders. Yet, Qin Zihan understood that the only way to calm his mind was to continue growing stronger. He had already planned to conquer the Black Mountain stronghold today, but he was unaware of its specific strength and intended to notify Sun Yu to send his scouts for reconnaissance. To his surprise, Sun Yu preemptively sent a report. "Lord, there is one person I must recommend to you. This individual possesses unparalleled wisdom." Qin Zihan was taken aback. How many could possibly receive such high praise from Sun Yu? He hurriedly made his way to where Sun Yu was overseeing the operations. Sun Lingjun, where is the person you mentioned?" Qin Zihan was so winded he could barely catch his breath. "Lord, your thirst for talent is evident." Sun Yu replied. "The person I recommended must not be treated with any negligence, that he is right behind you. You ran too fast, and he greeted you without you noticing." Qin Zihan turned around to see a rather delicate-looking scholar. Dressed in a deep blue embroidered robe with golden edges, holding a folding fan and bowing slightly. "Guojia greets General Qin Zihan." In an instant, Qin Zihan's mind went blank. A buzzing sound filled his head. It was indeed Guojia, the esteemed Guo Fengxiao. Qin Zihan's overwhelming excitement was understandable. Guojia was undoubtedly deserving of the title of unparalleled wisdom. During the conflict at Guandu, Guojia had argued passionately in the assembly, persuading Cao Cao to engage in battle against Yuan Shao's forces with a significantly smaller army, citing the principles of virtue, strategy, and wisdom. Qin Zihan vividly recalled that moment, with Guojia alive and Zhuge Liang not emerging. The course of the three kingdoms was assuredly altered. Qin Zihan was acutely aware that these statements were not merely hyperbolic. Without Guojia, Cao Wei began to decline. Moreover, had Cao Cao heeded Guojia's counsel, Liu Bei would not have survived to establish his own territory. Guojia observed the stunned Qin Zihan and inquired, "May I assist General Qin Zihan with his concerns? Shall I recruit Guojia?" Qin Zihan abruptly snapped back to reality. Yes. May we ride the Yellow River together, intoxicated and singing." Immediately, Guojia's information template appeared to name. Guojia, courtesy name Fengxiao weapon. Sandalwood folding fan LV1. Increases intelligence by 1. Enhances foreign affairs and can rapidly elevate weapon level during verbal disputes. Loyalty. 100 absolute loyalty. General attributes. Strength 9, Leadership 76, Internal Affairs 101, Intelligence 100 general trait. Unfailing strategy growth level. Novice as expected. Guojia, as a strategic talent, possessed an exceptionally high intelligence value, reaching the maximum initial intelligence. Qin Zihan proceeded to examine the weapon level and general traits. Sandalwood folding fan LV1, upon reaching level 20 and meeting the kill count requirement, can evolve into the Celestial Assistant folding fan, with the ultimate form being the Celestial Star folding fan. Unfailing strategy. Under Guojia's faction, all teams will be immune to tactical influences. Qin Zihan's expression shifted in astonishment. This skill's second effect spans the entire faction. Sun Yu's talent as a strategist also provides a comprehensive boost to his faction. Guojia's general trait, at present, seems to have no immediate effect since no leader can utilize tactics yet. However, Qin Zihan understood that as time progresses, the battlefield's norm will inevitably revolve around skills and tactics. With Guojia's unfailing strategy, all enemy tactics will become ineffective against Qin Zihan. This is undoubtedly a tactical immunity. Suddenly, Qin Zihan remembered a critical oversight. He had forgotten that Sun Yu and the others had yet to unlock their skills and tactics. Without delay, Qin Zihan proceeded to unlock the tactics and skills for Sun Yu. Chengyu Guojia and Shi Zhicai in the training camp. General Sun Yu unlocked his first tactic, drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Sun Yu can temporarily control a team to attack another team with lesser strength. The ability to control depends on the intelligence values of both teams. Qin Zihan was momentarily dumbfounded. This meant that if the intelligence value of Sun Yu's team exceeded that of the target team, he could control them to attack another faction. Qin Zihan had considered the terrifying potential of tactics. But this surpassed his imagination, possibly due to Sun Yu's prowess. However, this is evidently reasonable, for success is not something that can be achieved haphazardly. Ultimately, it is a contest of intellect. The General Cheng Yu unlocks his first tactic. Tenfold ambush. When Cheng Yu's troops successfully ambush, the morale of the ambush forces plummets by 80. This practically signifies a direct loss of combat capability, prompting Qin Zihan to increasingly admire the formidable nature of meticulous strategizing. The General Guojiao unlocks his first tactic, Legacy Scheme. Upon Guojia's demise, the morale of all members of Guojia's faction is boosted by 100% for an hour. Qin Zihan nearly lets loose with a string of expletives. What the hell is this nonsense? This is practically the same as having nothing. Qin Zihan resolutely refuses to allow such a scenario as Guojia's death to occur, rendering this skill a mere deduction of 5,000 units of his finances. The General Shi Zhichai unlocks the tactic self-controlled strategy. The troop led by Shi Zhichai will be unaffected by tactics, and their morale will increase by 20. Why does Shi Zhichai's prompt differ from those of other generals? Qin Zihan observes that while other generals display their first tactic, Shi Zhichai does not. It seems this is due to Shi Zhichai not being a renowned general. In other words, renowned generals can unlock multiple skills, while lesser generals are limited to just one. After unlocking all the general skills and tactics, Qin Zihan distinctly feels he is better equipped to face the Moro. At this moment, a notification appears within Qin Zihan's sight. The main city upgrade has been completed. The city, Dragon City, has successfully ascended to a high-level county. With available land within the city increased to 80, the city defense value has doubled. The maximum population capacity of the city has also doubled. New buildings unlocked. Intermediate blacksmith shop, level 3 farmland. Level 3 market, advanced barracks, black market, intermediate general training camp. Mining pit, 7-star offering platform. Chapter 46. Discovery of the legendary weapon 7-star blade in the city of Batian, located in the northwestern region of the Three Kingdoms. The graceful Wu Batian is examining the newly unlocked functionalities of the mid-level county buildings that if crafting equipment requires steel and unlocking general skills demands a substantial sum of money. What have I been doing? Wu Batian suddenly regrets the considerable resources expended on 2 advanced war drums at the same time. Other lords who have also invested heavily in advanced war drums begin to share his regret. With those resources, they could have constructed 5 basic pieces of equipment, which would have significantly enhanced their combat power or yielded additional resources. Within Dragon City, Qin Zihan, having just completed the upgrade of his main city, is intently studying the information regarding the new buildings. Intermediate blacksmith shop construction materials. Money, 2,000 units. Wood, 200 units. Steel, 100 units. Required facilities. High-level county, basic blacksmith shop. PS. The forging list has expanded, now including the forging item pickaxe, consumable, used to increase daily steel collection from mining pits, intermediate equipment. Indeed, as the level of buildings rises, the quantity of materials required for upgrades or new constructions becomes increasingly daunting. The mere upgrade of the blacksmith shop requires 100 units of steel. This prompts Qin Zihan to reflect on how wise his previous actions on the remote trading platform were. Simultaneously, the purpose of the pickaxe signifies that the mining pit's function is to enhance steel production. Qin Zihan can roughly predict the implications of unlocking intermediate equipment that he then continues to examine the advanced barracks. Advanced barracks construction materials. Money, 2,000 units. Wood, 200 units. Food, 1,000 units. Required facilities. High-level county. Intermediate barracks. PS. Used for training reserve soldiers and supplying troop strength. The number of soldiers that can be trained daily is influenced by the instructor's command value. The daily training capacity of the advanced barracks is 3 times the command value of the instructor. Previously, with the intermediate barracks, it was twice the command value. It appears that each upgrade of the barracks doubles the training capacity based on the command value. Qin Zihan sighs with relief at the thought of not needing steel. His current steel reserves are still not plentiful. If all the newly unlocked buildings require steel, it would indeed trouble him. Upon seeing the black market, Qin Zihan's interest is instantly piqued. Black market construction materials. Money, 2,000 units. Wood, 200 units. Food, 2,000 units. Population, 200 that require facilities. High-level county, level 2 market.ps. Treasures unseen in the open market can all be found here. Prepare your money to take a look. Arrive late, and you may miss out. Qin Zihan is momentarily stunned, as this building's description stands in stark contrast to that of other buildings, further fueling his intrigue. The black market is not upgraded through the market, but is constructed separately. However, the necessity of a market is understandable. After all, without a market, how could a black market exist? The final phrase, arrive late and you may miss out, compels Qin Zihan to prioritize its construction. Another building that piques his curiosity is the 7-star offering platform. Qin Zihan knows that a mining pit should belong to the same category of buildings as farmland and markets, while the intermediate general training camp is likely to unlock the second skill of generals. Qin Zihan promptly examines the 7-star offering platform. 7-star offering platform construction materials. Money, 2,000 units. Wood, 200 units. Food, 2,000 units. Population, 200 that require facilities. High-level county.ps. It is said that Zhuge Liang once used this offering platform to prolong his life. If you wish to defy fate, you may certainly try. What on earth is this used for? Qin Zihan finds himself utterly perplexed by this building. However, the mention of Zhuge Liang jogs his memory of a scene in a film where Zhuge Liang performed a ritual at Wuzhong Plains, using the 7-star lantern to extend his life. Could it be that this is meant to prolong one's lifespan? This is clearly impossible, as the lord of a faction is immortal as long as they exist in the main city. Never mind limited constructions of the black market and the 7-star offering platform. While the mining pit is indeed critical, it, like the farmland and market, is focused on accumulation and cannot yield immediate steel in large quantities. Today is the final day, so naturally, he must strive for as many enhancements as possible. Qin Zihan recalls that he has a hammer yet to be used and promptly constructs the black market while utilizing the hammer. The construction of the black market is complete. Building name, black market. Building function, a place where one can purchase many illicit goods. No one knows how these items appear in the black market. The busiest time is every night at 8 o'clock. Qin Zihan is immediately filled with anticipation. It seems this is the shop of the Three Kingdoms continent. Currently, he is still unarmed, and perhaps he might find a weapon he desires here. Qin Zihan opens the black market and begins browsing, discovering a surprisingly extensive array of items. Not only are there advancement elixirs, but also intermediate and advanced advancement elixirs, along with scattered intermediate bows, intermediate spears, advanced crossbows, and more. Qin Zihan directly selects the advanced advancement elixir to check the price. 20,000 units of money. This causes Qin Zihan to exclaim in astonishment. This market truly lives up to its name. It's utterly unscrupulous. Practically a black shop. Perhaps it is due to the rarity of advancement items. Qin Zihan then shifts his focus to the prices of intermediate and advanced weapons. Should he spend 5,000 units of money to purchase an intermediate weapon? Should he spend 10,000 units of money to purchase an advanced weapon? He shakes his head in disbelief. This is indeed a black shop. The evidence is irrefutable. Is it possible that crafting intermediate equipment itself is resource-intensive? Qin Zihan takes a deep breath and finally attempts to check the price of a basic weapon. Should he spend 2,500 units of money to purchase an advanced weapon? Is this for real? Can this black market accept returns? Just as Qin Zihan contemplates closing the black market, he is suddenly captivated by a radiant weapon. This weapon is distinctly different from other basic, intermediate, and advanced equipment, which seem to lack any semblance of brilliance beside it. Should he spend 10,000 units of money to purchase the legendary weapon, the 7-star blade? Qin Zihan is utterly astonished. He never expected to discover the 7-star blade within this black market. Chapter 47. All troops mobilized, assault on Haishanzhai. Who would have thought that a legendary weapon could be found in the black market? Qin Zihan initially believed this was a sure black shop, but the reality has swiftly proven him wrong. Without a moment to ponder, he immediately purchases the 7-star blade. Yes, I bought it. I have secured it. Acquired the legendary weapon, the 7-star blade, PS, long ago. A meteor fell into Yu territory, scorching more than 50 miles of mountains and rivers. That very night, the couple Ganjiang and Moi retrieved the meteor and forged two swords, one named Ganjiang and the other Moi, which became the Wu King's sword and the Yu King's sword. After crafting these two swords, the remaining meteorite metal could only forge a short blade. This seven-star blade to Qin Zihan's astonishment. This notoriously unscrupulous black shop sells legendary weapons at the same price as advanced equipment, meaning that the most expensive weapon in the black shop is worth 10,000 units of money. Having discovered the seven-star blade, Qin Zihan eagerly resumes his search through the black market, fearful of missing out on any other legendary items. To comprehend the value of this extraordinary artifact is to recognize its priceless nature, a rarity that is both serendipitous and elusive, far beyond the mere worth of 10,000 gold coins. After a thorough and exhaustive search, Qin Zihan found no other remarkable treasures, yet he felt immense satisfaction. Although no additional artifacts were uncovered, Qin Zihan did notice the countdown timer on the black market. The timer was set to conclude precisely around 8 o'clock in the evening, which was evidently the time for the black market listings to refresh. As previously mentioned in the black market's introduction, the peak activity occurs every night at 8, making it the most bustling period. Qin Zihan had no intention of auctioning the Seven Stars treasure blade for resources. He understood that such artifacts are invaluable. Even if they were to be assigned a price, no sovereign entity could afford them. Furthermore, Qin Zihan planned to wield this weapon himself, that he promptly equipped the Seven Stars treasure blade. Weapon: Seven Stars treasure blade LV1, combat power 40. Having acquired this extraordinary artifact, Qin Zihan could not help but marvel at the black market's utility, which far exceeded his expectations. That he speculated that all items in the black market listings across the entire Three Kingdoms continent were likely identical. However, since he was currently the only sovereign with access to the black market, this was a unique advantage. Qin Zihan's conjecture was not unfounded. The pre-construction introduction had clearly stated that arriving late would result in missing out on opportunities, and that the items in the black market were unlimited in quantity. Anticipating the black market update at 8 o'clock tonight, he mused that if each update included rare artifacts, he could amass a collection of treasures before other lords gained access to the black market. He even contemplated whether obtaining the famed Qingtang sword would allow Zhao Yun to wield it. After all, during the battle at Changban Slope, Zhao Yun had been a force to be reckoned with. Brandishing the Longdan spear in one hand and the Qingtang sword in the other, moving with unparalleled agility. If Zhao Yun could indeed wield two weapons, would he not unleash an even more formidable prowess? Suddenly, Qin Zihan recalled another enigmatic structure, the Seven Stars altar. He immediately forged a hammer at the blacksmith shop, and then constructed the Seven Stars altar using it. The Seven Stars altar has been successfully constructed. Building name: Seven Stars Altar PS. A platform used for mysterious rituals. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback, as if waiting for further information to materialize. Was that all? It felt as though nothing had been conveyed. Pondering this, he decided to inspect it directly. To his astonishment, upon opening the Seven Stars altar, he found nothing. This left Qin Zihan utterly perplexed. He even questioned whether the structure had truly been completed. After extensive verification, he still found no indication of utility, but dismissed it as an undeveloped construction, albeit feeling a pang of regret for using his hammer. At that moment, Sun Yu arrived with news. According to the intelligence from the War Eagle spies, the forces at Heishan's stronghold numbered around 10,000, with the bandits evidently stronger than typical mountain thieves. Qin Zihan surmised that Heishan's stronghold would be the most formidable adversary he had faced thus far. After all, he had frequently seen discussions in the World Chat channel about others being defeated by the Heishan bandit group. However, he had not anticipated that even a single camp of the Heishan bandits would boast such a substantial force. Although Qin Zihan had consistently triumphed against larger numbers, it had always been through strategic advantages such as terrain and ambushes. This time, however, the disparity in troop strength was the greatest, yet he began to ponder how to seize this stronghold while minimizing casualties, particularly since the first test of the Yellow Turban Rebellion was imminent. The barracks had limited resources to replenish soldiers, and excessive losses in this engagement would hinder a graceful response to the ensuing chaos of bandits and unforeseen circumstances. Lost in thought, Qin Zihan had a sudden inspiration. The skill unlocked by Zhao Yun might prove invaluable, potentially a game-changer. He recalled that Zhao Yun's skill, Absolute Realm Longdan, could be triggered as long as there were no allied troops nearby. Therefore, as he had suggested, if he positioned the white horse Yizong to stand by, he could venture forth alone to engage in battle. Given that Zhao Yun's combat power would quadruple under these conditions, he could possibly match the strength of thousands. Imagining this scenario, Qin Zihan felt a rush of excitement as he envisioned Zhao Yun single-handedly overcoming an army, much like he had done before, if not with even greater valor. However, he questioned whether a general could stray so far from his troops. The War Eagle spies operated through trained hawks, and strictly speaking, they were not true soldiers. Suddenly, dozens of shadows emerged, kneeling before him. "Present. How far can you operate from me?" Reporting to the Lord, "A maximum of 800 meters. And what happens if you exceed that distance?" "My subordinates cannot." "Very well. Remain here without moving a muscle." With that, Qin Zihan turned and sprinted away. Upon reaching the 800-meter mark, a notification popped up. "You have exceeded the distance from your accompanying troops. Continuing further will be regarded as desertion, resulting in the automatic dissolution of your forces." So that was it. Qin Zihan had initially thought he could exploit this situation to trigger absolute realm Longdan, but this notion was evidently unfeasible that he sighed, resigning himself to the loss of 5,000 units of gold, as if feeding it to the hounds that he had no intention of allowing Zhao Yun to utilize this skill in his lifetime. Yet, another idea struck him. Dian Wei. "Today, you shall make your name known on the battlefield." Chapter 48. Guijia's ghostly strategy to easily conquer Heishan's stronghold, just as Qin Zihan resolved to dispatch Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Gan Ning to immediately assault Heishan's stronghold. He received a joint dispatch from Sun Yu and Cheng Yu. My lord, do not be hasty in your expedition. The bandit forces are not only abundant in numbers, but also formidable, that we should deliberate carefully. Please join us in the council hall to discuss our strategy for conquering the enemy. Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan accepted the missive and made his way to the council hall, that he had no doubts about his own deployment success. But he recognized the wisdom in consulting with Sun Yu and Cheng Yu, whose insights might yield even better strategies. After all, they were his advisors, and he understood the perils of disregarding counsel, which had led to numerous defeats in history. That to avoid repeating past mistakes, Qin Zihan summoned Guijia, Shi Jizai, along with Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei, to convene in the council hall. What suggestions or thoughts do we have regarding the assault on Heishan's stronghold? His failure to solicit everyone's opinions beforehand stemmed from his confidence in the strategy he had formulated, believing that victory was assured. Indeed, I propose that Dian Wei lead his Tiger Guard troops to lie in ambush at a strategically advantageous location. Meanwhile, Zilong and Xing Ba can provoke the bandits at the gates of Heishan's stronghold, utilizing the archery skills of the white horse Yizong to thin their ranks while drawing them into Dian Wei's trap. Once Zilong and Xing Ba have led the bandits to Dian Wei's position, he can unleash his spear against the pursuing bandits. The pursuing bandits will undoubtedly form a lengthy line, and Dian Wei's spear throwing could inflict significant damage along that front line. Finally, our entire army will charge forth to annihilate the Heishan bandit forces. My lord, this plan is quite ingenious. Sun Yu responded with utmost respect. Wenruo believes that your battle strategy is exceptionally crafted, nearly flawless. Yet I also have a plan that approaches perfection. Qin Zihan, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, Sun Lingjun, please share your thoughts for our collective consideration. That I believe that the more fervent our discussion, the more favorable the outcome." Sun Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "It is my fortune to assist my lord." Wenruo believes that although we may not be able to activate General Zilong's absolute realm Longdan, we can still leverage General Zilong's unparalleled strength and the white horse Yizong to minimize our casualties. If General Zilong can lure the Heishan bandit army into an open plain, supported by the range fire from the white horse Yizong, and then execute a flanking maneuver, we can significantly reduce our losses. Qin Zihan pondered this, shaking his head thoughtfully. Sun Lingjuan's strategy is indeed quite prudent. What do the others think? Gan Ning chimed in. I find both your plan and that of Sun Lingjun commendable. However, prior to my arrival at Longsheng, I had heard tales of the Heishan bandits being well-equipped, numerous, and exceedingly arrogant. Guijia waved his folding fan, putting it away with a smile, as if struck by inspiration. That I believe both my lord's and Sun Lingjuan's strategies are sound, and there is no need for us to choose between them. Qin Zihan began to grasp Guijia's intent. Are you suggesting we divide the battlefield? Guijia nodded knowingly. Exactly. Why not have General Xingba lure a portion of the bandit leaders to the location of General Dian Wei's ambush? After all, while General Dian Wei possesses remarkable strength, his battlefield experience is insufficient, and his spear throwing may have limited lethality. Once again, General Zilong shall step forth to challenge the enemy, annihilating the remaining bandits through guerrilla tactics. Qin Zihan clapped in approval, declaring, "Let it be so. Guo Fengxiao is indeed a genius of our time." "Your praise is unwarranted, my lord," Guo Fengxiao replied modestly. "I merely integrated your strategies with those of Lord Sun." At this moment, Cheng Yu spoke up, "My lord, for this battle, I wish to serve as deputy general to Dian Wei, assisting him in ambushing the bandits." Qin Zihan then recalled Cheng Yu's recently unlocked skill, 10 Directions Ambush, which perfectly complemented the current situation. "That I am grateful for your assistance, Zhongda. With your support, General Dian Wei shall be unstoppable." "It is settled then. Zilong, Xingba, Dian Wei, Cheng Yu, heed my command. Depart at once and eliminate the Black Mountain stronghold." The assembled generals responded in unison, "We shall obey." The 4 teams crossed the suspension bridge in succession, rushing towards the direction of Black Tiger stronghold. Cheng Yu identified a suitable path through the woods to set an ambush alongside Dian Wei. Meanwhile, Gan Ning, upon learning of this, led the cavalry toward Black Mountain stronghold. That moment, within the vicinity of Black Mountain stronghold, the bandit leader Yang Feng was indulging in meat and wine with his brothers. Suddenly, a panicked Black Mountain bandit burst into the tent, reporting, "Leader, there is a commotion outside the stronghold." Enraged, Yang Feng hurled a wine jar at the reporting bandit, exclaiming, "Do you not understand the rules? Is it not customary to report outside the tent?" The bandit, scrambling to his feet, bowed repeatedly in apology. "I am sorry, leader. I was merely startled by the urgency of the situation." Yang Feng, dismissive, replied, "I shall finish this jug of wine first. But who dares to challenge us outside? It is none other than the notorious Gan Ning. I have nothing to do with him. He is merely stirring up trouble that MY subordinates were unaware, but he has been shouting that he intends to flatten our Black Mountain stronghold." Yang Feng scoffed, "Those little water bandits? He must not realize that if we wished, we could easily raze their hideout to the ground. I shall see what nonsense he is spouting." Gan Ning, grinning, responded, "Oh, I see that all of you seem to enjoy the water. Perhaps you wouldn't mind becoming water bandits yourselves." Enraged, Yang Feng retorted, "You must be tired of living, unaware of your own insignificance. Gather 5,000 brothers, and let us take the head of that Gan Ning." The captain of the Black Mountain bandits interjected, "Leader, allow me to handle this. He is not worthy of your personal involvement." "Very well, bring me his head, and I shall prepare a feast in your honor." With that, the stronghold gates swung wide open, and over 5,000 Black Mountain bandits surged forth. Observing this, Gan Ning swiftly turned his horse around, directing his cavalry toward the ambush set by Dian Wei and Cheng Yu. As Gan Ning glanced back at the Black Mountain bandits, he was astonished to see that all of them were equipped with shields. "I have faced Dian Wei's spear before, and without shields, Black Mountain bandits would suffer tremendously. But now, there was no turning back. He could only proceed cautiously." Chapter 49. Dian Wei roared, "All must die." Gan Ning maintained a careful pace, ensuring he neither outdistanced the Black Mountain bandits nor allowed them to catch up. Yet he soon found himself troubled by a more dreadful thought. How would his elder brother Zilong's White Horse cavalry fare against these shielded foes? The initial plan was for Zhao Yun to draw the Black Mountain bandits' attention while the White Horse cavalry harassed them from a distance. Now, however, every Black Mountain bandit was equipped with shields. Though Zhao Yun possessed unparalleled growth potential, and the strength of the White Horse cavalry increased alongside him, penetrating those shields seemed utterly impossible, even if they were of the lowest quality. At this moment, Zhao Yun had led over 3,000 White Horse cavalrymen to the gates of Black Mountain stronghold, calling out, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Where is the leader of the Black Mountain stronghold? I am here by decree to eradicate bandits. If you wish to live, surrender at once." Outside the camp of the Black Mountain bandits, reports were being made. "Report, there is yet another challenger outside." Yang Feng, growing impatient, inquired, "What day is it? Such occurrences are rare. How is it that 2 arise today? Who is this fool?" "It is one Zhao Zilong calling out at the gates." Yang Feng's interest was piqued. "Oh, This renowned Zhao Zilong of the White Horse has recently gained fame. Brother Zhao Yun provided me with these shields specifically to counter him, that I did not expect him to actually come. Gather your treasures, brothers. We shall meet this Zhao Zilong. Yang Feng declared. Brother Zhang Yin mentioned that whoever claims the head of this Zhao Zilong shall receive a reward of 1,000 units. Leading all the Black Mountain bandits out of the stronghold, Yang Feng prepared to eliminate Zhao Yun. Upon witnessing the gates swing wide, thousands of Black Mountain bandits charged forth, prompting Zhao Yun to command the White Horse Cavalry to retreat to the plains. All troops, heed my orders. I shall draw their pursuit. Do not cease firing your arrows. With that, the White Horse Cavalry split from Zhao Yun, racing ahead while continuously loosing arrows at the pursuing Black Mountain bandits. The bandits raised their shields, and nearly all the arrows were deflected. Ha ha, Zhao Zilong. Next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Zhao Yun glanced back, realizing that the enemy had suffered no casualties. Stunned, he observed that the bandits uniformly held shields directed toward the incoming arrows. Recognizing the grave situation, Zhao Yun remained composed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, he executed a swift maneuver, launching 3 shield-bearing Black Mountain bandits backward. Crashing into their ranks. What are you all looking at? Your only opponent is me. Yang Feng, among the Black Mountain bandits, laughed heartily. I never regarded those archers. It is you I have come for. Meanwhile, a captain leading 5,000 Black Mountain bandits pursued Gan Ning closely. Taunting, what can you do besides run? Gan Ning. Where is that bravado now? The captain, quickening his pace, whispered to the bandit leader, Brother, I fear this may be a trap. We cannot simply follow blindly. The captain disdainfully replied. Nonsense. Even if it is a trap, what can these mere water bandits do to us? Watching prey struggle desperately, knowing its fate is sealed, is a delightful sensation, is it not? Today, the credit for slaying the leader of the Jin Fan bandit shall be mine. Gan Ning led the cavalry into the wooded path, accelerating as he cleverly evaded the Black Mountain bandits, leaving them bewildered. Could it be that there truly is an ambush? Where has that Gan Ning gone? Continue the pursuit. Just then, Dian Wei emerged from the forest, standing defiantly before the Black Mountain bandits. The captain of the Black Mountain bandits was taken aback, mocking, I thought we had truly fallen into an ambush. I did not expect you to be alone. What do you intend to do? Do you really believe you can stand against 5,000 of us? Did that coward Gan Ning send you to stall for him? Suddenly, Gan Ning appeared beside Dian Wei, saying, It seems things are not as we initially anticipated. These bandits are all equipped with shields. Are these not our little water bandits? What wrong? Can't run anymore? I merely wish to witness your screams. Yang Feng retorted, You seem to be on the brink of death. Your wits have fled. Charge forth, and bring me the heads of these two. Dian Wei glared fiercely at the captain, his fearsome demeanor intensifying. The advancing bandits froze in place, while the captain broke into a cold sweat under Dian Wei's unwavering gaze. Do not fear. There is only one of them, at that moment. Cheng Yu's guards emerged from the thicket, thrusting their spears forward, causing a group of Black Mountain bandits to fall. Yes, the Black Mountain bandits faltered. The captain shouted, Brothers, do not be afraid. Even counting the ambushers, there are not even 1,000 of them. Steady your formation, ready your weapons and shields, and prepare to confront the enemy. The captain quickly added, Yes, just like that. Everyone, remain calm. However, before them, Dian Wei brandished his dual halberds, raising them to his ears as they whirled above him, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Dian Wei's dual halberds shot forward with astonishing speed, the whirling blades creating a rush of air that set the surrounding trees rustling. In the fleeting moment that followed, with a resounding thud, the captain of the Black Mountain bandits plummeted from his horse. Gan Ning stood in stunned disbelief. Hey, this is not the same as the pair of halberds I had received earlier. The demise did not claim merely the captain. Although the flying halberds were aimed at him, every single Black Mountain bandit brandishing a shield in front of him was obliterated in an instant. The squad leader's mind buzzed with confusion as he gazed upon the shattered remnants of shields littering the ground and the fallen captain before him, his body instinctively paralyzed. After what felt like an eternity, summoning all his strength, the squad leader shouted loudly, Retreat. No, flee, turn around and run. In that moment, Dian Wei charged forward, leaping high to land squarely upon the captain's body, drawing his dual halberds, and bellowing, Leave none alive. Kill without mercy. Suddenly, several rows of tiger guards appeared behind the Black Mountain bandits, severing their escape route. Chapter 50. Zhao Yun. Hold your shield high. Within Longcheng, Qin Zihan observed the thousands of kill notifications that emerged in a mere second. A smile creeping upon his lips. With just this one strike, who in the realm could endure it? Even Zilong would not dare to face such dual halberds head-on. Dian Wei's attack had felled over 1,000 foes directly in front of the captain. A display of might that dwarfed the previous strike endured by Gan Ning. It is essential to note that Dian Wei had not only ascended to a high rank, but had also elevated his weaponry. The pivotal factor was the Vice-Captain Cheng Yu's martial trait, bravery of the generals, which bolstered the morale of their forces to 200 when their numbers were fewer than the enemy's. With morale at 200, Dian Wei's team experienced a twofold increase in overall strength, compounded by Cheng Yu's successful ambush that diminished the enemy's morale by 80. In such circumstances, the disparity in morale between the two sides reached a staggering tenfold. The 5,000 Black Mountain bandits, employing merely 20 of their strength, faced Dian Wei's 200, resulting in the immediate loss of over 1,000 bandits, as Dian Wei turned the tide of battle in a single second. Achieving 1,000-man slaughter, it was only then that Gan Ning emerged from his stupor. My heavens, old Dian, you truly terrified me. This hardly seems like a feat achievable by a mere mortal, he exclaimed. If you could throw a few more times, you might as well wipe them all out. Dian Wei shook his head, replying, Brother Gan Ning, I wish I could. That last throw has left my arms numb. Despite currently grasping the dual halberds, he felt no sensation of their presence. Gan Ning surveyed the pile of corpses ahead. Well, it's no wonder. If you could do that again, I would genuinely think you were a deity. Brothers, charge! Gan Ning led the raiding cavalry into the fray, and in an instant, the fewer than 4,000 Black Mountain bandits found themselves besieged on all sides, facing the raiding cavalry, the Tiger Guards behind them, and the Wei Imperial Guards flanking them. Dian Wei also surged forward, but I can still fight. The number of Black Mountain bandits visibly dwindled as they were mercilessly slaughtered by the combined forces of Dian Wei and Gan Ning. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and the White Horse Yitzong had entered the previously scouted plain. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes, as the bandits, shield in hand, completely disrupted the original strategy. Although Zhao Yun could maneuver freely across the vast plain, relying solely on his strength would prolong the battle indefinitely. Yang Feng, are you willing to duel with me? Zhao Yun issued a challenge to Yang Feng. Seeing Zhao Yun evade him, Yang Feng grew anxious. You cowards, stop running. Face me and my 5,000 brothers in battle. Through the relentless pursuit, Zhao Yun had already toppled several of his shield-bearing subordinates. Yang Feng recognized he was no match for Zhao Yun. Despite his impatience, he refrained from accepting the duel, acutely aware that such a choice would only lead him to peril. Cowardly wretch, taste my spear. Zhao Yun suddenly decelerated, swinging to the right, sending 3 shield-bearing bandits flying several meters. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Yun realized this approach was unsustainable. He gazed contemplatively at the White Horse Yitzong accompanying him, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, pointing his spear toward a distant hillock. The White Horse Yitzong accelerated toward the hill. Yang Feng, witnessing this, exclaimed, What are you looking at, Zhao Yun? Have you already chosen your burial site? Zhao Yun replied earnestly, Old thief Yang Feng, keep your eyes on the direction I'm indicating. Do not let your guard down for a moment. Yang Feng paused, initially intending to intimidate Zhao Yun, but was taken aback by his unexpected eloquence. You truly think I can be deceived? As he spoke, Yang Feng inadvertently cast glances toward the direction Zhao Yun indicated. That moment, Zhao Yun unleashed a thunderous shout, Dismount. Yang Feng clutched his ears with one hand while gripping the reins with the other. What madness is this? My horse is frightened. Kill this lunatic, all of you accelerate. Zhao Yun pointed his spear skyward, and Yang Feng sensed something amiss, glancing towards the direction Zhao Yun had indicated. Raise your shields. Hold them high. Zhao Yun's voice rang out. Are you out of your mind? If your forces shoot arrows, at least give me a warning. Zhao Yun's expression grew grave as he abruptly accelerated, leaving the Black Mountain bandits behind. Old thief Yang Feng, make sure your shield is raised. Suddenly, a deluge of arrows descended upon the left flank of the Black Mountain bandits in that fleeting moment. All surviving Black Mountain bandits stood astonished, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Yang Feng, drenched in the blood of a subordinate, gaped in disbelief, slowly halting to survey the bodies of his comrades felled by the onslaught of arrows. This bow, an arrow pierced through the shields and struck them. Impossible, it can't be. Zhao Zilong, what have you done? In the wooded path, Dian Wei's and Gan Ning's forces had successfully annihilated the entire contingent of 5,000 bandits. The obliteration of such a vast Black Mountain bandit force earned them a reputation boost of 101,000 gold units. Gan Ning, seemingly lost in thought, gazed toward the plain. Finally done. We must hurry to reunite with Brother Zilong. Cheng Yu concurred. Indeed, we must hasten. The enemy forces are all equipped with shields, which will pose a significant challenge for General Zilong. With that, everyone led their respective troops toward the plain where Zhao Yun stood. After the rain of arrows, Zhao Yun pivoted his mount and charged straight toward the remaining 4,000 Black Mountain bandits. The dragon spears swept through the ranks of the bandits, toppling many more. Yang Feng, seeing this, bellowed, "Seize that man!" Zhao Yun immediately broke through their lines, and as he did, another storm of arrows poured down like rain. With a neigh, Yang Feng was thrown from his horse. "Protect me! Quickly block him! You worthless lot, move faster!" Suddenly, Zhao Yun veered back, drawing near to Yang Feng, but he pulled the reins sharply. The white horse leaped, and with a strike as fierce as a dragon, he pierced through the two shield-bearing bandits standing before Yang Feng, driving the spear directly into Yang Feng's chest. Chapter 51. What is Qin Zihan? The unification of the continent shall undoubtedly be ours. Yang Feng clutched the spearhead embedded in his chest and succumbed instantly. All the Black Mountain bandits stood in stunned silence, their faces drained of color, seemingly resigned to defeat. After Zhao Yun's lethal strike on Yang Feng, he swiftly retreated. Not long after, Zhao Yun distanced himself. Another volley of arrows rained down. Each time he turned to attack, he capitalized on the moments when the white horse zone was reloading, as if he were watching them load arrows in real time. The unspoken synergy within their ranks was evident that in just a few rounds of arrows and Zhao Yun's charge, the Black Mountain bandits were nearly annihilated. That moment, Gan Ning's and Dian Wei's forces arrived, only to be met with a scene that left them utterly speechless. Zhao Yun stood amidst the corpses of 5,000 Black Mountain bandits, his dragon spear drenched in blood. Brother Zilong, truly unmatched in the realm. Gan Ning gazed at him with admiration, having expected Zhao Yun to be embroiled in a fierce battle. Though Dian Wei was equally astonished, he quickly regained his composure. Having once served as Zhao Yun's deputy, he had full awareness of Zhao Yun's unparalleled martial prowess and extraordinary adaptability on the battlefield. Cheng Yu, observing the corpses of bandits pierced by arrows, was deeply impressed. How could General Zilong's white horse zone achieve such feats? Capable of piercing through shields. Gazing at the unified cavalry of white horses atop the distant hills, Cheng Yu seemed to grasp a profound realization. Zhao Yun understood that the arrows shot from horseback were insufficient to pierce through shields. Thus, he decided to dismount his entire contingent of cavalry. This single act significantly enhanced the power of their archery, not only in terms of force but also in stability and effective shooting range. Coupled with the prowess of the white horse cavalry, they transformed into the foremost archery battalion of the age. Soon, the news of the annihilation of the Black Mountain bandit stronghold reverberated across the continent. The third stronghold of the neutral faction, the Black Mountain bandits, was obliterated, yielding 30,000 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 300 reputation, and 300 steel. Wow. Qin Zihan, you're too fierce. It's already the last day, exclaimed a voice that I can't believe it. These are the Black Mountain bandits. I struggle even against their smaller groups. Yet Qin Zihan single-handedly raised their stronghold. Another added, Qin Zihan, can you save me tomorrow? I promise to be your loyal servant. Please, Qin Zihan doesn't need a lackey like you. The chatter about Qin Zihan quickly faded, as anxiety over the impending chaos of bandits returned. Yet a faction leader among them expressed eager anticipation, believing that targeting the strongholds of other leaders had grown stale. They exhibited undeniable ambition and confidence, even bordering on arrogance, as they began to sketch their grand designs, convinced that the world was within their grasp. Time crawls too slowly. After tonight, this realm shall belong to me. Prepare yourselves for inevitable demise, one boasted. Brother, Are you on the brink of madness, unable to bear the impending turmoil of the Yellow Turban Rebellion? Is this not evident? This behavior is lunacy. He doesn't even merit polishing Qin Zihan's shoes. Qin Zihan, however, remained unfazed, recognizing the futility of their claims that he knew that defeating him with someone like Zhang Xiu was nothing more than a pipe dream. Yet, if their assertions about forming a powerful alliance of strong factions were true, it could indeed pose a formidable threat. Zhang Xiu, while not the strongest among them, appeared rather dim-witted, recklessly provoking enemies at such a critical juncture. As the sky darkened, the realization dawned that by dawn, all would face the continent's trials. Within Longcheng, Qin Zihan was remarkably calm, bolstered by the recent victory over the Black Mountain Bandits, which felt like a shot of adrenaline to his heart. He examined the spoils of war, only to find a solitary book among the treasures. Upon inspection, a template emerged. Sun Tzu's Art of War. The strategy of attack, PS. Grants the bearer 10 intelligence and the skill know thyself and thy enemy, allowing insight into the abilities, traits, and skills of visible generals. Qin Zihan's face lit up with astonishment. This was indeed a valuable asset. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He had no intention of placing this treasure on the trading platform. Few could afford such a priceless item, and most importantly, it must not fall into the hands of others, as it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Before long, the teams of Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Gan Ning triumphantly returned. Upon seeing Qin Zihan, Gan Ning eagerly approached, stating, "My lord, we owe our success to old Dian and brother Zilong. You should have seen the incredible power of old Dian's throw." Qin Zihan patted Gan Ning on the shoulder, saying, "Indeed, you all played an indispensable role that I have prepared a feast for you to unwind." Gan Ning, still brimming with excitement, insisted, "But my lord, you must listen." Brother Zilong was phenomenal, eliminating over 5,000 Black Mountain Bandits without losing a single man. Qin Zihan, delighted, replied, "Excellent. You have all worked hard. Enjoy this moment. It is an order." He then confirmed the troop count, noting that only a few dozen soldiers had perished in the battle against the Black Mountain Bandits. Chapter 52. All 100 intermediate equipment listed. The World Channel erupted. With less than 6 hours until the Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced, the World Chat channel buzzed with activity, even drawing out those who typically lurked in silence, all eager to alleviate their inner tension. After tonight, they would face not just the chaos of banditry, but the constraints preventing them from targeting other faction leaders would also be lifted. All nearby leaders could potentially become foes, launching assaults on their armies, invading their cities, or even recruiting or slaying their generals and troops. While others felt trepidation, Qin Zihan was primarily filled with excitement, for the lifting of restrictions meant that Zhongshan City, a mere distance from Longcheng, could now be a target for conquest. That he vividly recalled Zhongshan's previous attempts to incite other leaders against Gan Ning's team. From the onset, Qin Zihan had considered them his enemies, and capturing Zhongshan City would be the first piece of his grand strategy. At this moment, Qin Zihan was assessing the growth levels of his generals following the destruction of the Black Mountain Bandits. Zhao Yun's level had risen from mid-tier to high-tier after the battle, confirming that the experience required after reaching a certain threshold was indeed substantial. Eliminating over 5,000 bandits had only netted him a slight advancement. The experience gained from Black Mountain Bandits was significantly higher than that of regular bandits, yet the gap between stages remained vast. Qin Zihan was confident that it wouldn't be long before Zhao Yun ascended to the ranks of a true general. Dian Wei had also made remarkable progress, advancing from a novice high tier to a moderately renowned mid-tier, given the sheer number of foes he had defeated. Cheng Yu's level rose from a moderately renowned mid-tier to high tier, while Gan Ning's ascended from moderately renowned high tier to the shining peak of initial tier. Though Sun Yu had not participated in this battle, his continuous supervision of city upgrades and construction projects had garnered him a wealth of administrative experience. As Qin Zihan awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock, curious about what treasures the black market might unveil, he opened the World Chat channel to find it flooded with inquiries regarding his spoils. Qin Zihan, surely the annihilation of the Black Mountain Bandits yielded numerous treasures. Share them at the trading post to enlighten us. One indeed. My ability to withstand the impending chaos depends on you. Qin Zihan, don't hoard your riches. We are all eagerly awaiting at this critical juncture. It's not just me desiring strength for peace of mind. Everyone shares this sentiment. Seeing the fervor, Qin Zihan promptly set off to upgrade the blacksmith shop. He understood the significance of intermediate equipment at this moment. It would undoubtedly compel every faction leader to part with their hard-earned savings. At this juncture, the opportune moment for resource plundering had arrived. Qin Zihan promptly forged an iron hammer and upgraded the blacksmith shop. The upgrade to a mid-level blacksmith shop was complete. Building name: Blacksmith Shop. Current level: Mid-level blacksmith shop. Function: capable of forging hoe blades, chisel blades, training knives, hammers, equipment, and pickaxes. Currently, the barracks only allow for the production of basic and mid-level weaponry. Consequently, Qin Zihan began to investigate the forging requirements for mid-level weaponry. Materials required for forging mid-level equipment: wood, for units steel, 2 units. Description: forging randomly yields mid-level bows, basic crossbows, mid-level spears, mid-level knives, mid-level swords, mid-level axes, and mid-level halberds. That TO forge specific basic equipment. An additional 10 units of currency are necessary, which can be utilized by troops or generals. Indeed, such weapons can be equipped by soldiers. Qin Zihan then contemplated that if he were to obtain an abundance of steel in the future, he could forge countless pieces of equipment, outfitting an entire army. First and foremost, he needed to ensure his financial and wood resources were plentiful. Without delay, Qin Zihan forged 100 mid-level crossbows, firmly believing that among mid-level equipment, crossbows held the highest value, as the transition from basic to mid-level merely enhanced their power without altering their fundamental nature. He subsequently listed all 100 mid-level crossbows on the remote trading platform. However, this time he opted for a fixed-price auction rather than a bidding format, pricing the weapons as follows: 300 units of steel, 1,200 units of wood, 6,000 units of currency, and 60,000 units of grain. Upon listing, the already bustling world chat channel erupted. Brothers, Qin Zihan has finally listed his equipment. Wonderful, the gear I've been yearning for has arrived. No way, did I just see correctly? A full 100 pieces of equipment, and they're mid-level? Truly, Qin Zihan is unparalleled. His every move is irresistible. I'm in love. Wait, everyone, please pay attention. This is not a bidding war. How can one even place a bid when I see so many zeros? No wonder I can't afford it. It says I lack resources. Goodness, has Qin Zihan lost his mind? 6,000 units of currency. Are you trying to make me rob a bank? This is a true schemer. Buy it or don't. I've already made my purchase, and no need to wait for a bidding war. No one anticipated Qin Zihan would employ a fixed-price auction. Such pricing could easily deter the lower-tier lords. However, during this unique period and considering the mid-level equipment, previous buyers of basic equipment had reported excellent results in the World Channel, ensuring Qin Zihan faced no difficulty in selling this batch. Thus, he confidently set such a high price, knowing that mid-level equipment at the black market only commanded 5,000 units of currency. His offering was 1,000 units more expensive than the black market. As he was the sole proprietor of the black market at this time, and mid-level equipment was indeed rare, it is crucial to note that the 100 mid-level pieces Qin Zihan forged were limited to a mere 100 in the entire world. Qin Zihan was undoubtedly delving deeper into the merchant's path. Chapter 53. Zhao Yun unlocks the skill 100 birds facing the phoenix spears. Shortly thereafter, notifications of sales began to flood Qin Zihan's vision. Lost 1 mid-level crossbow. Gained 6,000 units of currency. Lost 1 mid-level crossbow, gained 1,200 units of wood. Lost 1 mid-level crossbow, gained 6,000 units of currency. Lost 1 mid-level crossbow, gained 6,000 units of currency. The remote trading platform had not witnessed such fervor in quite some time, with countless lords eagerly purchasing. Some lords, although aiming to surpass Qin Zihan, understood the priorities. They could pursue surpassing him later, but the immediate concern was survival amid the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Those who clung to the notion of preventing Qin Zihan from seizing resources ultimately found themselves eliminated due to their lack of combat power. Furthermore, others were keen to buy, creating a frenzy for equipment. Did all 100 pieces of mid-level equipment vanish just like that? Goodness, you all are a ravenous bunch. What on earth is happening? Why are you frantically snatching them up at this price? Honestly, buying them is a guaranteed profit. Even if I resell them at double the price, there will certainly be buyers. But seriously, where did Qin Zihan obtain these 100 mid-level pieces? Any hints, anyone? Need I even say? They were undoubtedly dropped by the Black Mountain stronghold. If such a formidable camp was defeated by Qin Zihan, what else is there to discuss? Let us be honest here. How long have you all been single? You cleared out an entire 100 pieces in an instant. This is truly terrifying. I'm beginning to think you're all on something. Let's have a drug test. To be frank, even 100 pieces aren't enough. The current situation is one of excess demand and limited supply. Is there any chance of more from X? As Qin Zihan had anticipated, this fixed pricing strategy was undeniably effective. Had he chosen an auction format, not only would it be time-consuming, but it would also be challenging to achieve a high price for such a quantity of mid-level equipment. The sale of these 100 mid-level pieces netted Qin Zihan a staggering total of 516,000 units of currency and 16,800 units of wood. Given the substantial market demand, he thought, why not? At this moment, Qin Zihan considered directly purchasing mid-level equipment from the black market, acquiring them at 5,000 units of currency each and reselling them at 6,000 units. With this in mind, he promptly headed to the black market, spending 500,000 units of currency to acquire another 100 mid-level crossbows that he immediately listed them all on the remote trading platform. The world chat channel erupted in jubilation. How on earth did Qin Zihan accomplish this? If it was indeed from the Black Mountain stronghold before, what is the explanation now? Stop speculating. Once you upgrade to a mid-level county and establish a blacksmith shop, you'll understand. Thanks for clarifying. Great one. Unbelievable. It takes hundreds of steel to upgrade the blacksmith shop to mid-level, and just to upgrade it requires 100 units of steel. Can someone explain how you guys managed to obtain that? The only known method is to annihilate factions. Curse it. I see you all wasting time, and yet everything has been snatched up. This new batch of 100 mid-level crossbows brought Qin Zihan an additional 564,000 units of currency and 7,200 units of wood, a sum ample enough for him to indulge freely. Far away in the northwest region, in the city of Batian, Wu Batian also purchased a mid-level crossbow, despite her war robe accentuating her figure. Her expression starkly contrasted with the joy of other lords who had secured equipment. How on earth did Qin Zihan manage this? This is a total of 100 pieces of mid-level equipment. No. Make that 200. Wu Batian felt a significant blow, realizing that the gap between her and Qin Zihan had not narrowed, that I must seize the opportunity presented by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Determined and unwilling to succumb to despair, Wu Batian felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Qin Zihan in Longcheng was exceedingly busy, fully aware that capitalizing on this momentum could grant him financial freedom, but he incessantly purchased mid-level equipment from the black market, then listed and resold them. Once the selling speed diminished to completing sales within 10 minutes, he recognized that most lords with financial means had already made their purchases. Continuing to buy would risk oversaturation, prompting him to decisively halt his activities. Through this selling of mid-level equipment, Qin Zihan had remarkably swindled nearly 1 million units of currency and tens of thousands of units of wood. The lords who successfully acquired mid-level crossbows felt no sense of loss, as possessing such weapons granted them a semblance of self-defense that in a chaotic world, nothing instills greater insecurity than being unarmed. Having profited immensely, Qin Zihan finally closed the remote trading platform. This moment, he made his way to the Seven Stars Prayer platform, pondering whether there would be any changes awaiting him. Qin Zihan was not inclined to believe in the futility of buildings, especially those unlocked at high-level counties. Upon opening the Seven Stars Prayer platform, he revealed a look of disappointment. It remained devoid of any items that he could not fathom the purpose of its design. The mid-level general training camp. Qin Zihan realized that with his financial concerns no longer pressing, it was now time to unlock the second skill, enabling him to confront the impending challenges with greater composure. It is noteworthy that those capable of unlocking the first skill among the lords were few, easily counted on one hand. This moment, however, Qin Zihan was already poised to unlock the second skill. Upon contemplating this, Qin Zihan promptly procured a hammer and upgraded the military training camp. However, he soon discovered that elevating the renowned Sun Yu to its apex required merely 4 hours. Yet, in this moment where time equated to wealth, Qin Zihan was not one to be parsimonious, especially on a day of substantial fortune. The upgrade to the intermediate military training camp was now complete. Building name: Military Training Camp. Current level: Intermediate Military Training Camp. Function: this facility can train generals and unlock a second skill for them. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zihan prioritized the unlocking of Zhao Yun's second skill. Should Zhao Yun's second skill be unlocked? Note: Unlocking the second skill requires an expenditure of 10,000 units of currency. Had this been yesterday, Qin Zihan would have felt a pang of regret at the thought of spending 10,000 units. However, today, he felt no such trepidation. Unlock. Zhao Yun's second skill has been unlocked. 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Zhao Yun wields his spear with finesse, creating a dazzling display of sparks, launching 3 consecutive strikes towards his foe. The skill's efficacy is influenced by Zhao Yun's martial prowess and weapon level. Chapter 54. Qin Zihan prepares to lay siege to Zhongshan City. For a ruler of a lower-tier faction, 10,000 units of currency was an astronomical sum. Yet Qin Zihan did not even furrow his brow at this expense. The value of this investment soon became evident. As the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear was a legendary technique of Zhao Yun renowned across the land. The arrogant individual who had previously vowed to annihilate Qin Zihan's faction would surely quail at the sight of Zhao Yun executing this formidable skill. Qin Zihan began to anticipate the unlocking of second skills or tactics for other notable generals. He intended to expend 60,000 units of currency to unlock the second skill or tactic for 6 distinguished generals. Were it not for the fact that Shi Jizai was not regarded as a notable general, allowing for only one skill to be unlocked, Qin Zihan would have included him as well. Thus, Qin Zihan proceeded to unlock all generals with a single command. Sun Yu has unlocked his second skill, fellow townsman bond. When Sun Yu is in a team with generals from his hometown, the morale of the team is increased by 100. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. This was the only skill that established a bond with other generals. That it was evident that bonds held immense potential in this realm. If he were to recruit Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong simultaneously in the future, would they possess a similar bonding skill? The dragon and phoenix? But how is the scope of hometown determined? This left Qin Zihan pondering. His knowledge, Guijia, and Shi Jizai undoubtedly met the criteria. However, he was uncertain if Dian Wei qualified. In the world prior to his crossing, Dian Wei and Sun Yu would certainly have been considered compatriots. If Dian Wei were included, it would mean that Sima Yi, whom Sun Yu recommended, could also trigger this skill. Gan Ning has unlocked his second skill, Guardianess Last Stand. When the ruler of Gan Ning's faction is within 1,000 meters of a living Gan Ning, damage received is reduced by 50. This skill was indeed remarkably considerate. With this skill, Qin Zihan could face the impending chaos of marauding bandits and the strife of warring factions with greater composure. But why did I lose a total of 30,000 gold? Qin Zihan paused, realizing that he still possessed ample funds, so it could not be a matter of insufficient resources. Could it be? Qin Zihan speculated that unlocking skills was not solely dependent on building level and sufficient funds, but also required a certain growth level for the generals. It seemed that unlocking the second skill necessitated the general's growth level to reach the apex. Qin Zihan glanced up at the countdown to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. 4 hours. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. The hour of 8 was fast approaching. 4 other faction leaders. This hour held little significance, but for Qin Zihan, who had constructed a black market, it was highly anticipated that he hurried to the black market, where he awaited the countdown for its updates. He wondered what treasures might be revealed this time. Having previously acquired the 7-star sword for 10,000 units, Qin Zihan was completely captivated by the allure of the black market. What if he could obtain the Qinggang sword this time? As the clock struck 8, Qin Zihan's eyes flickered as he scoured the black market for treasures legendary weapons. He shook his head and looked again. Now, with an abundance of wealth, he would not overlook any legendary items. However, after a thorough search, Qin Zihan confirmed that this time the black market had indeed refreshed without any legendary weapons present. It appeared that legendary items were not guaranteed to appear with each refresh, signifying their rare nature. With only half an hour remaining until the Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced, nearly all faction leaders dared not close their eyes. Those who could still slumber were either exceedingly carefree or had resigned themselves to their fates. They understood that once the clock struck midnight, the Yellow Turban Rebellion would begin, and no one could ascertain whether the marauding bandits would attack immediately or wait until dawn. Any faction leader with a modicum of survival instinct would, despite their fatigue, stay awake to assess the situation. Yet in Tiger Might City, the little girl who hushing was sleeping soundly. Beside her was the exasperated Meng Hua. He had already urged the little girl not to fall asleep that night, but mere moments after he left, Her snores filled the air. "Oh, little sovereign, how can you be so adorable?" Menghua contemplated voicing his grievances. But upon seeing the innocent expression on the young sovereign's face, he vowed internally to ensure her safety. The last half hour was agonizing for most of the sleepless faction leaders. As they prepared to embark on a life of turmoil, uncertain if they would still be alive by dawn, "I can't take this anymore. Can we not unite our hearts and build a harmonious society together? I am so scared." "Me too. I feel extremely uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. With less than half an hour until the marauding bandits arrive, I'm terrified. Perhaps they will strike in the morning. May God be with me. This is the landmark of my city. If I perish, please scatter my ashes in the sea." "What are you talking about? Don't you realize that restrictions will soon be lifted and we can attack other faction leader cities? With that level of intelligence, I doubt you'll survive long. I'm feeling nauseous. I think I might vomit. Does anyone have a quick-acting heart remedy?" As time passed, the world chat channel grew increasingly lively, as many resorted to chatting to stave off sleep. The majority expressed their negative emotions, for without this outlet, they would have surely succumbed to the weight of their anxieties. Some faction leaders reported feeling as if they were being stalked by something ominous. And not just one entity. Qin Zihan surmised that the marauding bandits would likely launch an assault under the cover of night, given that neutral factions enjoyed double damage during this time. And faction leaders faced diminished marching speeds, making escape exceedingly difficult. He anticipated that following this night, some faction leaders would be eliminated. Only those who survived would possess the right to conquer cities and establish their dominion. In this brutal world of the survival of the fittest, only by continually growing stronger could one hope to endure until the end at this moment. Qin Zihan began formulating his strategy. Should the marauding bandits refrain from attacking during the night, he would march directly to Zhang San's city. For an unequivocal enemy, Qin Zihan would not exhibit even the slightest mercy. "This city shall be razed." Chapter 55. The Yellow Turban Rebellion arrives. Zhao Yun's initial trial of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. With merely 5 minutes remaining until midnight, nearly all faction leaders were as restless as ants on a hot stove. Yet Qin Zihan took a moment to check his reputation. Still contemplating the upgrade of his main city, that is the first faction leader to upgrade his main city. He had received no rewards. He speculated whether the upgrade from a high-level county to a capital city would yield any rewards. Reputation. 3054. To become emperor, one must reach 10,000 reputation. At 3,000 reputation, one can be granted a 7th rank official title. It seemed that the annihilation of the Black Mountain stronghold earlier in the afternoon had sufficed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a noble would come tomorrow to promote him. Moreover, Qin Zihan recalled the substantial reputation gained from Gan Ning's victory over Pan Feng's forces, that if he could seize Zhongshan City after midnight when the restrictions were lifted, he would gain a significant amount of reputation, accumulating it until he could aspire to the throne. With only 2 minutes remaining, Qin Zihan opened the world chat channel that as expected. The atmosphere was drenched in melancholy, aptly described as a sea of sorrow. "The time is drawing near. Tell me this is a dream, for I cannot endure it. I only have militia and mountain bandits. How can I survive? I truly am not prepared. Can we delay this for a few days? I implore you, dear planners. Restart the game. As a female mountain bandit, I have already given up hope. Do you honestly think this is a game with a chance for a do-over? Wake up. Do not relinquish hope for survival. Indeed, perhaps these chaotic bandits are not as formidable as they seem, although our warriors may not be the mightiest and our troops may not be the strongest. At the very least, we are still alive. Yes, we shall not surrender until the final moment. We will steadfastly defend the city gates, regardless of the thousands of enemies before us as long as the gates remain unbreached. I shall not venture forth. You may call me the guardian of the highlands. Alas, my morale stands at a mere 60. I can only emulate my comrades above and hold my ground. We can do this. To my brothers and sisters whom I have yet to meet, take care, for the countdown is at 10 seconds. Farewell, world. May we all still be here tomorrow, that I would rather be occupied by you than slain by these chaotic bandits. 2 seconds, in an instant, the world chat channel fell silent. This was an unprecedented occurrence, for we are speaking of the lords of billions of factions. The world channel is usually abuzz with fervor and chatter. Yet now, not a single voice could be heard, save for the recently issued announcement. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has begun. Zhang Jiao has dispatched reconnaissance teams to survey the lands. All faction lords, remember to protect your main cities and defend your territories. Under the starry sky, the sounds of tigers roaring and wolves howling abruptly ceased, as if even the beasts sensed the impending danger. The grass rustled ominously, and the trees beyond the city trembled. Sounds of movement began to echo from outside the city walls. Qin Zihan drew his seven-star blade, displaying an unusual calm after encountering a small band of mountain bandits in a previous hunt. After all, he is now entirely different from before, with three valiant warriors standing resolutely in front of him. Are we ready? Suddenly, the three generals shouted in unison, vowing to defend Longqing to the death. A faint smile graced Qin Zihan's lips as he unsheathed the seven-star blade and coldly commanded, "Open the gates, annihilate all that approach Longqing." Zhao Yun, filled with fervor, responded, "Yes." Gan Ning chuckled softly, declaring, "Today, I shall let them know who the true king of bandits is." Dian Wei glared fiercely at the city gates and bellowed, "Those who dare offend Longqing shall die." Qin Zihan had no intention of merely holding the gates and waiting passively. In an instant, the gates swung wide open, and the drawbridge descended slowly. Outside, hundreds of yellow turban bandits, seeing the gates ajar, surged forward. "The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. The year of the rat shall bring fortune to the world. I did not expect you to be so astute, recognizing the opportunity to surrender. Indeed, the General of Heaven protects us, granting us unyielding fortune." A white steed leaped from the city wall, and the foremost yellow turban bandits recoiled in terror from Zhao Yun's imposing presence. At that moment, Gan Ning also charged across the drawbridge. "Brother Zilong, why are you so impatient?" Zhao Yun began to wield his Longdang spear, suddenly gripping it tightly. The spear's shaft bent slightly from inertia, and sparks flew as he unleashed three consecutive thrusts. A whirlwind surged beside Zhao Yun. Most of the yellow turban bandits ahead fell as if pierced by a hidden blade, blood splattering in an instant. Qin Zihan gazed at the rewards that materialized before him. Killed Yellow Turban Bandit Captain LV-15. Experience 300, money 20 units, reputation 5. That killed Yellow Turban Bandit LV-5. Experience 80, money 2, reputation 1. Killed Yellow Turban Bandit LV-8. Experience 100, money 5, reputation 1. Zilong, are you eager to test your marksmanship? Speaking of which, these yellow turban bandits yield quite substantial rewards and levels, with the lowest being LV4. Gan Ning was astonished. My, Brother Zilong, you must surely be a god of war incarnate. Zhao Yun, holding his spear in one hand and clenching his fist in excitement, declared, "All right, let us clear the battlefield." Soon, another band of over 100 yellow turban bandits appeared. Zhao Yun and Gan Ning immediately rode forth to engage. The battle was fierce, with yellow turban corpses strewn across the ground. These bandits were clearly no match for Qin Zihan's forces. Zhao Yun and Gan Ning fought with ease, even without leading troops. The outermost yellow turban bandits from the previous group were sent sprawling by the gale produced by the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. In an instant, they sensed the disparity in power and whispered to their comrades, "Let us stealthily infiltrate and capture the leader first." Those bandits who slipped away from the side approached the drawbridge at the city gates when suddenly, a pair of flying halberds came hurtling toward them, annihilated a small-scale yellow turban bandit group. Reputation 30, gold 300 units. Dian Wei rushed forward to draw his twin halberds, just as several yellow turban bandits scaled the walls from behind Longqing, stealthily making their way towards Qin Zihan. That moment, Dian Wei, turning to face Qin Zihan, saw several bandits behind him pull out daggers and stab Qin Zihan in the back. In shock, Dian Wei's legs instinctively propelled him toward Qin Zihan. My lord. Outside, Zhao Yun and Gan Ning, fully engrossed in battle, heard Dian Wei's trembling shout and immediately turned their horses around, racing at full speed. Chapter 56. The Perilous Wanwan City. In the land of the Three Kingdoms. Wanwan City, located merely 50 miles from Longqing, also faced the onslaught of the yellow turban bandits. Protect our beloved Wanwan. Do not let a single yellow turban bandit enter. Take this, you scoundrels. Wang Shuang led over 600 Wei spearmen. staunchly defending Wanwan City against the relentless assault of the Yellow Turban Bandits. Although Wang Shuang was not a renowned general, his initial combat prowess was commendable, standing at a solid 89, and with his level having risen to a mid-tier novice. His combat effectiveness was impressive. With the Wei spearmen forming a defensive formation, the mid-sized Yellow Turban Bandit group outside found it impossible to breach the gates. "Old Wang, take care, don't get hurt. If you do, my heart will ache." Zheng Wanwan was truly exceptional. With just a few words, Wang Shuang became invigorated, swinging his large hammers with renewed vigor. Wang Shuang's loyalty thus increased to 97, that Zheng Wanwan herself had a low growth level, only at mid-tier of the Dao's authority, which meant her combat prowess was inferior to that of the Yellow Turban Bandit leader. However, Zheng Wanwan was not one to remain passively protected. Unlike many faction lords who hid away, she ascended the city walls and used the basic bow and arrows she had previously purchased on the trading platform to shoot at the Yellow Turban Bandits outside. Zheng Wanwan displayed far more bravery than most male faction lords, even performing better than them. She could have easily sought assistance from Qin Zihan or requested better equipment, but her character would not allow it. Zheng Wanwan believed that friends should help one another, not simply accept help unilaterally. However, from the outside, the Yellow Turban Bandit numbers did not appear to diminish. Just then, like in Longcheng, a small group of Yellow Turban Bandits climbed the wall from the rear and infiltrated. Wang Shuang shouted, "Enemies are breaching from the rear." In an instant, Wang Shuang and the Wei spearmen found themselves besieged from both sides, causing chaos in their formation. Zheng Wanwan sensed the gravity of the situation. Envisioning the grim outcomes of Wang Shuang's demise, her own demise, and the city being overrun at that moment, the Yellow Turban Bandits in front began to scream in agony, collapsing one after another. Emerging from the fallen Yellow Turban Bandits were the Wei Imperial Guards. "Cheng Yu, under the command of our lord, has come to assist." Zheng Wanwan brushed away the moisture gathering at her eyes and shouted, "Drive these Yellow Turban Bandits out," with a furious roar. Wang Shuang rallied the troops and wiped out the small group of Yellow Turban Bandits that had entered Wanwan City. "Kill. We vow to protect our beloved Wanwan." At the front gates of Batian City, situated in the northwestern highlands, hundreds of Yellow Turban Bandits were launching a fierce assault. "Open the gates. Repel the invaders." Wu Batian commanded the gates to open wide, ordering Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu to charge into the fray. Today, she had tied her hair back into a high ponytail, a stark contrast to her previously unkempt appearance. Under the charge of Ma Chao, Ma Yunlu, and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, the Yellow Turban Bandits appeared pitifully weak. The numbers of the Yellow Turban Bandit group visibly dwindled, as expected. A small group of Yellow Turban Bandits scaled the walls from the rear and launched a surprise attack. However, as they descended, they inadvertently crushed Wu Baishan's ceramic flower pot. "What are you doing?" Wu Batian, furious and embarrassed, drew her mid-level crossbow and shot an arrow at the bandit who stepped on her flower pot. She then switched to her basic sword and charged toward the small band of Yellow Turban Bandits that the entire Three Kingdoms. Which band of marauding Yellow Turban Bandits would dare to confront their lord head-on? "How dare you? I will make you pay for my little day and little Kuei." With her basic sword in hand, Wu Batian charged at 8 Yellow Turban Bandits in an instant. All 8 bandits, filled with terror, were left bloodied and lifeless. Wu Batian had been a youth fencing champion from a young age and was now a national fencing athlete, possessing remarkably developed motor skills. Coupled with her growth level having reached the high tier of the Dao's authority, she was a standout even among the entire continent. Suddenly, dozens of Yellow Turban Bandits descended from the rear city walls, witnessing their comrades' disfigured bodies. "What is happening? Weren't we supposed to wait until we gathered together?" Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by hundreds of Shiliang troops. Amidst the echoes of anguished cries, Wu Batian, clutching 2 bouquets of sunflowers, bellowed, "All Yellow Turban Bandits must perish." With an air of valor, Wu Batian deftly tied back his hair and charged into the fray against the moderately sized Yellow Turban forces gathered before the city gates. In a distant corner of the Three Kingdoms continent, the walls were teeming with desert archers, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows upon the besieging Yellow Turban troops below, oblivious to the encroaching Yellow Turban forces scaling the walls from behind. The leader of this faction remained unaware until the smaller contingent of Yellow Turban Bandits assembled fully, breaching the walls and slaying several archers. That it was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation and hastily commanded his militia to eradicate the yellow turbans atop the walls. With each fallen bandit, 3 or 4 of his own soldiers succumbed, while the desert archers seemed utterly powerless against the close-quarters assault of the yellow turbans. Chaos reigned upon the battlefield, across the various corners of the 3 kingdoms. All faction leaders were embroiled in fierce combat against the yellow turbans. Some valiantly defended their strongholds, only to be slaughtered by the bandits who scaled the walls. Others expended their entire forces, managing to survive by the skin of their teeth. Yet, there were those who, through formidable generals or powerful troops, crushed the yellow turban ranks, whether they emerged victorious or barely escaped with their lives, or met gruesome fates. All signified that this era of turmoil had truly arrived, one that could not be accepted or evaded. Within Longqing, Dian Wei knelt before Qin Shi Han, anxiously assessing his injuries. That it's nothing. Dian Wei, merely a superficial wound. Dian Wei could scarcely believe it, as he meticulously re-examined the injury, confirming it to be but a shallow cut. But I witnessed the dagger plunge into your back, he exclaimed. The yellow turban bandit would show no mercy. Initially puzzled, Qin Shi Han soon grasped the situation. It must have been Gan Ning's skill, shielding the lord, that mitigated the damage by 50%, he deduced, coupled with the relatively low level of this small band of yellow turbans. Their potential for harm was indeed limited. Zhao Yun and Gan Ning, racing from outside the city, were struck with fear upon seeing Qin Shi Han supported by Dian Wei, and swiftly dismounted to kneel before him. Zhao Yun, overwhelmed with guilt, darkened in countenance. That I failed to protect my lord. Please impose punishment upon me. Gan Ning's face was etched with worry and regret. That my lord. It is my fault. Had I and Dian Wei been within the city, no one would have harmed you. Qin Shi Han raised Zhao Yun, stating, Gan Ning, it was I who commanded you to venture forth and vanquish the enemy. You both performed admirably, and look at me. I am none the worse for wear. He performed a somersault, deliberately showcasing his lack of injuries to Zhao Yun and Gan Ning. He could not bear to punish them, especially when he had only sustained a minor wound, for which he owed a debt of gratitude to Gan Ning's skill. The dozens of yellow turban assailants who had attempted to ambush Qin Shi Han had met their end, their throats swiftly slit in an instant. Chapter 57. Zhao Yun ascends to the talented minister. A map of faction distribution emerges as Dian Wei rushed towards Qin Shi Han. He bore witness to the demise of the yellow turban bandits at the hands of the shadowy protectors, who dispatched the small band with astonishing swiftness. Had it not been for Dian Wei's rising prominence, he might have struggled to perceive the entirety of the bandits' downfall. At that moment, Zheng Wenwan sent a private message. All right. Old Qin, let's skip the pleasantries. I adore you. Qin Shi Han replied, You're too kind. It was merely a trivial task, and you've handled everything beautifully. Zheng Wenwan continued, Thanks to the contingent you dispatched, everything has been secured. Qin Shi Han responded, That's excellent to hear. By the way, may I ask a side question? Are there any female generals among your ranks? Qin Shi Han replied, None. Why do you ask? Zheng Wenwan mused, just a casual inquiry. I wonder if there are female generals in this land, that if so, what of Diao Chan? Qin Shi Han replied, As far as I know, there are indeed female generals, and Diao Chan is likely quite beautiful. Observing Zhao Yun's chiseled brows, piercing black eyes, and handsome visage, Qin Shi Han considered Guijia and concluded that if male generals were so striking, female generals would undoubtedly be just as captivating, especially one renowned as one of the 4 great beauties. Diao Chan, a sight that would surely leave men spellbound at first glance. Just then, 2 more moderately sized yellow turban forces surged forth from beyond the city gates. Qin Shi Han was perplexed. This incessant wave of yellow turban troops seemed far from mere reconnaissance. If other faction leaders were similarly engaged, this onslaught could obliterate a significant number of them. Enough chatter. I have incoming guests, Qin Shi Han declared. Zheng Wenwan retorted, Don't tease me. I have no visitors here. Qin Shi Han recalled that each time he upgraded his main city, he received notifications of increasing hostility from neutral factions. Could it be because my main city is a high-level county? Zilong, Xingba, I now grant you both an opportunity for redemption. Do you see the 2 yellow turban forces advancing towards Longqing? You shall each lead an assault to obliterate them. Zhao Yun and Gan Ning responded eagerly. Thank you, my lord. Qin Zihan smiled slightly. I have a requirement. You must annihilate them within 10 minutes. Zhao Yun and Gan Ning replied with fervor. Yes. Immediately, they mounted their steeds with a graceful leap, charging towards the two yellow turban contingents outside the city. Gan Ning, bolstered by the night raid skill, led the cavalry to engage the yellow turbans first, wielding his twin sabers to carve a path through the front ranks, charging forward and then pivoting to strike back once more. Before Zhao Yun could even reach the yellow turban forces, their numbers had dwindled significantly. The yellow turbans were utterly powerless against the onslaught of the White Horse Company's arrows, and by the time Zhao Yun arrived, only a single yellow turban captain remained. Desperately deflecting arrows with his broadsword, realizing the rain of arrows had ceased, the yellow turban captain began to survey his surroundings, only to discover that all his comrades had perished. Zhao Yun merely waved his long dang spear lightly before turning his steed back toward the city. The other contingent of yellow turbans had also succumbed to Gan Ning's assault, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. I was just getting warmed up, and it's already over, Gan Ning exclaimed. Hastening back to Longcheng, taking advantage of the night, he mused that he might even be faster than Big Brother Zilong. Suddenly, he spotted a vast expanse ahead and realized it was not as he had thought. He accelerated to catch up with Zhao Yun, entering Longcheng side by side. Big Brother Zilong, you are as formidable as ever, Zhao Yun remarked, patting Gan Ning on the shoulder. That I see your progress is nothing short of astonishing. Xingba. Qin Zihan gazed at the starry sky, releasing a sigh of relief. It appeared that tonight's ordeal had come to an end. He pondered the scenes unfolding for other faction leaders at this moment. As he opened the World Chat channel to gather information, he found it sparsely populated with voices. I will likely bid farewell to this world soon. The pain. Could I not have a swift end? I truly wish all of this were merely a dream. The city gates have been breached, and I wonder how long these soldiers can hold out. This is my final message. Good luck, my family. It was no surprise, for most faction leaders were still grappling with the yellow turbans, fighting for their survival, while only a few defeated leaders broadcast their final words, attempting to affirm their existence. Qin Zihan promptly closed the World Chat channel. Although he understood the world was merciless, where the strong thrived and the weak perished, he could not entirely forsake his compassion that he immediately checked the casualty reports of his forces. Aside from some minor losses among Cheng Yu's Wei Imperial Guards and Gan Ning's cavalry, there were no further casualties. Wait, Zhao Yun's growth level? A talented minister? At that moment, a notification appeared in Qin Zihan's view. Congratulations to Qin Zihan's faction. General Zhao Yun has ascended to the role of talented minister, unlocking exclusive growth breakthrough. White Horse Vanguard, Battlefield Dragon. The required experience for this exclusive growth breakthrough is immense, and the enhancement is substantial. An announcement will be made in the World Channel. Would you like to conceal this, General? Would you like to conceal this faction? Special reminder. Full disclosure will earn a reward of 1,000 units of currency. Qin Zihan promptly chose to conceal everything. Yes, had it been just a few days prior, he would have opted for the reward, as 1,000 units of currency were a free gift. However, now, for someone who was not in need of money, that sum was trivial. He had no desire to reveal his general for such a paltry gain, as it would bring him no benefits. Xingba, do you remember the route to Zhongshan City? Gan Ning eagerly replied, Of course, my lord. It's all clear in my mind. But my lord, don't you have a map? Qin Zihan paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that a new faction distribution option had appeared in the menu bar without his notice. He opened the faction distribution map, which clearly illustrated the power dynamics across the entire Three Kingdoms continent. The map displayed a zoomed-in view of the area surrounding Longcheng, highlighting the forces of Zheng Wenwan, Zhang San, and Lu Xingyu. To his surprise, there were so many factions in this region. Qin Zihan promptly selected Zhongshan City on the map. Chapter 58, The Enemy. The enemy, a force led by Zhao Yun, boasted thousands of troops. Having confirmed the coordinates of Zhongshan City, Qin Zihan was about to send his forces to crush it when he suddenly considered that, given Zhongshan City's strength, it might not survive to see the dawn. It could very well have already been annihilated by the yellow turbans from the faction distribution. Qin Zihan could clearly see his own Longcheng, marked in blue, while the other factions were depicted in red or gray. Just then, a notification chimed in. In the faction distribution map, our faction is represented in blue, the opposing faction in red, and neutral factions in gray. Click to view the leaders of the factions. It turned out there were quite a number of neutral factions in this area. Qin Zihan intended to investigate these neutral factions, only to discover that all of them were classified as Yellow Turban forces. At this moment, a rather cruel, yet rational thought struck him. These seemingly neutral gray factions, known as Yellow Turbans, might have been led by leaders just like him only a few hours prior. This implied that the remaining red factions represented the leaders who had successfully repelled the initial wave of Yellow Turban attacks. Qin Zihan's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the red-marked Zhongshan city. If heaven does not claim you, then I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you, you vile creature. He promptly ascended the general's platform and designated Zhongshan city as his target for expedition. Originally, he had intended to dispatch Gan Ning alone to seize Zhongshan city, for with its strength, Gan Ning's single force would suffice. Additionally, it was still nighttime, and Gan Ning's special ability, Night Raid, would be in play, making it the fastest and most efficient option. Reinforcing with Zhao Yun and Dian Wei would be superfluous. Given the speed of nighttime troop training, Gan Ning would likely have already led a cavalry raid to capture Zhongshan city, while Zhao Yun and Dian Wei had just arrived. However, Qin Zihan quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that annihilating Zhongshan city was not his primary objective. Observing the gray faction now transformed into Yellow Turbans, he understood that his foremost goal was to enhance his own faction's strength, allowing the blue territories to dominate the entire distribution map. Thus, he restructured his expeditionary force, deciding to deploy a single unit, Zhao Yun's force, which boasted a 100 experience gain for the entire team. He also appointed Gan Ning and Dian Wei as deputy commanders under Zhao Yun's command. Now that Zilong had unlocked the exclusive growth stage for renowned generals, and given the indications that it would require a considerable amount of experience, Qin Zihan pondered whether conquering other faction leaders would yield even more experience points. Suddenly, he recalled that Guijia was still at the novice level, that he thought it wise to appoint Guijia as a deputy under Zhao Yun's command as well, ensuring that even if Guijia contributed nothing, he would still share in the experience gained by the team. But the attempt failed. Each general could only be equipped with 2 deputies. Qin Zihan shook his head. Were it not for this limitation, he would have deployed all his non-administrative generals at once. After all, nothing could expedite the growth of his generals like being in Zhao Yun's company. Commanding Zhao Yun to lead Gan Ning and Dian Wei on the expedition against Zhongshan city, Qin Zihan felt a surge of excitement. This was his first offensive against a non-neutral faction, and he had no idea what spoils might await him, which only heightened his anticipation that he even contemplated whether, once Zhao Yun reached the pinnacle of battlefield prowess, he would become an invincible force, or if there were further limits to surpass. Qin Zihan was confident that the answer would be revealed once he defeated the heavenly general and obtained the secrets of peace. At this moment, Zhao Yun's force was fully prepared to leave the city and advance toward Zhongshan city. Qin Zihan was acutely aware that this battle would likely expose his general's composition. But the most pressing matter was to enhance their strength. Eventually, his generals would be revealed, and if their exposure could bolster their power, he would welcome it without hesitation. Just the knowledge that Gan Ning was one of Qin Zihan's generals would undoubtedly stir quite a commotion among other faction leaders. If they were to discover that under his command were also the notorious Dian Wei and the unparalleled Zhao Yun, it would surely invoke a great uproar. In Zhongshan city, several dozen miles from Longqing, Zhongshan, barely managing to fend off the Yellow Turban's reconnaissance, muttered to himself in despair, "This is utterly infuriating. I nearly got slaughtered by those Yellow Turbans. Why is my initial general such a useless wretch? Now, I've exhausted my reserve troops and am left with barely over 100 men." Having recently suffered an attack from Gan Ning's forces that had routed him, he had just managed to restore morale after eliminating a few small-scale enemy units, only to be further battered by the Yellow Turban's reconnaissance. However, following the recent skirmish with the Yellow Turbans, his General Pan Feng had successfully attained a minor degree of fame, with his martial and commanding values now standing at 174 and 143, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Why must my initial general be so lacking? Only Zhao Yun and Elbu are worthy of my station. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that Pan Feng had now achieved a modicum of notoriety, and he had not expected such a significant boost in attributes. How delightful! Ever since his misfortune with Gan Ning's forces, Zhongshan had been devising a strategy to defeat them, and now he sensed the opportunity had arrived. At dawn, I will send Pan Feng to confront Gan Ning's forces. This time, I will surely capture him. He envisioned a grand transformation, with the renowned General Gan Ning under his command, allowing him to conquer other faction leaders and ultimately win the favor of Diaochan, becoming the unrivaled ruler of the continent. As he entertained these thoughts, his eyes gleamed, and a smile crept across his face. After all, Gan Ning was the mightiest general of Eastern Wu, holding a significant place among the renowned. And with him, Zhang San felt confident he could unify the entire three kingdoms. When that time came, not even figures like Zhang Xiu or Yin Liang would dare challenge him. Even Qin Zihan would be compelled to bow before him. Just as Zhang San was relishing these grand ambitions, his general Pan Feng rushed to him in a frenzy. "My lord, we are under attack." Zhang San, infuriated, kicked Pan Feng, who had fallen to his knees. "If we're under attack, then go defend the city. What are you doing whining here? Do I need to teach you how to defend?" Every time he laid eyes on Pan Feng, Zhang San was filled with rage. How could his general be so inept? Pan Feng, having been kicked down, quickly returned to his original position, kneeling on one knee and solemnly reporting, "The enemy." The enemy led by Zhao Yun, numbers in the thousands. Chapter 59. The Capture of Zhongsan City. The world chat is abuzz. Zhang San burst into uproarious laughter, pointing at the kneeling Pan Feng with one hand. "Have you gone mad after facing those yellow turbans? Why would Zhao Yun come here to spar with a waste like you? Thousands of troops, you say? I reckon it's too dark for your eyes, and you've mistaken the corpses of the yellow turbans for an army." Pan Feng, his face filled with dread, solemnly replied, "My lord, if you do not believe me, you may step outside and see for yourself." Zhang San, observing Pan Feng's expression, felt a twinge of panic and skeptically ran up to the city wall. How could this be? Upon seeing the leading general and two deputy commanders of the approaching force, Zhang San's expression shifted entirely, morphing into one of sheer terror and incredulity, his face contorted in disbelief. He raised his hands to slap his face and rubbed his eyes, closing and reopening the information on the approaching force. At the forefront, astride a white horse, exuding an air of majesty, was none other than Zhao Yun. To Zhao Yun's right was Gan Ning, the very general who had previously routed Pan Feng's forces, and to his left stood the fearsome figure of the notorious Dian Wei. How could Zhang San fathom such a ludicrous turn of events happening before him? Three renowned generals. These three were undoubtedly among the elite of the Shu, Wei, and Wu factions. Where could they possibly have come from, and why had they come to my city? Zhang San's mind raced. Could it be that he was truly the favored child of destiny, and these three legendary generals had come to pledge their allegiance to him? But that thought was swiftly extinguished, had it not been for Gan Ning's presence among them. He might have entertained that notion. Now, he trembled uncontrollably, his demeanor suggesting he was losing his grip on reality. They must be here to serve me. It must be so. I am destined to be invincible. I will make the entire world bow before me. Zhang San, in a frenzy, clutched his head and began to ramble incoherently, his mind unable to bear such a devastating outcome, resorting instead to self-deception. Outside the city, Zhao Yun wielded his dragon spear with grace, while Gan Ning, seemingly aware of the impending chaos, covered his ears with both hands. At that moment, Dian Wei remained somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquility. As the city gate crumbled into dust, Dian Wei trembled, unable to fathom how one man could single-handedly demolish the gate with a single thrust of his spear. While others might falter, Zhao Yun, a paragon of military prowess, could keenly perceive the formidable strength he had attained once more. In the instant the gate collapsed, an urgent message appeared before Zhang San's eyes. Emergency notification. The gate of your city, Zhongsan City, has been breached by the forces of Qin Zihan. Please respond promptly. Zhang San, previously lost in laughter, suddenly froze, confronted by an unfamiliar notification that jolted him from his self-deception. How could he have imagined that the one who had bested him, Gan Ning, was indeed a general under Qin Zihan? And not just Gan Ning, but also Zhao Yun, who had just obliterated his gate with a single strike. And the infamous Dian Wei. These three legendary generals, whom he had coveted in his dreams, were now serving the illustrious Qin Zihan, a master of unrivaled might who had swiftly sold nearly 1,000 mid-tier weapons in a single night. The incredulity etched across Zhang San's face was a testament to his sudden epiphany that if Gan Ning was indeed a warrior of Qin Zihan, then everything fell into place. His earlier decision to send Pan Feng to seize others' rewards had already provoked Qin Zihan's ire. Moreover, his incitement on the World Channel to hunt down Gan Ning's team and recruit him had laid the seeds of his own demise. Now, the restrictions on targeting other lords had been lifted, allowing Qin Zihan to march against the city after vanquishing the Yellow Turban rebels. This was the truth. It was all over. At this moment, regret flooded Zhang San's mind as he lamented why he had ever allowed Pan Feng to provoke Gan Ning. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei had already breached the walls of Zhang San City. Pan Feng led his forces in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet with a mere shout, Zhao Yun galloped before Pan Feng and unleashed a strike with his spear. Pan Feng attempted to raise his massive axe in defense, but the overwhelming force of Zhao Yun's strike shattered his weapon, the spearhead slicing through Pan Feng's visage to his abdomen, resulting in his immediate demise. Against Zhao Yun, a talent of unparalleled caliber, even 10 men would be insufficient. Desperation surged through Zhang San. He could not allow himself to be slaughtered. Since he too was a lord, surely there was room for negotiation. Yes, he could make amends. He would pledge allegiance to Qin Zihan. When the time was ripe, he could stage a coup and seize all of Qin Zihan's cities and generals, as he relentlessly sent friend requests. Zhang San remained ensnared in his grandiose dreams. Meanwhile, within Long City, Qin Zihan slept soundly. Just then, Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei had dispatched Pan Feng and approached him. Of course, they are legendary generals. They must also be men of reason. Zhang San thought that I cannot die yet, that he forced a smile and spoke softly. Generals, I am acquainted with your lord. Truly, your lord is Qin Zihan, correct? I am quite familiar with him. He has mentioned you, praising your unparalleled bravery and martial prowess. At this, Dian Wei furrowed his brow, exclaiming, You dare to utter our lord's name so casually. Gan Ning laughed heartily. Oh, come now, Dian Wei. I want to see him perform a bit longer. Dian Wei lifted his twin halberds, preparing to end Zhang San's life. Zhang San cried out, Pan Feng. Where is Pan Feng? Hurry, come protect your lord. Gan Ning coldly retorted, No need to shout. You shall accompany him now. Zhang San, in a frenzy, repeatedly bowed and screamed, Do not kill me, do not kill me. In an instant, Dian Wei brought his halberds crashing down, and Zhang San collapsed to the ground. In that moment, Zhang San City was transformed, appearing as pristine as it had upon its inception. Simultaneously, within Long City, Qin Zihan received a notification. Congratulations, Lord! Zhao Yun's forces have successfully captured the enemy's main city, gaining complete dominion over it. The opposing force, Zhang San, has been annihilated, and you have acquired all his resources. Gold, 5450 units. Wood, 854 units. Food, 6451 units. Additionally, you receive a bonus for the annihilation of the opposing force. Experience 50,000, gold 5,000 units, prestige 500, steel 500. Though it was the early hours of the morning, the World Chat channel erupted with excitement. Chapter 60. The Awe of the Queen of Heaven. Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei commenced with 3 generals. Who would have thought that capturing the main city of a local force would yield all the enemy's resources? This was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. It was unfortunate that Zhang San lacked the strength to eliminate any neutral forces in the first 7 days, thus missing out on acquiring steel. However, the additional annihilation reward provided a generous 500 steel units. This was far greater than the rewards from defeating the neutral forces of the Black Mountain Bandits, as Qin Zihan marveled at the rich rewards of capturing the Lord's main city. He received a private message from Zheng Wenwan. Old Qin, quickly check the World Channel. A group is gossiping about your generals. Qin Zihan immediately opened the World Chat channel, only to find it ablaze with conversation. This is outrageous. Qin Zihan started with 3 generals. How could such a thing be possible? Is this some kind of joke? 3 generals at the start, all renowned. Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei. How are we, as lords without a single renowned general, supposed to compete? Even those who possess renowned generals cannot withstand 3 top-tier generals. The generals previously seen, Li Jian, Yin Liang, Wen Chou, Meng Hua, Zhang Xiu, would be no match for these 3. Surely this is a false rumor. No one could possibly start with 3 top-tier generals. It must be a deliberate attempt to incite hatred against Qin Zihan. Those are definitely the actions of a bitter rival. That makes sense. I nearly believed it. After all, Qin Zihan's performance over the past 7 days has been evident for all to see that if it were any other lord, I wouldn't buy it, but given Qin Zihan's track record, I almost fell for it. The entire commotion began with a plea for help on the World Channel, where the caller claimed to be under attack from Qin Zihan's forces, led by Zhao Yun, with Gan Ning and Dian Wei among them. This request for assistance quickly ignited fervent discussions. Before long, someone discovered the emergence of a force distribution map. Look at the menu bar. There's a new option for force distribution. No way. Is this for real? Let me check the locations of Qin Zihan and the Queen of Heaven. Wait, it shows that Qin Zihan has 2 cities under his dominion. What does this mean? Are you telling me that last night, he not only obliterated the Yellow Turban rebels, but also seized control of a lord's city? The lord who just sent out the request for assistance is part of Qin Zihan's force. So, the lord who was just speaking here has already been annihilated by Qin Zihan? It must be true. Qin Zihan truly has the dream start of 3 generals: Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei. At this moment, on the expansive plateau of the northwestern region of the 3 kingdoms, the graceful and stunning Queen of Heaven, Wu Batian, was leading Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu in a campaign against a large-scale cavalry force. Though this cavalry was not as formidable as the Shiliang bandits they had previously vanquished, they made up for it with sheer numbers, nearly blanketing the entire 3 kingdoms. The cavalry force Wu Batian was engaged with boasted over 1,000 troops. Sensing their inability to withstand the combined onslaught of Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu's forces, the cavalry began to retreat towards their camp. However, just as they attempted to escape, they were intercepted by Wu Baishan's elite troops from Shiliang. Wu Baishan's faction remained exceptionally powerful, and annihilating mid-sized forces posed no significant challenge. Unless faced with large-scale forces or annihilation missions, such battles would not yield substantial casualties for her or her troops. You cannot escape. None of you shall leave here today. Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu swiftly broke through the gates, and within an hour, the cavalry was utterly defeated. At that moment, Wu Batian received a private message from a friend, revealing that Qin Zihan's generals had been exposed. Stunned, she stood in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. 3 generals at the start: Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei. And he has already conquered a city? The abrupt news left Wu Batian utterly astonished, far exceeding his expectations that he believed that Qin Zihan was highly likely to possess the dual general's advantage. It is worth noting that while he himself boasted a dual general setup, Ma Yunlu could hardly be considered a renowned general, possessing only a mere 4 levels of growth. Initially, he had assumed that with his illustrious general, Ma Chao, he could turn the tide in his favor. However, it now appeared that such notions were merely figments of his imagination. Ma Chao would struggle to triumph even against a rival of the same caliber, such as Zhao Yun, let alone when faced with Qin Zihan's Zhao Yun, who was significantly more advanced in growth. Not to mention the formidable generals Gan Ning and Dian Wei. Wu Batian pressed his friend for confirmation regarding this intelligence. His friend suggested that he check the World Chat channel, where all the leaders of various factions were currently engaged in fervent discussion about the matter. Wu Batian immediately accessed the World Chat channel, which was buzzing with an unprecedented fervor, showing no signs of waning. This was truly a spectacle. I haven't even seen a shadow of a renowned general, let alone 3 top-tier generals. Possessing even one of these would unequivocally establish dominance overall. It is my belief that such circumstances are simply impossible. If they were indeed true, why would we be summoned to this world to endure such trivialities? Merely to await Qin Zihan's conquest? I find your reasoning compelling, yet it seems we are indeed waiting for others to invade. I can scarcely imagine Zhao Yun could dispatch my Yangzhou Tong with a single thrust. This elucidates why Qin Zihan can effortlessly suppress billions of faction leaders, leaving them in the dust. I'm done. I wish to withdraw. This is no longer a game. We must hasten to escape. Withdraw? Do you genuinely believe this is merely a game? The only way to withdraw is through death. If you seek to end your own life, then relinquish your resources to me and proceed as you please. Let us not rush to conclusions. Has anyone witnessed Qin Zihan leading Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei? Perhaps it is merely the words of a deceased individual, potentially stirring up discord. The controversy surrounding Qin Shi Huan's generals continued to unfold, with the majority convinced of its authenticity, while a considerable number of faction leaders remained skeptical of a dead man's claims. At that moment, someone interjected, "What are we even arguing about? The factions are already delineated. We could simply scout Dragon City to ascertain the truth." Indeed, seeing is believing. Who will go on the reconnaissance mission? It's easier said than done. Do you not understand the consequences of provoking Qin Shi Huan? That Zhang San, for instance, was the one who previously annihilated Gan Ning's forces. Just look at him now, still alive. This thought incensed me. I am situated near Zhang San City, and if I were not bound by constraints, I would genuinely consider fleeing. You've reminded me. I am not far from Dragon City either. Would it not be wiser to pledge my allegiance directly? Chapter 61. What brings Cao Cao here? Is he seeking to submit? In an instant, all faction leaders residing near Dragon City were seized by trepidation. That in an era of chaos, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Sieging and pillaging are but commonplace. With restrictions lifted, battles among the faction leaders were inevitable, and everyone understood a simple principle: to forge alliances with distant factions while targeting those nearby, thus conserving time and energy while facilitating mutual support and governance among cities. Consequently, the faction leaders encroaching upon Dragon City could not evade an encounter with Qin Shi Huan, who commanded Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei. Clearly, they did not harbor hopes of emerging victorious from this conflict. Do you know how to submit? I have no intention of continuing. If possible, I wish to become a general under Qin Shi Huan. As the faction leaders near Dragon City prepared to surrender to Qin Shi Huan, someone suddenly voiced their frustration. Seeing you all act so cowardly truly infuriates me. I'm baffled. With so many of you wishing to capitulate, why not form an alliance? Indeed, it appears the previous leader of Zhangxiu had an alliance. Why can't we emulate them? I am thoroughly exasperated. None of you have even fought, yet you all cry for surrender. Even if he possesses Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei, can he truly take on tens of thousands alone? This rhetoric instantly revitalized the faction leaders who had lost their fighting spirit. Forming an alliance could be their best strategy to confront Qin Shi Huan in the present moment, even if it does not involve attacking Qin Shi Huan. It would serve to deter him from launching an assault against them. In the highlands of the northwest, Wu Batian, who had decimated a large-scale raiding party, bore a gloomy expression, the realization that no matter how much he advanced, he could never surpass Qin Shi Huan weighed heavily upon him. It was no wonder that he could achieve feats we struggled to accomplish with utmost effort. Does he harbor enmity towards me, persistently rejecting my friend requests? Contemplating this, Wu Batian glanced at his meticulously managed friends list that he boasted hundreds of notable faction leaders, all of whom were resources he had accumulated over the past 7 days. Through alliance invitations, a coalition named Heroes swiftly emerged. The alliance soon engaged in discussion. Does Queen Batian have Qin Shi Huan as a friend? If we could enlist Qin Shi Huan, wouldn't our coalition effortlessly unify this continent? The crux is no one knows Qin Shi Huan. What if he is a nefarious villain? To my knowledge, it seems Queen Batian attempted to add him, but was refused without uttering a word. Wu Batian furrowed her brow. No one had ever rejected her throughout her life. Regardless of whether a confrontation with Qin Shi Huan looms in the future, she was resolute in adding Qin Shi Huan as a friend. Qin Shi Huan. Wu Batian muttered his name in defiance. Simultaneously, the various factions surrounding Dragon City began to forge blood oaths of allegiance, establishing numerous alliances, with the dragon-slaying warriors being the most formidable. Clearly, their intention in forming an alliance was to resist Dragon City. At that moment, they fervently debated within their coalition. With this alliance, we can prevent Qin Shi Huan from conquering us one by one. Indeed, an injury to one is an injury to all. Even if he possesses 3 top-tier generals, he cannot withstand our numbers. Moreover, we have the formidable Lu Xingyu at the helm. Yes, I have witnessed the valiant warrior Zhu Yi, a death-seeking soldier under Lu Xingyu, in action. I was so terrified by his slaughter of a bandit group that I fled without uttering a single sound. And now we are allies. Very well, let us proceed as I previously suggested, that we shall first acquire the secrets of peace, and once we obtain the rewards of the heavenly general, earthly general, and human general, perhaps I alone can resolve the issue with Qin Shi Huan. Long live Lu Xingyu. Let us share in the glory of this chaotic era. In an instant, a wave of alliance formation swept across the Three Kingdoms continent. Qin Shi Han had effectively become the common enemy of the top-tier faction leaders. For them to achieve dominance, they must surmount the formidable obstacle that is Qin Shi Han. It can be said that Qin Shi Han represents the loophole in this world. Only through the collective strength of many can they hope to stand on equal footing with him. Naturally, they would regard Qin Shi Han as a mutual adversary, and they yearned to recruit the renowned generals under his command, who would not be tempted by such illustrious figures. At that moment, as Qin Shi Han scrolled through the world chat channel, he chuckled, "If the world betrays me, I shall reciprocate in kind." It was at this juncture that Qin Shi Han finally comprehended why Cao Cao, after mistakenly slaughtering an entire family, uttered the words, "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." That it was not that Cao a man aspired to be a villain. Rather, it was the chaos of the age that birthed such figures. All faction leaders believed Qin Shi Han had been blessed with a dreamlike start with 3 generals, while he alone knew that he had already acquired 6. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was Zhao Yun's unique trait of being an invincible general. Now, with his growth level reaching that of a general and minister, Zhao Yun's martial prowess had surpassed 1084. And his commanding value had astonishingly reached 1013. That although his intellectual growth did not match that of his physical and commanding capabilities, he had, due to his level advancement, surpassed Sun Yu's intellect, reaching 732. Furthermore, Qin Shi Han discovered that, after accounting for the effects of the king's advisor talent, while Zhao Yun's initial martial value and Sun Yu's initial administrative value were both 100, the two did not align at the same growth level. This indicated that despite identical initial attributes for generals, the enhancements gained with each level increase might differ at that moment. Sun Yu reported that a man named Cao Cao had arrived outside the city. Having seen the recruitment order and was now engaged in grandiloquent discussions about the world, he proclaimed that should anyone be willing to supply him with troops, he would assist them in conquering the entire world in return. Qin Shi Han's pupils dilated in astonishment, his mind momentarily blank, as he stood aghast at it truly Cao Cao, the infamous cunning hero, the Wei Wuti of the Three Kingdoms, who, through his guile, tamed the wilderness and quelled the fires of conflict. Cao Mingda has arrived. Chapter 62. Recruiting Cao Cao. The condition is that I shall be emperor, and he shall be king. Qin Shi Han raced to the city gate, shouting, "Open the gates!" There a man of 7 feet with keen eyes and a long beard, donned in full armor and draped in a crimson cloak adorned with golden scales, strode purposefully across the drawbridge to stand before Qin Shi Han. Cao Cao drew his sword, pointing it at Qin Shi Han. Laughing heartily, "You dare to open the city gates without a single soldier? Are you not afraid I might slay you with one stroke?" Qin Shi Han was momentarily taken aback, then feigned nonchalance and laughed maniacally. "No, you would not dare to kill me." In truth, he was quite frightened by Cao Cao's sudden unsheathing of his sword, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that if Cao Cao were to advance the blade, even slightly, the hidden guards within the city would strike without hesitation. Rather than asserting that he would not be killed, it was more accurate to say that the now calm Qin Shi Han recognized that Cao Cao lacked the capacity to take his life. Moreover, Cao Cao was undoubtedly aware that should he kill Qin Shi Han, his own escape from this place would be utterly impossible. "Well, you are indeed the one who shares my ambition to dominate the world. Cao Mingda, I end today's realm of heroes. Only you and I remain. I shall be but one step beneath you." Qin Shi Han was momentarily stunned, pondering why the recruitment information had yet to materialize. Could it be that this was an indication of his desire to join my ranks? How could there be a notion of being merely one step beneath me? Cao Cao sheathed his sword and declared with an air of authority, "You shall be the emperor, and I will be the king." Qin Shi Han immediately realized that king here referred to a noble title. "Very well. Should I ascend to the throne as emperor, you shall be my designated king of Wei." At this moment, Qin Shi Han was convinced that as long as Cao Cao allied with his faction, he need not worry about other concerns. His personal information clearly delineated one crucial point: special ability, absolute sovereign within the faction. You are the highest commander of Qin Shi Han's faction. As soon as he spoke those words, a template appeared. "Would you like to recruit Cao Cao?" "Yes." Qin Shi Han was overwhelmed with joy. This was a figure who nearly unified the Three Kingdoms. An extraordinary talent. For 2 decades, he had quelled the Yellow Turbans, pacified Hebei, subdued the Wuhuan, and annexed Jingzhou. Among the 9 provinces of the realm, 6 had fallen under his dominion that I in the vast seas. Which hero could surpass him? In the Grand Hall, Cao Cao wielded the emperor to command the lords, and the sight of the civil and military officials, all too afraid to speak, was vividly etched in Qin Shi Huang's memory. Most importantly, the outstanding generals of Cao Wei were predominantly Cao Cao's trusted confidants. If Sun Yu contributed to the establishment of the administrative framework of Cao Wei, then Cao Cao was responsible for supplying the majority of its military officials. This included the one-eyed warrior Xiahou Dun, the steadfast Xiao Run, the swift Xiahou Yuan, and fellow 8 tiger riders such as Qiao Hong, Qiao Chun, Qiao Jin, Qiao Xiao, and Xiahou Shang. Indeed, I shall recruit. Immediately, the template for Cao Cao's generals emerged. Name, Cao Cao. Courtesy name Mingdo weapon. Xiantai sword LV1 loyalty. 85, loyal, general attributes. Leadership 100, martial prowess 79, intelligence 94, internal affairs 105, enhanced by the talent of the Prime Minister, general trait. Broad-minded in recruiting talent's growth level. Newly initiated if all goes as expected. The next level for this Xiantai sword should be the Etian sword. Qin Shi Huang contemplated the other famed weapon of Cao Cao, the Qinggang sword. Should he acquire it, he would surely be eager to equip it to Zhao Yun and see the results. Loyalty at a mere 85? This revelation left Qin Shi Huang astounded. It represented an unprecedented low in loyalty. Although generals with a loyalty of 90 or above could not betray, a drop below 90 did not guarantee treachery unless it fell below 60. At which point the notion of defection might arise. Qin Shi Huang was confident that this loyalty would rise. After all, the previously underwhelming loyalty of Gan Ning had now reached 100. As for the attribute values, Qin Shi Huang suddenly recognized the terrifying potential of Cao Cao's stats. Though the sum of his martial prowess and leadership did not surpass Zhao Yun's, his total initial attributes were the highest among all generals thus far, and he was the first to possess full leadership. Broad-minded in recruiting talents, Qin Shi Huang promptly examined Cao Cao's general trait, which indicated that the effects and impact of the recruitment orders issued by Cao Cao's faction would be doubled. Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Shi Huang realized this was precisely what he desperately needed. Few were the faction leaders who possessed recruitment capabilities, making this an opportune moment to bolster his ranks, with Cao Cao's broad-mindedness in recruiting talents. The effort required would be significantly reduced. He could hardly contain his excitement for Cao Cao's skills. Eagerly, Qin Shi Huang hurried to the general training camp and unlocked Cao Cao's skills. General Cao Cao has unlocked the first skill, eagerly seeking talents, when persuading generals from other factions to defect. The success rate is increased by 100. Qin Shi Huang was utterly astonished, persuading generals from other factions to defect. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Qin Shi Huang's ears. The success rate of persuading defections primarily depends on the loyalty of the general being approached, as well as the intelligence levels of both parties. At this moment, a smile blossomed on Qin Shi Huang's face. The remarkable aspect of Cao Cao lay in his uniqueness. Qin Shi Huang could already envision a future filled with civil and military officials gathered in the Grand Hall. Just then, Zhao Yun's team returned to Longcheng. Qin Shi Huang noticed that only Gan Ning and Dian Wei had returned, and inquired, "Where is Zilong?" Gan Ning replied, "Brother Zilong instructed us to return first while he remains to guard Zhongshan City." Qin Shi Huang immediately thought of how Zhongshan City was no longer merely Zhongshan City, but rather his subordinate city, that if Zhao Yun returned, it would become an empty city, according to the absolute iron rule. Should any other faction's forces enter the city, it would become theirs. Contemplating this made Qin Shi Huang marvel at Zhao Yun's diligence. He promptly opened the faction distribution and examined the newly conquered city. Knowing that upon opening, a template would appear. Please enter the name of the subordinate city that he named it E. Instantaneously, the city's name transformed into East City. Qin Shi Huang believed that in the future, he would possess countless subordinate cities, so why not simply name them numerically? At this moment, Cao Cao spoke with grand aspirations. "Your Majesty, do you remember our agreement? Now, this city is in dire need of development. I am confident in my ability to manage it efficiently." Qin Shi Huang thoughtfully replied, "I believe you have the capacity to cultivate this city into a flourishing realm. I appoint you as the lord of this city, allowing you to manage all its affairs. However, relying solely on you for development may be too slow, so I shall dispatch Zhao Yun and Guojia to East City to assist you. The primary reason for sending Zhao Yun to East City was for supervision, considering Cao Cao's current loyalties still posed a risk. Should he defect, East City would be lost. Yet at that moment, Qin Zihan noticed that Cao Cao's loyalty had increased by 5 points, reaching an absolute loyalty of 90. That could be due to the appointment as Lord of East City. Chapter 63. The Tiger and Leopard Riders emerge. Everyone was left in disbelief. Qin Zihan entrusted Cao Cao with the full management of East City, primarily to expedite Cao Cao's growth level. Just as with Sun Yu, he could gain experience through handling internal affairs, thereby enhancing his level. Dispatching Guojia was also aimed at elevating Guojia's growth level, as he had scarcely acquired any experience in Longcheng, the city. By overseeing the affairs in the council hall and supervising the construction of various buildings, both Cao Cao and Guojia would surely experience rapid growth in their levels while propelling East City to swift development. Additionally, under the enhancement of Sun Yu's talent, the speed of leveling up and city development would see considerable improvement. At this moment, Guojia was summoned by Qin Zihan. Fengxiao, you shall accompany Almon to govern East City. It is entrusted to your care. Unexpectedly, Guojia and Cao Cao hit it off, chatting and laughing on their way to East City. Just as the city gates were about to close, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Wait! Qin Zihan focused his gaze and saw an official approaching to confer upon him titles and ranks. The official, still stepping lightly, approached Qin Zihan and began to read the imperial decree, with a flash of golden light. Qin Zihan felt an immediate sensation of joy. His official rank rose to Deputy Minister of Justice, gaining 10 intelligence, 10 internal affairs, and 1,000 accompanying troops. Why did the increase in accompanying troops decrease? Qin Zihan shook his head, surprised that the troop cap had diminished upon rising to the 7th rank. Previously, as an 8th-rank general of the anti-rebellion, he could command an additional 5,000 troops, although this held little consequence for Qin Zihan, as his unique troop type, the Shadow Guards, was unaffected by leadership values and official rank. He soon understood. The anti-rebellion general was a military officer, naturally commanding more troops, while the Deputy Minister of Justice, despite a higher rank, was a civil official. That he found this reasoning quite reasonable. Unbeknownst to him, his prestige was already nearing half of what was needed to claim the title of emperor. Suddenly, Qin Zihan pondered what would occur when his prestige reached 10,000 and how he would ascend to the throne. It was inconceivable that it would happen in the same manner, with an official merely reading a decree for him to become emperor. What new possibilities would unlock upon truly ascending the throne? Perhaps he would acquire exclusive skills for emperors or possess a unique troop type reserved for emperors. Might his cap for accompanying troops reach 1 million? Or even more? The myriad of possibilities filled Qin Zihan with anticipation. Yet one thing was certain. After claiming the title of emperor, he would undoubtedly bestow official ranks upon his generals. Such ranks would significantly enhance the maximum troop capacity, which, while not immediately beneficial to Qin Zihan, would greatly elevate the capabilities of Zhao Yun's White Horse Cavalry, Dian Wei's Guards, and Gan Ning's Raiding Horsemen. Uncertain whether the conditions for upgrading had been met, Qin Zihan promptly examined the requirements for enhancing the city. Current city level, advanced county, upgrade conditions. Appointed to the 7th rank, 20,000 units of gold, 30,000 units of grain, 3,000 units of wood, 300 units of steel, possession of a mid-level blacksmith shop, mid-level military training camp, level 3 farmland, level 3 market, advanced barracks, black market, 7-star prayer platform, and mining pit. Indeed, all requirements were satisfied. Even the level 3 farmland and market had been constructed in abundance by Sun Yu, a talent of remarkable repute. At that moment, a prompt appeared. Would you like to upgrade the city? Upgrading necessitated appointing a general to draft the plan, supervise, and execute it, with completion time dependent on the general's administrative capabilities. Without hesitation, Qin Zihan affirmed his choice. The instant he selected Sun Yu, a radiant golden light enveloped Long City. From the outside, one could scarcely perceive the transformation occurring within. Only faintly could one observe the walls ascending in height and the scale expanding. Initial capital city, incomplete. City upgrade completion countdown, 21 hours. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, Sun Yu's administrative prowess had nearly doubled since the last upgrade of the main city. Yet, astonishingly, the time required for the city's upgrade had increased rather than decreased. It seemed that as the city continuously advanced, the time and materials necessary for upgrades and construction surged exponentially. Nevertheless, gazing at the city information indicating an initial capital city, Qin Zihan could already envision the substantial benefits that would arise from the upgrade, a matter of immense significance. After a skirmish, Qin Zihan had acquired 500 units of steel, which afforded him the liberty to wield the hammer with abandon. Upon using the hammer, an announcement materialized before him. Congratulations, Sovereign! Your main city, Long City, has been upgraded to an initial capital city, with defensive capabilities quintupled. Long City can now accommodate 5 times the population. Reminder, your capital has attracted significant attention from neutral factions. Indeed, this was the reason. Previously, the Yellow Turban rebels must have been drawn to this fact, resulting in a greater number of Yellow Turban followers compared to other sovereigns. However, for Qin Zihan, this was not a disadvantage. He believed it would aid in attracting the formidable Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang. After a brief wait, he pondered, is there no reward for being the first to upgrade to a capital city? Soon after, a notice appeared in the World Channel. World announcement. Congratulations to Sovereign Qin Zihan, the first to upgrade a city to a capital, receiving substantial rewards for the increase in defensive capabilities. We encourage all sovereigns to strive for further achievements and to capture the Central Plains. Establishing dominance. Wow, this is absurd. Can someone tell me how to upgrade to a capital? Qin Zihan, having 3 generals at the start, was firmly established. Amidst the discussions about the capital, someone suddenly stood up and exclaimed, I am truly astonished. Can you guess which team defeated mine? Cao Cao's team. You mean Boss Zhao? Could it be that this world also contains the neutral factions of Wu, Shu, and Wei? Perhaps they are merely wild teams. You might have missed the chance to recruit Boss Zhao. I can assure you they are not a wild team. He is accompanied by Guo Jia, Guo Fengxiao. Wow. This is a significant discovery. Perhaps there truly exists a native faction like Wei in this world. Certainly, they only boast a mere 100 soldiers, yet their combat strength is formidable. I wonder what kind of cavalry they possess. Qin Zihan marveled. Cao Cao's team encountered other sovereigns, Cao Cao's cavalry. Qin Zihan hastily checked the information on Cao Cao's troops. Tiger Leopard Cavalry. 100 characteristics. Uniformly mounted on brown warhorses, clad in light armor, their ferocity in battle reminiscent of tigers and leopards. Type. Shock Cavalry Troop Morale. 100 Chapter 64. I shall keep the mighty Pangda for myself. Indeed, it was the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Qin Zihan was ecstatic. Members of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry were elite among elites. Each soldier taken individually could represent a unit of 100 in ordinary armies. Moreover, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry was the most expensive troop type in the 3 kingdoms. Cao Cao had invested a significant portion of his resources in equipping them. Now, this formidable and undefeated force had re-emerged. The World Chat channel erupted with discussions about Cao Cao's cavalry. At that moment, a sovereign spoke up, igniting a wave of excitement. Could it be the Tiger Leopard Cavalry? Indeed, it must be the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Boss Cao's cavalry. Who else boasts such great military achievements? I can hardly imagine what it would be like to possess the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Dream on, you're just fantasizing. In this world, perhaps Wei will unify the realm. Native factions? Ridiculous. No one would have anticipated that Cao Cao's team was also under Qin Zihan's command. Even Qin Zihan himself could not have imagined that the monarch Cao Cao would also become one of his generals. How infuriating! I had expected a bountiful reward for upgrading to a capital. Qin Zihan never anticipated that upgrading to a capital would not yield any rewards. Instead, it had drawn a wave of enmity in the world. However, Qin Zihan dismissed these matters from his mind. His thoughts solely focused on the newly upgraded capital. An information template promptly appeared. City Long City has successfully upgraded to an advanced county. Available land has increased to 160. Defensive value has doubled. Maximum population capacity has doubled. New buildings unlocked. Advanced blacksmith shop. Level 4 farmland. Level 4 market. Advanced military training camp. Level 2 mining pit. Arrow Tower siege ram. Initial workshop. Arrow Tower siege ram. Qin Zihan was immediately captivated by the newly unlocked buildings. Arrow Tower construction materials. Gold. 2,000 units wood. 500 units steel. 10 units population, 50 required facilities. Initial capital note. Possesses remarkable range and damage, significantly enhancing the city's defensive strength. Multiple towers can be constructed if land is available. Clearly, the construction cost of the Arrow Tower was considerably lower compared to other buildings. Siege ram construction materials. Gold, 2,000 units wood, 500 units steel, 10 units population, 50 required facilities. Initial capital note. Designed for rapid breaching of city gates, can easily break through the gates of an initial county with a single charge. The introduction suggested it was a powerful siege weapon. Although Zhao Yun had once breached Zhang Sen's city gate, using merely the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, it was evident that as the city's level rose, it would not be feasible for Zhao Yun to continuously use skills to break through the gates. Qin Zihan then turned his attention to the building that mattered most to him. Initial workshop construction materials. Gold, 5,000 units wood, 1,000 units steel, 200 units population, 200 required facilities. Initial capital note. The workshop can produce initial armor to reduce damage taken by wearers. Armor. Qin Zihan's excitement surged. Undoubtedly, armor held immense allure for all sovereigns. According to absolute ironclad rules, should a sovereign perish, their faction would immediately declare annihilation. This was also why most sovereigns would refrain from entering battle at such a time. What could provide greater security than a piece of armor? Thus, Qin Zihan promptly instructed Sun Yu to prioritize the construction of the workshop and directly utilize the hammer. Workshop construction completed. Building name. Workshop current level. Initial workshop building function. Capable of producing armor. Current workshop level can only produce initial armor. Qin Zihan immediately checked the conditions for producing initial armor. Materials required for forging initial armor. Wood. 10 units steel. 2 units description. Initial armor can provide a 10% damage reduction. Usable by troops or generals at a mere 10% damage reduction. It is worth noting that Gan Ning's skill, Guardian's Last Stand, could only reduce Qin Zihan's damage by 50%, and only while Gan Ning was present. Thinking this through, Qin Zihan found it not too shabby. After all, that 10% reduction might well save the wearer's life. Qin Zihan promptly produced 200 pieces of initial armor, equipping one for himself. After donning the armor, Qin Zihan felt no discernible difference in his own condition, nor did his appearance change in any way. Just as he contemplated putting all the armor up for sale, a private message popped up. Zheng Wenwan. Old Qin, I would like to introduce a general to you. Qin Zihan was taken aback. It was always Sun Yu who recommended generals to him. He had never anticipated someone would privately message him with such an intention. Qin Zihan. Why do you wish to introduce a general to me? Recruiting one yourself would significantly enhance your faction's strength. After all, this is an entire army. Zheng Wenwan. I am not like you. Unifying the continent would be quite a challenge for me. I just want to have fun and enjoy myself. Zheng Wenwan. Mainly, I see you surrounded by enemies, nearly becoming a target for the world. With this general, you could grow stronger, and besides, my Wang Shuang has gained some notoriety, so self-preservation should be manageable. Zheng Wenwan was acutely aware of the current situation. And given that Qin Zihan had previously dispatched Cheng Yu to rescue her, it was only natural for her to support him and unite under his banner. Qin Zihan felt a twinge of gratitude. In these tumultuous times, having a warrior willing to pledge allegiance to him was a bond that transcended mere friendship. Qin Zihan. With your skills in reconnaissance, you must surely know that my generals include Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and Dian Wei, along with Cheng Yu, who aided you earlier. However, I also possess 3 other renowned commanders, so you need not worry. Focus on your own recruitment. Zheng Wenwan. Those would be Sun Yu, Guojia, and Cao Cao, correct? Qin Zihan was taken aback, realizing that Zheng Wenwan had gleaned from the World Chat channel that the Wei state was indeed referring to his forces. Had any other faction leaders been privy to this information, they would likely have leveraged it to procure resources long ago. Qin Zihan. I shall acquire even more generals in the future. You should concentrate on your own recruitment. Zheng Wenwan. Very well. I shall recruit Peng to myself that he inexplicably knocked on my city gate at dawn, preventing me from having a good night's rest. Qin Zihan. Chapter 65. The Alliance the Great Wei sought to seize Cao Cao's troops. Qin Zihan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the renowned General Peng De, who had once fought off Wei Yin and battled Guan Yu for 150 rounds while carrying a coffin, would be among those seeking to join him. Qin Zihan, was this orchestrated by your decree to recruit talents? Zheng Wenwan. Huh, what is this decree you speak of? Qin Zihan was astonished. It seemed that even in the absence of a recruitment decree, generals would still come to offer their allegiance. This implied that both Wang Shuang and Pang De had pledged themselves without any formal invitation. Qin Zihan had never imagined that Zheng Wenwan's fortune could be so fortuitous. All his own recruits had either been introduced by Sun Yu or attracted by the decree. Even Sun Yu had risked his life to eliminate a band of mountain bandits to secure his recruits. Meanwhile, within Wenwan City, Zheng Wenwan chastised Pang De, who had come to offer his allegiance. Why are you so reckless? You ought to be mindful of the time when applying for a position. Disturbing someone's peaceful slumber so early in the morning. How do you expect to navigate this chaotic world with such poor judgment? Pang De, feeling aggrieved, replied, Sister Wenwan speaks the truth that I have much to learn. Please accept me and grant me this opportunity. Zheng Wenwan turned to Wang Shuang and said, Old Wang, please mentor him well. Pang De, upon hearing this, beamed with joy. Thank you, my lord. As Zheng Wenwan departed, she muttered to herself, I wonder when I will see old Qin again. In Long City, Qin Zihan could not fathom how there were individuals willing to pledge allegiance without any recruitment efforts. And even more astonishing, that they were renowned generals. For now, he decided to focus on displaying the crafted basic armor. Qin Zihan auctioned off all the basic armor individually, and after the initial wave of attacks from the Yellow Turban Bandits, it was evident that the leaders of various factions were beginning to accumulate resources that if all went according to plan, the auction prices would reach new heights. That 98 pieces of basic armor were set for bidding exclusively in steel, which remained one of the most scarce resources. However, now nearly half of the faction leaders possessed a small amount of steel. Despite Qin Zihan's abundant resources at this moment, the costs for upgrades and construction were rapidly escalating, and the future remained uncertain. Therefore, the accumulation of resources could not cease, especially with the construction of an additional city building, which would undoubtedly require even more resources in the future. Before the auction commenced, Qin Zihan deliberately gifted a piece of basic armor to Zheng Wenwan at this juncture. He was curious to see if his status as a world enemy would affect the auction of his items. Once all the basic armor was listed, the world chat channel erupted with discussions. Wow, there is armor too. This reduces damage by 10%, fellows. That is quite a minor figure. Stop talking about it. Let us be honest. Qin Zihan's items are as sought after as ever, and the bidding has reached new heights. Even if it only offers a 10% reduction, would you refuse something that could save your life? Clearly, even though most faction leaders still harbored animosity toward Qin Zihan, the allure of profit was enough to set aside their grievances. In a group chat belonging to the Alliance Great Way, which shared the same region as Long City, several faction leaders were deliberating on important matters. Old Li, is what you said about Cao Cao's army true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? I even lost 20 morale for it. How frustrating. Everyone, I believe this is our opportunity. Just think, if that truly is a native force, it must be newly formed. Old Zhu, what opportunity? Elaborate, consider this. Cao Cao's army only has 100 troops. Isn't that indicative of an inexperienced force? If we seize this moment, we could recruit Boss Zhao and Guo Jia. Exactly. If not now, then when? But we must be cautious. The chaotic world could send bandits at any moment. It's too dangerous. Fortune favors the bold. If we manage to recruit Cao Cao and Guo Jia in this battle, we will truly be in a position of power. Not only will major alliances like the dragon-slaying warriors have to reckon with us, but even Qin Zihan will have to yield a portion of his influence. Wow. I'm in. Old Zhu is right. Fortune favors the bold. Let's gamble and turn our bicycles into motorcycles. Within Long City, Qin Zihan was observing the rising numbers on the remote trading platform. He had set the auction time to half an hour, confident that no one would be unaware of the auction's details. After all, having become a world enemy, he had garnered a higher profile than ever. Moreover, the 30 minutes would put pressure on other faction leaders, prompting irrational spending. Evidently, this tactic was effective. The auction price for the basic armor soared close to 10,000 units of currency. Even the adjacent steel trade buzzed with activity due to Qin Zihan's 98 pieces of basic armor. As many sought to exchange steel for armor, the competition for steel was significantly less fierce, and consequently, its price began to rise, reaching new heights. Numerous faction leaders profited handsomely from selling steel. However, Qin Zihan remained indifferent to the steel market, as steel was still the resource he lacked the most. Thus, he refrained from trading steel for anything else. Before long, the auction was in its final minute, and Qin Zihan confirmed that the bidding price for steel had exceeded its actual value. As the auction concluded, his 198 pieces of basic armor garnered a staggering total of 89,165 units of currency, along with 21,546 units of wood and 4,521 units of steel. This influx of 4,521 units of steel sparked an idea in Qin Zihan's mind to equip an entire battalion with basic armor. Such a notion would be deemed utterly impossible by other faction leaders, who had expended immense resources just to secure a single piece of basic armor for personal defense. Qin Zihan even contemplated prioritizing the equipping of Zhao Yun's White Horse Company, which numbered over 4,000 troops. If not for a shortage of reserve forces, it could have reached 10,000. With this thought, Qin Zihan promptly decided to prioritize the construction of mining pits, just as he was preparing to instruct Sun Yu to focus on building the mining pits. His friend list began to flash with notifications. Upon opening it, he saw a private message from Zheng Wenwan. Zheng Wenwan, Old Qin, urgent situation. 5 troops are heading toward East City. Zheng Wenwan, their total strength is around 2,000. Chapter 66. The battle begins. Qin Zihan could hardly believe that someone would dare to challenge him with over 2,000 troops. Qin Zihan, are you sure their strength is only a little over 2,000? Zheng Wenwan, you can trust me, dear sister. 2,154, neither more nor less. Zheng Wenwan, one of those troops is the same one that previously clashed with your Cao Cao's forces. In an instant, Qin Zihan understood. They were clearly not here to challenge him, but rather targeting the so-called Wei state. Naturally, if there were indeed a local force known as Wei, he too would consider defeating them and recruiting their generals. Cao Wei was renowned for its abundance of talent and formidable generals. Anyone with insight would recognize what 100 tiger and leopard riders represented and would undoubtedly seek to thwart the nascent Wei state before it could thrive. Qin Zihan, it seems they are aiming for my Cao Cao's forces. Zheng Wenwan, alas, they might be courting disaster by seeking confrontation. Just as Zheng Wenwan had predicted, the coalition of over 2,000 troops stood little chance against Qin Zihan. However, the alliance of Great Wei was oblivious to the fact that they were about to confront not merely 100 tiger and leopard riders, but rather over 4,000 White Horse Company troops currently stationed in East City. Qin Zihan, do you know where they are now? If you do, please send me the coordinates. Zheng Wenwan, it appears they have halted at the location where they previously clashed with Cao Cao. I will send you the coordinates. Qin Zihan immediately realized that they were unaware of how to locate Cao Cao. Their only option was to lay in ambush at the places where they had previously encountered him. Waiting for Cao Cao to pass through once more, that he promptly sent a message to Zhao Yun, who was in Yicheng, instructing him to arrive at the designated location and eliminate the ambushed allied forces of the Wei Kingdom. Meanwhile, in a small grove approximately 10 miles from Yicheng, 5 teams dispatched by the leaders of 5 different factions were lying in wait. They had previously communicated within their alliance, planning to divide all the martial generals of Cao Wei amongst themselves once their mission was accomplished. However, astonishingly, all 5 leaders issued the same command to their teams: to prioritize the capture of Cao Cao and Guijie. It is important to note that in the chaotic struggle for dominance during this tumultuous era, deception and treachery were ever present. The seemingly united alliance of 5 was, in truth, fraught with ulterior motives, as each sought to claim the martial talents of Cao Cao and Guijie for themselves. After all, no one knew how many generals truly existed within the nascent local power known as Wei. If it turned out that only Cao Cao and Guijie were present, it was inevitable that one of the 5 would emerge empty-handed. At this moment, the 5 leaders, anxiously awaiting news in the city, coincidentally received a carrier pigeon message from their scouts. A contingent led by Zhao Yun has appeared within our ambush perimeter. The 5 leaders were taken aback. Why was Zhao Yun's force here? Could it be that he too aimed to capture Cao Cao? Outside the grove, Zhao Yun's troops were arrayed in a straight line, while the 5 ambushing teams within the woods were puzzled by Zhao Yun's intentions. Could it be that he was genuinely seeking Cao Cao? It seemed rather foolish of him to approach with only 200 cavalry. Was he not courting death? If they could not find Cao Cao, they could simply await their lord's command to capture Zhao Yun instead, likely yielding a handsome reward. After all, he had merely 200 cavalry. Yet as they pondered this, Zhao Yun closed his eyes, slowly raised his dragon spear high towards the heavens, and shouted, "Loose the arrows!" This prompted a cold sweat to break out among the 5 concealed teams in the woods. Instantly, a torrential downpour of arrows rained down into the grove, with the trees absorbing most of the projectiles. Zhang Nan, hidden among the foliage, nearly laughed aloud, convinced that Zhao Yun had lost his wits. However, suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, causing Zhao Yun to open his eyes. He brandished his spear, and with sparks flying from its tip, he unleashed 3 consecutive thrusts in the direction of the sound, and a powerful gust surged forward, sweeping away the leaves and toppling the trees in the front line. As the trees fell, the 5 ambushing teams were revealed. Zhang Nan's pupils constricted in realization. Zhao Yun was not simply firing arrows aimlessly, but was testing their positions. Had their ambush been compromised? How could this be? Yet at that moment, Zhang Nan was not concerned with such questions. As a martial general, he was awestruck by Zhao Yun's display of skill with the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. Zhang Nan, initially confident in his own martial prowess, was left speechless at the sight of Zhao Yun's demonstration. The dragon spear had effortlessly shattered the surrounding underbrush. What unfathomable strength was this? Zhang Nan thought himself fortunate to have brought a sufficient force. For their 5 teams boasted a total of 2,000 troops, a might that could easily overwhelm Zhao Yun's mere 200. Otherwise, he mused, a one-on-one confrontation with Zhao Yun would surely spell disaster for him. On the other side, Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the other leaders were equally grave-faced, pondering whether they could withstand the sheer force of Zhao Yun's earlier attack. The unanimous conclusion among them was that it was impossible. They had all heard the legends of Zhao Zilong from Changshan, yet they had never anticipated this warrior possessed such terrifying power. However, despite witnessing Zhao Yun's 200 elite cavalry, the leaders wore expressions of disdain. Indeed, 2,000 soldiers against 200 was a clear mismatch in combat power. What was there to fear? The idea that such a small force could challenge their alliance was downright foolish. In unison, Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the other generals issued the command to attack, shouting, "Charge!" Yet, Zhao Yun, undaunted by the 2,000 troops before him, slowly raised his dragon spear high once more, commanding, "Loose the arrows." Instantly, another barrage of arrows rained down, targeting Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and their troops. The ferocity of this storm of arrows, aimed even higher this time, was nothing short of astonishing. Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, and Li Can were taken aback. The rapid-fire volleys from Zhao Yun's cavalry compelled them to draw their great swords to deflect the relentless onslaught, leaving them aghast at the might of the White Horse elite. However, despite their formidable strength, Zhao Yun's force consisted of merely 200 men. The 5 leaders felt that this level of power was hardly daunting. Moreover, they were filled with indignation. Zhao Yun, with his paltry 200, displayed an air of confidence that seemed to belittle them. How dare he, as they blocked the arrows? The 5 generals leapt forward, determined to subdue Zhao Yun. In that moment, they could not help but admire Zhao Yun's audacity. He stood firm against overwhelming numbers, a feat that would surely lead to his swift elimination. They were grateful not to have aligned with such a leader. Indeed, they believed that even a leader possessing a legendary warrior like El Bu could not expect him to engage a force of 2,000 with only 200 men. They dismissed the notion that such a feeble leader could possibly command someone of El Bu's caliber. In their minds, they all shared a singular thought. No matter how strong Zhao Yun might be, he would ultimately kneel before the sheer weight of numbers. Even if they failed to capture Cao Cao, capturing Zhao Yun would still yield substantial rewards, perhaps even a few beautiful maidens to boot. As the battle unfolded, Zhao Yun's white horse elite quickly repositioned, creating distance from their foes. Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the others assumed Zhao Yun was retreating. Yet infuriatingly, Zhao Yun's expression remained unchanged, steadfast and confident. What was he trying to prove? At that moment, Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the other generals were incensed. With their 2,000 troops, they charged forward. Zhang Nan's disdainful demeanor was palpable as he taunted. "Is that all you've got, Zhao Yun?" In his heart, Zhang Nan felt victory was already assured. Your white horse elite was merely impressive during that initial volley. Once we close the distance, they will be of no use. You are surrounded now. Prepare to meet your end. Yet Zhao Yun, unperturbed, responded, "You are correct in some aspects, yet mistaken in others. You are right to say that my white horse elite possesses a formidable archery formation. However, you are wrong to claim that we are the ones surrounded." Zhao Yun had, from the outset, been aware of Zheng Wenwan's coordinates, that he had instructed his cavalry to encircle that location, and with each volley released, it signified the detection of enemy forces at that precise spot. As cavalry, the white horse elite could mobilize with astonishing speed. Indeed, Zhao Yun's confidence during the earlier barrage stemmed from having notified his troops. Now, it was Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the other generals who were the ones encircled. However, they remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Until soon, they would not be. Just as Zhang Nan was about to scoff, all 5 leaders suddenly froze in shock. They found themselves enveloped by an ominous shadow that loomed over nearly their entire army. Puzzled, they looked up, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly dumbfounded. Even Zhang Nan and the other generals widened their eyes in disbelief. In that moment, Zhang Nan comprehended that Zhao Yun had spoken the truth. The white horse elite's archery formation was indeed far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. 100-fold. 1,000-fold. At this juncture, Fan Chou was still trying to grasp what was happening, bewildered by the expressions on his comrades' faces. However, as he too glanced upward, the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His gaze turned skyward to reveal countless arrows, descending from above, millions upon millions of them. And beside Zhao Yun, 4,000 members of the White Horse Elite had assembled, fully prepared for battle, as the rain of arrows descended. The Allied forces found themselves in a state of utter panic, desperately attempting to flee, with some even discarding their weapons in a pitiful display of disarray. However, it was far too late. The velocity of the falling arrows rendered escape impossible. In an instant, the entire contingent of over 2,000 collapsed in chaos, with scarcely 200 surviving the onslaught. Exhausted from fending off the barrage, Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the generals of the mountainous tribes anxiously scanned their surroundings, confirming the grim reality that only 200 remained. Who could have anticipated that what had once been a confrontation of 2,000 against 200 could transform into a scenario where the latter became their very own? And before them stood an imposing force of over 4,000. In that moment, all exchanged glances, as Fan Chou, Ho Chung, and Li Can realized the futility of their situation. They had no chance of victory. Even if they possessed the same number of troops as Zhao Yun, they would still be no match for the White Horse Legion, which now outnumbered them 20-fold. That moment, a defiant Zhang Nan laughed at Zhao Yun, exclaiming, "You rely solely on numbers to achieve victory, using sheer force to crush your foes. Your lord is nothing more than a despicable coward, resorting to underhanded tactics." Zhao Yun, fully aware of the provocation, remained unfazed and replied with a solemn expression, "If your lord were of the same caliber as mine, you might still hold a glimmer of hope. You have already expended much of your strength resisting that last wave of arrows. Even if I were to defeat you in single combat, it would be a hollow victory. Come at me together. If you can inflict any harm upon me, I shall consider it your triumph." Upon hearing this, Fan Chou, Zhang Nan, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the mountain generals were left in shock, for such audacity was unprecedented. Their teeth clenched in rage. They felt their fury surging as their predicament compelled them to act. Zhao Yun would pay dearly for his arrogance. Zhang Nan inhaled deeply and, with a ferocious roar, swung his massive halberd in a horizontal slash. This was a signature martial skill, powerful enough to astonish countless foes. Fan Chou, Ho Chung, Li Can, and the mountain generals echoed his battle cry, unleashing their own skills in a unified assault. Cloud-dispersing spear, peerless axe, soul-retrieving blade, fire gun torrent. Indeed, they were determined to make Zhao Yun suffer for his insolence. They were all warriors, and such a disparity in strength was inconceivable. With cold, piercing gazes, they stared at Zhao Yun, believing him to be a doomed man, for their combined attacks would surely leave him breathless. Yet, in the next moment, they were utterly astounded, for they were about to realize the chasm that lay between them and Zhao Yun, an abyss as profound as the heavens. Chapter 68. the thunder strikes. And the general Zhang Jiao emerges. Zhang Nan, Fan Chou, Ho Chung, Li Can, and a mountain general unleash their full power upon Zhao Yun. The scene depicted a fierce clash, with blades flashing and strikes colliding. Zhao Yun's eyes glinted sharply as he held the dragon's spear horizontally with one hand, bracing against the onslaught of five that despite their utmost efforts, the five could not break through. Their faces flushed and veins bulged. Even Li Can, who wielded his sword with his right hand, resorted to using his left. Yet, Zhao Yun, standing firm with his spear, remained composed and unfazed. As Zhang Nan, breathless, exclaimed, Brothers, he is out of strength. When he is completely exhausted, we shall surely slay him. Zhao Yun merely whispered, It is all over. Suddenly, he lowered the dragon's spear slightly, and the five found themselves drained of power. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yun thrust upward with great force, sending their weapons flying. Before they could even register their astonishment, Zhao Yun's spear swept past them, slicing through their throats, blood gushing forth. Zhao Yun had dissipated their strength in an instant and sealed their fates with a single strike. Indeed, these mere knaves dared to insult his lord. Such insolence merited death. Zhang Nan's pupils dilated in shock as he clutched at his throat, gazing at Zhao Yun in disbelief, pondering how this was even possible. He fell to the ground, lifeless, unable to close his eyes. The strength of Zhao Yun compared to theirs was magnitudes greater, by factors of several, even dozens. Suddenly, they felt a wave of despair wash over them. Yet it was too late to turn back. They were trapped in a perilous situation. Meanwhile, the remaining 200 soldiers, witnessing Zhao Yun's one-man slaughter of 5 generals, were left in disbelief. They had never imagined they would witness such a battle in their lifetimes. As they observed the spectacle, their hearts trembled in awe, for, in their understanding, it was beyond imagination that such a formidable warrior could exist in the realm of the 3 kingdoms. That in truth, were Zhao Yun aware of their thoughts. He would undoubtedly assert that there were several such heroes capable of single-handedly taking on 1,000 within their ranks. As for the ultimate outcome of the battle, it was evident to all. With the 5 fallen, the valley fell into a profound silence. The foot soldiers had never anticipated that Zhao Yun could annihilate 5 commanders in an instant, and with such overwhelming force. They, as simple soldiers, could not even fathom reaching such a level of prowess. The disparity in combat strength was simply staggering. Zhao Yun wiped the blood from the spearhead and pointed it toward the remaining 200 soldiers. Subsequently, the White Horse Legion switched their weapons to long spears. At that moment, within the Wei chat group, the messages erupted. My forces have been annihilated. It's all your fault, old Zhu. What do we do now? I am finished. What'll I do when the bandits come? Goodness, my forces have been wiped out as well. I didn't T-force you. Who could have known a Zhao Yun would emerge from nowhere? Our army has been completely destroyed. What should we do? Damn it, Qin Zihan won't escape unscathed either. We should incite everyone in the world chat. Yes, even if we die, we can't let Qin Zihan have it easy. Inside Longcheng, Qin Zihan wore a broad smile, having closely followed the information broadcasts. This battle had garnered him considerable prestige, along with a substantial amount of wealth and experience that he glanced at the World Chat channel and, as expected, the 5 leaders of the Wei Alliance were already lamenting their fate there. Qin Zihan, why did you kill my generals and annihilate my forces? We have no grievances between us. Why must you pursue total extermination? It's over. Everything is ruined. Now that we've lost our generals, what shall we do when the bandits arrive? Indeed, we will not rest until you are brought to justice. Everyone, Qin Zihan is a dangerous tyrant. If we do not act quickly to eliminate him, he will bring disaster upon the entire land. You 5, stop your endless bickering. If Qin Zihan were to truly attack you, would you even have the chance to speak here? You seem to have crossed paths with him like that Zhang San. Suddenly, someone stood up to voice a shocking opinion. What if Cao Cao's forces are actually under Qin Zihan's command? Cao Cao, are you suggesting that Cao Cao and Guijia are also under Qin Zihan's banner? In an instant, all the leaders turned their hopes toward Qin Zihan, eager for him to personally clarify whether Cao Cao was indeed one of his generals. Qin Zihan paid them no mind, fully aware that clarifying this would change little. Even if he claimed that Cao Cao was not his general, would that dissolve the alliances forming against him? Clearly, there was no possibility of that he stood at the pinnacle of this world. The pressure he exerted on the ambitious leaders was immense, leaving them gasping for breath. They all contemplated the annihilation of Qin Shi Huang's forces, eager to recruit his generals and rise to power atop his downfall. Whether Cao Cao and Guijiao were his or not mattered little. The key was how to eliminate him and even replace him. At that moment, he had already surmised that in the Central Plains, numerous alliances were forming with the intent to obliterate him. They had yet to act, hampered by the impending chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which could strike at any moment. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing down from tens of thousands of miles above, flickering incessantly. The sound was deafening, causing Qin Shi Huang to shudder. Soon, the frequency of the lightning strikes increased, each one louder and more fractious than the last as a torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by howling winds. Almost all the leaders gazed upward in terror at the lightning. Qin Shi Huang was equally astounded, thinking, "What on earth is happening in broad daylight? This is terrifying." Time seemed to stretch on, but eventually, the thunder subsided, though the rain showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the heavens. "The affairs of the world are under my control. Obey the heavens, for I am the yellow sky." Not long after the sound faded, lightning struck down in several bolts. "Behold, the power that will transform this chaotic world." Qin Shi Huang suddenly gained insight. The Yellow Turban Rebellion had officially commenced. The sound that had just echoed was indeed that of General Tiangong. Zhang Jiao. Chapter 69. The first to become a nomad. What Qin Shi Huang did not anticipate was that this Taiping secret technique could truly grant Zhang Jiao the ability to summon winds and rain, to command thunder and lightning, that he could not help but wonder, could there truly be someone capable of defeating General Tiangong Zhang Jiao? Moreover, if one did indeed vanquish Zhang Jiao and obtain the Taiping secret technique, would they not also possess the power to command thunder and lightning, just like Zhang Jiao? Without hesitation, Qin Shi Huang opened the World Chat channel at this moment. The World Chat channel had erupted into chaos. The power sweeping across the entire Three Kingdoms continent left the leaders of various factions in awe. Goodness, it was just a clear day. How did it suddenly turn like this? This is utterly terrifying. I have never seen such astonishing lightning. It feels as if it could strike me dead. Did you all hear that sound? I thought I was the only one who heard it. It was near my city, and I was ready to flee. Thankfully, you all heard it too. You must be quite foolish. If you run, where will your main city be? That voice was clearly that of General Tiangong Zhang Jiao. I believe the chaos is about to officially commence. That makes sense. Something monumental is certainly about to happen. I'm curious how to locate the three generals of heaven, earth, and man. Wasn't there a mention of rewards earlier? You're not actually hoping for that reward, are you? I fear you want to live to enjoy it. Goodness. Don't you desire the power to control thunder and lightning? If I had to guess, the three generals must be located in a place called the Yellow Turban Army Camp. Countless faction leaders began to speculate wildly. A world announcement suddenly appeared, silencing the previously bustling chat channel. World announcement. General Tiangong Zhang Jiao commands all Yellow Turban soldiers across the land to rise against us, seeking to restore the Yellow Heaven. The three generals of heaven, earth, and man are targeting three prominent faction leaders within the Three Kingdoms, intending to make an example of them and teach the world a lesson. The faction leader who successfully kills the three generals will receive substantial rewards. The faction leader who slays General Tiangong will obtain a unique special reward. Faction leaders unable to withstand the assault of the chaotic soldiers will be eliminated. All faction leaders must remember to protect their main cities and defend their lands. As soon as the announcement concluded, the World Chat channel erupted once more with heated discussions. Countless faction leaders were filled with dread, their despair surging forth once again. Are you kidding me? The chaos from the early morning has just ended. And now this. There is truly no salvation. Be careful. Earlier, he mentioned assessing strengths, but now it's an all-out revolt from the Yellow Turban soldiers. How could we possibly withstand this? My goodness, that earlier wave has already exhausted my forces. I can't fight back without soldiers. Is this not a clear indication that I will be eliminated? Nearly all faction leaders, having endured the so-called assessment earlier, suffered significant losses in manpower. They had expected the next wave to arrive the following day. only to realize that the appetizer was merely a prelude to the main course. The Yellow Turban Army from earlier had already led to the elimination of at least 10 million faction leaders. Now, the Yellow Turban rebels were about to launch a formal attack, their forces undoubtedly stronger than in the early morning. It could be said that it was the day of reckoning for the majority of faction leaders. I am certain that this time, at least hundreds of millions of factions will be wiped out. Are you sure? You seem to be eagerly wishing for your own demise. I have seen many like you. You wish for everyone to perish alongside you. Enough nonsense. I shall block you. Just like during the countdown to the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the world channel was filled with negative energy. Had the chaotic soldiers offered them a moment's respite, they would not be feeling so suffocated. For some faction leaders, it felt as though everything they had fought so hard to maintain was being stripped away that in the face of death, no one could remain composed. The faction leaders on the brink of mental collapse could not be uplifted by mere words of encouragement or platitudes. Many of them began to weep uncontrollably. At that moment, a faction leader spoke up. Everyone, let us not be so despondent. The announcement mentioned that the three generals are targeting three prominent faction leaders that I suspect the scale of the attack may vary, likely determined by our prestige. So, you mean to say the Yellow Turban rebels targeting us might not be that numerous? That possibility is quite high. Does that mean we have no chance of killing the three generals? I was hoping to turn the tide with that. I suspect you are still half asleep. Do you really think this is your chance? As this faction leader had pointed out, only the most elite faction leaders possess the capability to slay the three generals of heaven. Earth and man figures like Qin Zihan, known as the strongest faction, Wu Batian, the Queen, and Hu Husheng, who dominated the southern lands, were among the top-tier faction leaders, despite knowing that the chaotic soldiers would adjust their scale of attack based on faction strength. Many still held no hope that I am down to just a few dozen soldiers. Even if the scale is reduced, can it be smaller than the earlier assessment? The damned will still perish, that we are all in the same boat. I am not far off from lying down and awaiting the storm to intensify. Farewell, my brothers. Take care. It is utterly infuriating. Why do some people seem to be born superior? Don't be foolish. Nothing in this world is fair, sigh. Almost daily, numerous faction leaders lamented the world's injustices in the world chat. However, apart from blaming their bad luck, there was little else they could do. This was the harsh reality. At that moment, within the chat group of the Way Alliance, one leader proclaimed, "Brothers, I no longer intend to defend the city, that I wish to try the method that person mentioned in the World Channel. It's better than waiting to die." What method? Abandoning the city to escape. Are you mad? Old Lee, what if the faction is destroyed and you perish with it? At least there is a chance of survival this way. Is there any chance of survival by defending the city? Upon learning of Old Lee's plan to abandon the city, Old Zhu rushed to Old Lee's stronghold. The moment he entered Old Lee's city, Old Lee's faction was annihilated. Old Zhu was cunning. He aimed to quickly ascertain whether the faction leader would indeed perish if the faction was destroyed. However, to his surprise, Old Lee, who had been eliminated, began speaking in the group chat. "Old Zhu, you really are a scoundrel. To take advantage of my situation and occupy my main city. How could you stoop so low? Old Lee, you're still alive? My goodness, I'm truly still alive." Chapter 70. Transition to Nomad. The world was in an uproar. The remaining 4 members of the Way Alliance had not anticipated that this method could indeed work. Goodness, can this really allow one to evade the attack of the chaotic soldiers? I'm not sure. It should be possible that I believe I have found a loophole in the absolute law. What are you all hesitating for? Let us all become nomads. What if the chaotic soldiers pursue those who have become nomads? I would rather stay in this city. At least there is some sense of security at that moment. Old Zhu had already fled the city. Hurry and escape. Staying in the city guarantees your death. Fleeing offers a chance of survival. If we can live, why should we die? The remaining 3 began to waver. Let me think it over. Old Zhu makes a valid point. By the time you ponder, the Yellow Turban rebels will be at your doorstep. Old Lee promptly shared this information in the World Channel. Not to save more people, but to encourage others to become nomads like him, thus finding some psychological balance and solace. There is hope. Everyone, there is hope. Abandon the city and flee with me. This way, you can become a nomad too. Become a nomad? Goodness, everyone look, his identity has indeed transformed into that of a nomad. This means that although faction leaders die when their factions perish, the leaders themselves do not necessarily die. What is this? It can be played like this. If this truly works, you are my savior. I would serve you faithfully. Who are you calling a fool? Do you think becoming a nomad means you're safe? What if they target the faction leaders instead? I believe it's feasible. The chaotic soldiers will attack your faction. If you no longer have a faction, they lose their target. That makes sense. They wouldn't pursue a mere nomad. I have already abandoned the city. From now on, please refer to me as the noble nomad. My goodness, you're acting far too quickly. You're running off without even knowing what changes come with becoming a nomad. That is a valid point. I just exited the city gate, and no one attacked me, so I'm still a faction leader. As for me, the only change is my identity. I no longer possess anything related to my city or generals. My initial generals are dead, but my troops remain, as do my resources like gold, and with an my growth level has transformed into that of wandering the world, traversing mountains and rivers, exploring the land, living freely and gazing over the world. Goodness, the growth level has changed. Does this mean I can't revert to being a faction leader? I never wanted to be a faction leader in the first place. Anyone who wishes to be one can do so. I do prefer the life of a wandering hero. Well said. We were brought into this world without our consent, forced to become faction leaders and vie for supremacy. Not even a dog would want that. While I have no interest in the life of a wanderer, I do wish to live. I want to survive. Long live the nomads. Suddenly, a large crowd of people abandoned the city and fled, hastily joining the ranks of the vagabonds. They were exceedingly confident in their ability to withstand the chaos wrought by the marauders below. Yet deep down, they knew it was impossible for these former leaders of the displaced factions. They had never possessed the strength to vie for supremacy. The city was merely a prison that had shackled them. Now, in this world, they had discovered an alternative way of living. Woo, one might inquire. Where lies the path ahead? The path, my friends, is right beneath our feet. Could this be considered a loophole in this world, a humorous glitch in the system? Are there any ladies wishing to traverse this world together? Sippy 1111. I seek a brother of higher growth level, one capable of protecting his sister. Those of lesser stature need not apply. Yet some vagabonds were not inclined towards the pursuit of worldly adventures. Were it not for their lack of strength, they would not have chosen this method of seeking refuge in the mountains. Even as vagabonds, I aspire to be the king of vagabonds. I shall assemble the mightiest mercenary legion. All vagabonds are welcome to join me. Count me in, brother. Me. Many leaders of top-tier factions were taken aback by this scene. Did I ask there truly such a way to engage with this world? The rising tide of vagabond fervor in the world channel left them feeling slightly envious. However, nearly none of the top-tier leaders were willing to relinquish their cities and generals. They understood well that the strife of chaos was the prevailing theme of this world. Only by establishing a firm foothold could one become a protagonist on the Three Kingdoms continent. Within Long City, Qin Zihan, observing all that transpired in the World Chat channel, was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that a mere announcement could trigger such a multitude of variables. The emergence of vagabonds undoubtedly provided rebirth to those leaders of factions who had reached the end of their rope. This outcome was not without merit, as it freed up additional resources. As Qin Zihan contemplated, a cohort of faction leaders abandoned their cities to become vagabonds, significantly reducing the number of those vying for a share of the spoils. Simultaneously, vagabonds posed no threat. They lacked generals, cities, and the infrastructure of cities. They were only equipped with their innate troops, which would hardly be strong. Otherwise, they would not have descended to the level of fleeing from their cities. It could be said that even the strongest among the vagabonds might not be able to contend with the weakest of the current faction leaders. Only those who could emerge as the last standing faction leader would dominate the chaotic world. Qin Zihan recalled the recent announcement in the World Channel, which indicated that the three generals, Heaven, Earth, and Man, had set their sights on three prominent factions. Among those factions, he was certain he would be included. Moreover, it was highly probable that he would confront General Tiangong directly. Across the three continents, there existed but a single unique reward, the Taiping art. He wondered how many eyes were fixated upon it. Qin Zihan immediately thought that if his confrontation were truly with Zhang Jiao, there would undoubtedly be many envious of the Taiping art lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Yet he cared little. Those bold enough to seize it would inevitably pay with their lives. Should General Tiangong Zhang Jiao indeed lay siege, this battle would require the might of Zilong. Qin Zihan promptly summoned Zhao Yun to depart from Yiqing and provide support to Long City. As Qin Zihan pondered over Wenwan's city, Zheng Wenwan sent him a private message. Zheng Wenwan, Old Qin, the leader of the Yellow Turbans, known as General Tiangong, has set his sights on you. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to call for help. I've got your back. Qin Zihan. Are you sure you can manage that covering for me? Zheng Wenwan. Of course I can. You have no idea how strong this old Pang is. The moment the announcement was made, he single-handedly lifted a coffin, brimming with vigor. I wonder what Wang Shuang taught him, as he keeps shouting about protecting the best sister Wenwan. Qin Zihan. Ah, I see. Chapter 71. Qin Zihan makes his initial statement in the World Channel. Xiahou Dun makes his entrance. Although Zheng Wenwan's faction was not on par with the top-tier leaders, it was still quite formidable compared to the average faction leader. Moreover, with the backing of the renowned General Pang De, and given that her main city was only at the level of a mid-tier county with low hostility, she was sufficiently protected to be safe. Qin Zihan instructed Zheng Wenwan to call for help if she sensed any danger. Zheng Wenwan replied that she felt secure and urged Qin Zihan not to worry about her. Qin Zihan cast a glance at the remote trading platform and suddenly noticed a significant increase in individuals seeking to purchase food and equipment. These individuals shared a common trait. They offered prices markedly above market value for food and gear. This bewildered Qin Zihan. Why such a sudden market reaction? Even during times of food scarcity, such occurrences had not been witnessed before. Combining this with recent events, Qin Zihan quickly deduced that these purchasers were likely those who had transitioned from faction leaders to vagabonds. He speculated that since vagabonds no longer required the construction of buildings or the upgrading of cities, their need for gold and timber had diminished. However, food remained an essential resource for both the vagabonds and their troops. In this scenario, astute vagabonds would undoubtedly prioritize ensuring an ample food supply, for if food scarcity led to a decline in morale, they would then strive to enhance their equipment, as every soldier lost in the absence of barrack supplies was one less at their disposal. Consequently, on the remote trading platform, it became evident that basic equipment was snapped up almost as soon as it was listed. Had he known he would become a vagabond, he would have refrained from constructing barracks, thus avoiding wasteful resource expenditure. Indeed, what a farce this was. In the end, nothing had proved useful. High-priced purchases of basic equipment. Simultaneously, Qin Zihan noticed a surge of advanced elixirs in the neighboring treasure trading channel. What was happening? Why had there suddenly been such an influx of advanced elixirs? Could it also be related to the vagabonds? Qin Zihan pondered that advanced elixirs could only be utilized to enhance the experience of his generals. And those who had become vagabonds no longer possessed generals, rendering the elixirs useless to them. Yet he was very curious as to the origin of these advanced elixirs. The only time he had ever obtained one was during the annihilation of a faction. Suddenly, a notification chimed. There is a very small chance of obtaining advanced elixirs when annihilating teams, and a high chance when defeating factions. Qin Zihan was momentarily dumbfounded. Did this mean he had annihilated so many teams without ever receiving a single advanced elixir? This exceedingly small chance was likely less than 1 in 1,000. However, even with such a minuscule probability, among the millions of vagabonds, there would inevitably be a considerable number of advanced elixirs available. Advanced elixirs up for auction. Interested brothers, act quickly. Once this village is gone, so is the temple. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zihan raised his bid for all listed advanced elixirs to 1.3 times the initial price, a sum sufficient to deter the majority of faction leaders. After placing his bids, Qin Zihan promptly closed the remote trading platform, knowing that some advanced elixirs might still attract higher bids, that if someone truly wished to pay more, they could have it. He only desired the elixirs available within his price range. Qin Zihan understood that such opportunities were rare, and for him, who was not currently lacking resources, this was a tremendous piece of news. Subsequently, Qin Zihan posted his first message in the World Channel. I am purchasing advanced elixirs in bulk. Those interested, add me as a friend. 1 mid-tier equipment in exchange for 1 advanced elixir. Qin Zihan was quite astute. This was a surefire profit, considering he needed only 4 units of timber and 2 units of steel to forge a mid-tier equipment. Moreover, the number of faction leaders with high-level county cities was exceedingly sparse. Not to mention the need to upgrade their blacksmith shops. Although basic equipment had gradually become widespread, mid-tier equipment remained quite rare. Naturally, vagabonds would unconditionally opt to exchange their advanced elixirs for mid-tier equipment. While Qin Zihan was already capable of forging high-tier equipment, he was keenly aware that mid-tier equipment would sufficiently entice the vast majority of vagabonds possessing advanced elixirs. Should he offer high-tier equipment, he would instead incur significant losses in timber and steel. The very moment Qin Zihan sent out his message, the entire world chat channel erupted in excitement. Is this truly the Qin Zihan? The Great One? Is it really him? My goodness. I've witnessed Qin Zihan in the world chat channel during my lifetime. Holy cow, the most terrifying part is that the great Qin Zihan is bidding on my advanced elixirs. Does that mean I might see Qin Zihan's initial general? Brothers who are being bid on, hurry up and tell me if Qin Zihan's initial general is Zhao Yun. I can't believe it. It's really Zhao Yun. So handsome, my brother Yun. Changshan Zhao Zilong is here. This is why Qin Zihan is ahead of us. Curse the planners. I want Zhao Yun too. Qin Zihan, what are Zhao Yun's general traits? Please enlighten me. I am so eager to know. Honestly, just giving me a Zhao Yun would be worth my life. Have you lost your mind? Dying truly means death. What I'm more concerned about is whether having an advanced elixir really grants me a friend slot with the great Qin Zihan. All faction leaders would never imagine that there could be generals with experience doubling traits. I am very curious about where these advanced elixirs came from. I have never obtained one myself. I received mine while annihilating a team. And despite defeating so many teams, I only got one, damn. I've also annihilated so many teams. Why haven't I received any? I want a friend slot with the great Qin Zihan. I have heard that even the illustrious Queen Wu Batian does not possess as many friend slots as the formidable Qin Zihan. Who could have anticipated that a mere statement from Qin Zihan on the World Channel would overshadow the discourse surrounding the Yellow Turban Rebellion? At this juncture, ominous thunder began to rumble outside the gates of Longqing, as if heralding an impending arrival. Observing this, Qin Zihan hastily summoned all the generals stationed outside to return to Longqing. To his surprise, Gan Ning, Dian Wei, and Cheng Yu had yet to return, while Zhao Yun had already arrived at the outskirts of Longqing with remarkable swiftness. Zhao Yun crossed the suspension bridge and raced directly to Qin Zihan's side. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, Qin Zihan suddenly noticed a formidable one-eyed general seated behind him. Chapter 72, Dragon-Slaying Warriors. Both Zhang Jiao and Qin Zihan must perish simultaneously. The various alliance chat groups were abuzz with discussion about Qin Zihan's recent actions. Foremost among them was a coalition orchestrated by Queen Wu Batian, comprising the leaders of numerous top-tier factions. This alliance had now amassed over 280 allies. Goodness, Qin Zihan has finally dared to expose himself to the public eye. Zhao Yun is indeed one of his initial generals. The World Channel is in an uproar. Do we really need to emphasize this? We are not blind. We had already assumed he possessed Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, Dian Wei, Cao Cao, and Gui Jia, and had prepared for a nefarious scheme, which seems prudent. Even if these 5 renowned generals are exceptionally strong, how formidable could they truly be? Can they withstand the combined might of over 280 faction leaders? With our alliance's current strength, we need not concern ourselves with Qin Zihan. Once over 200 of us unite, he will be crushed to dust before our very eyes. Moreover, we are not lacking in distinguished generals. Queen Batian also boasts Ma Chao, a fellow member of the 5 Tiger Generals alongside Zhao Yun. The alliance formed to suppress Qin Zihan has now evolved into the continent's premier super alliance. The IT is known that with over 200 of the top faction leaders united. Such a terrifying number in average strength rendered Qin Zihan insignificant. The current objective of the coalition is no longer to focus on Qin Zihan, but rather to set their sights on the entire Three Kingdoms continent, planning to conquer this world and crush all opposing forces. Thus, no faction leader remains who believes Qin Zihan can unify the realm. Despite his formidable prowess, opposing such a colossal alliance is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Does anyone possess advancement potions? I have never encountered one. The drop rate is simply too low. Now that Qin Zihan is aggressively acquiring advancement potions, should we not take action rather than merely observe? His ostentatious low-price acquisitions can be attributed to the millions of faction leaders transitioning to vagrancy, Shall we also procure them? What could be more enticing than intermediate equipment? As far as I know, we cannot afford it. What if we directly purchase them at a premium? Indeed, if each of us buys one advancement potion, we could significantly reduce Qin Zihan's stock. Let's act. Never mind, it is unnecessary. Offering a price higher than that of intermediate equipment for a single advancement potion is not cost-effective, especially considering Qin Zihan's friend slots. Attempting to seize them would be detrimental to ourselves. A valid point. Even if Qin Zihan possesses an abundance of advancement potions, so what? Our coalition remains an unassailable force. Even if we attempted to seize, we would not succeed. Qin Zihan's renown across the three kingdoms is too great. It is estimated that the number of faction leaders applying to add him as a friend could exceed 1 million. In an instant, the air within this alliance of over 280 members became thick with tension, and silence fell upon the crowd. After all, not only are there other faction leaders, but there are also numerous lurkers among the coalition, all hoping to add Qin Zihan as a friend. After all, achieving such a connection with Qin Zihan would be a monumental accomplishment, something no one has yet managed to achieve. What is Queen Wu Batian doing? Why is she silent? Is she merely idly waiting amidst the chaos? Within Wu Batian's domain in the northwest region, she was not idly daydreaming. She was engrossed in both the world chat channel and the discussions among the coalition, though her thoughts were solely focused on Qin Zihan's call to add him as a friend. She deeply regretted not having saved an advancement potion. Had she any in reserve, it could have secured her a spot on Qin Zihan's friend list. Furthermore, Wu Batian was torn over whether she should find a way to purchase an advancement potion to obtain Qin Zihan's friendship. Caught in this dilemma, Wu Batian furrowed her brow. Her lips pursed in frustration. Buy, or not buy, buy, or not buy. Throughout her life, Wu Batian had always been the exemplary child in her parents' eyes, possessing both a stunning physique and exceptional beauty, coupled with an unwavering work ethic. Thus, whenever she desired something, she would invariably attain it. Yet this time, she faced repeated setbacks in her quest for Qin Zihan's friendship, which contributed to her current obsession. At that moment, the thunder outside Batian City began to rumble ominously. Is it finally upon us? I care not whether you are the general of heaven, the general of earth, or the general of humanity. Let them all come. All soldiers, heed my command. Prepare for battle against the enemies. Within the dragon-slaying warriors group in the Central Plains, Qin Zihan has finally revealed himself. This solidifies Qin Zihan's status as a general. He is not far from US. Should anyone come into contact with his troops, be sure to notify the group. Indeed, we must not allow Qin Zihan to pick us off one by one. I believe the best defense is a good offense. Why not strike him directly? We must not act in haste. Let us adhere to our original plan. The conclusion of the Yellow Turban Rebellion will mark Qin Zihan's day of reckoning. Trust in Lu Xingyu's leadership. All members of the dragon-slaying warriors are filled with trepidation at the thought of facing Qin Zihan. Although they do not believe the alliance will falter, they acknowledge that no single faction leader across the continent can rival Qin Zihan's might. Thus, they fear he may dismantle their ranks one by one. Though what do you think Qin Zihan's troops will be? I suspect they are cavalry. You seem to be speaking nonsense. If not cavalry, could they be archers? If they are indeed cavalry, my General Zhu Yi's elite soldiers can surely vanquish them all. That sounds reliable. Lu Xingyu. Once the Yellow Turban Rebellion concludes, we shall initiate our plan. We shall follow Lu Xingyu's lead. With the earth trembling and lightning flashing, they are coming. I believe the General of Heaven will launch a massive assault on Longcheng. Shall we seize the opportunity to claim their heads? No, we must first deal with our own Yellow Turban rebels. I am confident in facing cavalry, yet I have my doubts against Zhang Jiao. Perhaps we can let Qin Zihan eliminate Zhang Jiao and obtain the Taiping Yao Shu for us. But what if Qin Zihan cannot defeat Zhang Jiao? Then would someone help us eliminate Qin Zihan instead? Brilliant strategy. If Zhang Jiao were to defeat Qin Zihan, he would undoubtedly be in a poor state. At that point, we could swoop in and take advantage. Thankfully, our alliance has Lu Xingyu, who can be considered our greatest leader. Let us all strive for success. The Central Plains shall be dominated by our dragon-slaying warriors. Charge forth, Chapter 73, Recruiting Xiahou Dun. Zhang Jiao leads Zhang Mancheng and Bo Kai in an assault within Longcheng in the Central Plains. After sending out the acquisition notice, Qin Zihan turned his attention away from the World Chat channel. The unusual occurrences outside Longqing signified the imminent arrival of chaos. At this critical juncture, the priority was to summon all available forces in preparation for battle. To Qin Zihan's surprise, the first to return to Longqing was none other than Zhao Yun, accompanied by a formidable one-eyed general. Upon dismounting, the one-eyed general followed suit. My lord, this is General Xiahou Dun, who has come to pledge allegiance to Mingda. Mingda instructed me to bring him to meet you. Xiahou Dun strode confidently towards Qin Zihan, clasping his fists and bowing his head as he spoke. Qin Zhongqing, though I possess but a single eye, my vision is clearer than most. You are the one I wish to follow. Qin Zihan was elated. He had not anticipated that Cao Cao would send him such a formidable general so promptly. One's parental lineage is not to be forsaken. Qin Zihan vividly recalled Xiahou Dun's resounding victory over El Bu's fiercest warrior, Gao Shun, during the battle in Shuzhou. Despite sustaining an arrow to his left eye from Gao Shun's lieutenant, Cao Xing had another man suffered such a wound, he would have retreated in cover. Yet the indomitable Xiahou Dun did not falter. He simply pulled the arrow from his eye, swallowed the eyeball whole, and charged forth to slay Cao Xing, earning him the fearsome moniker of the One-Eyed Demon. Yuan Rang. One eye is sufficient to behold the entirety of this world. I need you. Shortly thereafter, a template for Xiahou Dun's information materialized at name. Xiahou Dun, courtesy name Yuan Rang weapon. Simple saber LV1. Increases martial power by 1. Defeating enemies can swiftly elevate weapon level. Each weapon possesses 3 stages. With 20 levels per stage, loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty, general attributes, martial power 95, command 90, internal affairs 54, intelligence 56 general trait. One-eyed wolf growth level. Novice Qin Zihan took a moment to examine the weapon level information and general traits. The simple saber LV1 can evolve to the Qilin saber upon reaching level 20 and fulfilling the required kill count, with its ultimate form being the heavenly dragon tooth. The one-eyed wolf trait reduces the morale of enemies within Xiahou Dun's line of sight by 30. Qin Zihan paused in contemplation. This could indeed be considered a form of ocular technique. It bears a resemblance to Gan Ning's general trait. Gan Ning's unique trait, Night Raid, reduces the morale of opposing forces by 30. Yet it is only effective during the night. In contrast, the skill Lone Wolf operates continuously throughout the day, albeit lacking the distinctive nighttime acceleration effect of Night Raid. If these effects could be stacked, would that not mean a direct reduction of 60 in enemy morale? Qin Zihan shook his head, deciding to unlock Yuan Rang's skill first. With that thought in mind, Qin Zihan promptly unlocked Xiahou Dun's skill in the training camp. The first skill unlocked for General Xiahou Dun was Life for Life. It reduces damage taken by 50% and increases Xiahou Dun's martial prowess when he receives damage. Qin Zihan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a quintessential tank? Moreover, a tank with both resilience and damage output. Qin Zihan continued to examine Xiahou Dun's accompanying troops. Unit name: Tiger Ben Cavalry. Troop strength: 100100. Characteristics: uniformly equipped with cavalry spears and clad in heavy cavalry armor. Type: heavy cavalry adept at charging. Troop morale: 100. This was the first heavy cavalry unit. Gazing at the Tiger Ben Cavalry, Qin Zihan felt immense joy. The forces under his command were becoming increasingly versatile. At that moment, the teams of Gan Ning, Dian Wei, and Cheng Yu, who had been out on upgrades, received summons and returned one after another, culminating in the assembly of Dragon City's battle strength. Qin Zihan gazed thoughtfully towards Icheng. Uncertain whether it would become the target of an assault, he speculated that the objective of the Yellow Turban Rebellion would likely be the main city of the power's leader. However, no one could ascertain the true situation, so he dispatched a message to Cao Cao. Contact me immediately if a large force appears outside the city. Do not venture out to confront the enemy. Hold the city and await reinforcements. The thunderous clamor outside Dragon City finally subsided, giving way to an eerie silence. In the next moment, the world announcement was updated once more. The bandits of the chaotic world are launching a full-scale attack. May all power leaders reap their rewards, in bold red. Yet with the announcement came a fierce exchange in the world chat channel. On one side was a live battlefield broadcast, where a black line could be discerned on the horizon outside the city. Indeed, it was the Yellow Turban Bandits. Has the mind of the one upstairs gone awry? At such a time, who is in the mood for jesting? By my estimation, there must be over 1,000 Yellow Turban Bandits. This exceeds my expectations. To those upstairs, take heed. Do you honestly believe this will be like the so-called reconnaissance at dawn? You deserve it. If only you had joined us as wanderers sooner, you wouldn't be facing survival issues now. What are you even worth? You are nothing but losers, understand? Exactly. What a disgrace it is to call yourselves wanderers. And what of you power leaders? Have you managed to cultivate some sense of superiority? Do you not know that a dead duck's beak is still hard? In truth, you are but a band of beggars with not a single place to call home. Qin Zihan had no time to dwell on this verbal skirmish, for at that moment, the chaotic bandits were already advancing towards Dragon City. He sprinted up the city wall to gaze outward. Waves of yellow turban bandits gathered from all directions, and the black line on the horizon grew larger, transforming from the size of ants into a thick rope. Dragon City began to tremble under the approach of the chaotic bandits. Qin Zihan scrutinized the nearly 20,000-strong yellow turban forces, led by the formidable Zhang Jiao, with his deputy generals Zhang Manqing and Bo Kai. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was fully underway. In an instant, the nearly 20,000 bandits were at the city gates, roaring their battle cry. The heavens have died. The yellow sky shall rise that I end the year of the rat. The world shall prosper. Qin Zihan descended the city wall in strides, leaping onto the general's platform, and bellowed, Dian Wei, heed my command. Lead the Tiger Guard in a long snake formation to break through the enemy lines. Spearheading the charge, below the platform, Dian Wei knelt on one knee, invigorated, and responded, yes. Zhongde, you will serve as Dian Wei's deputy, leading the way Imperial Guards behind him. Once Dian Wei breaks through, you will spread out from both sides. Chengyu, filled with admiration and excitement, replied, understood. Xingba Yuan rang. You two will follow through the gaps created by Dian Wei and Zhongde to lead the cavalry raiders and Tiger Bend cavalry in a charge to thoroughly disrupt the enemy formation. Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun responded in unison, yes. Zilong, you shall lead the white horsey troops from behind to rain arrows upon the enemy, and when Xingba Yuan rang dismantles their formation. You will seize the opportunity to charge in alone and behead the enemy general amidst the chaos. Zhao Yun knelt heavily, clasped his fists, and declared with righteous indignation, I shall not fail my lord's trust. Chapter 74. The Arrival of the Demon God Dian Wei. Outside Dragon City, the ranks of bandits clad in yellow scars were already swarming, with a few holding yellow flags, waving them while loudly proclaiming, the heavens have died. The yellow sky shall rise that I end the year of the rat. The world shall prosper. Qin Zihan drew the 7-star blade and pointed it towards the city gate, shouting, open the city gate. Repel the enemy. With a resounding crash, the drawbridge descended heavily onto the ground. Outside the city, the yellow turban bandits, who had initially planned to use their comrades as a stepping stone to cross the moat, erupted into cheers as they surged towards the lowered bridge. In an instant, the drawbridge was crowded with yellow turban bandits. Yet the next moment, a figure akin to a demon appeared before them. Dian Wei, pounding his chest, let out a furious roar as he drew his twin trident's kill. He charged forward onto the drawbridge, followed in orderly fashion by hundreds of Tiger Guards. The largest assembly of chaotic bandits had now encircled Dragon City, sealing it off completely that a cataclysmic battle was about to commence. Dian Wei, standing at the bridgehead, shouted with immense ferocity, causing the continuous influx of yellow turban bandits to halt abruptly. Several, in their panic, slipped from the bridge, plummeting straight into the moat. The leading deputy general, Zhang Manqing, shouted in response, what are you afraid of? It's merely a larger head. We are all divine soldiers. You must understand, every step you take back only tarnishes the yellow scarf upon your head. In an instant, all the yellow turban bandits seemed invigorated, as if they had been infused with vitality, and they roared in unison, demon, begone. We are all here at the command of the great Zhang Jiao, to enlighten the world. On the city wall, Qin Zihan was equally taken aback by the thunderous chant of 20,000 yellow turban bandits that it was utterly chaotic. The area outside Dragon City was teeming with bandits, tirelessly shouting their slogans while desperately attempting to cross the moat and scramble up the walls. Though not immediately apparent, it was evident that Zhang Manqing's words had incited greater fervor among the bandits, and their speed increased exponentially. Qin Zihan promptly utilized the know thyself and know your enemy skill from Sun Tzu's Art of War to examine Zhang Manqing. That as expected, Zhang Manqing possessed a trait that inspired soldiers. boosting their morale by 10 for every hour of battle. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the bandit forces did not receive double damage. Otherwise, coupled with their rising morale, they would pose an even greater threat. Qin Zihan signaled to Dian Wei to hasten the tempo of battle. Dian Wei nodded, his gaze turning resolute that he took a running leap and landed directly on the drawbridge. The sudden impact of Dian Wei's descent caused the drawbridge to creak loudly. Upon landing, Dian Wei raised his twin tridents above his head, his arms bulging with muscle. Moments later, he hurled the tridents with devastating force. The entire drawbridge was thrown into chaos as the flying tridents pierced through and toppled hundreds of yellow turban bandits, ultimately embedding themselves in the chest of one, dragging him several meters away. The nearby yellow turban bandits were struck with fear, and even Zhang Mancheng, who had boasted of being a divine soldier, tumbled from his horse in terror. After all, no one had anticipated such a powerful strike. At that moment, a few yellow turban bandits had managed to climb the city wall and were about to leap down to attack within. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, blood splattered forth, and they fell straight down. Qin Zihan flicked the blood from the seven-star blade with a sweep of his sleeve, declaring, "Who permitted you to trespass into Dragon City without permission?" Possessing the supreme wisdom and martial prowess, Qin Zihan's strength had reached 340 points that he was confident that after this battle, he would surely level up to a new stage, ruling the world, though the yellow turban bandits were not weak. They posed no threat to Qin Zihan. Meanwhile, more yellow turban bandits were attempting to scale the walls from behind, their faces twisted in cunning smiles, as if their impending ambush would yield great success. However, just as they descended, a shriek pierced the air. It was Xie Zhizai leading the Wei foot soldiers, lying in wait for the descending yellow turban bandits. The Wei foot soldiers raised their long spears, poised to skewer the bandits as they tumbled down from the walls. As soon as the bandits leapt, they landed squarely upon the spearheads of the Wei soldiers. One could say the sight was agonizing to behold. Qin Zihan on the front wall could hardly bear to watch the plight of the bandits who had just fallen. They had a penchant for thievery, and now they were reaping the consequences. Upon the walls of Longcheng, dozens of eagles circled above. These majestic birds, arranged by Qin Zihan through Sun Yu, served as Sun Yu's vigilant scouts, dispatched to survey the surroundings of the fortress. At the slightest hint of disturbance, they would promptly report back to Shi Jizai. Such errors are intolerable. I shall not permit a second occurrence. On the battlefield, a blood-stained path had been carved in front of the drawbridge. A path forged by Dian Wei's fierce spear. He raced towards his dual halberds, closely followed by the Tiger Guard, and Chun Yu alongside the Wei Imperial Guards. Zhang Mancheng mounted his horse and pointed his sword at Dian Wei, exclaiming, "What are you all dawdling for? This fool has discarded his weapons, and now presents us with an unparalleled opportunity to eliminate him. Move swiftly." The yellow turbans charged recklessly towards Dian Wei, only to find the path he had cleared soon overrun once more. Yet undeterred by the loss of ground, Dian Wei continued his relentless advance, seizing one yellow turban and hurling him aside while delivering a powerful blow to another. The thrown yellow turban toppled dozens of his comrades, and the one struck by Dian Wei, despite being surrounded by allies, was sent sprawling several meters away. At that moment, Zhang Mancheng shouted, "Your performance has greatly disappointed the wise and virtuous." Clearly, an hour had passed. Upon hearing this, the yellow turbans roared in fury and surged towards Dian Wei. Some brandished knives, others thrust spears, while a few leapt directly at him, attempting to bite his shoulder. Dian Wei grasped the head of a yellow turban clinging to his left shoulder and lifted him effortlessly. Simultaneously, another yellow turban jumped at him from the right. Dian Wei swiftly seized his neck, and with a powerful clash, the two yellow turbans collided violently, their bodies mangled. Dian Wei fought with the ferocity of a divine warrior, pressing forward amidst the chaos, heedless of the blades that struck him. Witnessing this spectacle, all the yellow turbans outside launching were filled with dread. Even the Tiger Guard and Chun Yu could not help but marvel at the sight. How fortunate that such a formidable force is on our side. Were it an enemy, the horror would be unimaginable. Qin Zihan atop the walls remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips that he knew well that without his weapons. Dian Wei possessed a remarkable resilience, bolstered by the unique trait of ancient malice, which granted him a 50% damage reduction. Coupled with the martial prowess of Vice General Cheng Yu, how could these few hundred brigands hope to withstand such might? Chapter 75. Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun fearlessly charge in a battle. The battle had raged for merely an hour, yet the ground outside Longsheng was saturated with blood, and the walls were drenched in the warmth of life lost. The drawbridge lay strewn with the corpses of yellow turbans, while Dian Wei surged forth like a hellhound unleashed, unstoppable in his path to at last. Dian Wei reached his dual halberds, and before he could grasp them, a radiant golden light enveloped him. There was no doubt. This was the harbinger of his ascendance from a minor renown to a formidable presence. Meanwhile, the Tiger Guard behind him became invigorated, for the promotion of their general signified a strengthening of their ranks. Qin Zihan sensed that following this battle, his generals would achieve comprehensive advancement. At that moment, yellow turbans began to scale the walls from both sides, yet they were swiftly surrounded and slaughtered by Shi Jizai's Wei infantry. Just as one yellow turban finally breached the wall, Qin Zihan eagerly prepared himself to relish the thrill of combat, drawing his seven-star sword. However, in an instant a shadow struck and severed his throat. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Zihan withdrew the seven-star sword, muttering, "I could have easily handled that." Just then, more yellow turbans clambered over the walls, and Qin Zihan excitedly drew his sword once more to show his dismay. These yellow turbans were swiftly dispatched by several shadows, leaving him feeling like a mere bystander in his own domain. Qin Zihan, witnessing the valor of Dian Wei on the front line, felt the embers of battle reignite within him. Yet, as the leader of his faction, he would not willingly place himself in peril unless absolutely necessary, than on the battlefield outside the city. The promoted Dian Wei brandished his dual halberds and roared to the heavens. "Kill!" Instantly, the Tiger Guard rallied and launched an assault. Cheng Yu, recognizing the opportune moment, commanded the Wei Imperial Guards, expand the line and slay them. Thus, the Tiger Guard and Wei Imperial Guards, led by the serpent head Dian Wei, began to spread outwards as the line extended. Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun emerged from the center. Gan Ning polished his dual halberds and exclaimed excitedly, "Yuan Rang, let us wreak havoc." Xiahou Dun's lips curled into a slight smile. "Just as I desire." No sooner had they entered the fray than the White Horse Legion behind them filled the gaps in their formation, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows as Gan Ning led his cavalry into the enemy ranks. He swung his halberds with abandon, while Xiahou Dun surged forward with his single-edged sword, striking indiscriminately at the yellow turbans. Accompanying their charge was the volley of arrows from the White Horse Legion, which shattered the yellow turban formations, leaving them in disarray. In this scene, Qin Zihan's forces appeared well-trained. While other faction leaders emphasized defense, he embodied a different philosophy. Indeed, this second wave of yellow turbans was significantly stronger in terms of troop strength, numbers, and formation compared to the first. Nevertheless, under the leadership of 5 renowned generals, Qin Zihan's army forged a bloody path through the chaos. Even Zhang Mancheng, witnessing this turn of events, felt his expression shift in alarm. He immediately commanded countless yellow turbans to obstruct Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's charge. After all, either of these two leading forces could easily breach his defenses as Zhang Mancheng commanded his troops. He was struck by an overwhelming sense of awe at the power of Qin Zihan, far exceeding his expectations at that moment. He had never witnessed such power before. However, he remained undeterred, confident that his yellow turbans outnumbered Qin Zihan's, believing they could not penetrate his lines. Yet, before the eyes of all, a shocking scene unfolded. Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's forces crashed through, cutting a swath into the enemy ranks, while countless yellow turbans might have resisted momentarily. They faltered as Zhao Yun commanded his 4,000 White Horse Legion. Fire! What ensued was a scene of utter devastation as a multitude of arrows rained down from the White Horse Legion, striking the ground with the force of a calamity. The damage inflicted upon the yellow turbans was catastrophic, and as they fell one by one, Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's troops surged forward, filled with exuberance and roaring their battle cries. Indeed, at this moment, Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's forces were imbued with a fervent spirit. Gan Ning, having severed a head, urged his steed onward with a thunderous command, "Kill!" At this juncture, Zhang Mancheng was left utterly stunned. The combined might of Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's forces, alongside Zhao Yun's White Horse Legion, delivered a devastating blow to his yellow turbans. He could hardly fathom that they had reached such levels of strength. Arrows continued to rain down, hundreds per second, Gan Ning and Xiahou Dun's forces, shielded by the barrage from the White Horse Legion, surged forth like gods of war, rampaging across the battlefield. Zhang Manqing recognized the gravity of the situation. If he did not act against the White Horse Legion soon, his forces would face utter annihilation. Should they allow the White Horse Legion to continue their assault for even a few more rounds, their morale would be irreparably shattered. Desperate, the Yellow Turbans surged forward, heedless of the danger, aiming to confront the White Horse Legion. Zhang Manqing believed that if he could defeat Zhao Yun's White Horse Legion, he could then easily annihilate the two cavalry units charging forth. However, to his astonishment, no Yellow Turban could approach the White Horse Legion. At that moment, Zhao Yun's White Horse Legion was surrounded by two formidable forces, Dian Wei, who had carved a bloody path to glory, and Cheng Yu's troops, who quickly formed a line behind him. In that instant, Zhang Manqing was engulfed by horror. Dian Wei, having drawn his dual halberds, displayed an even greater valor, cleaving in half any Yellow Turban who dared approach the White Horse Legion. Chapter 76. The Emergence of Zhang Fei. As the battle escalated into a fever pitch, the scene outside Baishansheng in the northwestern region of the Three Kingdoms was one of carnage, with corpses strewn across the ground. Although the Yellow Turban rebels numbered only a little over 7,000, far fewer than the nearly 20,000 outside Longqing, their combat effectiveness was bolstered by the presence of General Zhang Liang and his deputy Zhang Yujiao. Alongside Huang Long today, I shall earn my elder brother's admiration. Celestial soldiers swiftly vanquish the enemy. The sooner the better. Like Qin Zihan, Wu Baishansheng had no intention of holding the city gates steadfastly. Had he known the location of the Yellow Turban's main camp, he likely would have led an assault by now. Outside the city, Ma Chao and Ma Yinlu were commanding the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, weaving through the chaos of battle. Among the martial generals present, Ma Chao was the only one who could actively utilize his unique martial trait. His trait, 1 against 1,000, enabled him to enter an unstoppable state for a brief period, proving terrifyingly effective in the midst of combat. His sister, Ma Yinlu, possessed the trait Ride with the Horse, which doubled the damage dealt by the cavalry in her unit. This was precisely why they could lead the Shiliang Iron Cavalry into the fray against thousands of Yellow Turban rebels. Within Baishansheng, several Yellow Turban rebels had infiltrated, intent on seizing the city, only to be ruthlessly dispatched by the Shiliang Jianyong station inside. While Wu Baishansheng's troops were visible, he himself was conspicuously absent. Indeed, the combative Wu Baishansheng had plunged into the heart of the Yellow Turban forces, her crimson robe drenched in blood, her exquisite features marred only by splatters of crimson. With a graceful flourish, she wielded her long sword, sending Yellow Turban rebels tumbling one after another to the ground. Not a single one shall escape. Perhaps influenced by Wu Baishansheng, both Ma Chao and Ma Yunlu's gazes hardened. Their long spears brandished with vigor, A Chao activated as 1 against 1,000, thrusting his golden spear forward in a charge that was utterly unstoppable, closing in on Zhang Yujiao. The latter quickly raised his sword in defense. Yet amidst the clash of blades, though Zhang Yujiao remained unharmed, he was nonetheless knocked to the ground. In the southwest region of the Three Kingdoms, a citadel nestled within a great mountain stood apart from others, where blood did not flow in rivers as in the realms of other powers. Outside its walls lay a considerable number of Yellow Turban rebels, yet without the telltale signs of bloodshed. On the drawbridge stood a towering figure, a burly man with a beard and fierce brows, measuring 8 feet in height. The Yellow Turban rebels outside seemed to cower, as if they had experienced some great horror. All collapsing to the ground, the giant wielded a serpentine spear, striking it against his steed's flank, charging into the midst of the Yellow Turbans, bellowing commands while swinging his spear with unrestrained vigor. His spear easily pierced their armor, instilling dread among the Yellow Turbans. Fortunately, the words of his deputy, Bai Ke, managed to bolster their spirits that we are the divine soldiers nourished by heaven, backed by the earth's great deities. What is there to fear? Despite Bai Ke's reassurances, the Yellow Turbans found themselves struggling against the black-faced giant and his 1,000 heavy-armored cavalry, utterly powerless to retaliate. The black-faced giant glared, baring his teeth in a scowl. "You are all a bunch of useless drunks. Bring forth your best to face me in a death duel." Meanwhile, outside Longqing, the once clear waters of the moat had turned a deep crimson, the battle reaching its zenith. The Yellow Turbans, under the vigilant defense of Dian Wei's and Cheng Yu's elite troops, found themselves unable to breach the ranks of the White Horse Company, suffering heavy casualties instead. Yet, the Yellow Turbans continued their relentless charge, intent on dismantling the protective line enveloping the White Horse Company. Ganning had already plunged into the heart of the Yellow Turban forces, brandishing his dual weapons with abandon. With a single strike, he decapitated 3 Yellow Turbans beside him. That in contrast, Zhao Yun, leading the Tiger Ben cavalry, struggled against the superior levels of the Yellow Turbans, finding it a daunting task to fell his foes. That as he swung his sword at one rebel, his blade was intercepted, and another rebel seized the opportunity to stab at his left side. With his remaining eye blazing with fury, Zhao Yun glared at the attacker. The Yellow Turban rebel, taken aback, stumbled backward. That in the next moment, Zhao Yun wrenched the dagger from his own body and hurled it at the retreating foe, who promptly collapsed. That he then swung his sword with ferocity at the Yellow Turban who had initially countered him. Why? The rebel's face split with a line of blood, extending from his forehead to his chin, as he fell lifelessly into a pool of crimson. Indeed, this strike was markedly swifter and more powerful than the last. The Yellow Turban rebel died without comprehending why this one-eyed warrior possessed such formidable strength, yet allowed him to withstand the first blow. Zhao Yun had not intended to let the rebel block his initial strike. It was merely a consequence of another rebel's attack triggering his skill, life for a life, temporarily enhancing his combat prowess. After dispatching these 2 Yellow Turbans, Zhao Yun did not continue his advance, but instead dismounted. Approaching the rebel who had stabbed him, the Tiger Ben cavalry, seemingly understanding his intent, began to encircle him. Zhao Yun approached the fallen Yellow Turban, raising his sword to inflict several more blows in vengeance. Meanwhile, the Yellow Turbans attempting to breach the defenses of the White Horse Company continued to fall, while Dian Wei's forces maintained their ironclad formation, only occasionally losing a soldier to the onslaught. Yet, for every loss, another soldier would swiftly take their place, rendering any assault on this ironclad formation futile. Zhang Manqing observed the scene unfolding before him, cold sweat pouring down his brow. His fear stemmed not only from Dian Wei's countless kills, but also from Ganning's unstoppable presence, Zhao Yun's vengeful spirit, and Cheng Yu's calm command. The entirety of it sent shivers down Zhang Manqing's spine. That in a panic, he turned his horse around, seeking to retreat to the rear of his ranks. This is madness. Let that spinach go up front. Let him boast about how the Qin Zihan forces won't last an hour. On the city wall, Qin Zihan cast a glance at Zhao Yun, who seemingly understood the gravity of the situation. Gripping his Longdan spear, he swung it, creating an opening in the otherwise impenetrable formation of Dian Wei's troops. Chapter 77. Zhang Manqing beheaded on horseback. Zhao Yun unleashed the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the Yellow Turban rebels launched their full-scale assault. Outside the city, they had endured several waves of Ganning and Zhao Yun's charges, as well as the relentless arrow barges of the White Horse Company. Coupled with the continuous thrusts of Dian Wei's troops, nearly half of the Yellow Turban force, which numbered close to 20,000, had been decimated. The vice commander, Zhang Manqing, was losing his fighting spirit, fleeing in disarray toward the rear of his ranks. Before their advance on Longcheng, they had anticipated a one-sided battle and thought that their esteemed strategist, Zhang Jiao, would not even need to make an appearance. However, all signs indicated that Longqing's strength vastly exceeded their expectations to secure victory. They must give their all. After all, the figure Zhang Manqing had witnessed, Dian Wei, Ganning, Zhao Yun, and Cheng Yu, were not even the strongest warriors of Longqing. On the front lines outside Longcheng, the Yellow Turbans continually surged forth to fill the gaps in their ranks, while Zhang Manqing, who styled himself a divine general, retreated against the tide, starkly contrasting with the Yellow Turban rebels charging bravely forward. Zhao Yun observed this keenly. That moment, a gap had opened in the otherwise impenetrable formation. The Yellow Turbans immediately perceived this vulnerability. Look, the enemy has finally revealed a flaw. In an instant, the entire horde of Yellow Turbans surged towards this supposed weakness. Though several were struck down before they could enter the formation, their overwhelming numbers allowed one Yellow Turban to breach the line. Yet, in the next moment, a formidable pressure engulfed him. Riding a white steed, Zhao Yun blocked the sunlight from the rebels' view, casting a shadow that rendered the Yellow Turban insignificantly small. The hooves of Zhao Yun's horse began to alternate in preparation for a leap. Sunlight glinted off the tip of the Longdan spear as Zhao Yun subtly adjusted its angle, a glimmer of cold light reflecting off its surface and striking the rebel's face, in terror. The yellow turban raised his hands to shield himself from the blinding glare. The next instant, Zhao Yun soared into the air, vaulting over the rebel's head, gripping the Longdan spear tightly as his steed galloped forcefully toward Zhang Mancheng. Moments later, the yellow turban rebels behind him found their heads severed, their remains falling alongside a pair of hands. The severed head rolled along the ground until it came to rest at the feet of a yellow turban bandit, its eyes wide with terror and mouth agape in a frozen expression of fear. Despite losing his head and hands, the yellow turban bandit did not collapse immediately. Instead, he remained standing for a considerable time before finally toppling backward. The other yellow turban bandits were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how one of their own had met such a grisly fate. Instantly, they ceased their advance towards the breach, retreating instead, while the gap was swiftly sealed once more by Zhao Yun's return. At that moment, Zhao Yun, wielding his spear and mounted on his steed, charged into the ranks of the yellow turban bandits, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. Zhang Mancheng, intent on retreating, sensed an ominous presence and anxiously surveyed his surroundings, spotting Zhao Yun on his white horse as he deftly dispatched foes with ease. Wait, what is he planning to do? Zhang Mancheng felt a chill as he realized Zhao Yun was approaching him directly. In a desperate attempt to blend in with the yellow turban ranks, Zhang Mancheng lowered his stance, but his conspicuousness made it impossible. Zhao Yun continued his relentless advance toward him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Mancheng no longer sought to hide. He urged his horse to gallop faster while shouting, "Stop that madman on the white horse! Someone quick, block him!" The yellow turban bandits swiftly changed course, abandoning their assault on the fortified position to converge upon Zhao Yun. As more and more bandits surged towards him, Zhao Yun showed no signs of faltering, wielding his spear with precision, sweeping it horizontally to fend off his attackers. Observing the escalating numbers, Zhao Yun unleashed a flurry of movements with his Longdan spear. Taking advantage of the gaps created by the fallen yellow turban bandits, he grasped the spear with both hands, spinning it rapidly, sparks flying from the tip to at the very moment the spear ceased its rotation. A powerful gust of force surged forth, lifting the surrounding yellow turban bandits off the ground. The wind of the spear swept towards Zhang Mancheng, who screamed in terror, "No! Please! Help! Help!" The gale barreled forward, slicing through the yellow turban ranks until it came to an abrupt halt before Zhang Mancheng. Trembling uncontrollably, he felt his yellow headscarf whisked away by the sheer force that I'm still alive. In that instant, Zhang Mancheng believed he was destined for death. Yet miraculously, the Tempest had merely dislodged his headscarf after cutting through countless foes. Meanwhile, at the rear of the yellow turban ranks, Bo Kai and Zhang Jiao sensed the disturbance that had just unfolded. What exactly happened up front? Is Zhang Mancheng capable, or should I step in? My esteemed teacher? Zhang Jiao nodded, instructing, "You and Zhang Tianshi should advance together. The enemy numbers only in the thousands that we cannot afford to delay any longer." Just then, a yellow turban bandit rushed in with urgent news. Zhang Tianshi. Zhang Tianshi has been slain beneath the hooves of a horse. Zhang Jiao fixed a piercing gaze upon the messenger. What did you say? Moments earlier on the battlefield, Zhang Mancheng assessed himself, confirming he was still alive, and a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Indeed, I am the divine general chosen by the esteemed teacher. I shall not perish here. Yet unbeknownst to him, the fearsome Zhao Yun was surging forward alongside that very Tempest. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. With a single strike of his 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, Zhao Yun had cleared the enemies before and beside him, now charging forth with reckless abandon. As his white steed reared back, the Longdan spear descended from above, piercing through Zhang Mancheng. Ganning, charging into the fray, glanced toward Zhao Yun, a smile of encouragement gracing his lips, fortifying his resolve as he wielded his dual halberds with renewed vigor. Jianwei, witnessing the white horse's powerful leap, roared skyward, "All troops, advance!" Instantly, the Tiger Guard and Wei Imperial Guards quickened their pace, each thrust of their spears growing increasingly formidable on the city walls. Qin Zihan celebrated with a triumphant fist, fully aware that Zhang Mancheng must not be allowed to survive for long. His presence only served to extend the battle, which would ultimately be to their detriment. However, the remaining yellow turban bandits seemed unfazed, instead growing ever more frenzied in their assault. Puzzled, Qin Zihan noted that the death of Zhang Mancheng should have extinguished the recently bolstered morale of 20 points. Yet, the yellow turban bandits appeared even more invigorated. At that moment, Bo Kai's voice rang out across the battlefield. Chapter 78. Zhang Jiao makes his entrance. Lightning strikes Zhao Yun down on the city walls. Qin Zihan speculated that Bo Kai was somehow linked to this surge in morale. Upon assessing Bo Kai, it became evident that he possessed the ability to temporarily elevate the spirits of his troops by 50 points. The currently emboldened yellow turban bandits were a direct result of Bo Kai's influence, raising their morale to a staggering 150. That Qin Zihan promptly relayed orders to his forces for a swift resolution, that he understood that if the battle dragged on into the night, it would spell disaster. With Bo Kai bolstering the yellow turban bandits' morale, they had grown significantly stronger. Prolonged engagement under the cover of night, coupled with a doubling of damage, would undoubtedly complicate matters further. On the front lines, Bo Kai arrived, swaggering towards Zhang Mancheng's lifeless body, declaring, "Only I am the divine general chosen by the esteemed teacher." At that moment, Zhao Yun held his spear in his right hand. Casting a cold gaze upon Bo Kai scoffed at Zhao Yun, saying, "What? Do you, a mere mortal, wish to compare yourself to a divine general? And what are you all waiting for? Kill this insignificant wretch." A yellow turban bandit shouted to Bo Kai, "Bo Tianshi. He killed Zhang Tianshi with a single blow." Bo Kai laughed derisively. "Can I be compared to Zhang Mancheng? I am the true divine general. He was merely fortunate enough to be chosen by the esteemed teacher." Zhao Yun, already brimming with battle fervor, let out a mighty roar and charged at Bo Kai with astonishing speed. The surrounding yellow turban bandits held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Moments later, Zhao Yun was upon Bo Kai, thrusting the Longdan spear with mighty force. That Bo Kai hesitated, quickly sidestepping to evade the lethal strike, though he escaped with his life. A deep gash marred his side. "Did I in pain?" Bo Kai cried out, utterly astonished by Zhao Yun's whirlwind speed. However, in the next instant, Zhao Yun, not fully satisfied with his initial thrust, swept the spear horizontally. Bo Kai was sent flying from his mount, tumbling several meters before skidding to a halt. The surrounding yellow turban bandits were filled with dread, having witnessed Zhao Yun's instant annihilation of nearly 1,000 of their comrades, and now the swift dispatching of Zhang Mancheng. They regarded him with palpable fear, acutely aware that even their esteemed teacher might not triumph against him. Slowly rising, Bo Kai clutched his chest with his right hand, coughing up blood before bellowing in disbelief. "Impossible!" He then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. That in that moment, chaos erupted among the yellow turban ranks as Zhao Yun's contingent, along with Ganning, Xiahou Dun, and Dian Wei, executed a fierce frontal assault, aiming to obliterate the yellow turban bandits. The 5 formidable generals surged forward with unyielding vigor, and the yellow turban forces began to falter, their yellow banners falling one by one simultaneously on the city walls, although several yellow turban bandits attempted to scale the fortifications. Each time Qin Zihan drew his 7-star precious saber, he dispatched them with lethal efficiency. This relentless pace began to wear on his spirits. He surmised that across the entirety of the 3 kingdoms, there was no leader quite like him. Feeling disinterested, Qin Zihan opened the world chat channel to observe the status of other faction leaders. Yet the discussions were dominated by commoners, as the vast majority of leaders remained locked in life-or-death struggles against the yellow turban bandits. Where have all those once mighty leaders gone? He wondered. Perhaps they're busy fighting for their lives against the yellow turbans, contemplating how to survive. I wouldn't be surprised if they've already met their demise. They had it coming. If they had left their cities early, conceding to the yellow turbans, they wouldn't be facing such turmoil now. They jeered at us, clinging to their so-called dignity, only to lose their lives in the end. What distinction is there between faction leaders and commoners now? At that moment, an announcement flashed across the world channel. Congratulations to faction leader Wu Batian for successfully slaying General Zhang Liang, earning a substantial reward. We encourage all faction leaders to take note of Wu Batian. Wow, Queen Batian is incredibly strong. Indeed, she has just taken down a general. Hey, did anyone catch the announcement regarding Qin Zihan? No, I've been watching the world chat, and this is the first general kill announcement. Our great Queen Batian has finally surpassed Qin Zihan. Did you not see? It was General Zhang Liang, who was likely the weakest among the three guardian generals. Who do you think Zhang Jiao is attacking now? It's obvious. He's undoubtedly assaulting Qin Zihan's stronghold. Exactly. Who else could it be but the most powerful faction leader, Qin Zihan? Could it be that he has already fallen to Zhang Jiao? It's quite possible. Zhang Jiao's strength is unparalleled, especially with the addition of the Celestial Tome, Taiping Yao Shu. Are you blind? Qin Zihan's faction is still clearly visible on the faction distribution map. What does it matter? Several hours have passed, and perhaps among the fallen leaders of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, there still lies Qin Zihan, known as the mightiest of them all. Qin Zihan gazed at the global chat channel, utterly indifferent to the words of the wandering populace. Instead, one detail captured his attention. If Wu Batian were the general of the human realm, then whom did the earthly general assault? Never mind. It is of no consequence. Being left behind this time indeed left Qin Zihan somewhat dissatisfied. However, Zhang Jiao's forces boasted nearly 20,000, with both his deputies and soldiers of a higher caliber. The other leaders, however, held a different perspective. They relished the thought of seeing Qin Zihan's faction fall to Zhang Jiao's might at that moment. Qin Zihan suddenly thought of Zheng Wenwan's safety and sent a private message inquiry. Are you managing over there? When he received no response, he added, if I don't hear back within a minute, I shall assume you are in dire need of assistance. Zheng Wenwan replied, I am certainly fine that I have merely gained a mid-sized troop since the early hours. And I can handle this. After that battle, Wang Shuang's level has indeed risen. Just then, a bolt of heavenly thunder split the sky outside Longcheng, causing a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Qin Zihan remarked. That's good. I have my own matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Zhao Yun, Gan Ning, and the other generals all turned their gazes toward the source of the thunder. They beheld a frail figure clad in a yellow, Taoist robe, adorned with talismans around his neck, wielding a 9-section staff amidst the ranks of the yellow turbans that in an instant, all the yellow turbans bowed deeply and proclaimed in unison, the heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, fortune shall reign across the land. Zhang Jiao pointed his 9-section staff directly at Zhao Yun, declaring, Young general, you have slain 2 of my divine envoys. Do you dare defy the heavens? Upon finishing his words, he unleashed a bolt of lightning from the staff, striking swiftly toward Zhao Yun. Chapter 79. Zhao Yun and Dian Wei struck down by Zhang Jiao's thunder within Wenwan City. Located in the Central Plains, Zheng Wenwan donned a light blue dress, her round face exuding sweetness as she directed Wang Shuang and Pang De. Good job, old Pang. Keep charging forward. Outside Wenwan City, Pang De led the way you cavalry, persistently harassing the yellow turbans from the flank, while Wang Shuang steadfastly defended the city gates with the Wei long spear soldiers that in the scene. Pang De galloped forth, swinging his long-handled broadsword to cleave through 2 yellow turbans. After the skirmish, Pang De did not linger, retreating to his original position. Should the yellow turbans pursue in anger, Pang De would hasten his withdrawal. If they did not chase, he would strike again. This was a strict order from Zheng Wenwan, forbidding him from engaging in prolonged combat. The primary reason for this command was due to Pang De's unique warrior trait, the coffin-lifting duel, which increased his damage but also amplified the damage he received. Had it not been for this mandate, Pang De's stubborn nature would surely have led him into peril. Although Pang De possessed a commendable initial martial prowess, he was still a novice in terms of experience. As time passed, he was destined to become a formidable force. On the city walls of Longcheng, Qin Zihan widened his eyes, watching in horror as a bolt of lightning surged toward Zhao Yun. The lightning struck with astonishing speed, and only when it was nearly upon him did Zhao Yun react, attempting to evade. However, the bolt was already too close to dodge that in the next instant, the lightning struck Zhao Yun directly, causing him to fall back heavily to the ground. The onlookers were left in utter shock. Gan Ning let out a roar, shoving aside the nearby yellow turbans as he raced toward Zhao Yun, while Dian Wei and Cheng Yu stood frozen in disbelief. Witnessing this from the city walls, Qin Zihan could even hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. How could Zilong? Zhang Jiao, with a flick of his sleeve, arrogantly declared, those who oppose the will of the heavens shall be punished by the heavens. Instantly, all the yellow turbans bowed their heads and chanted in unison, the heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, fortune shall reign across the land. We obey the will of heaven. Only the yellow sky shall prevail. Qin Zihan felt an overwhelming dread, as if the sky were collapsing. Draining the world of its color, he then slapped himself across the face, striving to regain his composure. Everything was far from over. Yes, he needed to confirm the state of his generals. Opening the list of generals, he saw Zhao Yun still present, which brought a sigh of relief. This meant Zhao Yun was indeed alive. Qin Zihan felt a surge of joy, as if he had retrieved a lost soul. The next question to ponder was how to defeat Zhang Jiao. Without delay, Qin Zihan used his knowledge of the enemy to assess Zhang Jiao. As expected, he discovered Zhang Jiao's warrior trait, Thunder Command, which could be actively utilized. This revelation left Qin Zihan astounded. Pondering Zhang Jiao's abilities, he realized that if it could be activated at will, there must be a cooldown period. The pressing concern was the duration of this cooldown. If it were too brief, the soldiers below would face tremendous danger. Simultaneously, Qin Zihan noted that Zhang Jiao's level was significantly lower than Zhao Yun's, which likely contributed to Zhao Yun's ability to withstand a strike. However, should he endure another blow, no one could guarantee the outcome. At this moment, Qin Zihan thoughtfully eyed Dian Wei, who had just advanced to a formidable level in this battle, boasting an impressive martial prowess of 684. And his troops' morale was at a remarkable 200. This meant Dian Wei could unleash a total of 1368 martial prowess. Although this strategy was perilous, Dian Wei was the only one capable of withstanding Zhang Jiao's onslaught. Without hesitation, Qin Zihan removed his basic armor and, with a burst of speed, hurled it toward Dian Wei. With resolute eyes, Qin Zihan shouted, "Dian Wei, don the armor, lay down your weapon, and charge at Zhang Jiao." Just 14 words, but the force of his shout had left his voice hoarse. In that moment, Qin Zihan believed that if Dian Wei, with a 50 damage reduction for laying down his weapon, donned the basic armor's protection, he would surely prevail. The basic armor landed perfectly on Dian Wei, melding into his being. Although Dian Wei was perplexed, he firmly planted his dual blades at his feet and sprinted toward Zhang Jiao. His gaze was icy, as if he aimed to obliterate everything in his path. Driven not only by the command of his lord, but also by the profound vengeance for his comrade. Zhao Yun. Zhang Jiao stared in astonishment at the approaching Dian Wei. "You fools, are you out of your minds? Do you not see the heavenly punishment descending?" At that moment, the yellow turbans were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that someone would disregard the true wrath of heaven and dare to challenge the sky. Yet Dian Wei remained unfazed, instead lengthening his strides, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. "You little yellow thief, prepare to meet your end." Zhang Jiao was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, hastily turning his steed to retreat. After all, he had never encountered such a fearless madman. Previously, whenever he unleashed lightning, all would marvel at his power, bowing in submission. Yet this time was different. This individual not only refused to retreat, but charged forward with fierce determination, as Zhang Jiao began to swing his 9-section staff. All held their breath. However, in the next second, Zhang Jiao shockingly struck his horse's rear, urging it to hasten its retreat on the city walls. Qin Zihan's lips curled into a slight smile, for he understood the implications of this action. Zhang Jiao ran several dozen meters before halting, facing Dian Wei with a maniacal laugh. "Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant your wish and show you the power that can alter the chaos of this world." Zhang Jiao raised his 9-section staff, pointing it at Dian Wei. In the next instant, the staff unleashed a bolt of lightning that streaked through the air with astonishing speed, hurtling straight toward Dian Wei. In Dian Wei's eyes, there was no fear, only the mirrored flash of electric light. In that fleeting moment, the lightning struck him directly, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, with sparks of electricity still dancing across his body. Atop the city walls, Qin Zihan wiped away the redness from the corner of his eyes and hoarsely shouted at Zhao Yun, "Zhao Zilong, how much longer will you lie there?" Qin Zihan's hoarse voice echoed beyond Longcheng, as beside the white horse, a figure clad in shining silver light armor, robust in stature, began to stir. Zhao Yun seemed to force himself to open his eyes, and in the next moment his right hand's middle finger twitched slightly. Chapter 80. Zhao Yun's spear shatters the thunder. Everyone was left in shock. This moment, outside Longcheng, a figure lay hidden in the grass, keenly observing the fierce battle between the Yellow Turbans and Qin Shi Han. Particularly upon witnessing Zhao Yun's fall, he appeared exceedingly pleased, nearly exclaiming nice. Upon closer inspection, the figure in the grass was none other than Lao Zhu, who had transitioned from a faction leader to a wandering soul. His purpose for being here was none other than to seize the final strike from Zhang Jiao. Though he had lost his generals and faction, Lao Zhu had no intention of relinquishing his ambitions.